You may question the intelligence of the Uchiha clan, but never doubt their beauty. Guzhan was reborn at the end of the Second Shinobi World War, becoming one of the most ordinary residents of the Uchiha clan. While his comrades fostered unity and camaraderie, his teammates were nothing short of burdensome. As an Uchiha, Zhen preferred to resolve conflicts with words rather than fists. When it came to physical confrontation, they would never have the chance to speak. In a bid for survival and immortality, he considered submitting to Orochimaru, for having a powerful ally was better than facing the world alone. However, upon attaining eternal life, he found himself surrounded by solitude, bereft of friends and family. There were no divine interventions, no initial invincibility. He ascended to the pinnacle of existence step by step, merely seeking to survive. Uchiha Zhen, Lord Orochimaru, I am no virtuous soul, and you are certainly no paragon of goodness. Minato Namikaze, I aspire to be the fastest man in the shinobi world. Uchiha Fugaku, Zhen, this is my son. If you do not mind, please take him as your adopted son and allow him to call you father. Chapter 1. The Survival Duo. You scoundrel from a Hyuga clan, I will drag you onto the dissection table one day. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet, double Tomo Sharingan fixated intently on Narashikaho across from him, his exceptionally astute yet insufferable teammate. At this juncture of the war, though less intense than the earlier battles, everyone was prepared to fight to the death, facing dangers that surpassed prior encounters. Survival on. The battlefield was a matter of sheer luck. In the Uchiha clan, Zhen was the unluckiest warrior. His father, Uchiha Huai, was dispatched to the front lines of the war's inception and returned a year later, a shell of his former self. Consequently, the family of three fell into poverty, subjected to ridicule from their village, and even before Zhen could enroll in the ninja academy, he was thrust onto the battlefield. Possessing the soul of an adult, Zhen remained unfazed. Yet, Uchiha Huai, as a father, felt profound guilt and imparted all his knowledge in jutsu to Zhen, including invaluable techniques for survival in combat. In wartime, ninjas were considered resources. Even the most prestigious families sent their members to fight. Wherever there were people, there was war. During his 2 years in the Uchiha clan, Zhen truly grasped the harsh realities of their world only when he received orders to join the battlefield. For the Uchiha clan, replacing a promising Uchiha with an unawakened one was the most beneficial course of action, regardless of the latter's lack of ninja academy training or their mere 6 years of age. Zhen's makeshift team was peculiar, led by the civilian Jonin Matsumoto Kaichi. One teammate was Hyuga Han, while the other was the very Narashikaho he now scrutinized. The injuries he bore were all inflicted by the other teammate, Hyuga Han, as the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were inherently at odds due to their respective eye techniques. Throughout the past year on the battlefield, aside from guarding against enemies, Zhen had to remain vigilant against his foolish teammates, fearing they would use him as a human shield. Despite his caution, he was still caught off guard. In a moment of peril against a team of Sand Shinobi, Han shoved him forward as a shield and tossed a detonating tag. Had he not awakened his eyes at that critical moment, he might have become the first 7-year-old in this world to perish as a transmigrant. Only those Uchiha who possessed the Sharingan could truly claim to be Uchiha. Although there were no distinctions between the main and branch families, those with the Sharingan held far greater status than their unawakened kin. Rather than aspiring to be a great ninja, Zhen preferred to study the human body, delving into its mysteries. The Uchiha clan harbored delicate and fragile emotions. When provoked, their chakra would uncontrollably surge around their central nervous system, resulting in mutations. What was referred to as a bloodline limit. In Zhen's words, it was akin to a hereditary mental illness. Once triggered, the affliction would manifest, twisting their personalities further with each episode. His experiences in both lives led him to conclude that in any realm, those with mental disturbances often possessed above-average intelligence. In his quest to awaken his Sharingan sooner, thereby securing his life, Zhen initially attempted self-hypnosis before turning to fervent prayers to the heavens, all to no avail. Yet, in a twist of fate, he unexpectedly awakened a double Tomo that he sensed the changes within his body and meticulously recorded them in writing for future study. Hey, Uchiha Zhen, are you still alive? Zhen snapped back to reality, noticing Narashikaho sitting at a distance, tossing a roll of bandages at his feet. I'm not dead yet. Zhen unceremoniously picked up the bandages, checking for any damage before allowing a soft emerald light to emanate from his palm. He utilized his rudimentary medical ninjutsu to treat his critical wounds and simply bandaged the less significant ones. Should we continue the mission without our Jonin leader? And with Uchiha Han's recklessness, is it wise to proceed? Nara Shikaho inquired nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Zhen's medical skills. On the front lines, a team with a medical ninja was equivalent to having a lifeline. This was precisely why Nara chose to follow Zhen in their flight. Even if he couldn't be certain Zhen would expend chakra to save him, it was certainly safer than trailing behind that fool Han. Continue? What can we do now that our Jonin is dead? Zhen retorted, tending to his last injury before venting in Chinese. Damn Uchiha Han, I won't let you off so easily. This was the first time Zhen had lost his temper on a battlefield. Still adjusting to his newly awakened eyes, they felt sore and strained. The Sharingan's demands on chakra and mental acuity were considerable, especially in his current condition. With his chakra running low, he would need to rely on Nara Shikaho should any enemies appear. The three of them had each harbored ulterior motives since leaving Konoha for their mission. One sought riches, another survival, and the last sought glory. Zhen and Nara were wary of Uchiha Han's reckless pursuit of success, which could endanger them both. Han was terrified they would snatch his chance at achievement, while Nara worried Zhen would use him as a human shield. Zhen, in turn, feared Nara might betray him to the enemy. This precarious balance made him acutely aware of the ninja world's brutality, where ninjas were scarcely regarded as human. The harmonious, brotherly bonds depicted in the series were utterly fictitious. Yet, amid this turmoil, he took solace in his previous profession. Having once wielded a blade against corpses, he now directed his expertise toward the living. Aside from initial discomfort with the tactile differences, he quickly acclimated to his new life. Let's find Han first. Nara mused thoughtfully. Our mission is to divert the Sand Shinobi's attention, allowing our rear guard to ambush their supplies. This task won't rest solely on our team. There must be others as well, though we cannot guarantee their arrival at the target site. After all, we were ambushed and lost to Jonin. With the Second Shinobi World War nearing its conclusion, they needed only to survive a few more months to safely return to Konoha. During that time, he could focus on creating biological weapons, enhancing his chances of survival in the Third War. Zhen quickly collected his thoughts, speaking slowly. You are correct. We must continue the mission. For as long as we live, we evade punishment even upon our return to Konoha. However, Zhen and Nara exchanged a glance. Conversing with an intelligent individual often required little more than a shared look. Given Nara's fear of death, he would never allow himself to become trapped in a perilous situation. Chapter 2. The Innocent Uchiha. The following morning, Uchiha Zhen and Nara Uchiha had nearly finished their recuperation. The wounds on Zhen's back appeared grave, yet they were merely superficial, not affecting any muscles or bones. For Uchiha Zhen, who had often danced on the precipice of death over the past year, such injuries were hardly worth mentioning. We should seek out Hinata Yuan first, Nara Uchiha suggested without hesitation, while Uchiha Zhen's gaze lingered on him, causing an unsettling sensation. What are you staring at? Uchiha inquired. Hand it over, Zhen demanded, focusing intently on Uchiha's ninja pouch, extending a hand with no hint of embarrassment for his audacity, exhibiting a practiced nonchalance. You're clever enough to know what I mean in times of war. Some met with obliteration while others amassed wealth. Uchiha Zhen had survived primarily by seizing opportunities on the battlefield. It was hard to imagine that Nara Uchiha stood here unscathed, having pulled their injured captain in front of him at the moment the explosive tags detonated, absorbing the entirety of the blast. Uchiha Zhen was acutely aware that he had not only used Uchiha as a human shield, but had also stripped him of his resources. Initially feigning ignorance due to his physical condition, he was now fully recovered and naturally felt entitled to his share of the spoils. After all, the resources of a Jonin could sustain a family of 3 for several years if sold. Nara Uchiha's expression darkened as he instinctively shielded his waist pouch, spitting in annoyance before tossing 2 scrolls and half a bottle of soldier pills to Zhen. Zhen examined the spoils, puzzled by the origin of the scrolls and intelligence possessed by their captain, but found no fault with the soldier pills and contentedly stowed them into his own pouch. In certain respects, he appreciated interacting with Nara Uchiha for the lack of unnecessary chatter. With Hinata Yuan, it would not be so simple. At least a confrontation would be necessary to acquire what he desired. Zhen's gaze returned to Nara Uchiha, who, at merely 12 years of age, barely qualified as a Chunin, yet exhibited an unsettling level of intelligence. It was hard to believe that a genin could survive a year on the battlefield, Luck alone could not account for it. Hey, no one to stop, Narachiwa warned, his expression grim. What are your plans now? With a smile that reached only his lips, Zhen replied earnestly. Naturally, we shall complete our mission. We are ninjas of Konoha. Desertion during wartime was a grave offense, often considered worse than death in battle. Not only would the individual face punishment, but their clan would also suffer. Uchiha Zhen had resolved to pin the blame on Hinata Yuan as retribution for his transgressions. Narachiwa saw through his intentions and internally approved, though he still feigned disdain. Ugh, what a hassle. The two reached a brief understanding. Even as cannon fodder, they would strive to remain alive. After departing from their hiding place in the cave, Uchiha Zhen performed a fire-style technique to obliterate all traces of their presence. As they traversed the woods, just as they prepared to rest, they stumbled upon another Konoha team engaged in combat. To ensure their safety, Zhen and Chiwa halted their advance, opting to take a detour. At that moment, they resembled sparrows. If there was one technique they had mastered on the battlefield, it was the art of transformation. Unlike the Byakugan, the Sharingan could not discern the skirmish unfolding between the two teams, forcing them to rely on sound for information. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Uchiha Zhen's attention. Hinata Yuan, the very teammate who had betrayed him. Narachiwa also recognized him, subtly signaling to Zhen. Receiving the silent message, Zhen contemplated whether to proceed, but chose to disregard it. It appeared that a Sunagakure team had captured Hinata Yuan, and in their attempt to return, they had encountered the Hinata clan scouts, resulting in conflict. Both sides were evenly matched. Zhen fervently hoped that Hinata Yuan belonged to the main branch, for then he could act as a cunning predator, eliminating him to study the remnants of the clan's genetics. Determining if any could be of use to him, in terms of body exploration, Uchiha Zhen held immense respect for Orochimaru, who had forsaken Konoha to pursue his scientific endeavors. In this world of ninjas, where life was cheap and power ruled, he was undoubtedly a unique entity. As the empty palm grazed past Uchiha Zhen, who was preparing to fly overhead, Narachiwa seized the opportunity to flee. Zhen flapped his wings a few times, soaring above them, and after leaving a mess of droppings, he finally dispelled his transformation technique. His sudden appearance shocked none more than the captive Hinata Yuan. In his perception, Uchiha Zhen could not possibly have survived beneath 3 explosive tags. The reaction from the Sunagakure ninja was amusing. Upon spotting Zhen, they visibly relaxed, while the Hinata team displayed unmistakable disdain upon seeing their reappeared. Comrade, who did you think it was? Just a brat. Konoha is truly finished. One Sunagakure ninja jeered loudly. At such a young age, he hasn't even graduated yet. Can he throw shuriken? Ha ha ha, Uchiha Zhen, why are you just standing there? Come help. After being kicked aside, Hinata Yuan struggled loudly to end the rigidly hierarchical Hinata clan. His behavior was remarkably shameless. Having harmed others, he now called for aid, exuding an unwarranted confidence that no one would stab him in the back. Zhen cast a glance at the tree where Narachiwa had just taken refuge, choosing not to expose his hidden position. It's an Uchiha. Show us your Sharingan. The Sunagakure ninjas continued their taunts, seemingly aware that the Uchiha before them was merely a weakling. If we're entertained, we might just grant you a swift end. Zhen dusted off non-existent dirt from his attire and replied with grave seriousness, "Apologies. I'm merely passing through and do not wish to engage. Please resolve your matter quickly. I have urgent business." This proclamation. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Even Narachiwa, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback. Such words could easily be construed as those of a rogue ninja, unless he intended for everyone to remain here. With this thought, Chiwa could not help but break into a cold sweat. He had never underestimated Uchiha Zhen. His survival thus far was a testament to his considerable strength. Suddenly, the Sunagakure ninja erupted in laughter, completely disregarding the expressions of the Hinata team. Zhen assessed the battlefield. Excluding the bound Hinata Yuan, there were 6 members on the Hinata team. 2 possessed Jonin strength, while the other 3 were Chunin level, 1 barely scraping by dot on the Sunagakure side. There were 10 in total, 1 Jonin and the rest Chunin, including 2 puppet masters. If a desperate battle ensued, the likelihood of both sides suffering grievous losses was high, perhaps as much as 90%. Zhen could easily position himself as the cunning predator, provided Narachiwa refrained from stirring trouble while perched in the trees. Determined to seize an opportunity from the Hinata clan, Zhen slowly addressed the Hinata team. Hurry up. You are of the illustrious Konoha. Surely, with a member of the main branch among you, you can rescue your own kin and not force a mere child of the Uchiha to intervene. Chapter 3. Good teammates must support each other. Upon hearing this, the ninjas of the Hinata team, surrounded in the middle, visibly stiffened, a subtle movement that Uchiha Zhen keenly observed. To his surprise, there truly was a member of the main branch among them. The mercilessly mocking Sand Shinobi suddenly turned serious. Securing a member of the Hyuga clan meant acquiring a pair of Byakugan, an exceedingly rare resource. The impending clash between the two factions was palpable. Uchiha Zhen had long been targeted by the Hyuga, and what had once been mere verbal skirmishes between the two clans in Konoha had escalated into a fierce battle. The Hyuga clan had already categorized Uchiha Zhen and the Sand Shinobi together. To his delight, Uchiha Zhen observed that the Sand Shinobi refrained from attacking him amidst the internal conflict between the Uchiha and Hyuga, which alleviated some of his burden. As he evaded attacks, he kept a watchful eye on Naraja, who had transformed into a sparrow to incubate eggs, fearing he might flee and pin the blame on them, thereby terminating this expendable mission. With their captain, Matsumoto Kai, absent, they fully capitalized on their self-interests. Uchiha Zhen could not allow his good teammate to hide away without contributing. Seizing the moment, he stealthily maneuvered behind Hyuga Yuan, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, and then bellowed, 8 trigrams, air palm. Narajiha, witnessing the imminent collision with Hyuga Yuan, cursed Uchiha Zhen under his breath, transforming back from sparrow into a human. The most astonished was Hyuga Yuan, who had not anticipated that both of them were still alive. Once stable, he shouted, "Where's Captain Matsumoto? Why hasn't he come to rescue me?" Narajiha shrugged, glancing at Uchiha Zhen, and lazily remarked, "Wasn't he killed by you? You're talking nonsense. Where's he?" Hyuga Yuan seethed, wishing to eliminate both teammates. One was evasive, and the other was attacking the Hyuga alongside the Sand Shinobi, leaving no one to come to his aid. "You attack fellow villagers. This is unforgivable." Uchiha Zhen had yet to activate his Sharingan or employ any jutsu. He swiftly produced a slender suture thread, binding the ends to a twig he picked up from the ground, forming an arch. He dodged, weaved, and precisely severed a Hyuga's neck in a fluid motion. Narajiha gasped in shock upon witnessing Uchiha Zhen truly kill a Hyuga ninja and seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Realizing this, Uchiha Zhen executed a body flicker technique, grabbing Narajiha by the hair to halt his escape. The Hyuga, perceiving them as allies, divided their forces, half attacked the Sand Shinobi while the other half pursued the two. "Don't drag me down if you want to die." Narajiha evaded the Hyuga while attempting to distance himself from Uchiha Zhen. That if he wished to survive, find a way to eliminate them. Uchiha Zhen, striving to conceal his traces, struggled against the Hyuga, and Narajiha recognized this. Consequently, abandoning his clan's ninjutsu in the face of the Hyuga's relentless assault, he charged into the Sand Shinobi's ranks, prompting Uchiha Zhen to follow suit. Merging within the Sand Shinobi's formation provided them with considerable relief. There are 3 left, Uchiha Zhen and Narajiha briefly allied, awaiting a battle to the death between a Sand Shinobi Jonin and 2 Hyuga Chunin. Wait, Uchiha Zhen's chakra was nearly depleted, fervently hoping that the Sand Shinobi would at least take down 1 Hyuga, ideally resulting in mutual annihilation. A Hyuga ninja was dispatched to exhaust their chakra reserves. Narajiha was tasked with restraining the opponent while Uchiha Zhen stood aside, suddenly closing in to activate his Sharingan, rendering the previously fierce Hyuga motionless. In this brief moment, Narajiha seized a kunai from a fallen Sand Shinobi and plunged it into the Hyuga's heart. Narajiha was perplexed as to why Uchiha Zhen had suddenly resorted to Jinjutsu, risking exposure for the assailant. After slaying the Sand Shinobi, the remaining Hyuga fixated menacingly on Uchiha Zhen, charging recklessly toward him. At this juncture, Uchiha Zhen was nearly drained of strength, struggling against the tree as he was grasped by the Hyuga around the throat. Breathing became increasingly difficult, yet he suddenly activated his Sharingan, gathering all his remaining strength into his leg, delivering a crushing kick. The struck Hyuga collapsed to the ground, attempting to rise once more to engage in a fatal confrontation. Uchiha Zhen, utilizing the body flicker technique, positioned himself within arm's reach, clutching the Hyuga by the throat. The Hyuga seemed to sense his impending demise, rasping, "Uchiha Zhen, I curse you to eternal solitude. Your kin shall perish because of you." With that, the Hyuga collapsed, a twisted smile upon his face, revealing Hyuga Yuan, who had broken free from his restraints, now wielding a bloodied kunai. This Hyuga had met his end at the hands of another from his clan. Now, Uchiha Zhen stood with no combat capacity, barely propping himself against the tree, wearing a peculiar smile as he realized a profound truth. "Are you not afraid I will kill you?" Hyuga Yuan pointed the still-dripping kunai at Uchiha Zhen. "Kill me?" Uchiha Zhen smirked, his eyes reflecting an unsettling calmness unbefitting his age. "Could you truly accomplish that?" Hyuga Yuan slightly turned his head, and in a moment of distraction, Uchiha had silently approached from behind, pressing a poison kunai against his throat. Uchiha Zhen retrieved a soldier pill, placing it in his mouth, and declared in a matter-of-fact tone, "So many Hyuga have perished. You should join them." "Wait!" Hyuga Yuan retracted the kunai aimed at Uchiha Zhen, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, a pair of Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. "Agreed," Uchiha Zhen replied readily, having devised the perfect method of retribution against Hyuga Yuan, dismissing the fallen Hyuga and forcing himself to appear less exhausted than he truly was. This pair does not count. Hyuga Yuan's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. It was only when Uchiha lowered his kunai that he exhaled in relief. The enmity between the main and branch families of the Hyuga had rooted deeply, and it was feared that Konoha, while outwardly peaceful, concealed numerous sordid affairs beneath. The surface, the irony of Naruto's perspective of brotherly camaraderie in the Hokage office was stark. "We must swiftly sever their heads. With so many Hyuga dead, it will surely alert the village. The Yamanaka clan will undoubtedly participate in the investigation, for they are experts in reading the memories of the deceased." As he spoke, Uchiha picked up a kunai, preparing to dismember the corpses scattered across the ground. "There's no need for such trouble." Uchiha Zhen paused, feeling his chakra replenishing sufficiently. Bending down beside the fallen Hyuga, he lifted the forehead protector, revealing a painted caged bird on his forehead, which had evidently been drawn on. "Ah, how amusing to risk the main family's reputation for the sake of merit," Uchiha Zhen remarked, producing a sealing scroll to encapsulate the body. This scroll was a battlefield trophy he had initially thought he would not need anytime soon, yet proved invaluable now. After sealing the body, he secured the scroll and snatched the kunai from Hyuga Yuan's grasp, making swift cuts across the head of the nearest corpse, sneering, "I will handle this. You check for any other traces left behind." Chapter 4. The supplies were divided. "Hey, have you even been listening?" Uchiha Zhen's expression was peculiar as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha. "You wouldn't want to carry a dozen heads on your journey, would you? Trust me, there is no problem." The seemingly simple scratches left by Uchiha Zhen had thoroughly devastated the neural pathways in the opponent's brain. He had no desire to indulge in the peculiar habit of carrying severed heads, and the usually astute Uchiha had foolishly stumbled in this regard, providing ample material for Zhen's mockery. The Yamanaka clan could invade others' minds to extract memories solely by infiltrating the hippocampus through the intricate neural networks within the brain. By damaging the nerves connected to the hippocampus, the Yamanaka clan would be rendered incapable of probing into their memories. However, to be on the safe side, Uchiha Zhen obliterated the interiors of everyone's brains. Having received Uchiha Zhen's affirmative response, Uchiha did not linger on doubts. He firmly believed that Zhen would not jest about such matters and turned to begin clearing any potential traces left behind. After acquiring the Sharingan, Uchiha Zhen distinctly sensed a surge in his chakra, which had steadily reached the level of a chunin. Strangely, the chakra emanating from him had turned cold and dark, imbued with a sensation of devouring everything in its path whenever wielded. Naturally, Zhen did not forget to scavenge for spoils during this process. He discovered several unidentified scrolls and various colorful liquids on the bodies of the Sand Shinobi. With a keen interest in medical and toxic substances, Uchiha Zhen disregarded everything else he had gathered, casting them aside, while Hinata and Uchiha unceremoniously claimed all the spoils. Shortly after their departure, Jiraiya and the young Minato arrived at the battlefield previously attended to by the trio. Minato took the lead in inspecting the processed ninjas and could not help but furrow his brow. "Sensei, there are 5 members from the Hyuga branch and 10 Sand Shinobi." Jiraiya knelt down to examine each body, not limiting his scrutiny to just the Hyuga, but also the Sand Shinobi. "Sensei, it appears there was a conflict between the two sides. However, one peculiar detail stands out. All their heads suffered identical injuries, with the location, force, and depth of the wounds being consistent. Simultaneously, Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation. Minato's findings were undeniably accurate. Yet he had overlooked a crucial aspect that now weighed heavily on his mind. The apparent devastation wrought by the battle suggested mutual casualties, but the reality was far more complex. 2 Hyuga ninjas perished at the hands of a puppeteer, 2 fell victim to poison, and 1 was ambushed by a Sand shinobi. Conversely, most Sand shinobi met their end due to the techniques of the Hyuga clan, some through surprise attacks. However, it was critical to note that the tools used in these ambushes belonged to the Sand shinobi themselves. While it was possible that the Hyuga had appropriated their tools for the ambush, the sheer coincidence of it all was suspect. Even the Hyuga branch would not be so impoverished as to lack ninja tools. Recognizing this, Jiraiya immediately instructed Minato, check their tool pouches. Minato paused momentarily, then swiftly complied, inspecting the tool pouches of all the ninjas, only to find them completely emptied. There's nothing here. I'm sorry, sensei. Minato felt a pang of guilt for overlooking this detail, but it was understandable, being a man of honor. He held a fundamental respect for his enemies and could not fathom resorting to robbery amidst murder. Just as I suspected, this is a battlefield involving 3 parties. Yet there are no traces belonging to the third party, Jiraiya remarked. Could it be bandits? He held up a twisted branch for Minato to observe. No, look at this. Minato noted that the curvature of the branch was man-made, resembling the bow of a hunter, with signs of having been bound at both ends. Though the binding material was conspicuously absent, there were no traces of arrows having been shot. This deliberately altered bow branch seemed out of place. Indeed, it seems we must split up, Jiraiya decided, having gathered all the ninjas and handing a sealing scroll to Minato. This matter is suspicious. You need to return to the village, especially since the team of Uchiha Zhen, who bears an essential mission, did not head straight to the border war zone, but rather found a sufficiently concealed location to congregate and discuss how to complete their task without losing their lives. The brief alliance did not foster trust among the 3. Instead, it established a mutual restraint, each holding leverage over the others. How did you timid mice ever become ninjas? Hinata Yuan sneered at the 2, particularly at Uchiha Zhen. The Uchiha were so revered in the village. Why had he begun to act subserviently outside its walls? Hinata Yuan's righteous indignation came off, as if he were not afraid of death himself. Uchiha Zhen did not spare him a glance. As he had no outlet for his frustrations aside from the verbal exchanges, and to prevent pent-up emotions from causing illness, he did not mind a few more words. After all, debts must eventually be repaid. After a brief discussion, the 3 fell into a stalemate. Uchiha Zhen closed his eyes, replaying the recent battle in his mind, seeking flaws to refine. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, startling Narajiha. Oh no, the bodies. Narajiha's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he asked, "What's wrong?" We left no traces. His voice trailed off as he recalled the branch left at the scene, the one Uchiha Zhen had used to slay a Hyuga. Hinata Yuan's expression darkened as he inquired, "What? Didn't you handle everything?" Uchiha Zhen's furrowed brow only heightened their unease. The identical injuries to the heads of several individuals would certainly attract scrutiny. Whether discovered by Konoha or Sand shinobi, they would be taken back for investigation. Uchiha Zhen was infuriated by his imperfect handling of the corpses. In a previous life, he had unknowingly left traces of himself, which were manipulated by malicious individuals, leading to his wrongful imprisonment, transforming him from a prodigy into a criminal. He was certain that the culprit was among those closest to him, and when the day came for him to return, he would ensure that person paid dearly. The 2 grew increasingly anxious, fearing the discovery of their deeds in the memories of the deceased. Narajiha regretted not insisting on severing their heads. If they see our actions in their memories, they won't. Uchiha Zhen interrupted firmly. He had complete faith in this assertion, though he was wary of unnecessary complications. Are you certain there's no chance of our memories being probed? Narajiha questioned hesitantly. I didn't take that branch. Could it lead them to us? No. That branch means nothing, Uchiha Zhen reassured him. He feared no scrutiny directed at himself, as a young Uchiha who had not yet attended the ninja academy. Even if he were framed, it would not fall upon him. The pressing concern was how to fulfill the current mission without becoming mere cannon fodder. This was the source of Uchiha Zhen's greatest frustration. They were merely transporting supplies to delay a certain powerful individual while destroying rear resource caches, igniting the final battle. However, he and Narajiha had greedily claimed the supplies, which contained little of significance. Such an endeavor would hardly be the work of a small team. It could only be a powerful individual or two. Presently, Orochimaru was stationed at the Rain Ninja village, Tsunade was in the Land of Iron, and Kakashi was commanding the front lines. The only candidate among the three was Jiraiya. I've thought of a way that ensures our safety while allowing us to abandon the mission. Chapter 5. Can you guarantee we will safely reach the front lines? Uchiha Zhen smiled innocently. Hinata Yuan exclaimed, spit it out. Narajiha added, I want to be part of any troublesome antics. At this moment, they were without a leading jonin, and most mission scrolls resided in the captain's possession. With Captain Matsumoto gone, how could they ascertain the complete details of the mission? The situation regarding supplies remains unclear, undoubtedly having vanished alongside the captain. Our objective is to delay as much as possible. Arriving at the front lines in a disheveled state suffices. As for the mission, I am uncertain. We shall follow the directives of the commanding officer when the time comes. As the war nears its conclusion, the commander will surely be overwhelmed with responsibilities, leaving little time to oversee a few individuals. As long as Hinata doesn't act recklessly, they will be safe, perhaps even finding time to train. I concur with your perspective. Nara Shikamaru hesitated to speak. The journey from here to the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind is quite lengthy. If we push forward without rest, it will take at least 5 days. Can you guarantee that no ninjas will attack us during these 5 days, allowing us to reach the front lines unscathed? Uchiha Zhen, he cannot provide such assurance. The front lines are under the command of Lord Shikomo. Can you guarantee he will not assign you a covert operation? Hinata retorted. Uchiha Zhen, he cannot guarantee that either. As silence enveloped the group, Uchiha Zhen quietly inquired, at what age did you first enter the battlefield? On the battlefield, there are only ninjas, devoid of age. Conversely, the younger ones are often underestimated, regarded as weaklings. I was 6 when I first faced battle, and now at 7. Lord Shikomo would not allow a budding genius to perish prematurely. Uchiha Zhen spoke with conviction, yet Hinata and Nara Shikamaru were less than pleased. One is 14, and the other 12, both considered mature ninjas. They found it difficult to utter such shameless words as Uchiha Zhen. To them, the mission had lost its significance. I agree with your plan. We shall be cautious along the way. Nara Shikamaru acquiesced, evidently having found a rational escape route. Hinata, who had remained silent, did not object, aware that Uchiha Zhen sought to seize the opportunity for greater merit. With their objective defined, the trio swiftly set forth. However, fortune was not on their side. As Nara Shikamaru had predicted, reaching the mission site unscathed proved exceedingly difficult. Fire release, great fireball technique. The three immediately dispersed to evade the attack. Amidst the chaos, they were drawn into the fray without any chance to react. Uchiha Zhen realized they were being attacked by fellow Uchiha. Without hesitation, he activated his Sharingan. The assailants recognized this and halted, turning to unleash jutsu against the ambushing Rain Ninja. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Uchiha Zhen executed the hand seals with remarkable speed, having practiced each technique hundreds, even thousands of times, embedding the chakra pathways into his mind and bones, streamlining the hand sealing process. Some simpler jutsu could be completed with a single seal. In the era of ninjas, while others were still forming seals, your jutsu would already be unleashed. It was evident who would survive in such circumstances. Uchiha Zhen did not linger, drawing his short blade and targeting the enemy's vital points with precision. With the trio's involvement, the Rain Ninja were swiftly defeated. As the battle approached its conclusion, Uchiha Zhen discovered that his earlier companion was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the father of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. The cleanup was naturally unnecessary for them. The remaining Rain Ninja were ensnared in illusions and bound before being discarded. Uchiha Fugaku approached Uchiha Zhen with a kunai in hand, uncertainly asking, "Are you Uchiha Zhen?" At this question, all the Uchiha present turned in surprise. No one had anticipated that the child who had not even attended the Ninja Academy, sent to the battlefield to meet his demise, was still alive. The elder, fearing for his grandson's safety, replaced him with Uchiha Zhen, casting him into the fray. Although such actions were deemed unscrupulous, no one voiced their concerns, merely harboring disdain in silence. The elder held considerable sway within the Uchiha clan, while Uchiha Zhen's father was a cripple, contributing little to the family. Thus, Uchiha Zhen became the scapegoat. To their astonishment, the clan member they believed to have perished stood before them, and at the tender age of 7, had awakened the two-tomo Sharingan. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the prospective clan leader, had only recently attained the three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Zhen surveyed the Uchiha present, recognizing none, while his two companions stood aside observing the unfolding drama. Yes, I am indeed Uchiha Zhen, Lord Fugaku. It is a surprise to meet you here and to have been of such assistance. Uchiha Fugaku's tone softened. He understood the perils of the battlefield. Departing the village with a full squad of 20, only a few remained. Surviving the battlefield and awakening the Sharingan was sufficient proof of his prowess. How did you come to be here? Uchiha Zhen inquired. We encountered Sand Ninja while on a mission. Our captain perished, and the specifics of the mission are unclear. All we know is that we are to proceed to the front lines. Uchiha Zhen maintained a calm facade, yet the expressions of the Uchiha around him shifted, some openly expressing their displeasure. It was evident they realized that a two-tomo Sharingan wielder was being sent to die, a 7-year-old with immense potential, destined for greatness with even a modicum of training. To sacrifice him? Even if the Hokage himself ordered it, they would refuse. Fortuitously, they encountered him here. Grateful their captain had fallen early. No one questioned why a Jonin captain had perished while several inadequately skilled teammates remained unscathed. Jinkuin, if you wouldn't mind, you could accompany us. Uchiha Fugaku invited him, primarily seeking to recruit a future talent. After all, once the war concluded, he would vie for the position of clan leader. And his rival was the elder's son, with his own forces dwindling. Very well, Uchiha Zhen replied, maintaining his tranquil demeanor while internally reveling at the prospect of free protection. Observing his two companions, Nara Shikamaru was practically in enthusiastic agreement, nearly lifting his feet in approval, while Hinata expressed reluctance yet refrained from dissent. Uchiha Zhen couldn't help but marvel at the Sharingan's efficacy. Once a mere scapegoat, now he had the future clan leader as his bodyguard. Throughout the journey, Uchiha Zhen remained silent, yet his mind was far from idle, continuously rehearsing the two ninjutsu he had acquired from Nara Shikamaru. The water release technique was currently of no use to him. He merely studied its principles to enhance his understanding. The other lightning release technique intrigued him. Through his research, Uchiha Zhen discovered that the technique's focus lay not in offense, but in self-enhancement, making the user less susceptible to harm, dulling pain, and increasing speed. Chapter 6, Awakening Insights. Seeking divine blessings, Uchiha Zhen allocated himself 3 days. Within this time frame, he aimed to master and adeptly utilize this jutsu. He adhered to a strict regimen, ensuring 3 to 4 hours of sleep daily. The remainder of his time was dedicated to missions or training, with any spare moments spent contemplating how to amass wealth on the battlefield to secure a comfortable retirement. As for the captives, the Uchiha clan showed no mercy, delivering kicks and insults, even after 3 days of travel, providing them only minimal water. They justified their actions with the rationale that without food, there would be no strength, and without strength, there would be no resistance. It remains unclear from where they derived such conclusions. Throughout their journey, despite encountering various minor frictions, they felt significantly safer compared to before. At the very least, Hinata would never brazenly confront Uchiha in front of him. Jinkuin, how did you awaken your Sharingan? Perhaps we could exchange insights. Uchiha Fugaku could scarcely tolerate Uchiha Zhen, who had kept his eyes shut for 3 days. If it weren't for the fact that he was still breathing. Achievement. Uchiha Zhen had successfully enhanced the lightning release ninjutsu, and upon opening his eyes, he heard Fugaku's words. No insights. Perhaps it was a matter of life and death. I recited a few phrases of Amitabha Buddha, and perhaps the Buddha manifested. Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha clan. Good teammates. The Buddha manifested? Nonsense. This was Hinata's inner voice. However, he chose not to dwell on this, redirecting his attention to the captives instead, eager to extract more intelligence from them. With the captain deceased, and as the highest combat power of the squad, as long as he had some merits, promotion to Jonin and assuming the role of the new captain would pose no problem. Thus, he deliberately conducted private interrogations of the battle attire during their break, and indeed, he managed to procure some intriguing intelligence. Perhaps Hinata was momentarily overwhelmed. In the face of Uchiha's Genjutsu, there were no secrets to be kept, and his actions displeased the Uchiha clan's ninjas greatly. The two clans, already at odds, found each other even more intolerable. Uchiha Zhen perceived Hinata's intentions. He had never been one to complicate matters for himself, nor did he wish to seek excuses for eliminating someone he wanted to dispose of. He sincerely explained to Uchiha Fugaku, "This Hinata is so desperate for achievements, coupled with the immense pressure of the battlefield, that he has lost his wits. Just ignore him. Uchiha Zhen pointed to his head deliberately. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha clan members cast sympathetic glances at Hinata. Nara Shikahiro covered his face, pretending not to recognize this teammate. In times of war, having a trustworthy companion is vital. But in reality, after the Jonin sacrifice, some sought wealth, some sought survival, and others sought glory. No one had any issues. The real problem lay in the differing needs of their era. Yet, this also served as a wake-up call for Uchiha Zhen. Lacking strength and support meant that merely surviving was a sin. People needed to look up to the powerful, treating them as pillars of strength. For instance, the Hokage, the legendary Sannin, and the esteemed Konoha White Fang. Had it been in the past, Uchiha Zhen might have remained aloof, but now his greatest desire was to enhance his strength, find a solid backing, and escape the village's constraints, allowing him to rest peacefully. Jinkuin, have you considered where you might serve upon returning to the village? Uchiha Fugaku inquired tentatively, wondering if he would join the guard or seek a position in the Umbu. Serve? Can't I just rest at home for a few years after returning? Uchiha Zhen retorted. He had no intention of working immediately upon his return. The spoils he had gathered on the battlefield would suffice for his sustenance for 3 to 5 years. The Second Great Ninja War would erupt again in a few years, and next time, he might not be so fortunate to have a glory-hungry teammate charge into battle. Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat taken aback, but quickly composed himself, smiling as he said, upon returning, there will be no shortage of tasks. Your desire for rest may be in vain. Uchiha Zhen fell silent, and after a moment, he quietly remarked, then I shall request a leave of absence. Citing a need for recuperation. The Uchiha members. The speaker may be unintentional, but the listener is attentive. Nara Shikahiro took this to heart. He knew that his family could rely on their intellect for a lifetime, and battlefield injuries came with compensation. Though meager, it was enough for one to live on. With so many ninjas in the village, the absence or presence of one would not matter. And what Uchiha needed were capable leaders like Lord Fugaku to guide their clan to glory. Uchiha Zhen, recognizing the necessity for protection before achieving strength, was not averse to flattering. Just then, he noticed the unmasked ambition of the other party, glancing at the fidgeting Hinata, who was eager to cause trouble. As Hinata interrogated the Rain Ninja, he observed that the binding ropes had loosened, poised for escape at any moment. Lord Fugaku, how are Hinata's contributions on the battlefield? Uchiha Zhen noticed the glint of malevolence flashing in the Rain Ninja's eyes. Since awakening his own, he had become quite sensitive to the emotions of others. Remarkable achievements. But our Uchiha clan is no slouch either. Speaking of Hinata, I heard that a squad of Hinata was completely annihilated by the enemy, with none surviving. It is indeed a great relief. Upon hearing this news, Nara Shikahiro, who had been silent, perked up, constantly signaling Uchiha Zhen with his eyes. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhen's gaze remained fixed on Hinata. Has the village identified who was responsible? The slaughter of an entire squad of elite ninjas from Konoha is no trifling matter. Strangely, there was no movement. It seemed the village intended to suppress this incident. Suddenly, bang. As expected, the Rain Ninja took advantage of Hinata's moment of complacency, using his hand as a blade to pierce through Hinata's abdomen. Die? The incident unfolded too abruptly for anyone to react. Shadow imitation technique. Nara Shikahiro restrained the attacking Rain Ninja, though it appeared to be a strenuous effort, as the Rain Ninja's hand, still embedded in Hinata's abdomen, twisted around. Sweat trickled down Nara Shikahiro's forehead, indicating he was exerting himself to the utmost. Yet, his gaze towards Uchiha Zhen was keen and penetrating. The sudden turn of events prompted Hinata to quickly assess the situation, struggling to turn his head towards Uchiha Zhen. The closest members of the Uchiha clan were the first to act, granting the Rain Ninja a swift end. At that moment, Nara Shikahiro collapsed to the ground, visibly weakened. Uchiha Zhen, Hinata cried out through clenched teeth. What should we do? This injury is grave. As Uchiha Zhen passed by Nara Shikahiro, he overheard his concern for his injured teammate. Caring for an injured comrade was commendable. However, Nara Shikahiro had deliberately manipulated the opponent's movements during the shadow imitation technique, causing the hand to turn at the wound, seemingly exposing his intestines. Now, witnessing Nara Shikahiro's feeble and powerless state, Uchiha Zhen almost believed it himself. Uchiha Zhen squinted his eyes and comforted. Do not blame yourself. You did your best. Leave it to me. Chapter 7. Your intestines are out. Allow me to put them back. Such a severe injury, in the eyes of the Uchiha clan, seemed beyond saving. The Rain Ninja had been eliminated. So one could say the Uchiha had avenged Hinata. A pair of hands patted Uchiha Zhen's shoulder from behind, offering consolation. Do not be too sorrowful. He shall be regarded as a martyr. Uchiha Fugaku's words provoked Hinata, who glared at Uchiha Zhen with a fierce expression. Who the hell wants to be a martyr? The war is not over, and I have yet to receive recognition from the Hokage. It is well known that martyrs are reserved for the dead. Uchiha Zhen paused, stepping closer to Hinata, leisurely donning a pair of gloves, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Quickly, he pulled out a section of intestine, waving it before Hinata's eyes. Your intestines have been extracted. I must help you put them back. All of Hinata's emotions morphed into hatred, glaring at him with his Byakugan activated, veins bulging with rage. Please, save me. The humiliation. Seeking assistance from Uchiha was an affront beyond measure. However, in the face of imminent peril, Hinata Hanabi could not afford to ponder the intricacies of the situation. The expressions of the Uchiha clan members around him gradually morphed into a peculiar intensity. In a remarkable turn of events, Hinata sought assistance from the Uchiha. To ascertain the authenticity of the situation, one by one, they activated their Sharingan. Am I mistaken? Or did Hinata truly appeal to us, the Uchiha? Did you not just activate your Sharingan? I am but a one-tomo. Why don't you use your two-tomo to check? Even Uchiha Fugaku could not escape the need to activate his Sharingan, questioning whether he had fallen victim to an illusion. Do not speak so distantly. I will undoubtedly save you, for we are comrades in adversity, Uchiha Zhen declared, as he deftly maneuvered to return Hanabi's intestines to his body. One hand pressing against his chest while the other summoned a soft green glow to touch the grievous wound. Hanabi, his gaze fixed on Zen's actions, dared not relax, fearing the possibility of further injury. As he sensed the wound gradually healing, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Crack! The rib was shattered by the lightning-infused chakra woven into Uchiha Zen's healing technique. Of course, this was a secret known only to the two of them. You did that on purpose, Uchiha Zhen. Hanabi's words sparked discontent among the Uchiha. To them, it seemed they had rescued Hinata, only to be unjustly accused. Such treachery was unforgivable. My apologies. I failed to notice your ribs were fractured. It appears this Rain Ninja was intent on perishing alongside you, showing no mercy. Uchiha Zen's face bore an expression of regret, while he continued to employ lightning chakra that wreaked havoc within Hanabi's body. Feigning concern, Nara Shikaku approached, asking, "Is there still hope?" The underlying implication of his words was whether they intended for Hanabi to survive. Uchiha Zhen cast a glance at him, the green chakra in his hand waning and dissipating as he sorrowfully replied, "My chakra is insufficient. Hanabi must return to Konoha for treatment at once. I can only stitch the wound for now." Though he claimed to lack proficiency in medical ninjutsu, in the eyes of the Uchiha clan, the severity of Hanabi's injuries rendered it a remarkable feat to preserve his life. Having another medical ninja on the battlefield would undoubtedly enhance their security. A prodigy with Sharingan who also possessed medical skills would surely be valued upon returning to the clan. Stitching with surgical thread was evidently out of the question. Uchiha Zhen plucked several strands of Hanabi's hair, threading them to stitch the wound, doing his utmost to prevent his intestines from spilling forth. In his heart, Hanabi harbored an intense hatred towards the Uchiha. "Lord Fugaku, please ensure my teammate is sent to Konoha for treatment. Otherwise, if he dies, we Uchiha will face slander." Just moments ago, Fugaku had worried about Zen's naivety, but now he appeared more adept at managing the clan's internal affairs. "Very well. We shall transport him to the nearest logistics unit for treatment, and I will clarify the situation." Fugaku had initially led the team to support the White Fang of Konoha on a covert mission, yet after a series of ambushes, only a handful of them remained. Now, he could do Zen a favor while simultaneously vexing the Hinata, and he was more than willing. Upon reaching a consensus, they quickly fashioned a makeshift stretcher, using Jinjutsu to compel a captive to carry Hanabi towards the nearest combat zone logistics area. Uchiha Zhen could hardly fathom that the Sharingan could be employed in such a manner, thus adding to his peculiar knowledge. By this time, Zhen had arrived at the rear of the Konoha base, where numerous injured individuals were assisting with tasks within their capacity. Zhen contemplated Hanabi's actions upon his return. If not for the potential trouble Hanabi might bring him, he would have relished the opportunity to send him to the afterlife. On the other hand, Hanabi found no joy in having survived. After being transported to the Konoha hospital, he underwent emergency treatment. Though the numerous shattered fragments of bone throughout his body were nearly impossible to mend, Had he not encountered a fellow Hinata clansman in the hospital, he might have seen his career cut short by Uchiha Zhen. During his time in the hospital, Hanabi channeled all his resentment into spreading rumors, accusing Uchiha Zhen of malevolence at every opportunity. Initially, people dismissed it as mere clan rivalry, but as the rumors proliferated, combined with the Uchiha guard's arrogant demeanor, the villagers gradually began to accept these tales as truth. Far away on the battlefield, Uchiha Zhen had become indistinguishable from a traitor in the eyes of the villagers. The most detestable aspect was that these foolish villagers even wished for Zhen's demise. The elders of the Hinata clan had entirely abandoned any doubts regarding the rumors of Uchiha Zhen's betrayal of Hanabi, believing he used his teammate as a shield. An elderly man, exceeding 60 years of age, disregarding objections, made his way to the Hokage building. Third Hokage, the Uchiha have gone too far. This young man has committed such heinous deeds. Who knows what he may become as he matures? Realizing the gravity of his words, the former clan leader halted abruptly. Old clan leader, these are mere rumors, the third Hokage replied, his expression darkening. That chapter of history was forbidden in Konoha. Even in private discussions, it was strictly off-limits, especially since he was but a child. Third Hokage, the Uchiha must provide our Hinata clan with an explanation regarding this matter. The third Hokage, not yet in the twilight of his years, exuded an aura of authority that required no words to convey his stance. The Hinata elder recognized his demeanor and immediately bowed respectfully, extinguishing his previous bravado, hoping the Hokage would act justly. I will ensure a satisfactory response in the next meeting. Once Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hizashi return, the new clan leader of the Hinata clan will have emerged. Regardless of the outcome, I will ensure they provide the old clan leader with an explanation. Chapter 8. A disastrous mission in the Konoha frontline camp. This was Uchiha Zhen's first encounter with Hatake Tsukumo in reality. The fleeting moments captured in the anime had painted him as an immensely powerful figure. And standing before him now, even amidst a smile, the pressure was palpable. Lord Tsukumo, the events transpired as follows. The Rain Ninja was slain on the spot, and I attempted to render aid, but the injuries were too severe, Uchiha Zhen recounted, while Uchiha Fugaku meticulously detailed the circumstances to Hatake Tsukumo. As a member of the Hokage's faction, the White Fang of Konoha received Fugaku's report with skepticism, unwilling to entangle themselves further with the Uchiha over this matter. Shifting the topic, he redirected the conversation towards Nara Shikaku. Since your captain has fallen and one of your teammates is gravely injured, I will reassign your squad. Observing Uchiha Zhen, Tsukumo noted his unsettling calmness and humility, reminiscent of someone he felt he had encountered before. Uchiha Zhen, you will join Uchiha Fugaku's team. Yes. Zhen replied with a bow, turning to regard Uchiha Fugaku. All right, you may rest for now. As for Nara Shikaku, you will need to wait for your new teammates. Just then, a rotund man and a blonde youth entered, brushing past Zhen and Fugaku. Judging by the emblems on their attire, they belonged to the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans. You have arrived just in time. This is Nara Shikaku, your new teammate. Nara Shikaku greeted them lazily. Akimichi Yasu, Yamanaka Kaido. They had always formed teams together, and perhaps they would mesh better than with their previous teammates. Tsukumo regarded Nara Shikaku with a knowing gaze. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans are at odds. He suspects the Uchiha of deliberately causing trouble. Regardless of the dynamics within the village, he hopes this discord does not extend to the battlefield. Uchiha Zhen possesses a broad-minded disposition and is a commendable comrade. Nara Shikahiza squinted, continuing, he is also a genius. We have been well taken care of during our journey, and his medical ninjutsu has proven invaluable. Unlike other high-ranking officials, the Konoha White Fang quickly discerned Shikahiza's working style. He wishes that geniuses are honed on the battlefield rather than coddled like canaries in a cage. Although his relationship with Uchiha Zhen is not particularly amicable, he still extols him extravagantly, his tone tinged with envy. A youthful Uchiha deserves such lavish praise, though it seems rather exaggerated. Yamashiro Kaido muttered under his breath, while another teammate wore a look of disdain. Kakashi Tsukumo, upon overhearing, did not ponder deeply, attributing it to the youthful competitive spirit. While he harbored his own plans regarding Uchiha Zhen. So it is, such a talent cannot be overlooked in my team. After returning to the Uchiha camp, Uchiha Zhen reclined on the tatami, contemplating whether the harm caused by his lightning release to the Hyuga would be discovered in Konoha. He estimated that he would not survive to see Konoha, for he would certainly not perish by his hand. Otherwise, the village would seek retribution, and it would spell disaster for him. The large number of Hyuga eliminated on the battlefield would undoubtedly draw the village's attention. And the third Hokage is not one to be trifled with. This Uchiha would certainly be a focal point of scrutiny, lacking a powerful ally and substantial strength. His immediate concern was to find a formidable figure to rely upon. In modern times, evidence is paramount, yet one can still be falsely accused. For a powerless ninja, should suspicion fall upon him, to appease the Hyuga's wrath, he could easily be sacrificed. To ensure his safety, he needed a robust ally, and then, in the final battle, he could garner some favor. Lost in thought, he suddenly detected subtle movements outside the tent. Who could it be? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shurikens were launched, and he sprang into a defensive stance, ready for combat. Clap, clap, clap. Applause accompanied the entrance of a figure. I apologize for disturbing your rest, Zenkuen, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, somewhat startled by the 3 shurikens' unusual angles, which even a jonin like him would find challenging to evade. He did not take Zen's vigilance to heart. Without such caution, he feared he would have become a mere skeleton on the battlefield. Lord Fugaku, what brings you here? Uchiha Zhen relaxed his guard, fingers twitching as he reclaimed the shurikens. Zen, there's no need for such formality. Just call me Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku treated Zen as an equal, for in the ninja world, strength speaks louder than age. In 3 days, there is an S-rank assassination mission, and Lord Tsukumo has specifically designated you to venture alone to the Land of Wind. An assassination mission? Alone? He believed he had not demonstrated sufficient prowess to undertake such a task. Uchiha Fugaku was puzzled, even somewhat disgruntled. Uchiha ninjas are not to be squandered. Do you know why such an important mission has been assigned to me? I do not know. I initially suggested sending another team along, but was declined by Kakashi Tsukumo. Uchiha Fugaku handed him the mission scroll and then produced another document, detailing the Uchiha clan's insights on the Sharingan. Thank you. Uchiha Zen maintained his composure, first opening the mission scroll, and upon reading its contents, he could not help but exclaim a few expletives. The target of the S-rank assassination mission was none other than Chiyo's son, and the information stated he was exceptionally skilled in puppet techniques, possessing strength at the elite jonin level, with no further details provided. Chiyo's son, the parent of Sasori of the Red Sand. Wasn't this task suited for the Konoha White Fang? Although they did not appear in the anime, who could die at the hands of Konoha's White Fang without being formidable? After reading, Uchiha Zen took a deep breath and asked, Lord Fugaku, have I offended Lord Tsukumo in any way? If so, please inform me. I shall willingly lie down in my coffin. 3 days later, as Uchiha Zen trudged against the wind and sand, he cursed and sent greetings to Kakashi Tsukumo's entire lineage, even including Kakashi. Spitting out mouthfuls of sand, a sand lizard scurried through the desert, its eyes gleaming blood-red with double tomo, vigilant as it continued its journey. Indeed, this sand lizard was Uchiha Zen, his most secure method of concealment. Previously, Uchiha Fugaku's insights on the Sharingan had proven highly beneficial. Transcending to the 3 tomo was merely an opportunity. Perhaps this mission would be the catalyst. However, in the vast desert, where could he locate the parents of Sasori? Clink. The sound of ninja tools colliding echoed nearby. He halted, concealing half of his body within the sands, gradually crawling closer, guided by the chakra fluctuations emanating from the skirmish. A projectile whizzed past him. How swift! Judging from the chakra levels, it appeared to be a mid-sized battle, and unexpectedly, there were members of the Uchiha clan involved, as well as chakra signatures from the families skilled in ninjutsu. Chapter 9. Sunagakure. The Konoha ninjas were completely restrained by those puppet masters, many succumbing to poison and losing their lives, with the survivors predominantly being elite jonin or elite shunin. Incompetent. After all this time, they cannot even locate the enemy's main body. During the clash, one Sunagakure ninja stood idly at a distance, making no moves. Uchiha Zen released a slight amount of his chakra, which was immediately sensed by the enemy, a dark wave of magnetic sand rushing toward him. Was it reinforcements? The Konoha ninja mused with a sense of relief. Uchiha Zen was enveloped by the opponent's overwhelming killing intent. That cold, emotionless gaze and indifference toward life sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, Uchiha Zen was not an arrogant Uchiha. He could bend and yield in the face of life. With a powerful leap, he dove into the sands and traveled several kilometers before halting. the sand lizard's head emerging as he ascertained safety. Spitting out the sand in his mouth and cursing under his breath as he began strategizing to complete the mission. As for the survival of the Konoha ninjas, he would sketch their images and report them to his superiors. While pondering how to infiltrate Sunagakure, a child exclaimed, "Daddy, look, a sand lizard." The child tugged at Uchiha Zen's tail, waving it before his father. "Daddy, it's really a sand lizard. Can I keep him?" The middle-aged man patted the child's head, chuckling. "Of course, but you must feed him ants yourself, haha." Uchiha Zen was tossed into the basket, entering Sunagakure without hindrance. This father and son were merely ordinary villagers, and their entry into the village faced no scrutiny, thus sparing Uchiha Zen from considerable trouble. However, joy for some turned to concern for others, as the next morning, the child named Rin brought a box of ants to his mouth, saying, "Open wide, time to eat." Uchiha Zen instinctively recoiled, while Rin thought the sand lizard was merely frightened, thus pouring the entire box of ants into the paper container where he resided. Retreating from the room, but leaving a small crack in the door to peek through, a swarm of ants relentlessly approached Uchiha Zhen, who at that moment wished to incinerate them with a fire technique. Equally troubled was Kakashi Hitaki, who had been trailing Uchiha Zhen since he exited the tent, eager to ascertain whether this so-called prodigy truly possessed the skills attributed to him. As for the S-rank assassination mission, there was no intention of allowing him to fulfill it. Human nature dictates certain urgent needs, and before he realized it, Uchiha Zhen had completely slipped from his sight. After rescuing the last remaining trio from Konoha, he had lingered in the vast desert for a full 2 days, the stark temperature fluctuations exacerbating the injuries of the already weakened ninja. "Are you certain you haven't seen Uchiha Zhen?" Kakashi pressed on, unwilling to concede that a living person could vanish into thin air in mere seconds. "Lord Kakashi, as a ninja of the Uchiha clan, if he were present, I would have certainly noticed. The chakra of an Uchiha is distinctive once awakened," one of the rescued Uchiha ninjas remarked, beginning to harbor doubts about the relationship between Uchiha Zhen and Kakashi. He had no recollection of Uchiha Zhen, his only memory being from a year prior. Kakashi took a deep breath and instructed, "Reinforcements will arrive early tomorrow. As long as you remain here, you will be safe." "Thank you, Lord Kakashi, for your rescue. We can wait for help on our own," the others replied. Kakashi surveyed the group. They bore only superficial wounds, save for one who had been poisoned, though it was not life-threatening. As long as Orochimaru arrived with his team the following day, they would face no danger. Without further farewells, he vanished into the night sky. The moon hung like a hook, and families were already sound asleep. Sunagakure was a land devoid of nightlife. By 9 o'clock, the streets were deserted of any stalls. Uchiha Zhen's stomach protested incessantly. For days, he had subsisted solely on the ants delivered daily by the child or the meager supplies of military rations. Although his basic survival needs could be met with adequate nutrition, witnessing others enjoy hearty meals at the table felt like a cruel punishment. Once, during an interrogation, one of his partners had been deprived of food for a full 24 hours while he savored spicy skewers nearby, leading to the other's eventual collapse. Physiological needs represent the most fundamental of human requirements. When these cannot be met, the instinct to survive can shatter even the most resolute of wills. Now Uchiha Zhen, enduring hunger, ventured into an establishment of ill repute, likely the only one still operating, seemingly unaffected by the ongoing war. A pot of sake and a plate of peanuts awaited him. Uchiha Zhen had adopted the guise of Konoha's White Fang, appearing disheveled, unsteady on his feet, and with dark circles beneath his eyes, unmistakably indicative of someone who frequented such establishments. This version of Konoha's White Fang, if not scrutinized closely, might even elude recognition by his own son. Uchiha Zhen harbored a slight desire for vengeance, wishing to drag others down with him. The proprietor, upon noticing Uchiha Zhen, promptly dispatched a striking beauty with drinks and offered the enticing prospect of intimate conversation. Although he had once been a medical examiner, he had also gone undercover with his team leader, albeit under duress, making it easy to glean information. Uchiha Zhen rhythmically tapped the table, gradually rendering the girl accompanying him inebriated. "Tell me," he commanded. The girl mechanically recounted the intelligence Uchiha Zhen sought, revealing the residential addresses of the upper echelons of Sunagakure, detailing who frequented the establishment, their preferred company, and what drinks they enjoyed with remarkable precision. It was no wonder that Jiraiya favored such places in the original narrative. They appeared frivolous, yet served as one of the most reliable sources of intelligence. Upon acquiring the desired information, Uchiha Zhen snapped his fingers, and the girl instantly regained her clarity, oblivious to the brief lapse in memory. All right, beautiful, let us conclude our discussion here. With that, Uchiha Zhen exited, donning the visage of Konoha's white fang, and made his way to the residence of Chiyo's son, guided by the girl's directions. Disguised as a drunken man, he approached their dwelling but was intercepted by hidden ANBU operatives lurking in the shadows, a cold kunai pressed against his neck. He immediately halted, feigning a slight sobriety. Collapsing onto the ground, nervously swallowing and stammering an apology, I must have taken a wrong turn. He then scrambled out of their line of sight. Uchiha Zhen deduced that Chiyo had dispatched ANBU ninjas to secure her son's home, and to complete his mission, he would need to either lure them out or divert the ANBU's attention. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, leading to a rather dubious plan. Chapter 10. The counterattack of Nara Shikaho. Since forming a team with Uchiha Zhen, Nara Shikaho had not experienced harmony, camaraderie, or prosperity among the three clans that constituted their noble lineage. The opportunities for plundering resources had diminished, and with two teammates who were merely skilled at combat, the safety factor had drastically decreased compared to teaming up with Uchiha and Hyuga. Just yesterday, they had completed a mission, and today, Yamanaka Shiro had brought forth another task. Were it Uchiha Zhen, he would undoubtedly find a way to delay it for several days. Although rapid growth could be achieved on the battlefield, as Uchiha Zhen had stated, it was a matter of survival of the fittest, otherwise, it was merely a race to the grave. Upon seeing the mission details, Nara Shikaho's face turned pale, hunting wild game for injured ninjas. This task appeared deceptively simple, yet it was far more perilous than confronting foes on the battlefield. Where would one find wild game? In the forest. The forest may seem tranquil, yet it is fraught with danger. One could unknowingly step on a detonating tag or be ambushed by enemy ninjas. He harbored no grand aspirations, merely desiring to live a stable and secure life. Nara Shikaho. Although we three clans are part of the noble lineage, some matters must be clarified. Akimichi Shurjin had shed his affable facade, replaced by a demeanor that was both sinister and volatile. You are not like us, the true ninja clans. Why waste words with him? How did Yamanaka Shiro meet his demise? Why are you still alive while he is not? Yamanaka Shiro seized Nara Shikaho by the throat. According to my intelligence, you have changed teammates multiple times, yet they either perish or are severely injured. Why are you the only one unscathed? Why? Because they are not only weak but also lack intelligence. Shurjin interjected, restraining Yamanaka Shiro's arm, urging him to maintain composure. Nara Shikaho was already frantically devising ways to ensure they encountered an unfortunate incident and remained here. The three clans of Hokage's lineage were supposed to coexist harmoniously. Yet there were always exceptions. His father, a member of the Nara clan, had been betrothed early on to the granddaughter of the clan elder. However, during a mission, his father fell for a foreign ninja and brought her back to the family. In front of all the clan members, his father rescinded the marriage to the elder's family and married the woman from another country. This incident humiliated the elder, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for his parents, leading to their ostracism within the clan. Even after his mother passed away, the animosity only intensified and was directed towards him. As for the two ninja clans allied with Nara, they too were influenced by public opinion and sought to suppress him. He felt out of place wherever he went. So you are the brother of Shiro. He often speaks of you. Nara Shikaho gasped, clutching his nearly asphyxiated throat. Seeing Yamanaka Shiro lower his guard, he deftly reached into his ninja tool pouch. In his final moments, he wished to see his family once more. Under those urgent circumstances, I could only bring back their belongings. Amidst the clouds and the mountains, although Narahara was vigilant, he never anticipated that Nara Shikamaru intended to leave them all behind. In the moment of reaching out, an explosive tag was affixed to his chest, and he forcefully threw his wrist onto Akita's body. Boom. Both were severely injured by the blast. Nara Shikamaru, relieved, placed the last remaining explosive tag on the ground, leaving the two atop it, standing at a distance that was neither too far nor too close, just enough to be affected by the explosion, creating an unexpected incident. Boom. Another deafening explosion echoed. At this moment, he could not ascertain if there were any patrolling ninjas from the Hyuga clan nearby. Although his injuries were not severe, neglecting to treat them promptly could lead to infection. Such commotion would likely attract Konoha's ninjas for assistance. Surprisingly, Half an hour passed without a single shadow appearing. He yearned immensely for Uchiha Zhen, whom he had manipulated into executing this perilous task. Achoo! At that moment, who dared to curse me? Uchiha Zhen rubbed his nose and continued to drink and chat in a lively establishment. For the past few days, he had been wandering around the Suna village's entertainment venues, casinos, and taverns, donning the visage of Konoha's White Fang. Regardless of whether he was gathering intelligence or indulging in gossip, he was well informed, and coupled with his lavish spending, it was easy for him to acquire the information he sought. Of course, his funds were not his own, but rather pilfered during the day while he transformed into a sand lizard, stealthily entering the homes of ninjas or villagers to rob them blind, leaving no grain or oil untouched. The theft of property quickly escalated to higher authorities, and the Suna village, already battered by Konoha, was on the brink of collapse. The Kazekage was overwhelmed in his office, lacking the time to address such trifles. After several instances, he delegated the matter to Chiyo's son, who, after thorough investigation, accurately pinpointed the target as Konoha's White Fang. Just as Hitaki Tsukumo infiltrated Suna village, he was immediately targeted. Before a fight could commence, several Umbu operatives fell swiftly, their throats slit. Hitaki Tsukumo's swordsmanship was astounding, his strength undeniable, making him a master of assassination. An extraordinary occurrence unfolded, just moments after resolving the situation. The alarm was sounded by the Suna ninjas. In his life, this was the first time Hitaki Tsukumo felt so passive while on a mission. At this juncture, he began to suspect whether Konoha's upper echelons had been compromised by spies. Chapter 11. The Birth of Kage Useless. A bunch of incompetents. How can you not handle such trivial matters? When will we ever stand a chance against Konoha? Chiyo, her diminutive stature comically bouncing as she pounded the Kazekage's desk. Kazekage-sama, please face the reality. Before us stands Orochimaru's wrath, and behind us is Konoha's White Fang commanding from the front lines. Do not sacrifice needlessly. The Kazekage shut his eyes. Weariness etched across his face. He had had enough of this role. The intervention of the Elder Council made him feel powerless. No one in a position of authority could remain composed while being restrained by a cadre of old geezers. As the village leader, he only wished to quell this war and minimize losses. Now, with Konoha's White Fang in the land of wind, it was disgraceful for the Kazekage to undermine his own spirit while bolstering another's. Enough, he interrupted Chiyo sharply. Konoha has altered their strategy, stealthily infiltrating the village. In just a few days, half the village's wealth has been pilfered. If this continues, it won't be long before the villagers, along with the ninjas, are reduced to begging in foreign lands. The one ravaging Suna's treasures was indeed Uchiha Zhen. Over the past few days, he not only masqueraded as Konoha's White Fang in various illicit venues, but also transformed into a sand lizard during the day, brazenly entering the homes of ninjas or villagers to loot them clean. Without money or food, chaos was only a matter of time. Even ninjas are human, and stripped of their basic needs, they would revert to ordinary beings. Big sister, the Kazekage makes a valid point, said Aizo, attempting to soothe the situation. But Chiyo remained unyielding, reprimanding him sternly. Silence. If the Kazekage is fatigued, then I shall handle this matter myself. Humph. The temperature differential between day and night in the land of wind was stark, and countless shadows flitted across rooftops under the night sky. The instigator, Uchiha Zhen, cloaked and standing atop the Kazekage's building, surveyed the disarray of Suna village with a chuckle. Heaven assists me. Whoosh. A fleeting shadow vanished into the darkness. Having just endured an attack, Hitaki Tsukumo, concealed in a brightly lit alley, finally exhaled after shaking off all pursuers, muttering, who could have leaked the movements of the operative? He suspected the Elder Council. Although he was not favored by them, it seemed improbable they would resort to such treachery. He also considered the third Hokage, pondering whether his own rising fame had incited jealousy and malice, yet that too felt unlikely. Even if such thoughts existed, they were premature. The grindstone had not yet been removed, and one would not strike before the task was complete. Ah, White Fang brother, why haven't you come in today? A strikingly alluring woman embraced Hitaki Tsukumo from behind, her demeanor intimate and her words flirtatious, startling him into casting her aside. How could this woman recognize him? This was a place only Jiraiya frequented, and he had never set foot here. Hitaki Tsukumo concealed one hand behind him, ready to draw his blade at a moment's notice, prepared for sacrifice if necessary. After a while, The woman before him posed and flirted. Yet no ninjas lay in ambush. In that moment, rather than unraveling the mystery of his revealed whereabouts, he preferred to first prove his innocence. Hatake Tsukumo stepped back, maintaining a safe distance from the woman before inquiring, "Miss, we are not acquainted, are we?" The woman giggled, leaning against the wall, her gaze seductive. "Just yesterday, you called me your little darling and showcased your finest sword techniques. Now you pretend not to know me?" Her words compelled Hatake Tsukumo to sift through his memories. Confirming he did not recognize her, her aura was entirely foreign. How could she be related to him? This woman was not a ninja, but a courtesan. Yet she mentioned sword techniques, which could only mean he had divulged such information. Did I truly do something? Hatake Tsukumo was engulfed in confusion, uncertain how such bizarre occurrences could transpire. After half the night had passed, Uchiha Zhen had thoroughly plundered the remaining treasures of the village. Not only did he steal valuables, but he also ensnared Chiyo's grandson, the young Sasori, with genjutsu, abducting him. Gazing at the slumbering Sasori, Uchiha Zhen found it hard to reconcile this with the S-rank rogue ninja who had once sacrificed everything for the sake of technology. The death of Sasori was indeed a tragedy. Uchiha Zhen sighed. He respected those with capabilities, yet that did not hinder his path, for in the end, everyone sought to survive. A piercing scream shattered the air as Chiyo glared intently at the trembling maid on the floor. She had merely stepped away for a moment, and the young master had vanished, along with the household's treasures. The Suna ninjas, upon learning that their elder's home had been infiltrated, felt a slight sense of balance restored. Yet their hatred for the thief intensified. If caught, they would wish to consume flesh and drink blood. At this moment, vigilance was paramount. Escaping had become exceedingly difficult, especially while carrying a child who could awaken at any moment. Having left no trace, exposing himself to lure out the target would be unwise. Help! Enemies are invading. The sharp cry compelled Uchiha Zhen to flee at top speed, inwardly pleading, "Please don't wake up, Sasori." However, after running for a while and realizing no ninjas pursued him, even if he encountered someone along the way, no one cast a glance in his direction, leaving him to ponder the fickleness of fortune. The visage of Konoha's white fang is indeed remarkably advantageous. However, for Hatake Tsukumo, fortune did not smile as warmly. He found himself besieged by nearly all the ninjas of Sannin. Had it not been for his extraordinary prowess, he surely would have perished on the spot. This marked the first time in history that he undertook such a humiliating assassination mission. Presently, Uchiha Shinsuke's fate remained unknown, and he felt a twinge of guilt towards the child, who was of Kakashi's age, while his own son remained in school. Regret was now a futile sentiment, as he needed to swiftly locate his target and complete the mission to escape this predicament. The shinobi of Sannin lacked the rigorous training of their Konoha counterparts. It was rumored that after being plundered, they began to fret over whether they would receive their due payment for what they believed was a completed task. This was no time to risk their lives. Summoning technique. A few ninja hounds appeared, teasing the beleaguered Hatake Tsukumo. "What predicament have you stumbled into, the illustrious Konoha White Fang, in such a disheveled state?" Tsukumo was momentarily at a loss for words. He could not fathom what had transpired. Ever since arriving in the Land of Wind, bizarre occurrences had plagued him. Yet he could not disclose that he was being pursued by a courtesan. Dividing into two groups, they sought Uchiha Shinsuke while instructing the hounds to engage with Hatake Tsukumo. As a shuriken grazed his neck, Tsukumo transformed into a flash of white light, dispatching his assailant, and then assumed the guise of a Sannin ninja. Upon exiting the alley, he was confronted by another Sannin ninja. "Hey, what are you doing here? Hurry, the young master of the Chiyo family has also been snatched away by that thief. He may be after a significant haul." Even the most composed Tsukumo felt an impulse to unleash a tirade. Was he merely a scapegoat? They were risking their lives, uncertain if they would even be compensated. He refrained from voicing his frustrations and casually inquired, "Indeed, what is the situation now?" Chapter 12, A Battle Ahead. "You wish to slack off?" If he were to discover who was misusing his visage for such misdeeds, he would ensure they experienced the true blade of the Hatake style. What could be done? Most likely, it was another ninja from a rival village. No ordinary thief could accomplish such a feat. Moreover, it involved elite jonin or higher, the likes of Konoha's White Fang and the legendary Sannin. The Sannin ninja's words nearly shattered Tsukumo's composure. Just a hint more, and this ninja's life would have been extinguished in that moment. With a thunderous crash, Tsukumo swiftly ended the life of the Sannin ninja. The Chiyo residence erupted in flames. The explosion resonated with a sense of home. Scorpion, a woman with ebony locks, turned to depart, only to be halted by a crimson-haired man beside her. Mother is here. Nothing will happen. I am not assured. I must return. In the shadows, Uchiha Shinsuke emerged, bearing an unknown child amidst the night. Do you think you can escape? The pair instinctively recoiled, warily observing the figure emerging from the darkness. Upon seeing the hostage in Shinsuke's grasp, the woman cried out, ready to fight. Scorpion, don't move. Uchiha Shinsuke pressed a kunai against Scorpion's neck. Scorpion's father maintained a calm demeanor, fixing a steely gaze upon him. You have been causing chaos among the Sunagakure ninjas. What is your objective? If it's wealth you seek, we can provide it. Just do not harm my child. Scorpion's mother realized that their adversary had solely been extracting money and had shown no intent to cause harm. If wealth could secure her child's safety, it would be an advantageous trade. Uchiha Shinsuke spoke unhurriedly, the kunai unwavering against Scorpion's throat. What I desire is merely your lives, hidden beneath the sands. Uchiha Shinsuke sensed the wrath emanating from Scorpion's parents. And what of that? I am not without my own desires. I wish to settle scores with Hatake Sakumo. Just as Scorpion awakened, Uchiha Shinsuke employed Genjutsu to lull him back to slumber. When his life was not in peril, Shinsuke embodied harmony, democracy, and prosperity. Yet, when his own safety was at stake, he would not hesitate to reap the life of an infant in swaddling. Suddenly, Uchiha Shinsuke felt a looming danger from behind, hastily discarding Scorpion to evade the threat. In that instant, a mother lost her composure, rushing to catch her child. An explosion resounded once more. Anata. A mother's life was extinguished. Uchiha Shinsuke transformed the clothing imbued with Scorpion's essence into the child's likeness, securing it with several explosive tags for good measure. Scorpion's father, his eyes ablaze with fury, glared at Uchiha Shinsuke, wishing to consume him whole. Who are you? Why adopt the guise of Konoha's white fang to commit such acts? Uchiha Shinsuke was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for his transformation to be unveiled. Realizing there was no need to feign further, he earnestly explained. I took on his appearance because it was he who commanded the order to eliminate you. As a ninja, I must fulfill my duties, lest I face death myself. You may hold him accountable for this. This statement left Scorpion's father bewildered. However, the sincerity in Shinsuke's demeanor suggested honesty. A ninja's path was not one of free will. My mission solely concerns you too. As for your son, he is merely a means of self-preservation. Besides, I too am a pitiful child. Dismantling his transformation, Uchiha Shinsuke returned to his original form. Scorpion's father stood frozen, then released a howl towards the heavens. Indeed, Konoha produced prodigies. At such a tender age, he had managed to manipulate the entire Sunagakure village. After his moment of madness, he resolutely inquired, how can you be certain I would sacrifice my life for Scorpion? Beneath the sands, Uchiha Shinsuke's true form frowned, cursing the cunningness of his adversary. Activating his Sharingan, he hypnotically asserted, you will. Consider your mother. How she yearns for her grandchild to inherit her legacy and bask in her presence. Even if I fail my mission, others will come. Gradually, Scorpion's father began to calm. I assure you, as long as you spare my life, I will not lay a finger on your son. Under Uchiha Shinsuke's influence, Scorpion's father slowly raised a kunai to his own throat. The next moment, boom, the shadow clone above Uchiha Shinsuke detonated. Concealed underground, Uchiha Shinsuke stifled his pain, not daring to utter a sound. Damn it! Such a formidable ninja has enlisted someone untrained to conduct an assassination. I do not know where you hide, but as long as you guarantee Scorpion's safety, I will comply with your request, though I cannot fathom why I trust you. I have a premonition that you will uphold your promise. As he watched the shadow clone explode, despair washed over him. The adversary had anticipated everything. With that, he slashed his own throat. He had long grown weary of the sacrifices wrought by war and was fed up with the toll of taking others' lives. Sensing the ebbing of life, Uchiha Shinsuke seemingly recognized this moment. A shadow clone observed the lifeless body on the ground, and from his experience, he discerned that the artery had been severed. There was no chance of survival. Slowly, he emerged from the ground, carrying Scorpion. You have fulfilled your promise. I too shall adhere to my obligations. Uchiha Shinsuke refrained from dispelling the genjutsu on Scorpion, placing him beside his father's lifeless form. As if sensing the absence of his parents, Scorpion's brow furrowed. Thank you. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo had revealed his whereabouts, carving a bloody path through the onslaught of Sunagakure ninjas. Tsukumo, Uchiha Shinsuke has departed. He has taken the granddaughter of Chiyo and has killed the third son and daughter-in-law. After the return of the Inuzuka, Tsukumo Hatake found himself in a state of disbelief. However, it did not take long for him to realize the truth. That little rascal, the one masquerading as him in the brothel, was none other than himself. How petty, holding grudges and ransacking others' belongings. Was this truly the conduct of a proud Uchiha? Withdraw. Pursue. Chiyo, accompanied by the Sand Ninja, was determined not to let Konoha's white fang escape. Yet, her heart-wrenching sobs compelled her to relent upon witnessing her son and his lifeless body on the ground. Scorpion, the father of Scorpion, upon seeing his mother, felt a glimmer of relief. Scorpion was safe, and a slight smile graced his lips. Konoha's white fang breathed his last, fulfilling Uchiha Shinsuke's desires by placing the blame squarely on Tsukumo Hatake. Konoha, I shall not rest until we are adversaries. At the border of the Land of Wind, Tsukumo Hatake finally caught up with Uchiha Shinsuke. Their gazes locked. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Shinsuke respectfully inquired, Lord Tsukumo, have you come to undertake a mission as well? Tsukumo Hatake's expression remained stern, unable to pinpoint any faults in Uchiha Shinsuke to admonish him. At that moment, he found himself wishing that Shinsuke were as arrogant as his fellow Uchihas. I have completed my mission, but injuries are inevitable, Shinsuke stated, his previously suppressed anger surging anew. Injured? He seemed as lively as ever. How could he possibly be wounded? How could there be such a lackluster Uchiha? You wish to rest in logistics? Chapter 13. Geniuses have their quirks. Upon arriving at Konoha's headquarters, Uchiha Shinsuke submitted his mission report. After returning to the tent, Uchiha Fugaku stood at his entrance. Fugaku? Shinsuke mused, outwardly agreeing to take a break, but wondering if Fugaku would retract his promise and return soon. Shinsuke, I never expected you to truly complete the mission. I heard you were injured, so I brought some family medicine for you. In truth, after Shinsuke's departure, Uchiha Fugaku had already sent word throughout the clan, clarifying all matters. Should anything happen to Shinsuke, the responsibility would undoubtedly fall on Tsukumo Hatake. If he survived, the clan would ensure this genius was nurtured back home. The clan is trying to be amiable. Shinsuke silently scoffed, thinking it might be too late. Once Fugaku returned, he would likely ascend to the position of clan leader. Shinsuke spoke plainly, without any hint of subtlety, as the position of Uchiha clan leader remained vacant. The elder had intentions for his son to succeed, but it was against the rules. Uchiha Fugaku was the rightful heir, yet he lacked support and achievements. Furthermore, most of the trusted subordinates he brought to the battlefield had perished, making his claim to the leadership position even more tenuous. Shinsuke, I can support you. Even rally more of the Uchiha behind you. Such words should not be taken lightly. How much sway could the Uchiha upper echelon truly exert over the clan leadership? Yet, a voice within Fugaku urged him to believe in Shinsuke. What do you need me to do? I can unconditionally provide you with training resources or achievements. Uchiha Shinsuke shook his head. I need you to ensure the safety of my parents within the Uchiha. For others, he could be as cold as ice. But the kindness shown to him by that couple was genuine. Moreover, the treatment within the Uchiha clan was not particularly favorable, and he had no desire to continue the mission, thus he must rely on the clan. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. Is that all? You are a benefactor to the Uchiha. Your parents should naturally receive good treatment. Fugaku, I wish to experience the Uchiha's Jinjutsu. Shinsuke recalled how, during his time with the Sand Ninja, his feeble Jinjutsu combined with hypnosis barely had any psychological influence. But what was the strongest trait of the Uchiha? Jinjutsu. One could not gaze into the Uchiha's eyes. Uchiha Fugaku was once again taken aback. Had the youth's thoughts become so erratic? I can provide you with some insights into Uchiha Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. Uchiha Shinsuke politely declined. After all, what belonged to others was still theirs, and he did not trust the clarity of those insights. Please. Uchiha Fugaku cast a minor Jinjutsu upon Shinsuke, inflicting minimal harm. Merely a simulation of the usual chaos of battle. Shinsuke, be cautious. In an instant, Shinsuke was thrust into an illusion, surrounded by 10 adversaries, some slicing his thighs, others slitting his throat, while the most despicable among them seized his ninja tools. The sensation resembled that of a legendary advanced hypnosis. It was said that advanced hypnotists could subtly induce hypnosis, compelling the hypnotized to commit unlawful acts against their will. Although he possessed a rudimentary understanding, compared to a true master of hypnosis, he was but a novice. However, to break free from the Jinjutsu required unwavering will. Now, the backlash. In an instant, the scene before Uchiha Fugaku transformed. The once pinned Shinsuke was now in control. How formidable! Would Jinjutsu falter beneath the power of the Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku was drenched in cold sweat. If this were an enemy. Suddenly, the surroundings reverted to their original state, and Shinsuke's eyes shifted from 2 tomo to 3. Uchiha Fugaku could no longer maintain his composure, feeling a twinge of jealousy. A 7-year-old with 3 tomo. This was a prodigy. Perhaps he could achieve the greatness of that former figure. Thank you, clan leader Fugaku. Once again, I congratulate you in advance. I may need to return to Konoha ahead of schedule. Uchiha Shinsuke wore a smile that sent a chill down Fugaku's spine. As he assessed Shinsuke, he noted there were no visible injuries. Did he have some ulterior motive? Uchiha Shinsuke. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the tent, belonging to Nara Shikahisa. Shinsuke, do not speak recklessly. The position of clan leader should belong to the capable. Though he spoke these words, Uchiha Fugaku was elated, opting not to disturb Shinsuke's rest. Observing Fugaku's departure, Nara Shikahisa limped in, appearing as if bound like a mummy, prompting Uchiha Shinsuke to grimace at his appearance. Is this how you present yourself? Help me treat my wounds. Some have already become infected. Nara Shikahisa, understanding the protocols, tossed him a scroll. Uchiha Shinsuke furrowed his brow, naturally stowing the scroll in his ninja pouch. Injuries from explosions? Where are your teammates? They died. Nara Shikahisa's team was likely from the Inuzuka clan. They perished? Indeed. None of his former Inuzuka teammates had survived. With this realization, Uchiha Shinsuke's gaze shifted, indicating he was a person with a story. In truth, this works in your favor, as you can return to Konoha without the need to toil on the front lines. Konoha will arrange for your treatment. It would be a loss to be here with me. I will certainly return, but I shall never allow Konoha to treat me. I do not trust them. Nara Shikahisa began unwrapping the bandages that clung to his body. The extent of the explosion injuries was considerable, some already infected, though there was no danger to life. This injury requires careful attention. Nara Shikahisa showed no reluctance towards Uchiha's scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly, Uchiha Shinsuke confronted Nara Shikahisa, his pupils slightly tilting to the left. In an instant, Nara Shikahisa comprehended the meaning behind that look, and they fell silent. Half an hour later, the majority of the explosion wounds had nearly healed, though several patches of skin still appeared ghastly. Once Nara Shikahisa removed the outer layer, intact skin would be revealed, causing Shinsuke to slightly smile. Uchiha Zhen shook his head and handed him a bottle of medicinal ointment sent by Uchiha Fugaku, admonishing, "My chakra is insufficient. I can assist you only to this extent. Take this. It may prove useful." "Thank you," Nara Shikaru replied as he re-wrapped his bandages, limping away from the tent, his silhouette fading into the distance. "Who is there?" Uchiha Zhen swiftly hurled several kunai. In an instant, a small white snake had already vacated his tent upon his detection. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who was engaged in conversation with Hatake Tsukumo about Uchiha Zhen, froze for a moment when the small white snake returned to his hand, then revealed an ominous grin. "Tsukumo, this little creature is rather intriguing." The mention of Uchiha Zhen filled him with a sense of frustration he did not know where to direct. His pristine reputation had been utterly tarnished. This boy was cunning, unlike the Uchiha, slippery as an eel, evading grasp while also being somewhat disobedient. A genius, indeed. They often possess peculiarities. Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips. The pallor of his handsome face bore an unsettling expression. Peculiarities. Tama transforming into his form to visit a brothel? Fortunately, it's in Sunagakure and not in Konoha. I must pay him a visit to observe this Uchiha prodigy who, at merely 7 years of age, has dispatched 2 elite jonin. Chapter 14. Resonance Among Kindred Spirits. Let us not dwell on him for now. The deaths of 2 members of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio are rather suspicious. Hatake Tsukumo hastily shifted the subject, reluctant to further discuss Uchiha Zhen, as he still remained unsure how to convey the message to the village. Could he really write that Uchiha Zhen had transformed into his likeness to visit a brothel, abducting children, and completing a high-difficulty S-class mission? If the village did not believe him and discovered that Uchiha Zhen had executed other deeds while impersonating him, would he still retain his dignity? If Kakashi were to find out, how could he maintain his authority as a father? Nara Shikaharu was indeed problematic. Orochimaru had certainly noticed the oddity surrounding the deaths of the two Ino, Shika, Cho members. The bodies had been obliterated. The explosive tags could not have caused such devastation. Moreover, they were merely chunin. Death on the battlefield was far too commonplace. Orochimaru drummed his fingers on the table, indifferent to whether Nara Shikaharu was in trouble. His primary concern was Uchiha Zhen. Reports indicated that all of his Ino, Shika, Cho teammates had perished. Hatake Tsukumo finally recognized the issue, but was unsure if he was overthinking it. Uchiha Zhen was also his teammate, and he was thriving. It was unthinkable that he would betray his comrades. He was not a true member of the Nara clan. Perhaps his intellect was somewhat lacking. Orochimaru casually turned the page. After a moment of contemplation, Hatake Tsukumo found some merit in this line of thought. Being in the same team as Uchiha Zhen, who was as slippery as an eel, coupled with his guaranteed strength, made the situation more convoluted. In contrast, with the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, if Nara Shikaharu's intellect was inadequate, it was not impossible. Having come to this conclusion, he returned to the original dilemma: how to report Uchiha Zhen's slaying of two elite jonin to the village. Finally, he looked to Orochimaru for assistance. He maintained a decent rapport with the three of them, especially with Orochimaru, who was a favored disciple of the third Hokage. Orochimaru, I wish to request a favor. Consider it a debt I owe you. Orochimaru appeared momentarily taken aback. Hatake Tsukumo was among the elite of the three legendary ninjas. That he would seek his assistance and incur a personal debt was quite extraordinary. It is known that such debts are the hardest to repay, especially for individuals of such stature who seldom owe favors. Instantly, Orochimaru detached himself from his interest in Uchiha Zhen. Oh, do share what predicament has befallen Konoha White Fang. Hatake Tsukumo's expression turned peculiar as he took a deep breath, closing his eyes while recounting the events in Sunagakure to Orochimaru in one breath. Orochimaru, how do I report this incident to the village? I have a family. Orochimaru was astonished, opening his mouth and bursting into laughter. Just moments ago, he had contemplated numerous methods by which Uchiha Zhen could have dispatched the two elite jonin: assassination, ninjutsu, strategy, yet he never anticipated that he would resort to such a sordid approach. While ninjas need not confront each other like samurai, to venture into another village, indulging in vice and murder while seizing others, all the while exonerating oneself, was unprecedented. At that moment, he could not help but feel sympathy for Hatake Tsukumo. He was undoubtedly burdened with this mess. Hatake Tsukumo, maintaining a stern countenance, said gravely, Orochimaru, I am genuinely requesting your help. Orochimaru rarely laughed in such a manner unless he could not contain himself. If you report truthfully, I can ensure that the third Hokage does not disclose the details to anyone, but you will undoubtedly bear the consequences of the Sunagakure incident. With Orochimaru's assurance, Tsukumo felt considerably relieved. If those advisors learned of it, the entire ninja village would be aware. As for bearing the blame, that was no issue. How many lives did he have on his conscience already? Having rested for 4 hours, Uchiha Zhen rose before dawn to practice. While he did not expect to possess any extraordinary abilities, he was determined not to lack the means to survive in this world. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he continued his training, performing high knee lifts and frog jumps to enhance his physical conditioning. Orochimaru, hidden in the shadows, observed for an extended period, utterly perplexed by the nature of his training. Was this truly the method of a genius? Such a diligent young man. Uchiha Zhen turned around, startled to find Orochimaru silently materialized behind him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. If he intended to kill him, then, Orochimaru-sama. Uchiha Zhen dared not act rashly in the presence of this individual. He felt emboldened to deceive Hatake Tsukumo because he knew the man was honorable and would not harm him. However, Orochimaru was different. The chill emanating from him was bone-deep and spine-chilling. In addition to the respect he displayed, Uchiha Zhen felt a genuine reverence for Orochimaru. While others pursued power, he alone was engrossed in research, living for his dreams. Once, he too was like that, solely wishing to fulfill his aspirations in his domain. Ah, little one, it seems you are acquainted with me. Orochimaru licked his lips. Few dared to gaze at him so directly. There was no fear in his eyes, and he even detected a hint of kinship. I am not acquainted, but I have heard of Orochimaru-sama's illustrious reputation. I hold great respect for you. Despite Uchiha Zhen's outward calm, He was internally ensnared by the cold aura surrounding Orochimaru, his body slipping from his control. To put it plainly, he was terrified, on the verge of losing control of his bodily functions. Orochimaru chuckled at Uchiha Zhen's words. Most who respected him did so out of fear. This young boy's admiration stemmed from an authentic place. He felt a strange sense of kinship. It was you who eradicated the entire Hyuga team, wasn't he it? His raspy, magnetic voice, tinged with amusement, sent shivers down Uchiha Zhen's spine. Where had he erred? Aside from an untreated branch at the scene, there could be no evidence pointing to him. Where had the mistake occurred? Currently, Orochimaru still belonged to the revered trio of Konoha. Would he strike him down or hand him over to Konoha for interrogation? Orochimaru-sama is truly jesting. I possess no such capability, let alone that my teammate is from the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Zhen endeavored to maintain his composure, even attempting to self-soothe his heartbeat as he spoke, striving for any sign of abnormality. His words were so candid that Orochimaru found himself in a moment of self-doubt. Had he truly miscalculated? Surely, it was a jest. At such a tender age, achieving the assassination of 2 elite jonin would soon elevate him to the status of a hero in Konoha. Orochimaru scrutinized Uchiha Zen's reaction. Observing the youth cast his gaze downward, devoid of emotion. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly as he assessed Uchiha Zen. Did Zen not aspire to be a hero of Konoha? The 3 tomo in Zen's Sharingan began to rotate slowly as he raised his gaze to meet Orochimaru's. Those who have faced despair on the battlefield cherish life more profoundly. Rather than seek heroism, I yearn to explore the essence of existence. Chapter 15. The suppression of the 3rd Hokage. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted. Could it be that someone so young possessed such depth of character? Like himself, he was filled with a thirst for the truths of the world. Truly, an extraordinary Uchiha. Zen, let me witness whether your current prowess aligns with your mindset, he declared, drawing a kunai to press against Uchiha Zen's neck. Thank you for your kind words, Orochimaru-sama. Before you, my meager skills are akin to those of an ant. It was not that he was unwilling to learn from Orochimaru through battle. Rather, he was incapacitated, unable to gather himself. Recognizing this, Orochimaru decided not to press further. It seems we share a fate, Zen. Life is fragile. If one day, Orochimaru-sama, have you ever contemplated immortality? Uchiha Zen interjected, keen to bolster his leverage while subtly planting psychological suggestions in Orochimaru's mind, all the while speaking with utmost seriousness. I once read a foreign myth. Through the pursuit of immortality, one can transcend the limitations of the human body. Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Zen thoughtfully. I shall present it to you on an occasion, for I too feel an affinity with you, Orochimaru-sama. That night, the inhabitants of Konoha were consumed by their own thoughts. Uchiha Fugaku, in particular, spent a sleepless night, his eyes bloodshot from worry. He struggled to fathom why he should trust Uchiha Zen's words. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child, no matter how gifted. Fugaku-sama, trouble is brewing. Just then, his confidant, Uchiha Ryuka, burst into the room. What is it? News has spread throughout the village that Uchiha Zen has betrayed his comrades. We fear. Uchiha Ryuka did not finish, handing a confidential letter to Fugaku. How dare the Hyuga besmirch the name of our genius Uchiha? At dawn, everyone would learn that Uchiha Zen had accomplished a clandestine S-rank assassination mission and was a hero on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage sat in silence, perusing 2 battle reports from the front lines, one from Orochimaru and the other from Kakashi Hatake. The young 3rd Hokage, still possessing some resolve, refrained from convening the Elder Council to discuss the veracity of Kakashi's intelligence. Has another genius Uchiha emerged? On the streets, villagers pointed and gossiped about the Uchiha clan. The proud Uchiha could hardly withstand such treatment. The leader of the guard squad seized the opportunity to apprehend those who dared speak ill. As Uchiha Zen's mother, Uchiha Reina, made her way back from work, she endured countless disdainful glances and even had stones hurled at her. Zen would never do such a thing. Returning to their clan, the family situation worsened. The previously meager compensation had ceased to arrive after the incident gained traction. There was no certainty regarding the resources available for the children on the battlefield. Most distressingly, their child had been thrust into combat without ever attending the ninja academy. Uchiha Huai gazed at his own disabled body and shook his head in resignation, offering comfort to his wife. How difficult it must be for Zen to survive on the battlefield. What we have endured pales in comparison. Within the crystal ball, The third Hokage observed the village's rumors and chose not to clarify, instead suppressing the reports of Uchiha Zen's achievements from the front lines, keeping them from public knowledge. This decision only deepened the rift between the Uchiha and the village. The third Hokage found joy in the suppression of the Uchiha clan. If questioned, he would attribute the blame to Orochimaru and Kakashi, stating they requested confidentiality. As for Uchiha Zen, his treatment within the clan seemed less than favorable. Should he extend a helping hand, he could mold Zen into a loyal Uchiha akin to Uchiha Kagami. If not, Konoha had no shortage of geniuses. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku hurried through the grove to find Uchiha Zen leaning quietly against a tree. "Zen, I bear news that is quite unfavorable for you. Hinata Haru has returned to the village and is spreading rumors about you." Still reeling from Orochimaru's cold demeanor, Zen remained unresponsive. After Orochimaru's departure, he trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed with excitement. This is what it means to be strong. The battle factor ingrained in Uchiha DNA clamored within him. I must grow stronger. Only through strength can I act as I please. At present, he felt far too weak. Uchiha Zen opened his eyes, the three tomo of his Sharingan fixating on Uchiha Fugaku. "Zen, it is of no concern. Let them speak as they will." However, regarding Hinata Haru, Uchiha Zen had already begun to view him as a mere experimental subject. How dare he conspire behind my back? It seemed he was indeed courting danger. One could only wonder how the Hyuga would deal with a traitor from the clan. The situation had begun to affect the bond between the Uchiha and the village. As Uchiha Fugaku gazed into Zen's eyes, a chill ran down his spine, akin to facing one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru himself. Uchiha Zen licked his lips and addressed Uchiha Fugaku, future clan leader. "When will Lord Kakashi arrange for my return to the village?" There are no such plans." Uchiha Fugaku replied, perplexed, unable to comprehend the child's thought process, assuming it was a mere fallback. "No plans." Uchiha Zen frowned. Kakashi would not be so careless as to make promises he cannot keep. Nevertheless, Kakashi Hitaki's penchant for mischief had led to this arrangement. To repay Orochimaru's favor, he could only allow Uchiha Zen to remain on the battlefield. After all, he had sustained no injuries. Those capable must bear the burden. "Orochimaru-kun, I have agreed to your request. I will arrange for Uchiha Zen to remain here, awaiting the final battle with the Sand Ninja in 3 days." When Kakashi Hitaki found Uchiha Zen, he was assisting in the Konoha logistics department, changing dressings for patients. The nurses and injured soldiers were quite fond of Uchiha Zen, not only for his good looks, but also for his healing techniques that provided substantial relief. In a mere half-day, Uchiha Zen had endeared himself to the logistics team, becoming their cherished support. "Lord Kakashi, what brings you here?" a nurse exclaimed in surprise. With the war looming, why was he so leisurely? "I seek Uchiha Zen." The nurse, realizing he was looking for their beloved support, called out, "Zen-kun, Lord Kakashi is here for you." Uchiha Zen removed his gloves and, upon seeing Kakashi, surmised that his hopes of returning to the village were slim. He had learned that this morning, Nara Shikaku and their group of injured soldiers were already en route back to the village, expected to arrive by nightfall. Yet, he remained foolishly optimistic about returning to the village to rest. Confronted by Uchiha Zhen's composure, one couldn't help but feel a tinge of guilt. Clearing his throat, he beckoned, "Follow me, and let me witness the extent of your abilities." Chapter 16. The birth of the ultimate taijutsu of Konoha. Kakashi Sakumo led Uchiha Zhen to an open space, drawing forth his renowned blade, the White Fang. "Uchiha Zhen, allow me to observe the prowess of a genius who has never attended the ninja academy yet has survived the battlefield. Your comrades hold you in high regard." The chilling aura emanating from the locked blade was palpable, while Uchiha Zhen remained expressionless, his mind racing with realizations. It became evident that Nara Satoshi and that girl had plotted against him. After all, a pre-battle genius was invaluable, especially one from the Uchiha clan. As Sakumo unsheathed his famed weapon, he declared, "My apologies, Lord Sakumo." In an instant, Uchiha Zhen vanished, reappearing behind the White Fang, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly. Engaging in combat with a formidable opponent to enhance one's practical experience without the risk of life was a sound strategy. The reason he refrained from learning from someone like Orochimaru was the fear of inadvertently losing his life at the hands of such a powerful foe. It was common knowledge among the Konoha shinobi that Orochimaru coveted the Sharingan. "I never anticipated your mastery of the body flicker technique," Sakumo remarked, astonished. A flash of cold light erupted. Boom. Uchiha Zhen transformed into a cloud of smoke. It was merely a clone. As Tsukumo was taken aback, the air filled with Uchiha Zhen's sinister voice, fire release, great fireball technique, in a series of 8 consecutive blasts. 8 Uchiha Zhens, centered around Tsukumo, unleashed their ninjutsu simultaneously. Due to insufficient chakra, the fireballs lacked potency, but the true threat lay in the ninjutsu released by the original beneath the ground. Konoha's ultimate taijutsu. The 1,000 years of pain. As Tsukumo landed, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back. Boom. The clone dissipated. Tsukumo, who had been conversing with Orochimaru not far away, suddenly changed his expression. What? This brat has shattered my clone. It seems our conversation cannot continue. Orochimaru, keenly aware that Tsukumo's reaction was not merely due to a junior breaking his clone, followed closely behind. Lord Tsukumo, what you witnessed was a technique I devised during the war. You were the first to see it. I wonder if you have any insights to share. Insights? Perhaps a blade to your throat would suffice. Had Uchiha Zhen not spoken with utmost seriousness, Tsukumo might have suspected him to be an enemy sent to provoke him. Oh, a self-created jutsu? Orochimaru gazed at Uchiha Zhen with growing interest. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you, Zhen. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsukumo's expression grew even more disconcerted. If you are so free, why don't you demonstrate it yourself? How does it feel? Allow me to thrust a kunai into your rear and see how that feels. Regardless of whether it's a shadow clone, the sensation is undeniably real. Noticing Tsukumo's subtle expressions, Uchiha Zhen misinterpreted them as admiration for his invincible jutsu. Igniting a fervent gaze from Tsukumo. Kid, you are impressive. Let me see how long your taijutsu can withstand my blade. Tsukumo scrutinized this child, who was merely 2 years older than his own son Kakashi, pondering what abilities allowed him to survive on the battlefield. Amidst the clash of blades, Uchiha Zhen felt the oppressive presence of a strong warrior, yet the fighting instinct within him prevented him from capitulating in a desperate attempt to survive. Truly, Tsukumo, known as Konoha's White Fang, was formidable. For 3 minutes, Uchiha Zhen withstood Tsukumo's onslaught, primarily suffering only from fatigue without sustaining any injuries. Tsukumo marveled at Uchiha Zhen's prowess, which had evidently surpassed that of an average chunin. Cautious, ruthless, and unscrupulous, Orochimaru shifted his focus to matters beyond the battle. The traces left behind by Uchiha Zhen during their skirmish were unmistakable. As the two engaged in combat, Uchiha Zhen simultaneously cleaned up the remnants of his presence. When they paused, not a single hair was left at the scene, and only the traces of the White Fang remained on the battlefield. What an interesting little fellow. Initially a mere conjecture, Orochimaru now concluded that the Hinata squad and the Sand Ninja had all perished by his hand. Fortunately, in his previous life, Uchiha Zhen had trained in combat and wielded a blade, or else he would have undoubtedly exposed his hidden trump cards. Tsukumo found himself somewhat troubled. Uchiha Zhen's fighting instinct suggested he was suitable to inherit his legacy. He was even more fitting than Kakashi. During the battle, Uchiha Zhen emitted a familiar aura, reminiscent of Tsukumo's own. After sheathing his sword and turning to Orochimaru, he mused, "Yes, he does resemble you, Orochimaru." Though he couldn't pinpoint the similarity, it was an undeniable feeling. With the battlefield lacking personnel and no opportunity to retreat to the village for recuperation, Tsukumo decided, as compensation, to offer Uchiha Zhen half an hour of instruction each day before the war commenced. He temporarily abandoned the notion of taking on a disciple. Firstly, he was an Uchiha, and secondly, he did not wish to see his swordsmanship employed in the realm of taijutsu. "Thank you, Lord Tsukumo, for your guidance," Uchiha Zhen replied, his expression unchanging. "Quite splendid indeed." Orochimaru interjected. "What jutsu did you employ to break Tsukumo's clone?" Tsukumo, initially prepared to depart, halted abruptly. His face, now resembling a mask of death, became even more ghastly. "Orochimaru, we have much work to do." Uchiha Zhen was taken aback. Did Orochimaru wish to see the 1,000 years of pain? "It is a technique I comprehended on the battlefield, known as Konoha's ultimate taijutsu, the 1,000 years of pain." He proceeded to demonstrate by sketching the method in the dirt with his toe, then erased it with his foot. Tsukumo's countenance darkened ominously, while Orochimaru regarded him with a bizarre, playful expression, unabashedly scrutinizing him. After the two departed, a gentle breeze whisked away a few strands of silver hair from Uchiha Zhen's grasp. It appeared that chakra was the foremost issue to address. The Second Great Ninja War was nearing its conclusion, Yet the third was poised to commence after the new year. Within the dilapidated traditional structure, Nara Satoshi learned about the rumors surrounding Uchiha upon returning that same day. It was not so much a rumor as a shocking revelation that no one within the village had intervened. Moreover, Uchiha Zhen had just completed a mission to assassinate 2 elite jonin, emerging as a hero on the front lines. Logically, this should have spread throughout the village by now. Good day, is this the residence of Satoshi-kun? Uchiha Reina, having learned of her son's teammate's return, visited Nara Satoshi's home bearing gifts. Nara Satoshi furrowed his brow. Who could it be at this hour? His vigilance from the battlefield had not waned upon returning to Konoha. Who are you? I am Zhen's mother. Is this the residence of Satoshi-kun? Upon opening the door and seeing just one person, Nara Satoshi let out a sigh of relief. Yes, I am Nara Satoshi. Recognizing the items Uchiha's mother was carrying, he understood her intentions. Auntie, please have a seat. I've just returned from the battlefield, so there's no tea to offer you. Nara Satoshi placed a steaming cup of water before Uchiha Reina, observing her anxious demeanor as she hesitated to speak. Zhen-kun is alive and has successfully completed an S-rank mission. He is a hero. Chapter 17. How to repay this favor upon hearing that he was alive. The worries that had plagued Uchiha Reina for an entire year finally eased. It was a relief to know he was safe. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Nara Tamahara gazed at Uchiha Reina, feeling a stirring in the softest recesses of his heart. His mother had once possessed that same gentleness. Unsure of how to offer comfort, he said, Auntie, Zhen-kun is strong. He awakened his Sharingan, and he will return safely. Please do not worry. Uchiha Zhen would undoubtedly survive. After all, he had outsmarted the Hyuga and vanquished 2 elite jonin, in addition to scavenging explosive tags, military rations, medicinal potions, ninjutsu, and wealth on the battlefield. Even if the Hokage were to starve, Zhen would not perish. Thank you for looking after Zhen-kun. Uchiha Reina suddenly recalled that Nara Tamahara had returned to the village due to his injuries. Tamahara-kun, I work at the hospital. If it's inconvenient for you, I can come to treat you. Thank you, but my injuries were mostly treated by Zhen-kun before I returned. I just need some time to recuperate. Considering the precarious position of the Uchiha clan in the village, he anticipated they would not be treated kindly. Nara Tamahara retrieved 100,000 ryo and handed it to Uchiha Reina, initially hesitant, but then thinking of how he could later take advantage of Zhen upon his return. He had visited Sannin, and given his nature, he would certainly not return empty-handed. Auntie, I have heard about your family's situation. Please take this. No. I cannot accept this. Uchiha Reina was taken aback. Their clan's reputation in the village was poor, and it was even worse now. They had become a thorn in everyone's side. Tamahara was already grateful for the information regarding Zhen. Auntie, please accept it. When Zhen returns, I will have him repay me double. Although he struggled to console others, his unique background had taught him how to navigate social interactions, preventing him from becoming a target. Zhen was a hero on the battlefield and would undoubtedly be rewarded upon his return. With those words, Uchiha Reina ceased to refuse and accepted the 100,000 ryo, which would sustain her for 2 to 3 months if spent wisely. Zhen is truly fortunate to have a teammate like you. After Uchiha Reina departed, Nara Tamahara lay on the tatami mat, muttering to himself, Hinata, have you considered Uchiha Zhen's potential for vengeance? Indeed, a sharp mind is a rare gift. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Reina relayed her findings and informed them that Zhen had awakened his Sharingan. Our child is doing well. It was evident whose son he was. Today, he must treat me to a drink. Uchiha Huai had not experienced such joy since returning from the battlefield. However, in the fleeting moment when Uchiha Reina turned to the kitchen, his expression darkened, clouded with gloom, anger, and guilt. After the meal, he leaned on his cane and made his way to the family shrine, seemingly speaking to himself. Ancestors, Father, please bless Zhen with safety. Uchiha Huai knelt and bowed several times, then abruptly raised his head, his 3-tomo Sharingan fixated on the offerings, spinning wildly. The names of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna appeared at the top of the offerings. If the village could not accommodate him, he wished to become a powerful figure like his ancestors, one that the entire shinobi world would fear. War was imminent, with Konoha engaging in direct conflict with Sannin. Kill. Hatake Tsukumo and Orochimaru led the charge into the ranks of over 10,000 Sand shinobi, slaughtering dozens of them and instantly boosting morale. Hatake Tsukumo, I will fight alongside you. Granny Chio manipulated her puppets into battle alongside Tsukumo. Countless Konoha shinobi surged onto the battlefield, with Uchiha Zhen among the Uchiha ranks. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. As the Uchiha clan unleashed their fire techniques, Zhen immediately followed up with wind jutsu. In such chaotic battles, fire ninjutsu often risks harming allies as much as enemies. Yet Zhen was unconcerned about collateral damage, as long as the bloodthirsty foes kept their distance. Under the might of this combined ninjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku recognized a flaw and challenged Zhen. "Jinkuen, let us see who can claim more lives." With that, he plunged into the fray. "Uchiha Fugaku, you old fool." The surrounding Uchihas joined him in the melee. Zhen dared not slacken his resolve. It was the most perilous time, and he could not afford to lose his life here. He detested direct confrontation, yet he was motivated by the valuable possessions at stake. Including the bodies, no one would notice a few fewer corpses among so many. His father was disabled, and perhaps with some research, he could discover a way to restore him. With this thought, Uchiha Zhen executed the sword techniques he had honed from Hitaki Tsukumo to perfection. Compared to the lethal precision of Konoha's White Fang, his blade was more enigmatic, each swing claiming a life. This boy's swordsmanship is unpredictable. Tsukumo and Orochimaru noted Zhen's unusual behavior. The three-tomo Sharingan elevated Zhen's dynamic vision to its zenith. Whether striking a fatal blow or ensnaring an opponent in Jinjutsu, he maneuvered like Madara had during the Fourth Great Ninja War, placing explosive tags on enemies and launching them away. Every action Zhen took was meticulously calculated, and he had prepared for any eventuality on the battlefield the night before. "Uchiha Zhen, well done. Kill." The sight of Zhen continuously claiming enemy lives invigorated the spirits of his comrades. He was indeed the hero who had successfully assassinated 2 elite jonin. Granny Chiyo watched this scene, her face flushed with anger. Has Konoha produced another genius? Suddenly, the puppet that had ensnared Hitaki Tsukumo turned towards Uchiha Zhen. "Shameless. This is bad. You old crone." Surrounded by 4 or 5 shinobi, Zhen had no allies at hand and would have to endure the blow. Summoning technique. A serpent's tail emerged, obliterating the puppet that was inches away. Zhen was taken aback that Orochimaru chose to save him. He merely cast a glance before swiftly dispatching dozens with a series of body flickers. "Orochimaru. It is Lord Orochimaru's summoned beast. Long live Lord Orochimaru." "Retreat," Chiyo shouted furiously, and all the Sand shinobi began to withdraw. The Konoha shinobi were unwilling to let them escape and unleashed ninjutsu, hurling explosive tags, resulting in significant casualties among the retreating forces. At that moment, Uchiha Zhen stood drenched in blood, devoid of triumphant cheers or the joy of survival. He simply stood there, quietly gazing at Orochimaru. How could he repay this favor? Chapter 18. Lord Orochimaru, are you out for a stroll too? The moon hung like a hook in the sky, and the entire Konoha camp was ablaze with celebration for their victory that day. After assisting with the injured, Uchiha Zhen stealthily slipped out of the Konoha encampment under the cover of night and returned to the battlefield of the day. To avoid detection, he minimized his presence. First, he rummaged through the corpses, taking anything of value. Recalling the memories from the daytime battlefield, he seemed to have glimpsed members of the Hyuga clan and other families. He wondered if any of his clan's shinobi had been cleared away. However, the battlefield appeared to be untouched. Uchiha Zhen shook his head and decided to search through it, taking anything valuable and any useful corpses. When he came across a Sand shinobi's body, he sensed the presence of breathing nearby. Who could it be? Uchiha Zhen leapt 2 meters away from his original spot. "Lord Orochimaru, is that you?" A hoarse, yet magnetic voice carried an air of astonishment. Orochimaru had not anticipated encountering Uchiha Zhen while collecting some corpses, and it seemed he was also surprised. "What on earth? You, a distinguished Sannin, are wandering around a pile of dead bodies in the middle of the night." Uchiha Zhen's heart nearly skipped a beat from the shock. The two exchanged glances under the moonlight for a considerable time. To ease the awkward atmosphere and to prevent Orochimaru from suddenly lunging at him for his eyes, he spoke up. "Are you also out for a stroll under the moonlight? It seems you are the only one wandering around on a battlefield at this hour, Uchiha Zhen." Orochimaru's slitted pupils appeared especially chilling in the moonlight. He contemplated that since Uchiha Zhen had spotted him, leaving him alive would surely bring trouble. But killing him would be a waste. To kill or to keep alive. "Thank you for saving me today, Lord Orochimaru. How about we continue our moonlit stroll together?" Uchiha Zhen felt a chill run down his spine as he distinctly sensed Orochimaru's murderous intent. Under such circumstances, he needed to make a statement immediately. Oh. Orochimaru's interest piqued, finding this little fellow quite amusing. Clattering sounds echoed as several shuriken and kunai fell from Uchiha Zhen's body. Oh no, I overpacked, and my ninja tool pouch has a hole. Orochimaru must have assumed he was merely searching for some ninja tools. This Uchiha lad certainly has a flair for the leisurely. Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued by Uchiha Zhen. The Uchiha clan was known for their pride, and such actions as scavenging corpses would be beneath them. Yet, Uchiha Zhen had not only done so, but showed no shame. Rather, he bore an air of nonchalance. What caught Orochimaru's attention was that the bodies of several clan ninjas he had identified earlier were now missing, initially thinking they had been collected by the family. Upon seeing Uchiha Zhen, he concluded that this Uchiha had not only pilfered valuables, but had also taken several corpses. Lord Orochimaru, you too. Uchiha Zhen cautiously bent down to pick up the fallen ninja tools, skillfully removing the tool pouch from the corpse and attaching it to himself. Hand over the remains of the clan ninjas, Orochimaru demanded, having spotted the sealing scroll on Uchiha Zhen, confirming his suspicions. How bold to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. Uchiha Zhen's expression stiffened. It was clear that the experimental materials were no longer his to keep. Of course, this is all in honor of Lord Orochimaru. Before he could finish his sentence, another pouch on his leg also tore, causing several vials of Sand Shinobi's poison to roll at Orochimaru's feet. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru completely abandoned the idea of eliminating Uchiha Zhen. He even contemplated the notion of taking on an apprentice, especially since he practiced medical ninjutsu. However, the most troublesome aspect was that Uchiha Zhen belonged to the Uchiha clan, and the third Hokage would likely not let this slide easily. Suddenly, several kunai pierced the air between them, shattering the awkward silence. Both Orochimaru and Uchiha Zhen retreated simultaneously. It's a Hyuga. One person. Kid, your sensory abilities are quite impressive. Lord Orochimaru, we've been discovered. What should we do? Though the inquiry was phrased as a question, his attitude reflected a desire to keep the individual alive. Orochimaru smirked coldly. Was this not precisely what he had wished for? A single Hyuga emerging alone. Who could he blame? In an instant, as Orochimaru vanished from sight, the Hyuga who had approached the battlefield lost consciousness without uttering a sound. Truly, Orochimaru was formidable. Alive. After finishing the task at hand, Orochimaru's gaze shifted back to Uchiha Zhen. What kind of look is that? Doesn't he mean to include me as well, does he? Immediately, a shiver ran down Uchiha Zhen's spine. Run? No way. Absolutely not. Lord Orochimaru, shall we continue our stroll? Uchiha Zhen said without a hint of fear, causing Orochimaru to pause before bursting into laughter. Are you not afraid of ending up like him? We are different. He left the military camp without permission, while I am out here enjoying a moonlit stroll with Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Zhen understood that his only chance of survival lay in piquing Orochimaru's interest. It seemed that Orochimaru's research had not yet descended into madness, but judging by his collection of items, that phase had surely begun. With that, he reluctantly presented the sealing scroll containing the bodies he had scavenged. Lord Orochimaru, here are the items I found along the way. Orochimaru accepted the scroll, scrutinizing Uchiha Zhen closely. The stolen assets of the Sand Shinobi village. What assets? I know nothing of it. Uchiha Zhen felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, he could not allow his future means of support to slip away, nor the resources to honor his Uchiha parents, who lived modestly. He had remained on the battlefield, not fleeing, all in pursuit of wealth through the act of killing and scavenging. Orochimaru smirked. He had not demanded anything, but how could one be so greedy? Though I'm not unreasonable, I will grant you a few empty sealing scrolls. He casually tossed a few to Uchiha Zhen. Do not carry so much on your person. Uchiha Zhen, seeing this, accepted them without hesitation, cheerfully tossing all his collected items into the scrolls Orochimaru provided. The Uchiha clan was known for their striking looks, and Uchiha Zhen stood out particularly well. His smile, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared exceptionally cold. One could question the intelligence of the Uchiha, but their beauty was beyond reproach. As dawn broke, upon returning to the Konoha military camp, two fierce-looking Hyuga ninjas stormed in. Uchiha Zhen, come with us. Get lost. Upon seeing the Hyuga, Uchiha Zhen's expression soured, but he understood the reason behind their arrival. You're asking for trouble. One of the Hyuga was about to strike when the other intervened. Lord Shikamaru wants to see you. Chapter 19. I was strolling with Lord Orochimaru. Upon hearing Shikamaru's name, Uchiha Zhen knew he had to comply. Truth be told, he felt no fear at that moment. Compared to Shikamaru, he preferred the company of Orochimaru. Shikamaru was too upright, intolerant of flaws, and overly concerned with his reputation. Otherwise, he might have become Hokage. Orochimaru prioritized his ideals, wondering if reputation could be consumed. He felt the same. What was reputation? As long as one was strong enough, any rumors would crumble without a fight. Lord Shikamaru, may I ask what business you have with me? Uchiha Zhen initiated the dialogue, causing Shikamaru to momentarily pause. No one had ever dared to speak so boldly. Hinata's whereabouts are unknown, and you were absent from the camp last night. Oh, Kakashi frowned, feeling somewhat displeased with Uchiha Zhen's attitude. The disappearance of a fellow villager should not be met with such indifference. What does it have to do with me? My surname is Uchiha, and I don't associate with the Hyuga. Besides, the age gap is too significant. There is a generational divide. Uchiha Zhen scoffed at the present Hyuga, arrogantly stating, moreover, Hyuga Chunshur must be around 18 or 19. He is old enough to take care of himself. Why are you asking me about his disappearance? His haughty demeanor was quite typical of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, dangerously fixating on Uchiha Zhen, emanating an aura befitting a formidable warrior. Mind your attitude. Where were you last night? My lord Kakashi, this matter cannot possibly be related to Jinkun. Uchiha Fugaku interjected, arriving on the scene almost as if he had barged in. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku, Kakashi's gaze grew even more perilous, beginning to suspect a potential conspiracy from the Uchihas. While he held no biases, the frequent rumors could not help but weigh on his mind. I ask you again, where were you last night? Last night, the moon was beautiful, and I went for a stroll with Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Zhen casually mentioned, invoking Orochimaru's name. He was not wrong. He had indeed accompanied Orochimaru on the battlefield for a leisurely walk. What? Everyone, including Kakashi, was taken aback. What do you mean? You were out for a stroll with Orochimaru? Orochimaru, with you? Nobody would believe it. Yet, how could one fabricate such a tale about Orochimaru? Uchiha Zhen, how dare you boast? How could Orochimaru stroll with you? One of the Hyuga shouted, clearly questioning Orochimaru's idleness. In his urgency, he even omitted the respectful title of Lord. Kakashi's expression darkened significantly. It would not be wise to involve Orochimaru in this. Go fetch Orochimaru. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku had regained his composure and queried, Zhen, you were with Lord Orochimaru last night. Indeed, we were on a stroll. The way he said it seemed to imply something else entirely, as if he were insinuating a scandalous affair with Orochimaru. Yes, we were contemplating the nature of existence, Uchiha Zhen added, causing the atmosphere around them to thicken with tension. He did not intend it that way. Even Kakashi's expression shifted. Indeed, we were deeply engaged in philosophical discourse. Orochimaru then entered, and everyone made way for him. Lord Orochimaru, you were out strolling with Uchiha Zhen last night. Kakashi had never felt so troubled. He could scarcely imagine the scene of Orochimaru strolling with Uchiha Zhen. Such a display of familial affection was inconceivable. Indeed, Orochimaru remarked, casting a casual glance at Uchiha Zhen. He had just settled down to rest when he was summoned. I quite like this young lad. Perhaps he could join my team. The mere glance from Orochimaru frightened Uchiha Zhen, who quickly turned his face away, feigning indifference. After all, he was not the one responsible for the disappearance. However, the latter part of Orochimaru's statement astonished everyone. Gaining the favor of one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was no small feat, yet the issue remained. He was an Uchiha. Kakashi's brow furrowed. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Yes, I would be honored to learn from Lord Orochimaru. To Uchiha Fugaku, all he heard was, I like him. And I wish to learn from Orochimaru. Fugaku felt as if he had become a mere background character in black and white. While he was indeed thrilled at the prospect of aligning with a Sannin, the Uchihas were proud. How could they lower themselves? Moreover, Uchiha Zhen was still just a child. As Uchiha Zhen and Orochimaru shared a glance laden with unspoken threats, Fugaku perceived it as a profound gaze of affection. If only Zhen knew his thoughts. He would likely go to great lengths to gouge out his own eyes in retaliation. If your eyes are failing you, perhaps you should remove them. Had he not noticed he was already being targeted by the serpent? My lord Kakashi, the disappearance of Hyuga Chunshur must surely be connected to Uchiha Zhen. The Hyuga clan had begun to frantically assert their claims, completely disregarding Orochimaru's presence. "Are you questioning me?" Orochimaru's cold gaze fixed upon the speaker, instantly awakening a sense of dread in him. They could not afford to offend this man. "We dare not. We acted impulsively, Lord Orochimaru." In his eyes, they were no different from corpses. In truth, uncovering the reason behind Hyuga Chinchu's disappearance was not overly complex. Uchiha Zhen's words had barely left his lips when he sensed a threatening gaze directed at him. He continued, "Investigate his relationships, determine why he left, and ascertain if he had any enemies. The answers will reveal themselves." Uchiha's assertion was sound. The problem remained that aside from the Uchihas, who else could the Hyuga have enmity with? It seemed only fitting to entrust this matter to Uchiha Zhen. After all, the subsequent cleanup on the battlefield required no extraordinary talent. Orochimaru spoke, evidently eager to see how Uchiha Zhen would handle the situation. This was becoming increasingly to his liking. Investigating the missing ninja could yield accolades if done well, but failure would bring accountability. Uchiha Zhen frowned, glancing at Orochimaru. Instantly realizing this was a test for him, an opportunity for a free merit badge, contingent on his performance. "What is the reward for this task?" Kakashi retorted. "You demand a reward? Will you not do it without one?" Orochimaru replied, "The spoils from yesterday's endeavors would suffice for 3 years, even without a formal mission." Uchiha Fugaku added, "This constitutes a merit. As long as you complete it, I will provide payment." The Hyuga clan collectively sighed. "Very well. We shall classify it as a B-rank mission. I expect results by this time tomorrow." Kakashi felt an overwhelming urge to pry open Uchiha Zhen's head to see where his previous arrogance had vanished to now that the topic of remuneration had arisen. "Indeed. But I hope the Hyuga will cooperate." Kakashi cast a warning glance at the Hyuga. They had stirred this situation, and if they failed to cooperate, the disappearance would reflect their internal discord. Receiving Kakashi's gaze, the leader of the Hyuga, suppressing his anger, responded, "We shall cooperate." Chapter 20. Fabricating the scene of disappearance after Uchiha Zhen departed, he ostentatiously followed the Hyuga to Hyuga Chinchu's tent. "Uchiha Zhen, do not presume that." The Hyuga branch members suddenly stood frozen in place as Uchiha Zhen's 3-tomo Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Ever since he activated his Sharingan, he had noticed that his left eye's prowess seemed to be leaning towards Jinjutsu. As his chakra increased, the capabilities of his Sharingan were steadily enhancing. Uchiha Zhen donned gloves, took some of Hyuga Chinchu's kunai, and discreetly altered some of his inconspicuous belongings, shifting hair, fingerprints, and even rearranging some items. He felt as though he was a grasshopper tied to the same rope as Orochimaru. Orochimaru would never admit to this, and neither could he expose Orochimaru's involvement. To complete this task before dawn, there was only one solution. He needed to fabricate proof that Hyuga Chinchu had ventured out on his own and been captured. It seemed he would have to return to the unkempt battlefield tonight and procure some items from Hyuga Chinchu's belongings. As he passed by the Hyuga entrapped in Jinjutsu, Uchiha Zhen snapped his fingers. The restored Hyuga branch member was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. "Such powerful Jinjutsu." Dreaded Uchiha. "Jinkuin, what do you need us to do?" "We can assist." Having just departed from the Hinata clan, I intended to seek out Orochimaru to gauge his disposition when I unexpectedly encountered several Uchiha. The eldest among them, known as Uchiha Hakadai, seemed to have no significant ties to my family, and indeed, our relations could be described as antagonistic, as he often sought to provoke trouble and later offered gifts under the guise of compensation. However, Uchiha Zhen was aware that these gestures were merely a form of disguised assistance. It appeared that his task was to protect Uchiha Fugaku. Another clan member, Uchiha En, voiced his grievances. "The Hinata have embarrassed themselves. Why should we Uchiha be tasked with searching for them? How could we possibly find them in a single day? Who knows if they've been captured?" Uchiha Zhen remarked, "Young man, you're quite astute. They have indeed been captured. However, such sentiments could not be shared with them." Uchiha Zhen politely declined their goodwill, for matters of this nature must remain undisclosed to third parties. "Thank you, but I believe I understand the situation. The truth will be revealed by tomorrow morning." Observing Uchiha Zhen's departure, the Uchiha members furrowed their brows in confusion. What did he mean by that? Uchiha Hakadai speculated. Perhaps he wishes to avoid implicating the Uchiha. Individual responsibilities differ from familial duties. The disgruntled Uchiha members fell silent. In the dead of night, Uchiha Zhen arrived at Orochimaru's tent, skillfully evading the gaze of all present. "Come in." Orochimaru seemed to have anticipated his arrival. "You've come to see me." Have you found the person? Faced with Orochimaru's feigned ignorance, Uchiha Zhen rolled his eyes. Do you not have any inkling whether I found them? Clearing his throat, Uchiha Zhen began to fabricate a tale with utmost seriousness. Indeed, after a day of investigation, it appears that Hinata Chunshur left the military camp during the night and returned to an unclean battlefield. Oh, Orochimaru's pupils glinted with cold light. He had encountered the sand ninja while scavenging corpses and had been captured and killed, yet evidence was lacking regarding Hinata's fate at the hands of the sand ninja's counterattack. The two culprits exchanged glances. Does Lord Orochimaru have any insights? Orochimaru inhaled deeply, recognizing that Hinata Chunshur had been clearly arranged by Uchiha Zhen. However, he understood Uchiha Zen's intention. He needed to stage the scene, but Hinata Chunshur was essential for that. Evidence will emerge. I hear your medical ninjutsu is commendable. Mediocre at best. I focus more on the intricacies of the human body and am not particularly adept at medical ninjutsu. Uchiha Zhen pondered why Orochimaru had inquired about this. Yet he explained in detail, asserting that it was impossible for him to remain on the battlefield to handle reinforcements. He needed to return to Konoha to refine his insights from the past year. With the third great ninja war looming next year, who could guarantee his survival in the conflict? Human body? Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Aside from someone like Tsunade, who possessed profound knowledge of the human anatomy, others would not typically focus on this aspect. My father was injured on the battlefield, and I hope to restore his normal function. Uchiha Zhen used this rationale to deflect Orochimaru's curiosity, as revealing his intention to dissect a ninja to compare with an ordinary person was out of the question. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was not surprised. He had heard of the family's circumstances and was well aware of recent events. How would he handle matters upon returning? Intriguing. Orochimaru retrieved the sealing scroll for Hinata Chunshur, unsealing it to reveal a solitary figure lying quietly within. If your Sharingan can control him, I could lend him to you for a time. No need for such complications. Uchiha Zhen had already prepared items for the scene, extracting a puppet thread and poisoned Senbon from his supplies to pierce Hinata Chunshur, staining them with his blood. Subsequently, he utilized wind release to dry the fresh blood with one hand. His actions in Orochimaru's presence were precautionary to prevent any unexpected observers from witnessing this. Once everything was ready, Orochimaru spoke, I will accompany you to the battlefield. After all, we have already lost one member of the Hinata clan, and we cannot afford to lose another Uchiha. Uchiha Zhen was speechless. Who was responsible for this? Wasn't it merely a desire to observe how he would stage the scene? Why not just say so? Was the real Orochimaru so prideful? Under the cover of darkness, the time was ripe for action. Upon entering the battlefield, Uchiha Zhen first erased any traces of himself and Orochimaru. He then selected an appropriate location and created signs of a minor skirmish between the Sand Ninja and the Hinata. A kunai that had emerged from Hinata Chunshur's tent was embedded in a deceased body, while signs of a struggle were evident. He placed Senbon stained with Hinata Chunshur's blood and collected strands of hair in suitable locations. Observing Uchiha Zhen's meticulous work, Orochimaru was astonished to discover such methods could be employed. Initially, he had thought it would be a rudimentary arrangement, yet Uchiha Zhen had flawlessly calculated the distances and angles. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have believed Hinata Chunshur had indeed been felled by the Sand Ninja's counterattack. Truly a genius. As dawn broke, Uchiha Zhen declared, Lord Orochimaru, the evidence is irrefutable. Should we call for the Hinata to collect Hinata Chunshur's belongings? Chapter 21, The Truth Revealed. A pair of snake-like eyes glimmered, and Orochimaru could not help but praise. Well done, splendid. Due to the ninja's almost 007, like circadian rhythm, those who had just fallen asleep were irritable at being roused. Furthermore, Orochimaru had summoned everyone available in the Konoha military camp to witness the spectacle, including the logistics team. Uchiha Zhen winced at the sight of such a gathering. Orochimaru, you're incorrigible. You've put the poor fellow's body on display and now wish for him to be humiliated before all. Meanwhile, in the Sand Village, Chiyo and the Kazekage, upon receiving news that the Konoha forces were at the frontline battlefield, scrambled to convene an emergency meeting. Elder Chiyo, the Sand Village has been nearly depleted. Without the funeral expenses, we can no longer sustain combat. Do not jeopardize the entire village for personal vendettas, the Kazekage stated bluntly, though the situation left him no choice. The last battle had already cost over 1,000 ninjas, including more than 100 elite jounin. After distributing the compensation, the Sand Village's treasury was as bare as could be. Chiyo was aware of the dire state of the Sand Village. For the sake of the village, she understood the grudge against Konoha's White Fang. I understand, but Konoha has now reached the border. If they wish to breach, they could launch an assault on the Sand Village within half an hour. What are the front lines? Kazekage-sama, they have not advanced. They are instead encircling the battlefield. Are they perhaps praying for the fallen? The Sand's high-ranking officials could not comprehend Konoha's actions, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. It seems they are holding a meeting. The Kazekage exclaimed, "Are you jesting with me? Holding a meeting on the battlefield? Are Orochimaru and Konoha's White Fang out of their minds?" It was proven that they indeed were somewhat deranged. Hinata had grown impatient and taunted, showing little concern for Hinata Chinshiro's disappearance. Their primary goal was to provoke trouble for the Uchiha. Uchiha Zhen, if you cannot uncover the truth, then there is no need to drag everyone here to witness your performance. Could it be that the Hinata clan has hidden him away and is framing us, fearing exposure and resorting to desperate measures? Uchiha N, true to his name, ignited with fury, his words flowing like a rapid-fire Uchiha machine gun. "We are merely considering your dignity to avoid embarrassment," Hinata retorted with dissatisfaction. "The Uchiha's reputation is a gift from the heavens. What is it? Envy? Jealousy? Thus, you resort to slander?" At this moment, Uchiha Zhen could not help but commend Uchiha Yen, exclaiming, "Young man, you truly possess a remarkable talent for argumentation. Is that truly what was meant?" However, Hinata's words stirred discontent among all present. Firstly, Uchiha Zhen had assisted numerous injured ninjas while providing logistical support. Secondly, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Zhen displayed no airs of superiority, often jesting with them during treatment. Most importantly, as a hero before and after battle. How could a Hinata tarnish his reputation? The whispers among the ninjas caused Hatake Tsukumo to frown, beginning to doubt whether Uchiha Zhen had employed Genjutsu on these individuals. Furthermore, Uchiha was taken aback by the unexpected support for Zhen. Regardless of right or wrong, they were typically the ones being criticized in Konoha. Zhen possessed an enchanting influence. Indeed, I must admit, your Uchiha clan can be rather disagreeable with their perpetual grim expressions, yet upon interaction, you appear quite amiable. Yes, and rather handsome too. Under the praise of nearby ninjas, the Uchiha members found themselves blushing, provoking even more teasing laughter from those around them. "Uchiha Zhen, have you summoned us here to discuss the whereabouts of Hinata Chinshiro?" Hatake Tsukumo interrupted the murmurs of the crowd. "As for Hinata Chinshiro, I am utterly unaware." Tsukumo's eyelids twitched. Being summoned before dawn only to have nothing to report felt like mockery. Yet, I have already discerned the whereabouts of Hinata Chinshiro throughout the night. Under the cover of darkness, he ventured onto the battlefield to loot corpses. How outrageous! How could our esteemed Hinata clan engage in such despicable behavior? Hinata's statement served to chastise both Uchiha Zhen and Orochimaru. Tsukumo chose not to comment. Scavenging on the battlefield was a commonplace occurrence, albeit not typically performed by prominent ninjas. Indeed, how could a branch member like Hinata Chinshiro possess such resources? Certainly, he must have taken advantage of the cover of night to commit these acts. Hinata found himself at a loss for words, finally managing to stammer, "What evidence do you have?" "The evidence lies before us. A significant portion of the goods has been pilfered." Uchiha Zhen pointed to the vast array of items he had inspected. Tsukumo gestured for his subordinates to investigate. "Lord Tsukumo, it has been confirmed that these items have indeed been looted." "Impossible. The Hinata clan would never engage in such dishonorable acts. You are slandering us." Uchiha Zhen continued with a facade of seriousness. "Lord Tsukumo, Lord Orochimaru, look here." Hinata Chinshiro, overly engrossed in his looting, failed to notice he was ambushed from behind. Evident from the faint traces of struggle, clearly, Hinata Chinshiro had only offered minimal resistance, lacking the strength to fight back, as evidenced by the poisoned and bloodied shuriken, along with signs of being dragged. After further inspection, some of the more astute ninjas began to visualize the scene. It appears that Hinata, in his fervor for scavenging, was struck by a poisoned shuriken and subsequently ensnared by a sand ninja's puppet strings, resulting in these markings. Yet, why did they not clean up the scene? What is there to say? This is a battlefield. There is nothing to tidy. The crowd began to recount the sequence of events. Orochimaru was taken aback, realizing that Uchiha Zhen had skillfully influenced their thoughts. What a formidable young man. This time, Hatake Tsukumo personally inspected the site, confirming everything was accurate, even discovering remnants of puppets and some kunai. all of which connected back to the scene. Presently, the expressions of the Hinata clan members grew increasingly grim, cursing Hinata Chunshur vehemently in their hearts. The reality was that Hinata Chunshur had ventured out of the military camp to loot corpses and had been ambushed by the Sand Ninjas on a return attack. Perhaps merely a genin. Those detestable Sand Ninjas. Lord Tsukumo, we must teach them a lesson. Hinata seethed, his teeth clenched, unsure if his ire was directed towards Uchiha Zhen, the Sand Ninjas, or the disgraceful Hinata Chunshur. Hatake Tsukumo's expression darkened. So, you make mistakes and still expect me to risk my life for your vengeance? Dream on. Hinata Chunshur's unauthorized excursion from the military camp demands an explanation from your clan. Tsukumo's words were firm, subtly insinuating that they may have colluded with the enemy. Furthermore, Uchiha Zhen is quite commendable. Chapter 22, The First Encounter with Hinata Nichi. Following this incident, Uchiha Zhen was reassigned from the Uchiha squad to serve under Orochimaru. Orochimaru. A troublesome presence. I must find a way to strengthen my abilities to survive. At present, his capabilities were constrained by his physical form and chakra. His strength should approximate that of a jonin, yet his chakra still fell short. Since chakra is extracted from cells through exertion, could it be that exhausting his chakra each time would lead to growth? With this thought, Uchiha Zhen shook his head. This is a battlefield, and depleting chakra is perilous. Perhaps stimulation could also enhance chakra. Suddenly, he recalled scavenging a variety of items on the battlefield, including several lightning-based jutsu. Uchiha Zhen enjoyed taking notes, categorizing ninjutsu and insights for future reference. However, he hesitated to experiment on himself with lightning to stimulate chakra extraction. If only he had 2 live test subjects. Living test subjects. With such a multitude of injuries in the grand battle, no one would waste resources on the severely wounded. Were they not the perfect living experimental subjects? Should they die, it wouldn't be my fault. At this moment, the logistics team, including medical ninjas and nurses, were diligently tending to the wounded. Upon noticing Uchiha Zhen's arrival, they greeted him warmly. Jinkuen, you've been busy all night. Shouldn't you rest a bit? I came to see if there is anything I can assist with. Rikone, you continue with your tasks. Do not mind me. You truly are hard-working. Jinkuen, I must attend to my duties. This nurse, Riko, was one of many who admired Uchiha Zhen. Within the logistics team, he had become quite familiar, able to access medical supplies without the need for extensive reports for minor quantities. Uchiha Zhen approached a ninja who was wrapped in bandages, clearly on the brink of death. What is your name? Uchiha Zhen inquired calmly. Arama Junichi. The boy gazed at the child before him with no emotional response. His injuries were so severe that Konoha had nearly abandoned his treatment, providing only water and no medication or food. To everyone else, he was known as Honda Roma, while Arama Junichi was his real name, a name he wished to be remembered by as he faced death. This was a vain hope. The Arama clan, a lineage capable of contending with the Uchiha in Jinjutsu. I have recently developed a medical ninjutsu. Would you be willing to try it? Uchiha Zhen thought it prudent to seek the other's consent before using their body for an experiment. Arama Junichi's lifeless eyes seemed to catch a glimmer of hope. His will to survive overshadowed all else. If only he could live, he would willingly serve the one before him, even at the cost of his own life. Upon seeing his agreement, Uchiha Zhen felt assured that this was a mutual decision. As I unwrapped the bandages from Arima Junichi, a frown creased my brow upon witnessing the extent of his injuries. His body bore extensive contusions, inflicted by earth-based ninjutsu, likely sustained during a battle with the rock shinobi. However, given that this confrontation occurred approximately 2 weeks prior, the wounds had gone untreated, leading to a state of decay in certain areas. Your wounds are gravely infected. I must excise the necrotic tissue first, I stated. Considering his weakened state, I placed a food pill into his mouth. Uchiha Zhen skillfully manipulated a chakra blade, methodically removing the decayed flesh from Arima Junichi, the pungent odor attracting the attention of nearby staff. Ah, Zenkuen, this individual is severely injured, nearly beyond salvation. Do not waste your efforts, one remarked. Yet he still lives, does he not? I cannot abandon him in his time of need, Zhen replied. Maintaining focus as he excised the necrotic tissue, disinfected the wounds, applied ointment, and bandaged them. Zenkuen is truly compassionate. Were I younger, I would wish to marry him. One staff member remarked. I too would consider it. Zenkuen is a good person, another chimed in. I have lost hope, but my daughter is of similar age to Zenkuen. Perhaps there is a chance. Within 10 minutes, Uchiha Zhen had become the most sought-after suitor among the villagers of Konoha. Word of this reached Orochimaru and Hatake Tsukumo. Initially, Uchiha Zhen employed a mild lightning release to stimulate Arima Junichi's cells, lacking the Byakugan's ability to perceive internal conditions. He relied on intuition and Junichi's responses to adjust the intensity of the stimulation. One of the Hyuga clan members, previously treated by Uchiha Zhen, approached with a humble demeanor. "Lord Zhen, I can assist you in assessing his condition." Uchiha Zhen glanced at him, recognizing him as a member of the Hyuga clan, and nodded. "Byakugan, activate." Hyuga Nichiryu gasped at the sight of Junichi's condition. "Lord Zhen, his body is regaining vitality. The deceased meridians are slowly awakening." This response gratified Uchiha Zhen. It indicated progress. "What is the extent of recovery?" "Approximately 50%. Dissatisfied with the response, Uchiha Zhen intensified the electrical stimulation. Junichi's wounds began to heal autonomously, and his chakra was gradually replenishing. Hearing this, Junichi looked gratefully at Uchiha Zhen and hoarsely uttered, "Thank you, my lord. If you experience any discomfort or sensations, please inform me," Zhen replied. His unwavering focus instilled a sense of shame in the surrounding staff, who dispersed to resume their duties. Hatake Tsukumo observed the scene from a distance, muttering to himself, "What a genius. He is merely 2 years younger than Kakashi." As Uchiha Zhen felt his chakra dwindling, he ceased his efforts. Once lifeless, Arima Junichi had regained some vitality and could move slightly. Treating his external injuries could be entrusted to the medical ninjas present. Having completed the task, Uchiha Zhen turned to the Byakugan user nearby, acknowledging their significant assistance, akin to an X-ray. "Thank you. I am Uchiha Zhen. I am Hyuga Nichiryu. You previously treated me, alleviating much of my suffering, so I ought to be the one expressing gratitude." "Hyuga Nichiryu? The father of the genius Niji? How strikingly dissimilar you appear." In contrast to the carefree Uchiha Zhen, Hyuga Nichiryu was rigid and formal. "Though your clan is often despised, you seem quite amiable." The young Hyuga felt somewhat awkward. He was aware of the issues surrounding their clan and felt a bit out of place, knowing they had instigated trouble. "As long as I can assist my lord, that is sufficient." Upon returning, Uchiha Zhen secluded himself within his tent, beginning to apply mild electrical stimulation to his own cells. Initially cautious, he employed only 10% of the stimulation, yet soon found himself drenched in sweat. "Success! My chakra control has become more refined, and my reserves have increased. I have reached the level of a jonin. I should possess the capability to protect myself against weaker foes. Still, I must test it." Uchiha Zhen intended only to gauge the power of his non-destructive chakra scalpel, but the tent exploded. Chapter 23. Discussion with Orochimaru. The explosion startled many nearby, particularly the Uchiha clan. As they observed Uchiha Zhen's tent in ruins, a sense of vigilance enveloped them. Has an enemy attack occurred? What transpired? Where is Uchiha Zhen? Hatake Tsukumo rushed over, discontentedly reprimanding the gathered crowd. "The Sand Shinobi have capitulated. Once the compensation agreement is finalized, this area will stabilize, allowing us to return to the village for recuperation." "Apologies, I was training and accidentally caused an explosion," Uchiha Zhen stated, offering an insincere apology, devoid of any remorse. "Very well. If all is well, you may disperse." Hatake Tsukumo dismissed the crowd and summoned Uchiha Zhen to his tent, expressing mild reproach. "Must you be so reckless?" "My apologies for the trouble," Uchiha Zhen replied nonchalantly, as if his words had no impact on Tsukumo. Mentally, he was far from an ordinary 7-year-old child, steadfast, shrewd, and audacious. His actions left no room for reproach. "At such a young age, you have already achieved the status of jonin?" Hatake Tsukumo marveled, realizing that Zen's chakra had ascended to the jonin level. Just days prior, he had been at the chunin level. Is this the growth of a genius? At that moment, Hatake Tsukumo began to question whether the Ninja Academy truly nurtured exceptional shinobi, contemplating whether to have Kakashi drop out and be thrown onto the battlefield instead. Uchiha Zhen had only been 6 when he entered combat, roughly the same age as Kakashi. With no foundational training, could his own son be inferior? Suddenly, Hatake Tsukumo entertained the notion of exploring Uchiha Zen's perspective on the village and the Uchiha clan. He was inclined to take him under his wing. But Orochimaru had already shown a keen interest. Could he possibly compete with Orochimaru for talent? Unthinkable. Being under Orochimaru's scrutiny was no light burden. He was far from as amenable as the leader stationed at the border of the land of Earth. Which do you believe holds greater importance? The Uchiha clan or the village? Upon hearing this question from Hatake Tsukumo, Uchiha Zhen felt a ripple of uncertainty. Who sought to test him? The third Hokage? Danzo? Or perhaps the Uchiha clan themselves? Had his understated demeanor somehow reached the village? Was it truly of significance? In this time of war, the Uchiha represented Konoha, fighting on its behalf. If one were to consider what was more important, survival would undoubtedly take precedence. If one could not even survive, what was the point of debating significance? Uchiha Zen's articulate response rendered it impossible for Tsukumo to perceive him merely as a child. Even when confronted with the question of the Uchiha clan versus Konoha, he pondered deeply. Orochimaru has assigned you to his team for a mission. Upon completion, you may return to the village. Hatake Tsukumo resolved to ensure Kakashi and Uchiha Zen would have a proper interaction upon their return. As he had yet to discern Zen's interests, he appeared to lack any particular enthusiasm, remaining as tranquil as water, a truly daunting prospect. Yes, when is the assembly? You may inquire with Orochimaru. After all, it is his mission. Uchiha Zen mused. Orochimaru's task includes me? Isn't that courting disaster? Orochimaru, what level is he? He is still a child. Under the haunting gaze of Uchiha Zhen, Hatake Tsukumo shivered, feeling that the intensity of the stare surpassed even that of Orochimaru. After parting ways, Uchiha Zhen directly made his way to Orochimaru's tent, where he found the latter unsurprised by his arrival. Lord Orochimaru, I have come to inquire about the assembly time for the mission. Come in, Orochimaru beckoned. Upon entering, Uchiha Zhen was struck by the sight of a desk piled high with documents. From the front, it appeared that Orochimaru was diligently reviewing them, yet the stack seemed unchanged in volume. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, observing Uchiha Zhen, and noted that his chakra had remarkably reached the level of a jonin. Come here, he commanded, gesturing towards the mountain of paperwork. Complete these revisions before we depart. Uchiha Zhen was taken aback, realizing that he was being instructed to correct Orochimaru's documents. He pointed to himself, then to the papers, confirming his understanding. Witnessing Orochimaru's head lower as he furiously scribbled at the desk left Uchiha Zhen in astonishment. He had assumed Orochimaru was sincerely reviewing the files, only to discover that he was engrossed in research notes. Glancing at the towering stack of documents, Uchiha Zhen felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "Shall we swap tasks?" Though he had only cast a fleeting glance, it had left him utterly astonished. Truly, the scientific genius had delved into biological research to such an extent. Uchiha Zhen leafed through several completed documents, attempting to emulate Orochimaru's methodology in his revisions. The monotony soon caused his eyelids to grow heavy. He found it difficult to comprehend why the third Hokage and Danzo were so obsessed with power, wondering how they could find such pleasure in perusing these documents. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, he furtively glanced back at Orochimaru's side. Upon catching sight of the content Orochimaru was writing, he was instantly revitalized. After a few more moments of torment, he could no longer withstand the tedium and found himself far more intrigued by Orochimaru's notes. Lord Orochimaru, I believe that the aging of the human body is due to the cessation of cell division. Since chakra is derived from cells, as one reaches middle age, cell division gradually decreases, limiting the growth of chakra, leading to a natural decline in strength once all cell division halts. As Orochimaru paused to contemplate, Uchiha Zhen could not help but speak. Orochimaru turned his head, regarding him with keen interest. Indeed, the human body may age, but the soul is eternal. What are your thoughts? That is true, yet each soul is intricately linked to its body. While it may not be difficult to slow physical aging, achieving eternity is far more challenging. Uchiha Zhen furrowed his brows, yearning to know how one might maintain a youthful body, though he was resolute that it should not involve Orochimaru's method of body switching. Orochimaru listened intently, as few could offer such insights since he began his research. Remembering discussions he had overheard among women before arriving in the Naruto world about anti-aging, a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that we need to focus on antioxidants? He mused aloud. Do you have any ideas, Jinkun? Orochimaru inquired. Uchiha Zhen hesitated, uncertain whether to voice his thoughts, fearing it might lead Orochimaru astray. Imagining Orochimaru applying sunscreen before battle, he recalled many girls discussing the importance of antioxidants in delaying aging. Antioxidants? The term was unfamiliar to Orochimaru. Uchiha Zhen explained. The human body's antioxidant system is comparable to the immune system, possessing intricate and comprehensive functions. The stronger the body's antioxidant capacity, the healthier and longer the life. As he spoke, he retrieved his notebook and engaged in a profound discussion with Orochimaru. The two spent an entire day and night in fervent discourse, subsisting only on soldier pills for sustenance. In the pursuit of knowledge, all else faded into insignificance. Since arriving here, he had never experienced such an exhilarating exchange of ideas, where even a single listener was a rarity. Thus, while antioxidants may not grant eternal life, they could certainly prolong it. Furthermore, if they could develop an antioxidant agent, it might be sold to noble ladies for a profit. In this day-long exploration, the two seemed to discover a resonance of knowledge, completely immersed in their own world. The pile of documents forgotten. Orochimaru casually set up a barrier in the tent, producing a corpse for practical experimentation. Zhen, your understanding of the human body appears to rival that of Tsunade. Compared to her, you wield knowledge like a master swordsman before a novice. Uchiha Zhen wished to avoid drawing Tsunade's attention. Despite both being medical experts, their theoretical approaches were fundamentally opposed. Jinkuin, might I borrow your insights from your notes? Orochimaru expressed keen interest in the molecular, cellular, immune, and pathological concepts Uchiha Zhen had documented. As compensation, I can share my own insights into ninjutsu. Uchiha Zhen was taken aback. Orochimaru was surprisingly forthright. Even if he declined, Uchiha Zhen's current prowess rendered him unable to refuse. It would be my honor to receive Lord Orochimaru's affirmation. If possible, I would also like to add some research data on the Sharingan. Orochimaru's interest was piqued. You should have sought the Uchiha clan for that. TCH, those fools know nothing of true research, Uchiha Zhen retorted, then quickly cleared his throat and amended. I find myself more inclined to trust Lord Orochimaru in matters of research. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku had sought Hitaki Tsukumo. Learning that Uchiha Zhen had gone to see Orochimaru and had not returned for an entire day, his imagination conjured an elaborate scenario. He discreetly observed Orochimaru's tent several times. Eighth uncle, what is Lord Fugaku up to? Uchiha Inko inquired, puzzled. Could it be that the Uchiha planned to confront Orochimaru? Uchiha Hakudai frowned and shook his head in confusion. It's best not to meddle in the affairs of our superiors. Go train. Meanwhile, Hitaki Tsukumo was in a state of turmoil, as Orochimaru, who had come to assist, had vanished for a full day, leaving many documents unattended. He resolved to personally check on the progress under the pretense of inquiring about the mission. The subordinates guarding Orochimaru's tent stopped him. Tsukumo felt an uneasy premonition. Where's Lord Orochimaru? We shall inform him. Hearing the commotion outside, both Orochimaru and Uchiha Zhen suddenly recalled the documents. Initially, Uchiha Zhen was not responsible for them. He had intended to review them after Orochimaru's revisions before handing them to Tsukumo. Yet, in their engrossing conversation, they had completely forgotten about the paperwork. They exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of helplessness. Lord Orochimaru, do we not have a mission to attend to? Uchiha Zhen remarked, realizing he might need to relay information to Tsukumo. Shall we proceed with the mission? Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he picked up a few of Uchiha Zhen's revised documents. To his surprise, they aligned perfectly with his own thought process. Tsukumo, come in. As Tsukumo entered, he was somewhat taken aback to find Uchiha Zhen present. But upon seeing the mountains of paperwork on the table, his eyelids began to twitch. When are you scheduled to depart for the land of rice? Shouldn't that be the day after tomorrow? No, we depart immediately. These are the documents I have revised. There are no issues. The remaining ones are yours to handle. Orochimaru replied unflinchingly, setting aside a meager stack of papers and addressing Uchiha Zhen. Since you're prepared, let us go. Oh, yes, Lord Orochimaru. This entire exchange left Uchiha Zhen astonished. Indeed, one's demeanor tends to grow increasingly audacious as one's status elevates. Just observe the unflinching countenance. It is unmistakably the mark of a habitual offender. Kakashi Hitaki remarked, in truth, this mission could commence in the next couple of days. There is no urgency on that front. Kakashi finally comprehended the source of his unease, as the muscles on his expressionless face began to twitch in an attempt to salvage the situation. Lord Kakashi, if Lord Orochimaru takes this useless fellow along, the pace of our journey will significantly diminish. It would be wise to set off sooner. Uchiha Zhen, without a hint of embarrassment, began to weave his persuasive words. This infuriated Kakashi to no end. This little brat has a way with insults without resorting to foul language. To deem a 7-year-old jonin as useless is to suggest that 99% of the ninjas in Konoha are even less than that. watching the pair depart with such nonchalance. Kakashi, burdened with a mound of paperwork, wore a grim expression. When did that little brat arrive? The guard, taken aback, pondered for a moment. Realizing he was referring to Uchiha Zhen, who had arrived the night before. Kakashi's eyelids twitched. He suppressed his rising fury. Are you implying he arrived the night prior and has not left since? Indeed. The guard gazed at Kakashi, whose eyes were ablaze with fury, and Master Kakashi. I have no idea what they were doing inside. The guard was on the verge of tears. He was merely a gatekeeper, utterly unaware of their activities. And even if he did know, he wouldn't dare speak up. Kakashi hurled all the documents onto his desk, unable to contain his exasperation any longer. Orochimaru, Uchiha Zhen. You two scoundrels. After departing, the duo headed straight towards the land of rice, with Orochimaru showing no intention of accommodating Uchiha Zhen's slower pace. Nevertheless, Zhen managed to keep up, earning a look of approval from Orochimaru. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Orochimaru and Uchiha Zhen deftly evaded several shuriken. Uchiha Zhen drew the short blade from behind him, anointing it with poison procured from a sand ninja. Subsequently, countless shuriken were hurled from Uchiha Zhen's hand. A glimmer of cold light flashed. Uchiha Zhen and the flying shuriken simultaneously surged towards the source of the kunai. Clang, clang, clang. In a brief exchange, only a few strands of hair were severed from each side. In the instant of turning, a multitude of shuriken were unleashed towards the opponent, resembling a celestial maiden scattering flowers. From his perch on a tree, Orochimaru's eye twitched. How many shuriken does he possess? Uchiha Zhen then appeared before his adversary, drawing his blade to strike, and upon noticing the slight crimson mark on the opponent's neck, a smirk crept across his face. Oh no, I cannot evade this. In a moment of crisis, he invoked ninjutsu, Needle Earth Prison. Jiraiya? Uchiha Zhen sheathed his blade and retreated to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Following this, Minato, enveloped in the Needle Earth Prison, emerged, respectfully addressing Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru. His gaze remained fixated on Uchiha Zhen, noting the half-shorn hair and nearly severed throat, leaving him profoundly astonished, especially upon discerning that the opponent resembled a child who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Words eluded him. Jiraiya's gaze unwittingly drifted towards Uchiha Zhen, reflecting on how perilously close Minato had come to tragedy. Oh, Orochimaru, did you not claim you wouldn't teach your students? Your combat awareness is commendable. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Uchiha Zhen casually responded, redirecting his attention to the individual he nearly struck. It was Minato. Remarkably, the young Minato. Chapter 25. To be the fastest man in the ninja world, do you possess an antidote? Orochimaru inquired with a smile, ignoring Jiraiya's bewilderment at his cheerful demeanor while asking about an antidote. You require an antidote? For an old friend like Jiraiya, I'll spare a few vials. Here, for Tsunade's newly formulated antidote. It seems you don't have any. Orochimaru regarded him as if he were a fool. Jiraiya was perplexed by Orochimaru's incredulous expression. Suddenly, Minato collapsed to the ground, his face gradually turning a shade of blue. I applied poison to my blade, believing you were foes. At this moment, Uchiha Zhen's nonchalant remark left Jiraiya speechless, finally elucidating why Orochimaru had inquired about the antidote. Hastily administering the antidote to Minato and observing the color return to his face, Jiraiya felt relief wash over him. Who are you, kid? Such cruelty. But seeing as you're a friend of mine, I won't hold it against you. After all, you thought he was an enemy. Uchiha Zhen, he replied coldly. While he held respect for Jiraiya, his beliefs diverged greatly, allowing only respect. Any resentment would be addressed through future support for his writings. Uchiha? Jiraiya's gaze shifted to Orochimaru, his curiosity evident. Indeed, how did you come to be here? By all accounts, you should be near the borders of the land of Earth, yet here you are with Minato. Well, the Rock Village, and we have signed a truce. Narashikaku is stationed there. I brought Minato along for a covert investigation. I didn't expect to encounter you. Covert investigation? Is it wise to disclose such details? The very essence of secrecy is in its concealment. The Hyuga squad, perhaps? Orochimaru licked his lips, casually glancing at Uchiha Zhen. Feeling Orochimaru's gaze, Uchiha Zhen remained composed, standing aside like air, yet attentively listening to their exchange. Jiraiya sighed. It seems nothing escapes your notice, but it likely yielded no results. Perhaps they truly perished along with the sand ninjas. At this juncture, Minato regained his composure, smiling as he greeted Uchiha Zhen. "Hello, I'm Minato. You're quite formidable." Witnessing the future fourth Hokage radiate warmth, one could not help but reflect on the sacrifices made for the village, questioning whether such tribulations were worth it. "Greetings, Uchiha Zhen." He yearned to inquire why he hadn't utilized the Flying Thunder God technique earlier, or if he had yet to master it. But in an effort to appear less aloof, he casually asked, "Is your hair dyed?" "Jiraiya, Orochimaru," Minato gaped, utterly astonished that the seemingly aloof Uchiha Zhen would pose such a question. Is he truly an Uchiha? Jiraiya leaned in to whisper to Orochimaru, speculating that Zhen's earlier ruthlessness in battle was indeed characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, without a doubt, Orochimaru, disinterested in the seemingly foolish exchange between the master and disciple, addressed Uchiha Zhen, "Let us be on our way." "Hey, wait for me." Summoning technique, Gamabunta. "Deliver this intelligence to the Hokage." Jiraiya hurried after them, with Minato following suit. Orochimaru maintained his pace, while Uchiha Zhen observed the pair, shaking his head as he quickened his stride. "Raigen-kun, I didn't expect you to be this swift." "The teacher and Lord Orochimaru are certainly not slowing down," Minato remarked, running alongside Uchiha Zhen, his smile reminiscent of a warm spring breeze, a charm befitting a Hokage. Indeed, thus we must not lag behind. The two quickened their pace, moving in tandem. Up ahead, Orochimaru seemed increasingly irked by Jiraiya's incessant chatter, his pace quickening. "For heaven's sake, Jiraiya, can you not utter a single word less? Your behavior borders on child abuse." Uchiha Zhen gritted his teeth, concentrating his chakra at the soles of his feet. Under the stimulation of lightning chakra, his speed quickened remarkably. "How impressive. He can actually keep up," Minato squinted, observing Uchiha Zhen's figure while accelerating himself, feeling as if he too was nearing his limit. "Aren't you supposed to return to complete your mission?" Orochimaru, exasperated by Jiraiya's incessant babbling, could no longer hold back. He still wanted to finish the task and arrange a few matters, but with Jiraiya trailing him, what could he possibly accomplish? What a burden. Looking back at Uchiha Zhen, enveloped in a cloak of lightning chakra, he was catching up. "Your disciple is lacking, Jiraiya," Orochimaru thought, realizing that he could only resort to some petty mischief since he couldn't shake them off. Jiraiya turned to find Uchiha Zhen maintaining a steady distance of 100 meters behind them, while Minato had fallen behind. "Are you planning to take him as a disciple? Do you think the old man will approve?" Jiraiya felt a twinge of jealousy and slowed his pace. Instead of pondering that, he should focus on how to help Minato catch up. After finishing his words, Orochimaru accelerated again, leaving Jiraiya behind, while Uchiha Zhen, observing this scene, wished to lay the duo on his dissection table. With no other choice, Uchiha Zhen increased the stimulation of his lightning chakra, and as he passed Jiraiya, he made an exaggerated mouth gesture. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, reflecting on whether he had offended Uchiha Zhen in some way. Witnessing Uchiha Zhen accelerate once more, Minato was thoroughly motivated, determined to become the fastest man in the ninja world. "My apologies, Jiraiya-sensei, I am truly lacking." Minato felt disheartened, realizing he had become the one lagging behind. After catching up with Orochimaru, Uchiha Zhen felt as if his legs were about to give out. "Lord Orochimaru, could you perhaps slow down?" After reminiscing with Lord Jiraiya, "I am still just a child. Is this not child abuse? You may utilize your chakra without restraint." Orochimaru, curious about Uchiha Zhen's limits, observed his hesitation. "In my presence, you need not worry about your life." This was Orochimaru's pride. As long as he was present, it was easy to safeguard his life against enemy attacks. Life, such a thing, cannot be entrusted to others. Uchiha Zhen, not mincing words with Orochimaru, acknowledged that neither of them were saints, which was why he had survived thus far. Orochimaru, taken aback by Uchiha Zhen's resolve, laughed heartily and slowed his pace. On this day, Orochimaru nearly drained all of his chakra and finally lacked the strength to retrieve a soldier pill from his pouch. It was Minato who kindly placed one in his mouth. Otherwise, he might have starved on the road. "Jinkun, how did you manage to keep up with Lord Orochimaru?" Minato inquired, sitting beside him, his earlier discouragement now replaced with a newfound determination to grow stronger. Jiraiya, too, became curious, despite being of similar age. He had not possessed such strength back then. Uchiha Zhen, eyes closed, articulated each word distinctly. "Chase, pursue relentlessly, chase until death. If I fall behind, facing enemies. I will surely perish. Chapter 26. Turmoil resurges upon hearing this response. Jiraiya's expression darkened, and he turned to Orochimaru with a skeptical glance, as if to ask, "Are you sure this is one of those arrogant Uchiha? Is it fear of death that drives him? How long do you intend to follow me?" Orochimaru had his own plans for the mission in the Land of Rice, and had never intended to bring Jiraiya along. Otherwise, with Jiraiya's strength, he would only be capable of handling a mere B-rank task. Bringing Uchiha Zhen along was merely a guise to mislead others. "It's perfectly reasonable to take a student on a mission. I can assist you. It has been ages since we worked together. It's the perfect opportunity." Uchiha Zhen slightly opened his eyes, discerning that Orochimaru did not wish for Jiraiya and his student to accompany them, indicating that it was not a legitimate task and perhaps involved some ulterior motives. When Orochimaru glanced over, their eyes met, and at that moment, they silently agreed to part ways with the duo. "Jiraiya, you take the first half of the night. I will guard the latter half, allowing them to rest." After proposing this suggestion, Orochimaru turned away, falling silent, while Uchiha Zhen closed his eyes again. Having grasped Orochimaru's intentions to flee during the second half of the night, he knew he needed to rest. Indeed, as their shifts changed, Uchiha Zhen had already awakened, and under the enhancement of his Sharingan, he cast a hypnotic technique that swiftly plunged Jiraiya into slumber. After the two departed, Orochimaru remarked, as expected of the Sharingan, "It can even ensnare Jiraiya." "Lord Orochimaru, what are you talking about? Jiraiya-sensei is merely asleep." "Indeed, this is hypnosis, not an illusion technique. If it were an illusion, Jiraiya would have detected it. Reporting to the third Hokage would only draw more attention to myself. At present, I lack the strength to contend with shadow-level powers. I must remain inconspicuous." "Ha. It seems you have great confidence in your illusion techniques." At that moment, Jiraiya was lost in a long dream, where he walked hand in hand with Orochimaru. Suddenly jolted awake, he exclaimed, "Orochimaru! Huh, Jiraiya-sensei, you're awake." Upon noticing Orochimaru's absence, Jiraiya inquired, "Where are Orochimaru and the others?" Minato scratched his head apologetically. "Sorry. I was in such a deep sleep that when I woke up, they were already gone. They might have rushed off on their mission." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya recalled the images from his dream and felt a shiver run down his spine, muttering, "How could I possibly hold hands with Orochimaru? Even if I did, it would have to be with Tsunade. Could it be an illusion? No." Upon waking, I found no signs of being under an illusion, and neither did you, sensei. Minato explained, confirming that he had checked Jiraiya's condition upon waking and found no traces of illusion. "Perhaps you were merely exhausted from yesterday's travel." Jiraiya conducted another check on his body, confirming he had indeed not fallen under any illusion. It wasn't a matter of distrust towards Minato, but rather the prowess of the Uchiha's illusion techniques was formidable. "Forget it. They must have intentionally shaken us off. Let us return to the village." Upon returning to the village, Jiraiya made a beeline for the Hokage's office. Bang! The office door was kicked open. "Old man, Jiraiya, could you knock? You've broken 3 doors already." Jiraiya scratched his head, laughing heartily. "I'll be more careful next time, but I have good news to share. Orochimaru has taken on a disciple." "What?" The third Hokage hesitated, clearly taken aback. What sort of ninja had caught Orochimaru's eye? Orochimaru was his most prized student, adept in all 5 elemental ninjutsu, and was the most likely candidate to inherit his legacy. Most importantly, he came from a commoner background, without a clan's backing. Uchiha Zhen, a remarkably talented young man. Jiraiya's frustration grew as he continued, "Orochimaru isn't even that favorable towards me." Upon hearing the name Uchiha, the third Hokage's eyes glinted with cold light. Another Uchiha prodigy? During this period, he had allowed the Hyuga to spread rumors without clarifying the truth. The achievements of Uchiha Zhen on the battlefield had been suppressed. This matter could not be concealed for long. Has another genius from the Uchiha clan emerged? It cannot simply be labeled genius. Jiraiya pondered about the scene of Uchiha Zhen desperately chasing after him and Orochimaru, awkwardly adding, "He is somewhat timid, fearful." Originally, Jiraiya intended to say he was afraid of death, but since Orochimaru was his friend, he couldn't tarnish the image of a friend's disciple before the Hokage. The timid Uchiha Zhen? The third Hokage expressed disbelief. How could Orochimaru possibly take a timid disciple? Such a person would not even warn a glance. Perhaps it is just a child. With proper guidance, they will improve. Jiraiya ceased his idle chatter and spoke earnestly. There have been no results concerning the Hyuga incident. Perhaps we are merely overthinking it. Neither the bodies of the Sand Ninjas nor that of the Hyuga revealed any clues, as the perpetrator acted with great discretion. I understand. Please personally explain this matter to the Hyuga clan leader. The third Hokage wished to avoid expending excessive energy on this issue, yet he could not afford to lower his guard. After Jiraiya's departure, the third Hokage urgently contacted the Umbu on the front lines to inquire about the situation. At the Hyuga clan leader's residence, Jiraiya was greeted by Hyuga Hizashi, the son of the elder clan leader. In matters of protocol, few in the Land of Fire could rival their clan. Lord Jiraiya, please. The Hyuga estate was a quintessential example of traditional Japanese architecture, with exquisite attention to layout and decor. Jiraiya smirked, feeling a tinge of envy towards these prestigious families. Truly wealthy. Soon, Jiraiya was escorted to the reception hall, where the elder Hyuga leader sat on tatami, preparing tea. Lord Jiraiya, please. Jiraiya wasted no time and addressed the elder directly. I have gathered all pertinent information regarding the Hyuga incident. The 5 heroes of the Hyuga will be forever remembered. What do you mean? The elder Hyuga furrowed his brow, his eyes igniting with fury. According to my investigation, the 5 Hyuga perished along with the Sand Ninjas, and there are no clues suggesting the presence of a third party. Jiraiya sensed the underlying strangeness of the situation. He had kept that broken branch, but for now, the greater context took precedence. Impossible, the elder Hyuga retorted angrily. My condolences, I must take my leave, Jiraiya replied, disliking dealings with such families due to their complications. There were 6 Hyuga. The elder's frustration mixed with anger, his hand resting on the table bore scratches from his own nails. What do you mean, elder? Jiraiya was now somewhat dissatisfied. Initially, they had not mentioned that there were 6 Hyuga ninjas. He had returned with the bodies of 5, and they had tacitly acknowledged this fact. We dispatched 6 individuals, of which 5 were from the branch family protecting one main family member. Chapter 27. In the Land of Rice, the Bagua appears. At this moment, Jiraiya was cursing inwardly. Humane family members should not be hiding away only to be used as live targets on the battlefield. Now is not the time to dwell on these matters. The loss of the Byakugan was detrimental to both the Hyuga and Konoha. I must report this to the third Hokage. I take my leave. Jiraiya's expression darkened. If he continued to pursue the whereabouts of the Byakugan, it would inevitably reignite conflict, and most importantly, Konoha needed to recuperate. The Iwa and Sand villages had signed a peace treaty, which could at least ensure a period of tranquility. Old fool, such an important matter should have been reported sooner. Jiraiya muttered as he returned to his office, preparing to brief the third Hokage on the situation. As he reached the door, he overheard the Umbu reporting on a task. Rumor has it that Lord Orochimaru has a deep connection with Uchiha Zhen. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. It was Lord Orochimaru himself who stated that he favors Uchiha Zhen, and that Zhen destroyed his own tent to spend a day and night in Lord Orochimaru's camp. When this report was made, he initially refused, thinking it mere gossip. However, the matter proved true. Upon hearing this report, the third Hokage's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped in disbelief. Were it not for the fact that this individual was part of his Umbu, he might have suspected them to be an agent sent by the Uchiha to sway his judgment. Is this information accurate? It originated from within the Uchiha, and even Lord Shikaku is aware of it. After the two left, he expressed his rage. The entire Konoha front line is informed. The Umbu further clarified, fearing the Hokage would deem their information unreliable. Jiraiya, who had been eavesdropping outside, felt as if his eyes might pop out. No wonder Orochimaru would smile at that boy. I must intervene and prevent Orochimaru from straying onto a misguided path. Although Uchiha Zhen is striking in appearance, he is still a child, still a boy. Come in. Just as he prepared to leave, he heard the third Hokage's voice. Reluctantly, Jiraiya entered the Hokage's office. Old man, have you eavesdropped enough? Was everything clarified with the Hyuga? Old man, the situation is far more complicated. The ambushed Hyuga team consisted of 6 members. One main family member is missing. The third Hokage's eyelids twitched. The disappearance of a main family member was unacceptable, and what infuriated him further was that the elder Hyuga had withheld this information until now. How much time has passed? Any clues that could be found are gone. That Orochimaru. Jiraiya hesitated. Orochimaru was his friend, and he could not allow him to be led astray. As for the Hyuga, they had brought this upon themselves. I will seek out Orochimaru, let Minister Marino deal with the Hyuga matter, and have Minato contact him for the handover. What are your thoughts on Uchiha Zhen? The third Hokage rubbed his temples, realizing he had provided Orochimaru with little emotional guidance. He is quite handsome, Jiraiya frowned. It seemed no Uchiha was unattractive, especially the female ninjas. Silence. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhen and Orochimaru were completely unaware that their gossip had reached the Hokage's ears. Jiraiya had even secured the mission route from the Hokage, now en route to the land of rice. Lord Orochimaru, the opponent is a ninja from Mizuno-yuki. We require them alive. While Zhen had little interest in the bloodline limit, it did not imply that Orochimaru shared the same lack of interest. Otherwise, was he truly only eager to share the burden of some B-rank tasks? It depends on your strength. Orochimaru licked his lips. Assassination was straightforward, but capturing alive would double the difficulty. Moreover, Orochimaru had no intention of intervening. In that case, it will be quite challenging, but I will do my utmost. Just grant me the breath to carry on. Uchiha Zhen sought a guarantee from Orochimaru. As long as his life was ensured, he was not afraid of the task. No problem, Zhen is now my subordinate. With this assurance, Uchiha Zhen felt liberated. Based on intelligence, the target for assassination, Mizuno-yuki, was an elite Chunin, yet he had awakened his bloodline and could contend with Jonin. In a direct confrontation, Zhen held no advantage in physical condition. Thus, he quickly devised a plan in his mind. Mizuno-yuki had come here to treat the daimyo of the land of rice, and the task's issuer had not disclosed their identity. A thought struck Uchiha Zhen. He finally understood. Orochimaru's true aim was the daimyo of the land of rice, and assigning this task under his own name was merely a guise. Now, he was nothing more than a shield for Orochimaru. This meant that Orochimaru had begun to concoct plans for establishing his own base. How frustrating. Uchiha Zhen narrowed his eyes. Since Orochimaru could scheme against him, he would not simply accept the role of a shield without compensation. He must secure half the rights to the laboratory and materials. To know that Orochimaru is capable of acquiring the cells of the first Hokage is indeed noteworthy, while it remains uncertain whether he would share them. Should one's strength reach the level of Uchiha Madara, would he refuse? A mere glance might suffice for comprehension, or perhaps a direct request. Orochimaru, may I borrow the first Hokage's cells? What concern is there for a lack of materials? Ultimately, it boils down to one's own inadequacies. Orochimaru values strength far more than reputation. Thus, should one attain sufficient prowess, his laboratory would become one's own domain. Alas, the task at hand must be completed. Upon departing the daimyo's residence after tending to his ailments during the month of Mizuki, Uchiha Zhen disguised himself as a beggar, employing a jinjutsu alongside several kunai to seal all of the daimyo's chakra points. There were no signs of struggle. He was sealed within the scroll provided by Orochimaru. The latter displayed mild surprise at Zhen's early return. So soon? A scroll was tossed onto the table. Lord Orochimaru, you did not use me as a shield merely for a trivial matter such as this. Yet, Orochimaru felt no trepidation. Instead, he broke into a satisfied grin. Oh, pray tell, what is my objective? Pouring himself a glass of water, Uchiha Zhen replied solemnly, the daimyo of the land of rice. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew sinister, as a dangerous glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Sensing the subtle undercurrent of murderous intent, Uchiha Zhen immediately plastered a smile across his face. Perhaps you could enlighten me on what we are planning? Chapter 28. Do you suffer illness? Even Orochimaru, seasoned in the face of adversity, did not anticipate such a reaction from Uchiha Zhen. He had expected negotiations or attempts at resistance. To his astonishment, upon sensing danger, Zhen decided to join forces rather than oppose. How fearful of death could one be? Although Orochimaru had indeed harbored murderous intent, he had no genuine intention to take Zhen's life. Uchiha Zhen's keen awareness of the situation was truly remarkable. Orochimaru could not help but laugh heartily. If only the Uchiha clan possessed your level of intelligence, they would not have fallen so low. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully secured a powerful ally. However, this venture was not entirely fruitless, as Orochimaru, under Zhen's subtle guidance, unveiled theories regarding chakra transformations. Thus, on this foundation, Uchiha Zhen began his research on transmutation. After a night's labor, Zhen's hands bore the marks of his toil. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Orochimaru, I seek your assistance. Uchiha Zhen approached Orochimaru's chamber, noting the fatigue etched upon his features, suggesting he too had worked through the night. Oh, do share, Orochimaru inquired. In Zhen's hand, Lightning flickered, with no hand seals required. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, astonished. Had he truly grasped such a level of mastery in just one evening through mere theoretical exchange? Truly, the Uchiha clan, with its millennia of bloodline heritage, was enviable. In the woods outside the land of rice, Zhen declared, "Allow me to demonstrate my findings." Serpent Hand of Concealment. Activating his Sharingan, Zhen charged forward to test his skills. A burst of blue light erupted from his hands. Without the Sharingan, the sight would have been obscured, explaining why Obito had entrusted his eyes to Kakashi. Lightning Cutter. Combining the body flicker technique with the lightning shield, Uchiha Zhen pierced through Orochimaru's serpent-style ninjutsu. Earth-style, Earth Wall. Orochimaru was excessively thrilled. Genius. This is true genius. With a resounding crash, the earthen wall was breached by Uchiha Zhen. The lightning in his hands remained undiminished. With a twist of his palm, the wall shattered completely. Indeed, this is a remarkably convenient technique, perfectly circumventing the inherent flaws of ninjutsu when paired with the Sharingan. Orochimaru clapped in appreciation. Your praise is unwarranted, Lord Orochimaru. This technique is merely in its preliminary form and requires refinement. Zhen was not being humble. He sought to gauge the technique's current power. Yet the results left him dissatisfied. The lightning was too dispersed, failing to concentrate its power at a singular point, thus significantly reducing its lethality. You are correct. You can further integrate form transformation and property alteration, allowing it to evolve into a technique suited to your style. Orochimaru's suggestion illuminated Uchiha Zhen, who had previously felt lost. Indeed, in the original narrative, the lightning cutter belonged to Kakashi. While he could learn it, it might not necessarily suit him, serving only as a foundation. By refining it into a technique of his own, he could eliminate that barrier. Unlike other ninjas who solely focused on ninjutsu, he honed both swordsmanship and ninjutsu, giving him a distinct advantage in close combat. By merging his swordsmanship with ninjutsu, augmented by the Sharingan, he could create a unique style exclusive to Uchiha Zhen. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, for your guidance. You truly embody the essence of a scientist in the ninja world, possessing vast knowledge. Just as Uchiha Zhen intended to seek further guidance, a small serpent slithered onto Orochimaru's arm, causing his expression to darken. Trouble was brewing. They needed to interrogate Mizuki regarding the daimyo's illness. Upon returning to their quarters, Orochimaru released Mizuki, who flinched at the sight of the numerous kunai embedded in him. Sensing his hesitation, Uchiha Zhen used a magnet to extract all the kunai. The instant Mizuki opened his eyes, Zhen ensnared him in a genjutsu, fabricating an illusion of treating the daimyo's ailment. Observing Mizuki's dazed expression, Zhen inquired, "What illness do you suffer?" "Kidney deficiency, Orochimaru." "Zhen, the daimyo of the land of rice suffers from kidney deficiency. No wonder someone sought to assassinate Mizuki. The individual financing the assassination must have been the daimyo. Should such a private matter become public, where would the daimyo find dignity among the various lords? With economic power inferior to that of larger nations, being deficient in any regard would be devastating." Realizing they could extract no further intelligence, Orochimaru prepared to eliminate Mizuki, but Uchiha Zhen stopped him. "Lord Orochimaru, there is a significant difference between life and death. It is better to keep him alive." Orochimaru, not perceiving any offense, acquiesced to the suggestion. Yet, after sealing Mizuki once more, they faced a dilemma. If the daimyo were terminally ill, they could simply eliminate him at his estate and take control of the situation. However, kidney deficiency is hardly a fatal condition. They could not afford to attract undue attention. Recalling his past ventures into traditional medicine, Uchiha Zhen mustered his courage to say, "Lord Orochimaru, I have conducted research on kidney deficiency as well." At that moment, Jiraiya, seeking to find his wayward friend, had learned of Orochimaru's whereabouts and was preparing to surprise him. Alas, he overheard such a provocative discussion at the door. Who is deficient? Surely, it must be Orochimaru. Who would have thought that Orochimaru was incapable? No wonder he had remained solitary for so many years. How pitiable. Who? Sensing an eavesdropper, a murderous aura emanated from Orochimaru as he burst through the door, ready to strike. It's me. Jiraiya entered with a hint of embarrassment. Upon seeing that only Orochimaru and Uchiha Zhen were present, he felt an immediate sense of dread. Surely, this fiery rage could not be directed at him for interrupting a private matter. Upon encountering Jiraiya, Orochimaru ceased his pursuit, albeit with considerable dissatisfaction. The village is currently in dire need of manpower, and it is utterly disgraceful that the Hokage permitted your release. Do you not feel any shame? Fool. Jiraiya approached Orochimaru with small steps, draping an arm around his shoulder, whispering conspiratorially in his ear while stealing glances at Uchiha Shinsen. Orochimaru, do enlighten me. How far has your relationship with that Uchiha boy progressed? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, his pupils narrowing as tumultuous thoughts surged within him, questioning whether his clandestine dealings with Uchiha Shinsen had been uncovered. He queried coldly, what do you mean by that? Word has spread along the front lines that Uchiha Shinsen spent an entire day and night in your tent, and you openly confessed your affection for him, even assigning him tasks under your command. Jiraiya lowered his voice further, but as a ninja, he was keenly aware that one could not easily miss such revelations. Orochimaru pondered whether the higher-ups in Konoha had begun to suspect Uchiha's efforts to consolidate power. Uchiha Shinsen, too, wondered if his frequent contact with Orochimaru had drawn unwelcome attention from the authorities. Chapter 29. The hero of Konoha at this moment. The paramount concern was to control the daimyo. With Jiraiya present, the mission's complexity escalated. Orochimaru could only restrain Jiraiya while facilitating his passage to the daimyo's residence. He signaled Uchiha, who discreetly departed the room, leaving this space for the two old friends. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hayato was enjoying increasingly leisurely days in Konoha, as his accomplishments had distinguished him among his peers. Each time he strolled through the streets, the derision directed at Uchiha Shinsen brought him an unusual sense of satisfaction. If Uchiha Shinsen perishes on the battlefield, who would dare to defend such a person? Are you not afraid of Uchiha Shinsen returning to exact revenge on you? A sudden voice from behind startled Hayato, prompting him to distance himself. Nara Shikahiro, you're still alive? Nara Shikahiro yawned lazily, his gaze towards Hayato laced with mockery. Of course I'm alive, Hayato. How could I possibly perish before you? Besides, I'm 2 years your junior. It seems that after my departure, you've become Uchiha Shinsen's lapdog. Hayato sneered, for in their team, mutual disdain was palpable, and each wished the other ill. Ignoring Hayato's taunts, Nara Shikahiro narrowed his eyes slightly, casually leaning against the wall. He quietly remarked, you've caused Uchiha Shinsen's parents considerable hardship. He will undoubtedly not spare you upon his return. Do you really think he would let you off? Why is it that you returned and he did not? Let's not forget, this is Konoha. Hayato retorted defiantly. Even if he knew Shinsen was the one spreading rumors, could he dare to act against him within the village? If he did, the Uchiha clan would surely retaliate. Nara Shikahiro regarded Hayato with pity, shaking his head. Intelligence is a valuable asset. Not everyone possesses it. I offered Uchiha Shinsen's mother a substantial sum to prevent any retaliation should he return and discover the truth of the conspiracy against him. Since our acquaintance, none targeted by Uchiha Shinsen have emerged unscathed. Spending 10,000 ryo to avoid trouble is a bargain. If possible, I would gladly seek double in return. Konoha, how fortunate you are. Best of luck. After Nara Shikahiro departed, Hyuga Hayato resumed spreading gossip about Uchiha Shinsen's misdeeds throughout the village. Why should such a malevolent person be allowed to reside here? Indeed, Uchiha Shinsen is so cruel at such a young age. As Uchiha Shinsen passed by, he overheard these remarks, his teeth clenched in anger, yet he refrained from retaliation. With an air of arrogance, he tossed money at the vendors and left. However, this time was different. Many injured shinobi had returned from the front lines, having heard of Uchiha Shinsen's deeds. Some bore wounds that he had treated during combat. Crucially, he had executed an S-rank mission, assassinating 2 elite jonin from the Sand Village. How could these people malign a hero, the very individual they had pledged to protect? Uchiha Shinsen is a hero of the battlefield. How dare you slander him? A civilian shinobi, recently discharged and still limping, rushed forward to confront the instigators. Others, having returned from the battlefield, soon joined the fray. Hayato was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the cunning Uchiha Shinsen would have so many supporters. This uproar quickly reached the Hokage's office. With many returning from the front lines and the final batch of shinobi expected shortly, such matters could not be concealed. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, addressed the commotion outside his office sternly. We shall not neglect our heroes. I hope you all will welcome their return in 3 days. The third did not clarify whether Uchiha Shinsen was indeed a hero, merely suppressing the incident. Various clans seemed to sense the brewing conspiracy. arranging gatherings at Konoha's barbecue spots to celebrate the heroes in advance, sincerely inviting the third Hokage. However, the third, occupied with official duties, declined the invitation. Yet this did not impede him from dispatching individuals to surveil the situation. Unfortunately for Hayato, upon returning to his clan, he was summoned by the elder patriarch. Without uttering a word, the elder activated the caged bird seal. Hayato, who had been so brazen outside with Nara Shikahiro, immediately collapsed in agony. Patriarch, fool, to cause such trouble. The disdain in the elder's eyes was unmistakable, leaving Hayato bewildered. How could he, who had wrought such achievements for the clan, be met with such treatment? Is the branch family truly meant to be a mere dog for the main family? Such words remained unspoken. Our clan has lost a member. This incident alone has triggered dissatisfaction among the higher-ups in Konoha. How dare you stir up trouble? Upon hearing of the disappearance of a member from the main family, Hayato's heart raced. No one understood better than he the backstory. The corpse of that clan member rested in Uchiha Shinsen's possession, and he owed him a pair of Byakugan. Yet he dared not speak, for he was complicit in the matter. However, he soon found solace in the elder's tone, which indicated that the Yamanka clan had failed to extract any information from the remains. Nevertheless, he resolved to return Uchiha Shinsen's Byakugan. Yes, it is my fault. Hayato lowered his gaze, concealing the malice that flickered in his Byakugan. When Uchiha Shinsen returns, I shall seek him out to apologize. I hope this matter can be resolved amicably. The elder, seeing Hayato groveling like a defeated dog at his feet, disdainfully commanded, "Begone." Within the Uchiha clan, the news stirred a tempest of reactions, particularly among those who had once been instrumental in sending Uchiha Shinsen to his demise. Let us convey some compensation to Uchiha Shinsen's family. Let us double the financial assistance for Uchiha Huai. Uchiha Huai believed that as a member of the Uchiha clan, providing compensation was a form of grace. If one failed to appreciate such kindness, they would face the consequences. Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Fugaku was already poised to return and assume the role of clan leader. Those aligned with Uchiha Fugaku had subtly begun sending numerous gifts, significantly improving the living conditions of Uchiha Shinsen's parents. Aside from the 100,000 ryo from Nara Tomoko, the items sent by the Uchiha clan remained untouched, stored in the house's storage room. What challenges might await us upon Zheng's return? Uchiha Reina has been in a state of unrest these past few days, her countenance shadowed by the news of the imminent withdrawal of the last group of ninjas. They feared not only for Uchiha Zheng's safety, but also the possibility of him becoming embroiled in the clan's chaotic affairs upon his return. Uchiha Huai gently patted Reina's hand, his eyes shimmering with reassurance as he spoke. Do not worry. No matter what happens, I will ensure that Zheng remains unharmed, even at the cost of my own life. Chapter 30. Capturing the daimyo of the land of rice. Having not devised a plan to infiltrate the daimyo's estate, Uchiha Zheng decided to entrust the matter of intelligence to Orochimaru. His ability to establish a foothold in the land of rice undoubtedly suggested he possessed considerable influence. Alone, Uchiha Zheng ventured out to train, wielding his katana with peculiar movements that might have appeared childish to an onlooker. In truth, he was more adept with the Burmese sword style than with the traditional techniques of this world. In his quest to master it, he had once sought the guidance of a foreign master, practicing only the basics at that time. Now, he transformed hardened steel into a supple extension of himself. Yet he struggled to find quality materials to craft a sword of his own, relying instead on a katana scavenged from the battlefield that was merely a temporary fit. With a single stroke, he severed the trees around him. After his training, Uchiha Zheng wiped the blade clean, contemplating the day when he would afford a custom weapon and bestow upon his swordsmanship a fitting name. "Ah, young one, your swordsmanship is impressive," came a voice from behind. Turning to find Jiraiya and the brooding Orochimaru watching him from a distance, Zheng furrowed his brow, perplexed by their intrusion yet maintaining his composure. "Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru," he greeted respectfully. To think that under Soma's guidance, he had grasped the essence of his technique, remarkable indeed. Yet Orochimaru remarked, however, Zheng's style lacks the requisite ferocity. This unexpected critique caught Uchiha Zheng off guard. Was this a moment of guidance? Reflecting on it, he realized it was true. His desire to grow stronger stemmed not from the thirst for battle, but rather from the instinct to survive. If possible, he preferred to resolve conflicts through the most peaceful means. Once more, Uchiha Zheng closed his eyes, gripping his katana anew. As he opened them, he struck backward with renewed intent. This time, His movements bore an edge of lethality, the ethereal grace of his technique leaving no tree unscathed in its wake. In that moment, Uchiha Zhen comprehended. The blade and his body had melded into one. Jiraiya watched in wide-eyed astonishment as Uchiha Zhen moved through the forest. A transformation from a promising youth to a reaper of souls. What others might take a lifetime to grasp, he had apprehended with but a single remark from Orochimaru. No wonder Orochimaru enjoyed his company, bringing him along on missions. In less than a decade, Zhen would likely surpass them both. His fate was destined for greatness. Orochimaru silently contemplated that the confines of Konoha would not hold him back. After his epiphany, Uchiha Zhen sheathed his sword, surveying the destruction he had wrought among the flora. What a shame to have damaged so many plants and trees. Yet this fleeting compassion quickly dissipated, in a world governed by the law of the jungle. Such was the fate of a mere tree. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru ensnared Uchiha Zhen in a genjutsu, instructing, find a way into the daimyo's estate. Subdue him, and then take a shortcut back to the village, where we shall rendezvous. The two, one tall, one short, shared a knowing glance. Jiraiya, stroking his chin, felt their exchange was laden with unspoken depth. Ahem, have you completed your mission? When will you return to the village? Tomorrow. Perhaps I will encounter Soma, Orochimaru replied, leading Jiraiya to an izakaya while he seized the opportunity to disperse. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhen pondered deeply after acquiring the map to the daimyo's estate. Should he offer the daimyo medical assistance? Recalling his past studies in traditional Chinese medicine, he procured every supplement capable of enhancing vitality and transformed himself into Mizuki upon entering the daimyo's estate. Upon arrival, he sensed several formidable chakra signatures swirling within. It was no wonder that despite being an ordinary man, the daimyo was shielded by ninjas. He had already detected 10 high-ranking jonin. The cost of employing even a single jonin annually would be staggering. One could hardly imagine the funds required. The Hokage and the daimyo operated on different economic principles, one capitalizing on skill, the other on commerce. Upon entering the daimyo's chamber, Zhen gasped at the opulence surrounding him. Aside from a handful of female jonin in attendance, the decor was extravagantly lavish. Incredible. If such excess is found in a minor nation, how much more lavish must the daimyo of the Land of Fire be? Greed stirred within him. If only he could utilize such wealth for scientific research. 10 years of funding would be assured. As he passed by a ninja, he sensed the elite jonin's prowess. Wait, the jonin called out, pointing to a basket of herbs. What is this? Medicinal herbs for men, Uchiha Zhen replied coldly. The man paused, realization dawning upon him, and cast Zhen a look of longing. Seizing the moment, Zhen discreetly slipped the packet into the jonin's possession when the daimyo was distracted. Let us proceed with our plans. The daimyo, reclining on his bed, dismissed his surrounding ninjas. After all, no one wished for their ailments to be known. Today, we can try this special medicine. Results should manifest within 3 days. The daimyo, eager to avoid needles, sat up, his hopes rekindled. Is it truly that effective? Suddenly, a blade pressed against the daimyo's throat. Do not speak. Fix your gaze upon my eyes. Uchiha Zhen invoked the 3-tomo Sharingan, ensnaring the daimyo in a genjutsu that commandeered his thoughts. I am Uchiha Zhen. From this moment forth, you shall heed my commands. Yes, master, I shall obey your commands. The daimyo acquiesced, surrendering without resistance, lying flat in submission. Is this all it takes? From now on, continue your role as daimyo and await my instructions. Outside, a ninja who had procured a packet of vitality supplements murmured something to the gathered crowd, all of whom were eager, peering through the door from a distance. Sir, that medicine. Seeing their starry-eyed expressions, Uchiha Zhen felt a twitch in his eyelid and penned a prescription, tossing it to them. Overnight, the herbs listed within had skyrocketed in price throughout the land of rice. Following Orochimaru's advice, he could take a shortcut back to the village without needing to rendezvous with him. Ah, splendid. I shall find a place to sell the surplus ninja tools from the battlefield to supplement my family's needs. At a weapon shop in the land of rice, Uchiha Zhen sold 9,000 kunai, 3,000 shuriken, and 500 scrolls at a price considerably lower than market value, yielding a significant profit, funds he intended to send home to his parents. Excuse me, do you have any surgical knives? The shop owner, delighted by the influx of low-priced ninja tools, imagined the profits to be made during wartime and greeted Uchiha Zhen with a beaming smile. Yes, we have several types. If you purchase the complete set, I can offer you a 20% discount. Chapter 31. Severing Roots for Prestige. The assortment of surgical instruments exceeded Uchiha Zhen's expectations. 3 sets, please. Certainly, my lord. I will prepare them for you. The shopkeeper's face was adorned with a broad smile, seemingly indifferent to the purpose of the items. As long as they generated profit. My lord, I also have some basic medical equipment. Might you find anything of interest? Uchiha Zhen's curiosity was piqued. There were certain items that were difficult to procure in Konoha, and acquiring suitable ones would not hinder his plans. Please, show me your latest medical devices. The shopkeeper guided Uchiha Zhen to a separate display case, introducing each item. Here are reagents, maintenance chambers, silver needles, and a complete array of surgical tools. I possess the most comprehensive selection. Uchiha Zhen was taken aback by the silver needles, having not anticipated their existence. He selected 2 boxes of silver needles and reagents, settled the payment, and departed the land of rice. However, upon exiting the establishment, he found himself under scrutiny. Within the borders of the land of fire, Uchiha Zhen took a shortcut towards Konoha, only to be intercepted by a group of shadowy figures. Judging by their attire, this squad hailed from Root. Clearly, someone hidden in the depths of Konoha had become aware of his intent to ambush. Uchiha Zhen's blood-red eyes glinted with a terrifying hunger for battle. Devoid of any emotion. Naturally, having never attended school, he feigned ignorance. An interception signified an enemy, and he could not afford to show mercy. He could even return with their heads to Konoha for a bounty. Ah, it seems you are the first batch to experience my swordsmanship, he mused. One of the ninjas arrogantly commanded, Uchiha Zhen, we are members of Konoha Zanbu. Come with us. They were impersonating Konoha ninjas, attempting to seize Uchiha's Sharingan. How audacious. With a fierce shout, Uchiha Zhen swiftly drew his blade, slicing through one ninja's throat with chilling calmness. Which village do you hail from? What audacity to brazenly impersonate Konoha ninjas. Water style, water chaos. Lightning cutter. Before the ninja could complete his hand seals, Uchiha Zhen pierced through his chest. Noting that these individuals lacked familial affiliations, he deemed their demise inconsequential. After all, they concealed their identities without any symbolic Konoha emblems. Besides, Uchiha Zhen had never been educated about such convoluted matters. 2 members of Root fell at the onset. Uchiha Zhen, how dare you slay fellow village ninjas? Prepare to die? Huh, it is you imposters who deserve death. I shall sever your heads and present them before the Hokage for a reward. Uchiha Zhen's cold laughter resonated as he wielded his katana, weaving between the remaining 4 adversaries. His swordsmanship resembled a living art form, each stroke, slash, hack, stab, striking true. His movements as graceful as a ballet. With a swift motion, he claimed another life, gazing arrogantly at the remaining trio, his bloodied katana in hand. From now on, my swordsmanship shall be called Night of Darkness. The 3 remaining ninjas, witnessing yet another of their comrades fall, resolved to take his life and extract his Sharingan to redeem themselves before Danzo. A gentle breeze ruffled his bangs, a few strands brushing against his cold and handsome visage, his eyes emanating an icy glare. At that moment, Uchiha Zhen felt the exhilarating rush of power. His lips parted, his voice a chilling whisper, dance. The remaining Root ninjas sensed impending doom and hastily retreated, yet it was too late. 2 more lives were claimed, their eyes remaining wide open in death. Only you remain. Danzo will not spare you. One of them exclaimed as a smoke bomb obscured their vision. However, they perhaps forgot that their opponent was Uchiha. The sounds of battle echoed nearby, a cacophony of footsteps approaching. The Root ninjas seemed to glimpse hope and turned to flee. Uchiha Zhen pursued, shouting, halt. I will not allow you to disrupt the peace of the village. Stop, came the voice of Hatake Tsukumo from behind. But it was already too late. Uchiha Zhen had claimed the final life. What are you doing, Uchiha Zhen? Hatake Tsukumo and several other ninjas appeared, bewildered. Uchiha Zhen leisurely wiped the blood from his blade, severing the head of the Root ninja, and calmly stated, Lord Tsukumo, you arrived just in time. These individuals impersonated Konoha ninjas, attempting to abduct me and seize my Sharingan. You, Hatake Tsukumo, observing the deceased ninjas lacking Konoha's unique insignia, recognized them as members of Root. Could it be that the higher-ups had aimed to eliminate Uchiha Zhen, sending these agents to their demise? Root operatives were notoriously ruthless. Gazing at the 6 lifeless bodies, disbelief washed over him. Lord Zhen has saved the village, thwarting the infiltration of spies. Truly, he is a hero. Hearing the whispers from behind, Hatake Tsukumo's brow furrowed. This was a troublesome situation. Lord Tsukumo, please step aside. I must sever their heads. As Uchiha Zhen passed by Hatake Tsukumo, he casually remarked, the heads of spies hold considerable value. They should fetch quite a price. 2 jonin heads. Perhaps. Lord Zhen, allow me to assist you. I too shall lend a hand. The ninjas behind Hatake Tsukumo eagerly prepared to offer their aid, and Uchiha Zhen graciously smiled at them. Thank you, everyone. We should dine together sometime. It has been a while since I've enjoyed Ichiraku ramen. Many ninjas followed closely behind, including Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiraiya coldly inquired, what has transpired here? Without Uchiha Zhen needing to speak, the assisting ninjas began to explain to Jiraiya, boasting as they did so. Though others were unfamiliar with the situation, Jiraiya and Orochimaru recognized the identities of those involved. Sensing Orochimaru's scrutinizing gaze, Uchiha Zhen averted his eyes, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Ah, this little one is being deliberately elusive, yet lacks evidence. How intriguing. This will surely provoke a reaction from Danzo and the old man. Orochimaru licked his lips, eager to witness their reactions. Let us hasten. We must reach the village before nightfall. With a command from Orochimaru, the others quickened their pace, while Uchiha Zhen nonchalantly carried 3 heads in hand. One ninja, noticing Uchiha Zhen's burden, suggested, Lord Zhen, would you like to use a scroll? Uchiha Zhen glanced back, a knowing smile on his face. No need. Should there be any other spies, they must learn that attacking Konoha comes at a grave cost. Chapter 32, Dumplings? Danzo in Konoha, led by the Hokage, many ninja families and villagers welcomed their return. It is Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya, and Lord Tsukumo. How impressive. I never expected to see so many prominent figures today. Heroes. Who is that next to Lord Orochimaru? Ah, what is he holding? Upon seeing the gruesome trophies in Uchiha Zhen's hands, the faces of the 3rd Hokage and the Council of Elders darkened. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Lord Zhen, look at me. You saved me. Lord Zhen. Some female ninjas even waved small flags. Is this Uchiha Zhen, the ruthless and sinister Uchiha? It is he, the Uchiha who has harmed Hinata. It is truly terrifying. Why has he returned to the village, brandishing such cruelty? How can someone like him be allowed back, and why has he not perished outside? The murmurs among the crowd swiftly captured Uchiha Zen's attention. Upon spotting Uchiha Reina and Uchiha Huai within the throng, a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips. He then fixed his gaze upon the Hokage. Casting a glance at Orochimaru, he quietly inquired, Lord Orochimaru, would it be fitting for me to display the severed head upon the frame of the Leaf Village's gate? Such ambition intrigues me, Orochimaru replied in a husky whisper. Hokage-sama, Zen encountered a desperate spy from our village on his way back, slaying 6 men, including 2 jonin. One of the returning ninjas could not contain himself and declared this publicly. This revelation spared Uchiha Zen the need for further explanation as he stepped forward, presenting the severed heads at the feet of the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he suppressed the fury swelling within him upon recognizing the fallen Uchiha ninjas. They were the Roots Death Warriors. How audacious of his old friend Danzo to strike at Uchiha Zen at such a critical juncture. Foolishness. With a benevolent smile, the 3rd Hokage praised. You are indeed Uchiha Zen, a fine child. Yet, the fury in his eyes was hard to conceal. Old man, since this is Zen's merit, let him deal with these spies. Orochimaru interjected at a timely moment, prompting the 3rd Hokage to defer the matter to Uchiha Zen. Without hesitation, Uchiha Zen hurled the heads toward the gate, where 6 kunai were embedded, firmly anchoring them to the entrance. The 3rd Hokage's face turned ashen. He had anticipated that Uchiha Zen would offer some pleasantries or pass the matter to the intelligence department, but instead, he had directly nailed the heads to the gate. Hidden ninjas might still lurk in the shadows. Thus, as a warning, those wishing to disrupt Konoha should reconsider their intentions. Uchiha Zen's righteous rhetoric was met with applause and cheers from the returning ninjas, while the higher-ups of Konoha wore grim expressions. Uchiha Zen, how dare you assassinate the village's ninjas? Silence. The 3rd Hokage interrupted Tsunade's outburst. What? They are ninjas of Konoha? Not imposters? Then why did they attempt to kill me and seize my eyes? Uchiha Zen's trio of questions laid bare all conspiracies. To acknowledge the identity of those from Root would mean admitting that the village dispatched assassins to eliminate a hero returning from battle while still coveting Uchiha size. To deny it would mean they would have to bear the consequences themselves. Breakthrough. Just these 3 sentences. The third Hokage seethed internally, though his face wore a smile. These individuals had infiltrated deeply. Had it not been for your discerning eye, they might have concealed themselves even better. Uchiha Zhen feigned enlightenment and continued, I see now. They claimed to have been sent to kill me. On whose orders? Uchiha Zhen pretended to ponder. Ah, I remember now, it was Danzo. The third Hokage and Konoha's upper echelon tensed at this revelation. Danzo? Upon hearing this answer, they momentarily relaxed, only for Uchiha Zhen to add. It seems it was indeed Danzo. Yes, it was Danzo. Uchiha Zhen spoke as if oblivious to the gazes fixed upon him. We must investigate which ninja village these individuals hail from. They clearly covet Uchiha's eyes, and it stands to reason they are not of good intent. We must remain vigilant. Perhaps they will turn their sights on the Byakugan if they fail to seize the Sharingan. His seemingly innocuous statement was taken seriously by the Hyuga clan, who had lost a member of their main family. Uchiha Zhen, you are spreading dangerous rumors. Seize him and bring him to the Umbu for interrogation. Tsunade barked angrily. Who dares? Orochimaru's murderous intent surged, his gaze fixed dangerously on Tsunade. Are you suggesting we should apprehend the returning ninjas as well? Though spoken as a rhetorical question, it carried an implicit threat. Perhaps age has dulled your senses, Tsunade. I understand, but I fail to see how I am spreading dangerous rumors. Is Danzo your ally? Or is my analysis unfounded? The adversaries seek ocular jutsu, and should they fail to acquire the Sharingan, it would surely shift to the Byakugan. The crowd gasped. There was no denying his logic. Was this esteemed advisor a deeply entrenched spy from an enemy nation? Instantaneously, the gazes directed at Tsunade turned hostile. Uchiha Zhen, your actions severely jeopardize our intelligence-gathering efforts and disrupt the organization. The third Hokage interjected hastily to redirect the conversation. Tsunade huffed, I suspect he is doing this intentionally. Perhaps he has harbored rebellious thoughts for some time. Uchiha Zhen nodded earnestly, his innocent eyes meeting the third Hokage's. I see. Upon my return, I must make it a point to attend the Ninja Academy. Clearly, my lack of formal education has proven detrimental. This remark left the third Hokage momentarily speechless, as he had forgotten that Uchiha Zhen had never attended the Ninja Academy. It made sense why he was so fearsome and ruthless. How could such a person be permitted to serve as a ninja, akin to a butcher? If you disdain butchers, then refrain from eating meat. The crowd erupted into chaos once more. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, realizing that what was meant to be a welcoming ceremony had spiraled into such tumult. Very well. I welcome all heroes home. As for Uchiha Zhen, I shall arrange matters for you tomorrow. Before he could finish, Orochimaru interrupted. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Zhen is now under my command. Chapter 33. Zhen is a good child. He believes Uchiha Zhen could assist him in his experiments. How could he allow him to squander time at the Ninja Academy? Furthermore, he was intrigued by the notion of antioxidants. If Zhen could successfully conduct this experiment, what harm would it bring to receive his assistance? Uchiha Zhen's return elicited mixed emotions among the villagers. To be a subordinate of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, at such a young age, conferred a certain degree of influence within Konoha. Ascending to the higher echelons was merely a matter of time, responding alongside the Elder Council and the returning Jiraiya. Orochimaru and Konoha's White Fan convened in the meeting room to report. The focus remained on Uchiha Zhen's situation. This child seems to possess a temperament quite unlike that of the Uchiha, Midogate-in remarked, voicing his concerns. Regardless of his awareness, he has slain ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade retorted sharply, harboring a deep disdain for this troublesome youth. The third Hokage, remaining relatively rational, posed the question to Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Orochimaru. What are your thoughts? Kakashi sat there, expressionless as if frozen in place. The third Hokage then turned to his most esteemed disciple, Orochimaru. Leaning on his hand, Orochimaru's mind had drifted to his laboratory, recalling the biochemistry and physical theories Uchiha Zhen had discussed. Finally, the third Hokage turned to Jiraiya, who was earnestly taking notes in front of him, his smile gradually turning lecherous. The third Hokage held little hope for him and directly addressed Orochimaru. Inquiring about his thoughts on Uchiha Zhen, Orochimaru, momentarily snapped back to reality, expressed his dissatisfaction with the third Hokage for interrupting his train of thought. A fine young man, one I truly admire. I hope no unfortunate events arise in the future, he remarked. The third Hokage's expression darkened, casting doubt upon the rumors. Orochimaru, you are no longer a child. Perhaps you should take a page from Jiraiya when it comes to choosing a partner. What he had expected to be a brief report allowing him to return to his long-neglected laboratory turned into a tedious session of listening to the third Hokage and the council drone on, which had already begun to wear thin on him. If there is nothing of great importance, I shall take my leave. With that, Orochimaru vanished from the conference room, leaving behind an irate council and an agitated Kakashi. Indeed, Sarutobi-sensei had grown old. Jiraiya, observing the scene, echoed, a fine young man, one who is well-liked. I hope no unfortunate events arise in the future. With that, he too dissipated into a cloud of smoke, leaving Kakashi feeling slightly awkward. After all, he was a student of the Hokage, and could leave at will, while Kakashi was left seeking a sufficient reason to do the same. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Kakashi said, a fine young man, one who is well-liked. I believe even I, Kakashi, would appreciate him. With that, he too vanished from the meeting room. Back at home, Uchiha Reina prepared a steaming array of dishes. It was a rare occasion to enjoy a warm dinner after a year of hardship. Whether facing the perilous Orochimaru, his contemplative teammates, or adversaries on the battlefield, Uchiha Zhen managed to navigate them all with ease. The only challenge lay in dealing with Uchiha Huai and his wife. For perhaps due to his past as an orphan, he lacked a sense of familial connection or the ability to accept kindness without reason. Observing Reina bustling about in the kitchen, he shook his head and sighed. Mother, there's no need to fuss. Let us eat together. Uchiha Huai, seated at the table, chimed in. Reina, there is no more room on the table. Coming. The soup will be ready shortly, Reina replied cheerfully, placing a fragrant pot of soup on the table. Just as the family prepared to dine, Uchiha clan members burst in, commanding with an air of arrogance, Uchiha Zhen, the elder requests your presence. Though they used the word request, their demeanor lacked any semblance of politeness, especially during mealtime. Uchiha Huai's expression soured while Reina nervously gripped the tablecloth. Seeing that Zhen remained unmoved, they raised their voices. Hey, do you wish to defy the elder's command? Uchiha Zhen's movements came to a halt, and in a swift motion, a pair of chopsticks flew past the necks of the two Uchiha. A chilling reminder of death brushing against them. Leave. Uchiha Zhen shot a cold glance at the two, then turned to Reina with a smile. Please, mother, could you bring me another pair of chopsticks? We shall attend to the elder shortly. Upon seeing Zen's three-tomo Sharingan, the two Uchiha suppressed their anger, their tone becoming much more respectful, for in the Uchiha clan, those with advanced eyes commanded respect, and strength dictated everything. Is this appropriate, Zen? Reina asked, her concern evident as she feared the clan members might make things difficult for her child. Mother, let us eat. Do not concern yourself with them. Seemingly recalling something, Uchiha Zen produced a large scroll and handed it to Reina, containing a third of the spoils he had acquired on the battlefield, amounting to a staggering 30 million ryo. Mother, please take this for household expenses. There is no need to be frugal. They were indeed somewhat impoverished, and he feared this meal had been prepared after much saving. Reina looked toward Uchiha Huai, who nodded in agreement, accepting the scroll with tears glistening in her eyes. It is wonderful that you have returned. By the way, Narachiharu sent us 100,000 ryo, which has been of great assistance, and mentioned your situation. We should invite him over for dinner to express our gratitude. Reina's face lit up at the mention of Narachiharu, feeling pride in her son for trusting his teammate despite the rumors. Narachiharu? He sent us money? Uchiha Zen questioned, pondering the intentions of Narachiharu. Was our family in such dire straits before? Indeed, the compensation had not been issued, and the hospital wages were delayed. There were also rumors circulating in the village that you harmed the Hyuga, which is why I wanted to check if you were hurt. Chiharu is a good boy, so. I understand. I shall visit my comrades when I have the time. After finishing his meal, Uchiha Zen reclined leisurely on the tatami mat. Shortly after, Reina approached with the scroll, believing it to be a gesture of filial piety, not minding the contents as she intended to add a little more for Narachiharu. Upon opening the scroll, she was taken aback by the amount, 30 million ryo. Her first reaction was not joy but sorrow, pondering how many dangerous missions it took to earn such a sum. As a mother, how could she accept money earned through perilous endeavors? Zen, this is too much. You should keep it for yourself and buy something you need. We can manage without it. Mother? Uchiha Zen observed her flustered state, explaining, I have kept some pocket money for myself, and if it is insufficient, I shall ask you for more. We truly do not need to save. But, mother, then I will save it for you until you find a girlfriend and start a family. Uchiha Zhen thought. He is only 7. He is not that mature, and besides, he has never considered girls. From his past life, he knew that emotions would only slow his progress in his studies. Chapter 34. Elder. The clan meeting is the right of the clan leader. May I inquire if Lord Zhen is at home? The elder requests your presence at the clan meeting. Just as he found a moment of respite, a ninja from the Uchiha clan arrived once more to summon him to the elder. However, this time, the demeanor and strength of the ninja were markedly superior to those who had come before. Mother, I shall step out for a moment. Uchiha Zhen returned to his room to don his blade, while the Uchiha ninja waiting outside wore a stiff expression. This was a meeting with the elder, not an assassination. Why was he so excessively prepared? However, the elder had not prohibited him from bringing such items, so he chose to feign ignorance. Upon entering, Uchiha Zhen was met with the elder's reprimand. Well, Uchiha Zhen, to attend the clan meeting and keep everyone waiting. If you have grievances with the Uchiha, then perhaps you need not attend. The elder's admonishment stemmed from discontent with Zhen's behavior, intending to set an example. Yet, to his surprise, Uchiha Zhen neither acknowledged his reprimand nor regarded him with any respect. Then, I bid you farewell. Uchiha Zhen turned on his heel and walked toward the door. Everyone was taken aback, including Uchiha Fugaku, who appeared bewildered. 2 of the elder's confidants intercepted Uchiha Zhen's path. Dark night, dying sun. As Uchiha Zhen brushed past them, they knelt in terror, a thin line of blood tracing their necks. Though it had not reached the artery, it had indeed cut their flesh. Had Uchiha Zhen pressed even slightly harder, they would have been on their way to the afterlife. The elder and all the Uchiha clan members were astonished yet exhilarated. They revered strength. Impudent, Uchiha Zhen, how dare you lay hands on your own kin? Uchiha Zhen slightly turned his face, his 3-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating, his voice chilling and devoid of emotion. Elder, the Uchiha clan meeting is a privilege of the clan leader. What do you think you are doing? The elder collapsed onto the tatami, seeing Uchiha Zhen at that moment resembling a bloodthirsty Azura, and he could not help but recall a certain individual. A man renowned alongside the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara. He had once looked upon them, his clansmen, with that same icy, disdainful, and even destructive gaze. Uchiha Madara. The elder involuntarily uttered this name, causing the entire Uchiha clan to change countenance. Whether in Konoha or among the Uchiha, this was a taboo. How dare you, who toy with power, utter such a name? Uchiha Zhen remained cold, turning and stepping forward, and all the Uchiha clansmen instinctively parted to make way for him. He understood that Uchiha Madara was a true powerhouse, a legendary figure of the Warring States era. He did not fall to Senju Hashirama. Rather, he succumbed to his disdain for the machinations of power, the betrayal of friends, the treachery of kin. This was the fate of a great warlord. His nearly century-long scheming for resurrection to realize the Eye of the Moon plan demonstrated that he was not ignorant of political intrigues, but rather held them in contempt. Yet, in the end, he too fell victim to the very power plays he scorned. Uchiha Zhen was an idealist who respected those with aspirations, like Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara, who relentlessly pursued their ideals at any cost. Were Danzo and the third Hokage at fault? From their perspectives, they were merely enthralled by power, willing to sacrifice others for their ambitions. But once they touched upon their own interests, they became destined adversaries. Do not approach. Stay back. The elder, now gripped by fear, retreated without dignity, completely losing the authority of his former status. According to Uchiha clan traditions, only the clan leader had the right to convene a clan meeting. Elder, when did you acquire this privilege? With every step Uchiha Zhen took, he seemed to tread upon the elder's heart. Despite being merely a 7-year-old child, he exuded a palpable aura of oppression. Jinkuin, please remain composed. The elder convened the clan meeting to select the next clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku called out, fearing that Zhen's blade might inadvertently graze the elder's neck. Oh, I apologize. Who do you propose as clan leader? Uchiha Zhen halted, looking down imperiously. Your cowardly grandson? Indeed. That was the elder's initial thought. Yet now he dared not nod in agreement, fully overshadowed by Uchiha Zhen's presence. Noticing the elder's silence, Zhen turned to the others. What do you all think? Who is suitable to be clan leader? The Uchiha clan members remained silent, uncertain of Zhen's stance, whether he intended to claim the leadership himself or had someone else in mind. Since no one has recommendations, I believe Uchiha Fugaku would be a fine choice. Do you have any objections? Everyone was taken aback. Uchiha Fugaku was indeed suitable. His father had been clan leader, and he had proven himself on the battlefield. I support Lord Zhen's choice. Lord Fugaku should be clan leader, of appropriate age, experienced, and with merit. Lord Zhen is promising, but still young. The next clan leader is not an issue. Agreed. Agreed. Since there are no objections, let us adjourn the meeting and return home for some rest. What do you think, Lord Fugaku? Even Uchiha Fugaku was bewildered. Was it truly this straightforward? He had been contemplating how to rally support and eliminate the elder's influence to ascend to the position of clan leader, and yet it was settled so simply? Countless Sharingan gazed at Uchiha Fugaku, awaiting his response. Were it not for the prior context, he would have thought his clansmen were eager to devour him. Then let us adjourn, Uchiha Fugaku commanded. After leaving the Uchiha shrine, he called out to Uchiha Zhen. Zhen-kun, do you have time for a cup of tea? Huh. Lord Clan Leader, is there something you need? Uchiha Zhen longed to return home for a peaceful slumber. Ever since he had entered the battlefield, sleepless nights had become the norm. He was still growing and needed rest to avoid becoming a half-wreck. Thank you, Zhen-kun, for today. To express my gratitude, I will unconditionally provide training resources for your family, Uchiha Fugaku stated sincerely. Oh, I need you to guarantee the safety of my parents. That is my sole condition. While he could not afford them the affection of kin, ensuring their lives remained free from worry was imperative. Uchiha Fugaku, surprised yet understanding, assured, as long as I, Uchiha Fugaku, am in power, I will ensure your parents' safety. Otherwise, my clan shall face annihilation. Others may not have known, but Uchiha Zhen was acutely aware that the Uchiha clan had indeed faced extermination at the hands of his own ambitious son. Perhaps he was overthinking it. There might be no causal connection. Thinking of tomorrow's conversation with Hinata, he decided to end his idle chatter with Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Clan Leader, there's a tough battle tomorrow. You should rest early. Farewell. Chapter 35. A triple strike at the roots of Konoha, in a dim underground chamber. Danzo was infuriated by the third Hokage's aggressive demeanor. Hizashi, Uchiha is inherently malevolent. We must send him to the roots while he is still young. Your methods are too feeble. Konoha will eventually crumble under your leadership. I need you to explain why you attacked Uchiha Zhen. He has garnered enough prestige to sway public sentiment, and today's incident has already sown seeds of doubt among the villagers. Humph, you should have killed Uchiha Zhen then. He killed a Konoha ninja. He killed an enemy spy. This matter requires no further reiteration. The entire village knows that the assassination of Uchiha was ordered by you, Danzo. And what of it? Danzo sneered disdainfully. With the disappearance of the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Zhen has inadvertently linked the two events. I fear the Hyuga clan may have begun to harbor suspicions. The third Hokage pondered for a moment. I will provide you with a rationale to deflect their inquiries. For the sake of the village, the old Hyuga clan leader will grant me this favor. The disappearance of the Hyuga clan is none of my concern, Danzo retorted coldly. If they seek trouble, we shall apply pressure with a firm hand. Danzo, the envoys from other countries return in the coming days. Do not cause any incidents. The third Hokage warned. He had begun to suspect that the Hyuga clan's gaze had fallen upon Danzo. For only this close ally could know the movements of the Hyuga and erase traces unnoticed. On this moonless, windy night, an insomniac atmosphere prevailed. Countless shadows flitted through the Uchiha territory. A ninja wielding a kunai lunged toward the slumbering Uchiha Zhen. Huh, just a little brat. Danzo-sama has mobilized 10 elite jonin for this? Bang. The figure beneath the covers transformed into a puff of smoke. What? Behind him, Uchiha Zhen silently claimed his life. Outside, a ninja shouted, not good. Number 3 has been killed. The Byakugan? Just right. Uchiha Zhen emerged from his room clad in sleepwear, his crimson Sharingan gleaming eerily in the night. Kill. One of the ninjas commanded, and the clash of weapons sparked brilliantly in the dark. Uchiha Zhen smirked, tossing dozens of explosive tags into the air, setting them off simultaneously. The violent tremors jolted every member of the Uchiha clan awake. The Uchiha couple, Uchiha Huai and Uchiha Lingnai, first emerged to witness Uchiha Zhen engaged in battle against several ninjas. Huai swiftly covered Lingnai's mouth from behind, whispering, return. Do not complicate matters for the child. The two quietly retreated to their room, where Uchiha Huai cast an illusionary technique. Anyone who entered would fall victim to the Jinjutsu. Even for a mere few seconds, sufficient for him to eliminate them. Uchiha Zhen was ambushed, death. The first to arrive was Uchiha Hakadai, followed closely by other clan members. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the farthest away, hastened to the scene. Uchiha Zhen stood atop the rooftop, wielding a katana, fixing his gaze on those attempting to flee. "Leave none alive," he commanded, his voice icy and calm, as if addressing a trivial matter. Uchiha Hakadai was the first to act, seemingly possessed as he obstructed their escape. The other Uchihas followed suit, engaging the enemy. "Jinkuin, are you alright? Who dares to attack the Uchiha?" Uchiha Fugaku lamented, having only just assumed the position of clan leader. Uchiha Zhen shook his head, coldly stating, "Too lenient." With over 20 Uchiha ninjas merely attempting to impede the enemy, they found themselves at a disadvantage. "Stand aside." Dark Knight's dusk. Uchiha Zhen surged forward, claiming the life of a root ninja. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, feeling a twinge of apprehension, for killing in Konoha was ill-advised. The Uchiha ninjas ceded the battlefield to Uchiha Zhen, dispersing to prevent any escape. Uchiha Hakadai gazed in awe at Uchiha Zhen's graceful yet lethal dance with the sword. Incredible. Uchiha En stared at Uchiha Zhen, feeling an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself, his blood surging with fervor. It seemed he had found his true leader. "You Uchiha dare to rebel?" A severely injured ninja muttered defiantly, but Uchiha En could no longer contain himself and thrust his blade forward, silencing him forever. The command to withdraw was issued, and 10 members retreated to the Uchiha territory, leaving only 4 behind. Uchiha Zhen remained unmoved, fixated on one of the Hyuga. "Do not let them leave Uchiha territory." The fleeing root members finally sensed dread. Uchiha Zhen relentlessly pursued the Hyuga, determined to capture him alive. Before long, the others were apprehended, and Uchiha Zhen returned to his home, dragging the Hyuga along. Seeing that the subdued root ninjas were still alive, Uchiha Zhen expressed his dissatisfaction. "Jinkuin, we may be in trouble," Uchiha Fugaku remarked, his expression grim. "They were ninjas from the root of Konoha." "What do you mean by root of Konoha?" Uchiha Fugaku was about to explain when Uchiha Zhen removed the mask from the captured Hyuga's face, calmly stating, "They are Hyuga ninjas. Kill them." Uchiha Zhen remained eerily calm. The 20-some Uchiha ninjas glanced between Uchiha Zhen and Uchiha Fugaku, caught in hesitation. At that moment, Uchiha En plunged his blade into the subdued figure, while Uchiha Hakadai slashed the throats of the other 2. The 2 acted without hesitation in response to Uchiha Zhen's command. "Jinkuin." Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed, his heart racing with alarm. Now only 1 Hyuga remains. Uchiha Zhen tossed explosive tags onto all the corpses, launching another into the air. Boom. The ensuing tremor drew the attention of Konoha's Umbu. The bodies were utterly destroyed, leaving no trace to identify the assailants. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly comprehended. Uchiha Zhen had implied that it was the Hyuga who attacked them. The Uchiha clan, though lacking in wisdom, were not foolish. They quickly grasped what to say and do next. All gazed upon Uchiha Zhen with admiration. Truly, Jinkuin. The gloom on Uchiha Fugaku's face dissipated. He questioned whether Zhen was truly only 7 years old or perhaps possessed by an ancient spirit. The initial explosion of the explosive tags was not meant to attract the Uchiha's attention, but rather to capture Konoha's. The Uchiha territory was remote, and even if they wanted to come, it required time. By further detonating the corpses, they ensured that the identity of the assailants would remain obscured, leaving only 1 Hyuga behind, the individual most identifiable as a Konoha ninja. They could incite the enraged villagers to attack the Hyuga estate. Thus, they would be seen as the victims, with Konoha justifying punishment on the Hyuga, redirecting any previous animosity towards them. A masterstroke. Chapter 36. Drumming up wrath against the Hyuga at the entrance of Uchiha territory, Umbu ninjas observed a throng of Uchiha parading while beating drums, hurling insults at the Hyuga. The one leading the tirade was Uchiha En, unleashing a relentless barrage of insults for half an hour without repetition. Even Uchiha Zhen stood there, his head in his hands, marveling at Un's stamina, who paused only to quench his thirst before continuing. It was utterly astonishing. The Umbu, hearing the vile tirades, inquired, "What are you doing?" With newfound confidence as clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku replied, Umbu ninjas, your timing is fortuitous. Yesterday, our Uchiha clan was attacked by a squad of 10 Hyuga ninjas. Please report this to Lord Hokage." The Umbu's brow twitched. The Hyuga attacked the Uchiha? Is it the Uchiha who have lost their minds, or the Hyuga? Yet, upon seeing a tattered and injured Hyuga being restrained by 2 Uchiha, he found himself speechless. I will report this to Lord Hokage immediately. But I must take the individual with me. No. If you take him, how will we seek compensation from the Hyuga? Our Uchiha have suffered severe losses. Should the Hyuga not pay, will the village cover it? Uchiha Zhen emerged from the crowd, questioning. We will not make it difficult for you. You may report honestly to Lord Hokage, and we shall seek justice afterward. After the Umbu departed, the Uchiha's drumming roused much of Konoha. Upon arriving at the Hyuga estate, they did not engage in violence, but instead maximized the volume of their drumming and insults, leaving a pile of severed limbs at the doorstep of their clan leader's residence. What is happening? Who dares to speak so boldly here? The Hyuga elder demanded, flanked by Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi. Such audacity from the Uchiha. I am Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha. We have come to inquire about the meaning behind the Hyuga's attack on us last night. You insolent child, cease your nonsense. The elder, though shocked, maintained some semblance of composure. Nonsense. The elder pretends too much. Uchiha Fugaku signaled for two Uchiha to present the captured root ninja. Elder Hyuga, I just recently assumed the clan leader position, and I am met with such an unwelcome night. It became clear that the explosion had originated from the Uchiha. The Hyuga looked on, astonished at such despicable acts. At that moment, Uchiha struck the drum again, adding fuel to the fire. This was a squad of 10 jonin. They could easily obliterate a small nation. Had we not fought back with our lives, were they planning to annihilate the Uchiha? The elder exchanged glances with his clan members, prompting one to examine the pile of remains, shaking his head. Elder, it is beyond recognition. Hinata Yuan jumped out upon hearing the voice, arrogantly declaring, You Uchiha are truly ruthless, facing fellow villagers, and yet, silence. The old clan leader's gaze was filled with murderous intent towards Hinata Yuan, who had foolishly admitted to the presence of Hinata. How foolish. Uchiha Zhen found amusement in this, truly a worthy teammate, essentially a divine assist. Were it not for the Uchiha discarding explosive tags carelessly for survival, there might not be an Uchiha clan left from this day forth. Was it not said that Uchiha Zhen harmed Hinata? How strange. Perhaps they were deliberately slandering. 10 jonin could decimate a small nation. What could they possibly achieve in the Hinata estate? Truly despicable to commit such acts under the cover of night. If they were bombed, they would deserve it. Hinata's old clan leader, you must provide us with an explanation. One cannot disrespect the elderly merely due to age. Uchiha Zhen continued. Our clan has sustained nearly 100 injuries. My parents are among the wounded. Good heavens. This was undoubtedly a fight to the death. The Uchiha intended to perish together. That must be Uchiha Zhen, renowned for his many feats on the battlefield. It was unexpected that his parents suffered such injury. I know. His mother is a gentle nurse at the Konoha hospital. The old man reiterated, this matter was certainly not instigated by us Hinata. Uchiha Zhen seized the hair of a root ninja, signaling to Uchiha Yen. Uchiha Yen threw the gong in his hand to the 8th generation and stepped forward to slap the root Hinata. This slap awakened the Hinata, and what met his eyes was the Hinata estate and the old clan leader. The distinctive white eyes were glaringly evident to all. Anyone not blind would not doubt the veracity of Uchiha's words. Do you dare claim this is not your Hinata? Uchiha Fugaku demanded. This is the Byakugan. Upon seeing the individual, the old clan leader's heart raced. This was indeed a ninja from Root, undoubtedly on a mission within Uchiha territory. Remembering the rumors from yesterday, a sudden realization struck, his expression darkened. The disappearance of that branch family member was no coincidence. Konoha covets the bloodlines of both clans. The Byakugan and Sharingan are techniques passed down through millennia. The Uchiha have long been ostracized by Konoha's higher-ups. Uchiha Fugaku had just assumed the clan leadership and was still young, perhaps unaware of Root's existence. Yet, he had lived longer than the 3rd Hokage, having witnessed the 1st and 2nd, thus he knew of some unspeakable secrets. Their current course of action must be to unite, if the 2 strongest clans in Konoha allied. Even the village would have to consider its stance. Moreover, the war had just concluded. The village could not afford internal strife. The root ninja finally realized he had been captured, but why was he at the Hinata's doorstep instead of before the Hokage or Danzo? Clan leader. Help. Before he could finish, the old Hinata clan leader activated the caged bird technique, and the ninja instantly fell silent. Everyone witnessed that it was the Hinata clan leader who executed this survivor with a secret technique, not a hand raised by us Uchiha. Uchiha Zhen raised his voice high, fearing those around him would not hear. We saw it. It was the Hinata clan leader who acted. He seemed to want to say something. It must have been to silence him. Indeed, I saw it too. This scene also fell under the gaze of the third Hokage, who had hurriedly arrived after hearing the report from the Umbu. Old clan leader, Fugaku-kun, what is the meaning of this? The third Hokage sought to deliver justice for the Uchiha clan, stating, last night, a team of 10 jonin from Hinata infiltrated Uchiha territory to assassinate us. We nearly faced annihilation. Uchiha Fugaku remained unperturbed, boldly weaving lies. That's right. We just appointed Lord Fugaku as clan leader yesterday. And to think such events transpired in the dead of night. Uchiha Zhen followed up with indignation. Had we not thrown our last reserves of explosive tags, the Uchiha clan would likely have faced extinction. Chapter 37. The delicate and tender Hinata Yuan. The third Hokage understood this was the handiwork of his friend Danzo. His expression darkened, realizing Uchiha Fugaku had assumed leadership just yesterday. Had the Uchiha elders lost their minds? Of course, he did not consider that Uchiha Zhen might have been involved. More precisely, he did not trust a 7-year-old child, no matter how talented, could sway the Uchiha High Council's opinions. The Hinata clan would have to bear the blame. Otherwise, if Uchiha and Hinata discovered the truth and allied, the consequences would be dire. Danzo had acted recklessly, choosing this moment on the Uchiha clan leader's ascension. Even Danzo had not anticipated that this timing would not only help the Uchiha shed the suspicion of willfully murdering Root, but also cleanse his own culpability, leaving the Hinata clan in the direst predicament. Old clan leader Hinata, what is your perspective? The third Hokage clearly offered the Hinata clan leader a chance to fabricate a narrative. As long as it was reasonable, he would support him. This served to both pressure him to know what to say and to show goodwill, indicating that the Hokage still favored them. However, the old Hinata clan leader had long become astute and discerned the underlying meaning in his words. United with Konoha was impossible, but maintaining appearances was essential. The burden of blame would certainly fall upon their own shoulders. The Hinata branch family's rebellion. The old man was aged, with limited energy. One branch family member missing without a trace. Perhaps someone truly sought to keep an eye on the Uchiha and Hinata. Uchiha Zhen slightly curled his lips. Old ginger is spicier. The Hinata clan leader, being older than the third Hokage, would never compromise. He was effectively exposing the secrets within Konoha's families. The Uchiha received an assassination attempt due to their eyes, while the Hinata also lost a ninja. The one who ordered it, Uchiha Zhen claimed, was Danzo. We shall personally visit the Uchiha to apologize and compensate for their losses. Henceforth, all family matters will be handled by Hisashi. What does the Hokage think? The Hinata clan leader's abdication bewildered the third Hokage. Hisashi was a few years younger than Uchiha Fugaku, indicating that the two families were ceding power. This would ultimately depend on the Uchiha clan leader's stance. The third Hokage directly passed the question to Uchiha Fugaku, eager to observe his handling of the situation. However, to his disappointment, Uchiha Zhen and Uchiha Fugaku had already conspired to accept whatever the Hinata said. But, whether it be compensation or apology, it was ultimately their decision to make. Moreover, there was no rule in Konoha prohibiting insults, was there? I naturally have no objections. However, there are some personal grievances to address. Oh, the third Hokage was surprised to hear Uchiha Fugaku not bargaining. Yet personal grievances could vary greatly, exceeding his control. Zhen was slandered by the Hinata Yuan, causing his parents to face hardships for a time. Our Uchiha values reputation above all. When Uchiha Fugaku uttered these words, the seasoned old Hinata clan leader felt a strong urge to spit in his face. When has the Uchiha ever cared for reputation? Speaking such blatant falsehoods without a hint of hesitation. The third Hokage cleared his throat, genuinely astonished. When a person loses all sense of shame, they can say anything. After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku casually glanced at Uchiha Zhen, but this action was clearly noted by the old Hinata clan leader. Involuntarily, my gaze shifted towards the youngest member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Zhen. We were once comrades, and whenever a disagreement arose, we would settle it through a duel. Uchiha Zhen did not demand compensation or engage in excuses. It was straightforward, brutal, and direct, simply a fight. This approach was readily accepted by the onlookers. Men resolve issues with combat. It is entirely normal. Lord Zhen, I support you. I've long harbored disdain for the Hyuga clan. Lord Zhen, I believe in you. I would gladly bear your offspring. Yet, Uchiha Zhen refrained from striking first, turning to face the cheering villagers. I shall not disappoint you all. Do not be deceived by my teammate's imposing stature and cunning. He cannot best me. Rest assured, everyone, Step back to avoid injury. Otherwise, it would be my fault. Wow. Lord Zhen is so gentle. Lord Zhen, I too wish to bear your offspring. Go for it, Lord Zhen. Pin that weakling to the ground. How could Hinata Distant endure such provocation? Byakugan activate. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. The third Hokage observed with an air of detached amusement, knowing that this would exhaust Hinata while simultaneously restraining the Uchiha. He had no intention of intervening. Fool, the elder of the Hyuga clan, who had previously aimed to merely incapacitate Hinata Distant, now sought to obliterate him completely. In such a public setting, lacking any age-related advantage and choosing to engage in combat was utterly foolish. You dare to ambush me again? Uchiha Zhen exclaimed in exaggerated disbelief. Huh? Another ambush? Is this person prone to such tactics? It was undeniable. Zhen was still young, while Hinata was considerably older and already had children, yet he resorted to such underhanded methods. Fire release, great fireball technique. Heavenly return. Excuse me, sir. Uchiha Zhen swiftly seized a seemingly flimsy fan from the bystanders and, in an instant, shattered Hinata's heavenly return. What? Hinata Distant fell, unable to believe that his absolute defense had been breached. The Leaf's taijutsu ultimate technique, 1,000 years of pain. At that moment, the entire street fell silent. I, Lord Zhen, have knocked him down with my fan. It appeared as if he had thrust into Hinata's most vulnerable point. Not only was Hinata Distant in disbelief, but even the elder of the Hyuga clan found it incredulous. This was impossible. If Uchiha Zhen revealed the method to counter heavenly return, then the Hyuga clan would merely be a collection of decorative vases. Uchiha Zhen tossed the fan back to its owner and, rolling up his sleeves, began to deliver a flurry of punches upon Hinata Distant. To the outside observer, it seemed he was merely venting his frustrations. However, the wind and lightning chakra infused within his strikes penetrated deeper than mere flesh. It delved into the very marrow. While outwardly inconspicuous, each use of chakra bestowed upon him a searing agony that was his gift. After a considerable time, Uchiha Zhen ceased his onslaught, rising from Hinata Distant's incapacitated form. I am utterly exhausted. All right, rise, we are even now. Hinata Distant was in no condition to comply. Even blinking was a laborious task. Meanwhile, the villagers, unaware of the truth, believed Hinata Distant was feigning. Hey, that's enough. What man hasn't taken a few punches or fought? Stop acting like a delicate lady. My 3-year-old daughter isn't this fragile. Chapter 38. Only those with ability can become the beloved one. Such an amusing incident occurred early in the morning. Orochimaru, accompanied by Kakashi and Minato, who had just returned from morning training, all gathered at the gates of the Hyuga residence. Lord Zhen, long time no see, you've grown stronger. Since being spurred on by Uchiha Zhen, Minato had diligently trained every day, determined to become the fastest man in the ninja world. It has indeed been a while. But I am quite busy and a bit incapacitated, so I cannot train with you. Uchiha Zhen recognized Minato's intentions and politely declined. He could not expose his habits, as doing so before becoming stronger would invite trouble. Father, is he the genius you spoke of? Kakashi, despite his young age, wore an expression of indifference, harboring some hostility towards Uchiha Zhen. In a competitive age, how could he accept his father's high appraisal of someone else? Indeed, if one were to ask what Uchiha Zhen excels at, I could not specify, for he is remarkably adept in all aspects as a ninja. Likewise, I cannot pinpoint any shortcomings in him. It is easy for a ninja to stand out in one area, but achieving balance is far more challenging. Kakashi, feeling somewhat defiant, stubbornly asked, how do I compare to him? There is simply no basis for comparison. The response from Hatake Tsukumo was immediate and unwavering, leaving Kakashi speechless. How could he, a genius at school, find himself in a situation where comparison was futile? Tsukumo had always been one to offer a reality check. Orochimaru chuckled upon hearing Tsukumo's words, glancing at Kakashi before adding without hesitation, indeed, the gap is far too wide. Kakashi was left speechless. Minato stood to the side, offering a sympathetic glance at Kakashi. This child is truly unfortunate. However, I am curious, Lord Zhen, how did you manage to breach heavenly return? When Orochimaru posed this question, every ninja present perked up. For heavenly return could be deemed the Hyuga's absolute defense. All ninjas were eager to know, especially the Uchiha. Once they could penetrate their defenses, the Uchiha and Hyuga would be of little consequence. Uchiha Zhen, recognizing Orochimaru, did not withhold his knowledge and began to explain, it is quite simple. You just need to hold on. The elder of the Hyuga clan urgently interrupted. We can discuss matters of compensation. In that case, let the Hokage serve as a witness. The Hyuga clan elder must personally apologize and offer compensation. Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, though new to the role, was well aware of what was appropriate to do at such moments. As for the method to breach heavenly return, that could be inquired about later. The third Hokage, now drawn into the conversation, naturally indicated his intention to maintain a stance of fairness and impartiality. Since we are all gathered here in the early morning, shall we share a breakfast together? After the Hokage departed, seeking to dissolve the awkwardness, Minato inquired, Lord Zhen, as my subordinate, you should report to my residence daily. I have some tasks to assign. Orochimaru interjected, ensuring no one would further target Uchiha Zhen. Certainly, as long as Lord Orochimaru doesn't mind my joining for a meal, I can come now. Uchiha Zhen glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and respectfully said, Lord Clan Leader, I cannot return to the clan with you. Please arrange for someone to look after my parents, as they have sustained severe injuries. Hatake Tsukumo felt a twinge of disappointment, with Uchiha Fugaku present. He hesitated just a moment too long. Uchiha Zhen and Kakashi were of similar age, making it appropriate to challenge him. Kakashi's current arrogance and sharp edges needed to be tempered. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhen's calm demeanor was a testament to how well his parents had raised him. However, could he take Kakashi to visit Orochimaru? Surely that was permissible. Yes, it is. Orochimaru, we haven't had a drink since your return. It would be fortuitous to visit your home. As a ninja, Hatake Tsukumo was certainly capable of enduring what ordinary people could not. Casting a glance at Kakashi, I remarked, Kakashi is utterly inept. This little brat is just the right candidate to educate him. Orochimaru interjected, I did not consent to this. Kakashi retorted, you truly are like a father to me. Observing the departing figures of the four, Minato felt a whirlwind of emotions. He longed to join them. Yet fear held him back. After all, he had a master. Surely, it would not be an issue for a master to take his disciple to visit Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru escorted Uchiha Zhen to his estate, where, in a moment of casualness, two shadow clones emerged from Hatake Tsukumo. One transformed into a serpent, while the other morphed into a feline, journeying to the underground laboratory. Upon reverting from his transformation, Uchiha Zhen was left speechless by the vastness of the laboratory, which was at least half the size of the entire estate. The equipment, experimental materials, and numerous bound test subjects left him astounded. It was no wonder that after the discovery of Orochimaru's laboratory, he was pursued as an S-rank rogue ninja. The sheer scale of this place was enough to warrant a global alert. Truly, Lord Orochimaru must have expended a considerable fortune to prepare such an establishment. He too desired a laboratory of this magnitude, but upon reflecting on his recently filled purse, he gritted his teeth and asked, Lord Orochimaru, how may I assist you? I am willing to lend a hand. Oh, Orochimaru initially thought he would need to brainwash Zhen to gain his acceptance, but to his surprise, Zhen was already eager to contribute. What do you believe you can assist me with? Orochimaru inquired. While my understanding of human anatomy, cells, meridians, and tissues may not rival that of Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, I possess considerable knowledge in various differentiation and cultivation techniques. Uchiha Zhen gradually raised his bargaining chips. As long as Lord Orochimaru grants me access to the laboratory. Orochimaru remained silent, fixating his gaze upon him. With a determined bite of his lip, Zhen conceded, I would accept even half the access. Orochimaru erupted into laughter, thoroughly pleased. As long as you become my disciple, everything here will be at your disposal, including my experimental materials. To receive the favor of Lord Orochimaru was indeed an honor. Uchiha Zhen covertly glanced at the array of experimental equipment and materials, scarcely believing that he could use them freely. Having Orochimaru as a shield was advantageous. By the time he defected, he would have matured significantly. Furthermore, as an orphan, it was only fitting that he inherit this laboratory as a disciple. He would be the primary heir. Naturally, I expect a share of the research outcomes, he stated, for it is a disciple's duty to honor his master. At this moment, Uchiha Zhen had completely regarded the laboratory as his own possession. When Zhen beheld a pair of Sharingan peering from a vial of culture medium, he inquired, to what extent has Lord Orochimaru's research on the Sharingan progressed? Not much. The Sharingan is exceedingly rare, thus I have not conducted extensive research. Orochimaru saw no impropriety in experimenting with the Sharingan in front of an Uchiha. For the advancement of science, such sacrifices were trivial. In that case, I wish to join the research on the Sharingan and Byakugan. Chapter 39. The first heir's refusal. His Sharingan had reached the level of 3 Tomo, and he needed to attain the Mangekyo swiftly, cultivating a pair that closely resembled his own DNA. He had no desire to end up blind. Moreover, the only potential sanctuary for his parents would likely be Orochimaru's Sound Village. Uchiha Fugaku was no longer a reliable ally. His entire family had been eliminated by his own son. Consider it a preemptive investment. Lord Orochimaru, I have compiled my notes, Uchiha Zhen stated. Having succinctly summarized his knowledge of biology, chemistry, pharmaceutical chemistry, and medical chemistry from middle school through university. In the original narrative, Orochimaru achieved the pinnacle of experimentation in the ninja world without such auxiliary knowledge. Possessing it now would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. Orochimaru took the thick volumes of notes, becoming engrossed as he flipped through the pages, excitedly exclaiming, "Truly impressive, Zen. How did you acquire this knowledge?" "I inferred it from practical situations," Zen replied, unwilling to divulge the 20 years of hard work from his previous life. Orochimaru commenced his experiments while Zen immersed himself in the work. The familiar scents of the lab were nostalgic. Meanwhile, Tsukumo and Kakashi had long been forgotten. On the other side, Orochimaru remained intrigued by the principles behind breaking the rejuvenation technique. "Zen, how does one break the rejuvenation technique?" "Lord Orochimaru, this may not be appropriate," Tsukumo interjected, taking a serious sip of tea. "Do you not wish to know?" Orochimaru's rhetorical question left Tsukumo speechless. He was merely a tad curious, just a smidge. Uchiha Zen was candid, stating, "Breaking Hyuga Niji's rejuvenation technique is quite simple. It merely requires one technique." "What technique?" Kakashi pressed, curious as to why his father was intrigued by the method to counter the rejuvenation technique, especially since even in direct combat, Niji was no match for him. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Zen declared, "My self-created ninjutsu, the leaf body technique, the 1,000 years of pain." Upon hearing the name of the technique, Tsukumo's face fell. While Orochimaru chuckled, Kakashi was baffled by the differing reactions between his father and that esteemed figure. Sensing Kakashi's confusion, Orochimaru explained with amusement. "This is a technique that even Tsukumo has suffered from. Niji certainly cannot escape unscathed." It was no wonder Tsukumo's expression was so grim. He had indeed faced a loss due to this technique. What exactly was the formidable power behind it? "Uchiha Zen, let us have a spar. Utilize the technique you employed to defeat Niji," Kakashi earnestly challenged. Uchiha Zen stared at Kakashi as if he were a fool. The most distressed was Tsukumo, who felt embarrassed by his son's audacity. Infuriated, he smacked Kakashi on the head, conveying a silent warning through his glare. Orochimaru seldom smiled, and when he did, it was with a chilling mirth, unless he could not contain himself. In the laboratory, when Orochimaru's clone unexpectedly exploded, Uchiha Zen thought something had gone awry, hastily dispelling his clone. When the two exchanged glances, they were met with the news from the clone. Orochimaru's trembling hand concealed his suppressed laughter. "Lord Orochimaru, if you wish to laugh, you may do so freely without restraint." Tsukumo's expression darkened further. Upon receiving the information from the clone, Orochimaru was elated. His tone warmed as he spoke. "Why would that be a concern? Zen is my disciple, while Kakashi is your son. They are peers, and it is only natural for them to interact. You have taken him as your disciple?" Tsukumo's first reaction was to think that Orochimaru had been outmaneuvered. There had been rumors, but Orochimaru had not publicly acknowledged them. Was this now a serious matter? "Indeed, my master, Orochimaru," Uchiha Zen affirmed. Observing Kakashi's strength, which was comparable to a low-level ninja, he realized there was too great a disparity between them. Bullying a child was not honorable. "Lord Tsukumo, I kindly request that you suppress my strength to that of a low-level ninja, so as to avoid accusations of bullying." Kakashi, who had been celebrated as a genius at school, could not bear such an insult. "Are you belittling me?" he retorted angrily. Uchiha Zen, regarding Kakashi, who stood a head shorter than him, nodded. "Indeed, I fear for your safety and that you may be unable to participate in the graduation exam 2 months hence." Tsukumo did not dispute this. With Uchiha Zen's strength at the level of a jonin, killing Kakashi would be as easy as slaughtering a pig. Although this is Konohagakure, he would not harm anyone. It is primarily due to the fact that he has just returned from the battlefield, where one cannot help but experience stress responses. At such a moment, Kakashi truly felt the chill of impending doom. As Hatake Tsukumo prepared to suppress Uchiha Zhen's chakra, He was astonished to discover that he had not succeeded. After all, he possessed the strength akin to a quasi-kage, yet he could not subdue a mere jonin. Huh, he truly cannot suppress him? Kakashi cast a dubious glance at Hatake Tsukumo, convinced that it was a deliberate act, favoring Uchiha Zhen. In light of this, perhaps I should engage in a duel with Jinkuin. Surely, we would not face such peril. With Jiraiya sprawled on the wall of Orochimaru's estate, Minato poked his head out. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, his teacher had been utterly ineffective, having been found intoxicated and unresponsive in Hanamachi Street. To arrive at Orochimaru's residence, he had exerted considerable effort to carry Jiraiya along. Ha ha ha, I, the Toad Sage, have arrived. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Jiraiya, now half awake from his drunken stupor, exclaimed, Orochimaru? Tsukumo? You're all here. In that brief window, Kakashi lunged at Uchiha Zhen with his blade, believing that this moment would earn him his father's respect. As he could conquer Uchiha Zhen. Clang! The short sword in Kakashi's hand shattered, as another blade intercepted his strike. In that instant, he felt the chilling breath of death. Sweat soaked through his garments as he collapsed to the ground. Uchiha Zhen, noticing Hatake Tsukumo, sheathed his sword apologetically, saying, My apologies. I have just returned from the battlefield and am yet to readjust. It was Kakashi who should have been apologizing. Hatake Tsukumo lifted Kakashi and presented him before Uchiha Zhen, coldly declaring, Apologize for your recklessness. Had this been on the battlefield, you would already be a corpse. I am sorry, Kakashi replied, though he felt a sense of defiance, the earlier shadow still lingering over his spirit. Uchiha Zhen had been intentional. He had anticipated that Hatake Tsukumo would intervene, seeking to use himself as a lesson for Kakashi. However, being entangled with Kakashi afterward would waste precious time. He had a vast laboratory awaiting his inheritance. You have grown considerably, Hatake Tsukumo remarked, having felt the resonance of blades colliding earlier, unable to refrain from offering praise, as he had successfully delivered his lesson to Kakashi. He was not one to take advantage. He turned to Uchiha Zhen and said, As a father, I apologize for failing to educate my child adequately. As compensation, I shall have Kakashi share with you my insights on swordsmanship. Chapter 40. A clash of perspectives. No one anticipated that Hatake Tsukumo intended to bestow his legacy. At that moment, Kakashi realized his impulsiveness and felt regret. Thank you, Lord Tsukumo, but Kakashi would benefit more from this, whether ninjutsu or swordsmanship. Only one's own skills are truly suitable. One cannot overreach, he lamented. Hatake Tsukumo cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, who sensed the implication in his father's gaze. He was unworthy. However, Uchiha Zhen's refusal left everyone even more astonished. It is known that the insights of a powerful individual encapsulate a lifetime of understanding and mastery of techniques. To resist such temptation speaks volumes of one's character. Both Jiraiya and Hatake Tsukumo regarded Uchiha Zhen with newfound respect. Hey, Orochimaru, let us see whose disciple is superior, Jiraiya proclaimed, now considerably sober. His demeanor towards Uchiha Zhen growing more amiable. Uchiha Zhen, with a face full of annoyance, thought, Why are they still here? I am socially anxious and need to be in the laboratory to alleviate this. My Minato has completed A-rank missions 143 times and S-rank missions 6 times. What about yours? Jiraiya boasted, hoping to overshadow Orochimaru. Uchiha Zhen, who had entered the battlefield at the age of 6 without formal ninja academy training and had recently infiltrated Sunagakure to assassinate 2 elite jonin, felt the competitive spirit rise as Orochimaru casually mentioned this, igniting Jiraiya's competitive nature. My Minato has already developed ninjutsu without hand seals. With that, Jiraiya shot a glare at Minato, who remained motionless, reminding him, Minato, demonstrated for Orochimaru. Regarding ninjutsu without hand seals, Orochimaru would not be outdone. Ninjutsu without hand seals. Zhen can do the same, but I wonder whose is stronger. Of course, Minato's is stronger. He has a superior teacher, Jiraiya asserted, believing that since he had brought it up, they must determine the victor. My Minato will soon replicate the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage. Oh, Orochimaru would not be outdone either. With a 7-year-old possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, it will not be long before he revives the era of the strongest Uchiha. Though he spoke ambiguously, anyone with knowledge would know who he referenced. To divert the topic, Jiraiya exclaimed, My Minato has a girlfriend. Orochimaru, Uchiha Zhen, Hatake Tsukumo, Kakashi? How can this be compared? Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha, slowly remarking, As my disciple, How can you settle for merely having a girlfriend? How superficial. Uchiha Zhen was left speechless. Is Orochimaru really this childish? Why compare this with Jiraiya? They should drive them away and conduct experiments together, exploring the secrets of immortality. In the laboratory, Uchiha Zhen had been preparing to utilize his Sharingan, but was interrupted by Orochimaru's comment, causing him to stifle laughter and lose his chakra control, resulting in the dissolution of his shadow clone. He felt displeased at the interruption of his experiment. I, Uchiha Zhen, aspire to dominate the ninja world with unparalleled longevity. Orochimaru was correct. They were indeed superficial. He could not possibly desire a girlfriend. He craved endless life, a luxurious laboratory, and the most advanced equipment. As long as I live long enough, there will be no need for heirs. I can create an era all on my own. To dwell on romantic attachments is indeed shallow. Meanwhile, Jiraiya heard, blah blah blah, I want a boyfriend. Orochimaru, he is still young and lacks maturity, but you are different. Although you are not as handsome as I am, find a beautiful woman and live a conventional life. Jiraiya wished to impart all the advice he could to Orochimaru. Even if he competed with him for Tsunade, it would be preferable. If he were being insincere, as a friend, he would have politely requested Tsunade's assistance. Hatake Tsukumo was utterly bewildered by their conversation. Uchiha Zhen, believing Jiraiya was suggesting he lacked direction in life, retorted, Lord Jiraiya, though I am young, I know my choices are correct. Having a girlfriend is impossible. I am a man destined to break the shackles. Uchiha Zhen elaborated further. Damn, he is young. That is not the issue. He will grow. But he aims to shatter societal norms. To be so resolute at such a young age in his admiration for Orochimaru. As a friend, one must extend their blessings. After a moment's contemplation, Jiraiya managed to utter, Orochimaru, congratulations. Orochimaru admired Uchiha Zhen's words greatly. At this age, he was already contemplating breaking the shackles of life, while Minato wasted time on romantic pursuits. The outcome was evident. Upon hearing Jiraiya acknowledge this and concede, Orochimaru's expression softened. As long as you admit defeat. Minato, bewildered, glanced between Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Zhen. He understood each word they said, but could not grasp their collective meaning. He felt utterly lost. This experience profoundly highlighted his lack of knowledge. Watergate shrugged helplessly and glanced towards Uchiha Zhen, seeking assistance. Jinkuen, may I inquire about your unique ninjutsu? Might we exchange insights? Of course, Uchiha Zhen replied, aware that Watergate had already devised the Rasengan. He began to elaborate. My technique is called Raikiri. The first stage involves a swift strike, followed by a sharp thrust, ultimately leading to the enemy's demise. The second stage evolves into Chidori, commencing with a quick thrust. Then a fierce strike, resulting in the enemy collapsing. The third stage transforms into Chidori's sharp spear, culminating in a swift motion that brings death to the foe. Kakashi, is he speaking coherently? Watergate, could someone clarify this for him? What are your thoughts, Watergate-kun? Uchiha Zhen expressed a desire to hear Watergate's perspective on the chakra transformations involved in the Rasengan. Watergate awkwardly stood in place, repeatedly signaling to Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya, engrossed in conversation with Orochimaru, pretended not to notice. Who can comprehend this? Certainly not me. Finally, Watergate, with a hint of desperation, ventured, my technique is called Rasengan. The first stage involves a swift motion. Uchiha Zhen nodded. Watergate became increasingly anxious. You understand this? The second stage involves a rapid maneuver. Uchiha Zhen nodded again. Watergate was bewildered. Can you truly grasp this? The third stage involves a humming motion. Uchiha Zhen nodded once more. Kakashi, like a statue, pondered if the youth of today could not articulate ninjutsu in a coherent manner. Watergate felt he had overstepped, explaining, this ninjutsu requires. Suddenly, Uchiha Zhen manifested a nascent Rasengan in his hand. Truly impressive, Watergate thought. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Zhen struck a tree in the courtyard, creating a perfectly round hole in its trunk. Uchiha Zhen, recognizing the complexities of manipulating wind chakra, remarked, its power is formidable. However, I am not adept at wind-based techniques. Would you care to try my technique? Uchiha Zhen inquired of Watergate, having already experimented with the Rasengan himself. To be candid, this technique did not suit him. It was too gentle. Watergate's ninjutsu, mirroring his persona, was both gentle yet sharp. Did you understand? Have you even learned it? Jiraiya rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Watergate found himself in a similar predicament. He had merely intended to jest, Yet Uchiha Zhen had taken him seriously and even grasped the essence of it. But he himself could not comprehend it. Did Uchiha Zhen truly interpret his words as serious discourse regarding his technique? How awkward. You little brat. Can't you articulate in a more comprehensible manner? Just as he finished speaking, Jiraiya realized his mistake. This young man had likely never been educated and perhaps was not doing so intentionally. Yet, his talent was remarkable. How could he comprehend such abstract phrases? Admitting one's ignorance was simply out of the question. Ah, I see now. It must be a lightning technique. Kakashi interjected. Orochimaru glanced at Kakashi, signaling that he surpassed his father. Lightning? Flagwood Tsukumo looked uncertainly at Uchiha Zhen. Uchiha Zhen's right hand crackled with electric energy, and with a sudden thrust. Yet another tree suffered the consequences. Watergate's lips twitched. This truly was a swift strike resulting in the enemy's demise. Uchiha Zhen withdrew his hand and turned to the astonished Watergate, explaining, "This technique requires coordination with the Sharingan. Otherwise, one's line of sight may be obstructed." Truly remarkable. Watergate marveled, not merely at Uchiha Zhen's ninjutsu, but at his profound understanding of techniques. It was exceptional. Even the Raikage, a master of lightning techniques, might struggle to grasp such explanations. Meanwhile, the Hyuga estate faced its own challenges. The loss of a member of the Hyuga clan had led the old clan leader to lose faith in the third Hokage. He firmly believed that the disappearance of their clan member was a scheme orchestrated by the Hokage and Danzo, the high-ranking officials. In wartime, sacrifices are inevitable, and no one can voice objections. They likely never anticipated being outmaneuvered by Uchiha Zhen. "Father, we cannot ascertain the losses of the Uchiha. How can we compensate?" Hisashi and Hayashi knelt before the Hyuga clan leader, wishing they could obliterate the troublesome branch families. The old clan leader shook his head in resignation, reflecting on his few children, all of whom had perished, save for these twins who had survived into his old age. From now on, Hisashi would be the new clan leader, and Hayashi, you must devote yourself to supporting your brother. The old leader immediately planted the seeds of responsibility in Hayashi. "Yes, father. I will risk my life to protect my brother." Hayashi offered no resistance, valuing family above all. Hisashi, concerned for his brother, asked with confusion, "Father, why?" The old leader interrupted, "Hisashi, what are your thoughts on today's events?" The Hyuga clan leader perceived his son as too inexperienced compared to Uchiha. Initially, upon being approached by the Uchiha, he felt anger, but upon reflection, he realized that the Uchiha's intent was not to provoke the Hyuga, but rather to exonerate themselves. Uchiha Fugaku, newly appointed, sought to establish his position by framing the Hyuga, which was simply too brazen. The old leader sighed, "Hisashi, you have greatly disappointed me. I have taught you to view matters holistically, with insight rather than mere observation." Hisashi lowered his head in acquiescence, seeking guidance. "Can you ascertain that those dismembered limbs indeed belong to the Hyuga?" "No, the destruction was severe. Identification is impossible. The only one who can confirm their identity is that severely injured branch member." The Hyuga clan leader continued, "So how can we prove that this was our doing? Is it not possible that the Uchiha are attempting to suppress the Hyuga?" Hisashi furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the implications, given his youth and lack of analytical prowess. The Hyuga ninja has long been affiliated with the root of Konoha, and the Uchiha likely knew their identities yet still chose to eliminate them all, leaving only the one distinctly marked Hyuga. The clan leader exhaled deeply, stating solemnly, "They have made this public to absolve themselves." The leader of the root likely did not anticipate that Uchiha Fugaku's recent appointment would provide them with further justification for framing the conflict between the Hyuga and Uchiha, thus positioning them as victims. Hisashi could scarcely believe that the Uchiha had manipulated matters to such an extent. The challenge posed by the Hyuga was a deliberate affront. The clan leader reflected on this matter with unease. The elimination of the Byakugan's ability was a slap in the face to the Hyuga, serving as a warning. It was evident that from the outset, this had been a meticulously planned scheme by the Uchiha, including the Hokage's stance. All plans appeared devoid of logic, somewhat brash and foolish, yet they successfully altered the village's perception of the Uchiha. Central to this intricate web was the seemingly ordinary Uchiha Zhen, who undoubtedly played a significant role in Fugaku's ascension to clan leader. "Father, why do we not disclose all of this to the Hokage for our defense?" Hisashi questioned, struggling to believe that the Uchiha had so easily toyed with them. "Foolishness. What role do you believe the third Hokage plays in this matter? It is inextricably linked to him. and it is highly probable that the disappearance of Hinata Kasumi from our clan is orchestrated by the village. The elder of the Hinata clan was nearly driven to a fit of rage by Hinata Hayashi. It is utterly foolish to seek justice from the third Hokage at this juncture. Upon hearing this, Hinata Hayashi was momentarily stunned, his Byakugan wide with disbelief. He could not fathom that the Hokage would resort to such actions. Now, immediately, you and Hinata Hayashi must prepare gifts for the Uchiha. Under the pretext of assessing the damages. Upon reaching the Uchiha, seek out Uchiha Zhen and, at all costs, silence him. He must not reveal the method to counter the rebirth of heaven technique. The elder of the Hinata clan pondered for a moment before conveying my message to the Uchiha clan leader, stating that the Hinata are earnest and will personally apologize when the damages are assessed. Father, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hayashi could scarcely believe it. Go. The elder of the Hinata clan gazed after the departing youths, praying that in the days to come, Hinata Hayashi would emerge as a competent leader. Chapter 42. Let your pretense become reality, not a facade following the orders. Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hayashi meticulously prepared gifts for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku waited patiently for Uchiha Zen's return, growing increasingly anxious. Due to the meticulous nature of Uchiha Zen's plans, which accounted for everyone's emotions, he was hesitant to make any rash decisions, fearing that a slight misstep could plunge the Uchiha into turmoil. The massacre of Konoha's root ninjas is no trivial matter. Even if the Hinata have already borne the blame, he remained vigilant. Ryui, go to Lord Orochimaru's residence and wait for a while. See when Zenkuin will return. Uchiha Fugaku could no longer wait. He had received word that Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hayashi were en route to the Uchiha. Remember to be respectful. If Zenkuin is busy, it's acceptable for his shadow clone to return. Uchiha Ryuhi had always been regarded as Uchiha Fugaku's shadow guard and had never seen him so humble. Yet, he dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts, for that man's power was beyond his respect. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's estate, Uchiha Ryuhi paced anxiously at the entrance when suddenly, Shikaku and Kakashi emerged. While they were not unpleasant, he felt compelled to inquire for the sake of the clan. Lord Shikaku, I am Uchiha Ryuhi. May I ask if Zendai is still inside? Oh, he is. If you have matters to discuss, you may enter, replied Shikaku, before departing with Kakashi. Uchiha Ryuhi was left in a quandary. It was Orochimaru's residence. Did he dare enter? He couldn't afford to offend anyone. Before long, Jiraiya and Minato also exited. Uchiha Ryuhi, after much internal conflict, approached them once more. Lord Jiraiya, Minato-kun, I am Uchiha Ryuhi. Might I inquire if Zendai intends to stay for lunch? Jiraiya glanced inside and scoffed. Lunch. Orochimaru can't cook. They are certainly up to something nefarious. Minato, recognizing Uchiha Ryuhi as an old acquaintance, kindly advised, Zenkuin does not seem to be planning to leave. If you have no urgent matters, you needn't wait here. However, Uchiha Zhen was more than eager to remain, wishing to settle in Orochimaru's estate permanently. Lord Orochimaru, how much do you know about the events between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage? Uchiha Zhen pondered the fusion of the Sharingan cells with the DNA of those deceased, hoping to recreate a pair of similar eyes. Are you interested in historical accounts? Orochimaru paused in his cutting. No, I am merely intrigued by their immense power. Uchiha Zhen replied, secretly more interested in their final resting places. Zhen, it seems your Uchiha kin have been waiting outside for quite some time, Orochimaru noted, sensing the presence of others. His kindness towards Uchiha Zhen stemmed not only from his desire to maintain an upper hand over Jiraiya, but also from his solid expertise. If it were merely about dominating Jiraiya, he would not afford Zhen such respect. Reluctantly, Uchiha Zhen gazed at the petri dish in his hands, reluctantly advising, Lord Orochimaru, I entrust this to you. I shall return early tomorrow. As he exited the laboratory, he glanced back thrice, fearing Orochimaru might retract his decision. Outside the estate, Uchiha Ryuhi paced anxiously, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The Hinata were nearly upon them, and if Uchiha Zhen could not be persuaded to return, any slip-up would spell disaster for the clan. You seek me? A low voice startled Uchiha Ryuhi, nearly causing him to cry out. Zendai. The clan leader requests your return. Noting Uchiha Zen's unapproachable demeanor, he recalled he had not offended him, so he humbly added, the clan leader said if you're busy, it's acceptable for your shadow clone to return. Uchiha Zhen replied, has this generation's Uchiha clan leader become so subservient? Let us go. Have the Hinata arrived? Uchiha Ryuhi, genuinely impressed. remarked, as expected of Zendai, "You are astute. Your planning is thorough, ensuring no losses. Such diligence would be beyond Uchiha Fugaku's capabilities. Has the clan leader assessed the damages and the injured? Upon returning, the clan leader has already taken down some dilapidated houses. As for the injured, some clan members are willing to sacrifice themselves. Even the elder has consented to break his own leg." Uchiha Ri spoke proudly. This showcased the unity of their clan. No matter the internal strife, when faced with external threats, they could unite to confront the enemy. Uchiha Zhen, however, could only shake his head in disbelief. "I meant for you to engage in a ruse, not to enact a full-scale performance. A little bandaging, some fake blood, and a stretch on a stretcher. Who cannot disrobe you to inspect your injuries?" Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan residence, Uchiha Zhen and Uchiha Ri found Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hayashi engaged in light banter with Uchiha Fugaku. The arrival of Uchiha Zhen brought visible relief to all present. Uchiha Fugaku, fearing a misstep, attempted to steer the conversation in a casual direction. However, the Uchiha were not known for their eloquence, which added to his distress. Meanwhile, the Hinata, burdened with an important task, sought to gauge Uchiha Fugaku's stance, but found him deflecting questions about their preferences for food, drink, and clothing repeatedly. "How cunning. Zendai, it is good to see you again. Thank you for rescuing me on the battlefield." Hinata Hayashi attempted to ease the tension, hoping for a private moment. Uchiha Zhen casually responded, "Oh, Hinata Hayashi-kun, it has been a while. Zen-kun, your timing is impeccable. Let us discuss compensation over lunch." The Hinata are sincere. Uchiha Fugaku felt liberated at the prospect of Uchiha Zen's return, contemplating whether to summon some beautiful kunoichi from the Uchiha clan to save the day should Zen not return. Follow the clan leader's arrangements. At the dining table, the array of exquisite dishes held no allure for Uchiha Zhen. To him, the lavish sashimi, uni, and various extravagant delicacies paled in comparison to a simple bowl of pickled vegetable noodles with sausages. He harbors a disdain for Japanese cuisine, finding it both unsatisfying and exorbitantly priced. Isn't it more delightful to indulge in something substantial? 2 bowls of rice accompanied by stir-fried shredded potatoes sound quite reasonable, don't they? It's no wonder that Ichiraku Ramen enjoys such popularity. Perhaps it stands as the sole establishment that is both affordable and filling. Uchiha Fugaku's utilization of these ingredients was not intended to entertain the Hyuga brothers, but rather to host Uchiha Zhen. However, little did he anticipate that these most exquisite dishes would pale in comparison to a bowl of old tan sauerkraut noodles in Uchiha Zen's eyes. Chapter 43. The theatrical elder Uchiha clan leader, my father has instructed me to convey a message to you, stating that once the damages are assessed, he will personally extend his apologies. Though Hyuga Hayashi did not comprehend the elder's intentions, he diplomatically relayed this to Uchiha Fugaku. Nevertheless, his stance towards the Uchiha remained cautious, fearing that a single misstep could provide grounds for reproach. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Uchiha Zhen, who had been frowning since the meal was served. Was the cuisine unpalatable? Or perhaps the Hyuga brothers were feeling nauseated? The elder of the Hyuga clan, undoubtedly a person of considerable experience, posed the question to Zhen. Uchiha Fugaku might still be untangling the complexities of the situation, but Uchiha Zhen was acutely aware that the Hyuga were extending an invitation to the Uchiha. "Thank you, Elder Hayashi, for your understanding. As families bound by blood, we ought to foster mutual comprehension. It seems those branches were incited by outside influences." Uchiha Zhen utilized ninjutsu to grill the sashimi placed on his plate, sprinkling it with sea salt, as he explained. "I have heard that the Hyuga squad encountered an ambush during a support mission. It appears someone has set their sights on our bloodlines. Elder Hayashi, perhaps you should impose stricter oversight on the branches to prevent further instigation." Upon reflecting on Uchiha Zen's words, Uchiha Fugaku experienced an epiphany. The actions taken at the gates of Konoha were not impulsive, but rather the result of careful deliberation. The heads displayed at the Konoha gates likely represented the roots of the problem, and Danzo was probably the leader of those roots. He was sending a warning to all clan ninjas, while simultaneously applying pressure to Konoha's upper echelon, ensuring that the entire village was aware of Danzo's existence. In doing so, this leader of the roots would remain forever shrouded in darkness, never to see the light of day again. Uchiha Fugaku questioned himself. Could he have achieved such a feat? No. His vision did not extend that far. Upon learning the truth from the elder, Hyuga Hayashi assumed it was Uchiha Zhen mocking them. Suppressing his anger, He felt that without Uchiha Zen's mastery of the method to counter the Byakugan, the Hyuga would never lower themselves to the Uchiha's level. The meal was consumed with a sense of suffocation, tasteless and devoid of progress in their private discussions. Zen, if you have no other engagements this afternoon, could you kindly escort the two of them to inspect the damage and casualties within the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku was still grappling with the intricacies of this negotiation. Yet he understood that he must report the situation from the Uchiha side to the Hokage. Initially, he thought that becoming the clan leader would be advantageous. However, it has now become apparent that he must navigate the expectations of numerous individuals, particularly between the Hokage and his clan. It was exceedingly challenging. In truth, Uchiha Zen believed that a flat rate would suffice. Yet since the Uchiha were putting on a performance, the Hyuga needed to understand that they had not been taken advantage of. First, Uchiha Zen brought them to the residence of the elder, who had dedicated himself to the greater good of the clan. Upon seeing Uchiha Zen, the elder's expression darkened, and his confidence dared not interfere. He had resolved that as long as he could undermine the Hyuga, sacrificing his old bones would amount to little. As a loyal confidant of the elder, he certainly did not dare to obstruct Uchiha Zen. This is the elder's residence. Observe how it has been reduced by half. Moreover, when the elder learned of the Uchiha's ambush, he disregarded his age and rushed out to set an example for the younger generation, suffering a broken leg that may never heal. Hyuga, your entire family, come forth and explain yourselves to me. The elder's theatrical skills surpassed his actual prowess. Uchiha Zen observed the elder's intense performance, noting his age and wisdom. Even without knowing the specifics of the situation, the elder's commanding presence was undeniable. Elder, please remain calm. They are here to assess damages and discuss compensation. Compensation is a necessity. Let the Hyuga compensate us double. The elder recognized that Uchiha Zen was not one to be trifled with, but still felt the need to offer a few reminders. Elder, please take care of your health. We shall explore other areas. Uchiha Zen led the two through the most dilapidated parts of the Uchiha clan, encountering individuals bound in bandages, others being pushed in wheelchairs, and those cooking over an open fire, scenes that were profoundly disheartening. Hayashi and Hizashi were perplexed by the authenticity of the situation, but the devastation was akin to that of a battlefield. Gentlemen, you have witnessed the plight of the Uchiha. How do you believe compensation should be addressed? Uchiha Zen had already established a baseline in his mind, 100 million, but the price would still require negotiation. He had honed his bargaining skills while purchasing vegetables at the market during his days of poverty, surpassing even his swordsmanship. I am unsure if I have been taken advantage of. I must consult the elder at home regarding the specifics, Hayashi stated. 300 million. Uchiha Zen boldly asserted. You may consider it. Hayashi's forehead throbbed with veins, wishing he could slap Uchiha Zen across the face. Why not just suggest they move the entire Hyuga treasury here? Impossible. The war has only just concluded. How could we possibly produce such a sum for you, Uchiha? Hayashi firmly rejected the proposal, deeming it unacceptable. What do you deem appropriate? Uchiha Zen countered. 30 million. Hayashi proposed a figure he considered reasonable. That is out of the question, Hyuga clan leader. If you lack sincerity, there is nothing left to discuss. Please leave. Uchiha Zen's expression darkened, gesturing for them to exit. Lord Zen, please remain calm. Such matters cannot be decided solely by the clan leader. Discussions with the elders are necessary. Perhaps we can find a way to ease the tension, Hizashi interjected. Eager to mediate, Uchiha Zen held a powerful bargaining chip, the method to counter the Byakugan. These are compensations from my father to you, Lord Zen, for the slander from the Hyuga. We hope you can find peace in this matter. Hizashi produced 2 scrolls. Uchiha Zen understood that the elder was attempting to silence him. He accepted the scrolls, examining them momentarily before placing them in his ninja tool pouch. A smile finally graced Uchiha Zen's face. Thank you for the elder's generous offering. As long as no one is pressing me for money, I shall not hold these matters against you. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Zen. In comparison to Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Zen felt that Hizashi was more suited for the role of clan leader. Hayashi was overly proud and rigid, making it difficult to lead a clan in such a treacherous environment like Konoha. Since you are unable to determine compensation, it would be wise to return home and relay this to the elder, so a decision can be made. If this escalates, it will be detrimental to both our families. Uchiha Zen watched the two depart, noticing individuals with disabilities lurking nearby, peering in their direction. Earlier, he had discerned that these injuries were superficial. In a few days, they would heal, though the explosion had been terrifying. A few had sustained more serious injuries, but aside from a few stab wounds, the damage was minimal. Chapter 44. The Gluttonous Uchiha. And upon returning home, Uchiha Zhen sensed an unfamiliar presence. Silently, he unsheathed his blade. Who could possibly be in his home aside from his parents? Could it be the Umbu? A figure emerged, the glint of a blade flashing, followed by a voice pleading for mercy. No, no, please spare me. It was Uchiha Zhen. Uchiha Zhen scrutinized him, confirming his identity. His prowess in cursing far surpassed his abilities as a ninja. In the future, when faced with rogues, Zhen could rely on Uchiha Zhen alone to deliver a scathing retort. Lord Zhen. Uchiha Zhen exhaled, relieved. You startled me. I thought another peeper had come. What brings you here? Me? Did you not say you would care for the injured uncle and aunt? After I returned, I volunteered to assist the clan leader. You see, today I sensed someone watching us, with a shift every hour. I didn't dare act recklessly. Thank you, Uchiha Zhen replied, taken aback, repeatedly waving his hands. Admiration for the strong was ingrained in the DNA of most Uchihas. Lord Zhen, there's no need to be so courteous. It is simply my duty. Has Zhen returned? Uchiha Reina peeked in, her body wrapped in bandages. Mother, what happened to you? Uchiha Zhen's forehead twitched at the sight. Did the Uchiha clan possess a gene for theatrics? Instead you visited Lord Orochimaru to ask him to take good care of our injured. We cannot appear too insincere. Uchiha Reina explained sheepishly. And was a tremendous help today. Have you all eaten? Uchiha Zhen inquired, as he had not had his fill at the Uchiha Fugaka residence. If not, stay and join us. Uchiha Zhen nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Uchiha Zhen headed to the kitchen, heating oil to prepare Kung Pao chicken. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fish-flavored eggplant, along with a cold tofu salad, and a pot of seaweed egg soup, while steaming rice. Uchiha Zhen, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, leaned at the door, salivating. This smells divine. Once the dishes were served, Uchiha Zhen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Dig in. Uchiha Zhen chuckled at the sight of Uchiha Zhen, resembling an eager pup, his mouth twitching. What happened to the proud Uchiha? Just moments ago on the battlefield, he had been brimming with bravado, unable to contain himself any longer. Uchiha Zhen stuffed food into his mouth, mumbling, I'm starting. Thank you, Lord Zhen, and thank you, Uncle and Aunt. Zhen had always preferred not to indulge in Japanese cuisine. Uchiha Reina remarked, although we can't afford it, we still dream of a banquet of such caliber. Little did she know that the banquet-level Japanese cuisine at Uchiha Fugaka's home was, in Zhen's eyes, inferior to a simple bowl of old Tan-S sauerkraut noodles. Leaving him still hungry. This is delicious. I could eat another bowl. Uchiha Zhen, unabashed, dashed to the kitchen to serve himself another large bowl of rice. Having heard about the compensation the Hyuga clan would provide for their losses, he casually asked, Lord Zhen, how much are the Hyuga compensating us? Realizing he had overstepped, he pondered how to rectify his error when Uchiha Zhen's calm voice responded, I demanded 300 million. Uchiha Zhen nearly choked on his food. 300 million. He could scarcely fathom such a sum, one he would never earn even in 2 lifetimes of missions. It was an unfathomable figure. They had initially planned to pull off a con, and securing 5 million had been exhilarating enough. Yet Uchiha Zhen audaciously asked for 300 million. Did the strong truly regard money so lightly? Is that a lot? Uchiha Zhen countered. And no, is it not? Uchiha Zhen stumbled over his words. In the past 2 years on the battlefield, I've slain countless enemies and completed numerous missions, yet I've only earned a mere few 100,000. So you, an elite chunin nearing jonin, have saved only a few 100,000 over 2 years on the battlefield? Uchiha Zhen scoffed. What audacity, you have to even mention it. Uchiha Zhen found himself at a loss for words, realizing that this resolute lord was not as difficult to approach as he had presumed. Even if one were to slack off on the battlefield, scavenging and reselling ninja tools should not yield a mere few 100,000, right? Uchiha Zhen opened his mouth. As an arrogant Uchiha, he had never entertained the thought of scavenging ninja tools. In fact, he had never even considered replacing his own broken tools with those of the defeated. However, Uchiha Zhen's words awakened him. Could it be that? But he was a Uchiha. What would people think if they found out? What if they knew? What of it? Was it wrong to kill enemies and seize their spoils? Thinking this way, he realized how much wealth he had forsaken. He had never touched anything on those captives or corpses. Damn it, what a loss. Uchiha Zhen sincerely absorbed the lesson, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Lord Zhen, your guidance has been invaluable. I now know what to do. Uchiha Huai, overhearing Uchiha Zhen's words, couldn't help but smile subtly. Over the years, he had lost his pride, fearing that his child might underestimate the enemy due to arrogance. However, it seemed he had worried for naught. Furthermore, seeing his child navigate the battlefield with such ease filled him with pride. It was time to enlighten him on certain matters. As Uchiha Zhen savored his meal, his thoughts drifted elsewhere, embodying the phrase being in Chao's camp while thinking of Han. His mind filled with visions of the Sharingan he was nurturing in his petri dish. Yet he could not ascertain when Orochimaru would acquire that particular pair of Sharingan, given the low success rate over such a long time. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on Uchiha N, who was diligently eating. Is yours a 2-tomo or 3-tomo? Huh. Uchiha N initially failed to grasp the question, but then a light bulb went off in his head. 3-tomo. 3-tomo. I evolved last night. 3-tomo, splendid. Uchiha Zhen kindly added more food to his bowl. I have reached a bottleneck and require a sparring partner. If you have the time. Yes, I do. Uchiha N was so eager he didn't even catch what he was being asked to do. To be in the company of a strong individual was an affirmation of trust in himself. Zhen, are you asking if NS home is convenient? Knowing his child well, Uchiha Huai had seen enough of his son's strength the previous night to realize that Uchiha N was hardly a match for him. Pairing him with someone weaker would undoubtedly lead to no good. Uchiha N was a fine child. He shouldn't be squandered. Chapter 45. Pitfall. My family has all but perished. I have been raised by Uncle Hakadai. As long as I do not beg, he pays me no mind. Uchiha N quickly explained. He had been treated like a son by Uchiha Hakadai since childhood. Aside from a girl who attended the ninja academy, the Hakadai household had largely let her be. Perfect. There's no time like the present. I'll gather my things. You will accompany me to Lord Orochimaru's residence. Uchiha Zhen was exhilarated. He had no one to oversee him. Can I really enter Lord Orochimaru's estate? Uchiha N was uncertain, as every encounter with Orochimaru left him feeling as if he were being stalked by a serpent, always on the verge of an ambush. Are you planning to reside at Lord Orochimaru's? Uchiha Reina inquired in alarm. Lord Orochimaru has taken me as his disciple. I shall share in the tasks there while he guides my training. Uchiha Zhen wished to avoid worrying his parents. If it gets too late, I will rest there. Lord Orochimaru has already consented. Then can I go too? Uchiha N gulped, sensing something amiss. Was this esteemed individual's taste in mentors rather peculiar? Did he not fear? Yes. Come with me. I will not shortchange you. Uchiha Zhen resembled a dubious figure luring children, step by step enticing Uchiha Yen. Uchiha Huai harbored a persistent unease, suspecting that his son was engaged in some illicit dealings with that esteemed individual. He wished to keep his child away from the entanglements of Konoha's elite. At the Hyuga clan leader's residence, upon returning, Hyuga Hizashi recounted the events that had transpired within the Uchiha clan, particularly the matter of the 300 million in compensation. Is that all? The old Hyuga clan leader frowned in contemplation. Hizashi, please repeat that. Hizashi, feeling exasperated by his father's disbelief, could only vent his frustrations on his younger brother. Hizashi, even if you have dealings with the Uchiha, do not forget that you are a Hyuga. The old clan leader raised his eyelids to gaze at his youngest son and remarked, as my elder brother stated, it seems Uchiha Fugaka hesitates when making decisions. The old clan leader's pent-up frustration could no longer be contained. How did I end up with two such inept sons? I have never had to squeeze toothpaste with such effort. What did you discuss with Uchiha Fugaku? Seeing that no useful information was forthcoming, the old leader began to press each word from them. He merely asked us what we were eating and drinking, among other trivialities, and inquired repeatedly, growing increasingly detailed. I suspect he was probing into our Hyuga family's secrets. Hizashi's words drove the old clan leader to the brink of madness. How does a king produce such a bronze fool? Is this truly a probe? This is clearly a tactic to buy time. Was Uchiha Zhen present at that time? He was not. He arrived afterward, and upon his arrival, the meal commenced, after which Uchiha Zhen took us to inspect the damages. At the dining table, Uchiha Zhen hardly touched his food. I suspect Uchiha poisoned the dishes. He only consumed what Uchiha Zhen and Uchiha Fugaku had touched. Hizashi recounted the day's proceedings in detail. The old clan leader was nearing a boiling point. Poison. Would you be allowed to enter boldly and emerge unscathed? Moreover, is the meal a focal point? The crux lies in what you discussed while seated together. Is compensation the key? That is merely a hush money. As long as you don't excessively drag out the negotiations, just give them a few rounds. The essential matter is that the two clans are likely to cooperate in the future. Convey this sentiment to Uchiha Fugaku. A few pleasantries would suffice. Now, these two have achieved nothing but caused more trouble. You fools. The old clan leader scolded the two, and no one dared to utter another word. Hizashi seemed to grasp something and hesitantly said, "Actually, during the meal, we conveyed father's intentions verbatim." What did Uchiha say? Repeat his words to me. Do not be foolish enough to forget such details. The old clan leader had lost his patience and was disinterested in their summaries. Uchiha Fugaku remarked that his father was indeed a man of great experience, then turned to Uchiha Zhen and asked for his opinion. Hizashi not only recounted the exact words, but also included gestures, fearful of missing a detail. Hizashi understood what the old leader desired and continued. Then Uchiha Zhen stated that you are a sensible man, and that we are all from bloodline families and should mutually understand. He also mentioned that the branch family involved in the assassination was incited, and he spoke while eating. It appeared that Uchiha Fugaku's position as clan leader was not yet secure, as he had to seek Uchiha Zhen's counsel. Remarkably, a 7-year-old child possessed such acumen. The old Hyuga clan leader furrowed his brows, utterly perplexed. This cannot be. Uchiha Fugaku is the son of the former clan leader, while Uchiha Zhen is merely a scapegoat. Hizashi looked down upon Uchiha Zhen entirely. That was a year ago. Do you think a scapegoat could survive on the battlefield without means? The scolding continued, forcing the two to bow their heads even lower. You are to inform me of what transpired within the Uchiha clan and what messages you conveyed to me. Uchiha Fugaku is probing your depths. Suspicions of poisoned food. Being scolded by the Uchiha elder. Rent issues. Casualties of uncertain authenticity. Foolishness. I expected you to investigate Uchiha's stance under the guise of damage assessment and compensation. Yet you bring me this nonsense. My Hyuga clan requires a leader with intellect, not a mere parrot. Father's teachings echo in their minds, and the two felt a wave of shame wash over them. They genuinely did not discern Uchiha's stance. I will make it clear to you. Uchiha Fugaku relies on Uchiha Zhen, and Uchiha Zhen is fully aware of the truth behind the assassination, revealing that we are all victims. The old clan leader meticulously analyzed for them, urging them to reflect. As a leader, one must sometimes speak indirectly to avoid being ensnared by others. One must listen with the mindset of a leader to grasp the underlying meanings. At this juncture, the old leader suddenly recalled the task he had assigned them. Did Uchiha Zhen accept the gifts? The two brothers paused, nearly forgetting the matter, and hurriedly nodded. He accepted. Very well. After scolding them for a while longer, the old clan leader took a sip of tea, finally accomplishing a significant task. What did you send? It seemed these two children were not entirely inept. At the very least, they were adept in the art of gift-giving. Maintaining relationships among large clans necessitated visits. And when welcoming the Fire Country's daimyo and nobility, one must naturally present lavish gifts. Even after my departure, certain connections with the Fire Country's nobility could instill a degree of apprehension in the Hokage. Hyuga Hizashi felt quite reluctant about sending gifts to the Uchiha and lamented. We carefully selected some insights on taijutsu from our Hyuga clan. Chapter 46. Constantly yearning to inherit the legacy. The old Hyuga clan leader spat out his tea before swallowing it. He began to suspect that he had inherited some hidden flaws which had manifested in these two. You, an Uchiha, send Hyuga insights on taijutsu? Has your mind been submerged in water? The old clan leader lamented deeply. He was left breathless, collapsing straight onto the tatami. This frightened Hizashi, who thought, should we retrieve the items? At this moment, Uchiha Zhen had already unrolled the scroll sent by the Hyuga, revealing volumes of taijutsu insights along with the world of the Byakugan. Is the Hyuga clan foolish? Uchiha Zhen found himself utterly speechless, longing for something of tangible value instead. What is wrong with the Hyuga clan? In response to the commotion, Uchiha Yen, who was helping him tidy up, turned to inquire. Uchiha Zhen tossed a bundle of notebooks into Uchiha Yen's hands. Look for yourself. Is the Hyuga clan? We are Uchiha. Does he think he looks down on someone? Uchiha Yen erupted with a string of unfiltered exclamations. Is the Hyuga clan so dim-witted? Uchiha Zhen muttered to himself, recalling that in the Hokage, Hyuga Hizashi was taciturn but not foolish. Lord Zhen, what should we do with these items? After cursing, Uchiha Yen began to repack and seal them back into the scroll. Let us keep them for when the Hyuga come to redeem them. Uchiha Zhen disdainfully returned them to his ninja tool pouch. His belongings were increasingly numerous. He ought to devise a means of portable storage. Sealing scrolls were a form of space manipulation. Creating more convenient sealing rings or bracers would be significantly beneficial. Let us seek Lord Orochimaru and inquire if he has any interest in these Hyuga items. Upon their arrival at Orochimaru's residence, the closed gate was opened by two well-guarded shadowy figures. Uchiha Zhen was not overly surprised. As one of the legendary Sannin, it was only natural that he had a cadre of shadowy protectors, and one could assume the other two did as well, especially Princess Tsunade, who was likely to be regarded with caution by the third Hokage. Zhen, you have indeed brought your clansmen here. Orochimaru suddenly emerged from the ground, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he fixated on Uchiha Zhen, as if he were a plump lamb prepared for slaughter. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. I would appreciate your guidance in my training. Oh, splendid. Zhen, unleash your full strength upon me. I shall show no mercy. Uchiha bellowed, Dark Night, Setting Sun. Fire style, Dragon Fire technique. Uchiha Zhen swiftly formed hand seals, his reflexes sharp, sending several shurikens concealed within the fire dragon hurtling towards Uchiha Zhen. Not bad. Uchiha Zhen leaped, redirecting the shurikens with ease. This time, he chose not to evade, allowing the shurikens to strike him. Zhen, Uchiha Zhen exclaimed in panic, just as Uchiha Zhen transformed into a cloud of smoke, reappearing before him. The crimson tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, casting a suggestive jinjutsu, which Uchiha Zhen preferred to call an enhanced version of a hypnotic technique, allowing the subject to explore their dreamlike fantasies without perceiving the traces of the illusion upon awakening. Observing the fallen Uchiha Zhen, he hoisted him onto his shoulder and excitedly declared, Lord Orochimaru, may I borrow some of your equipment? Orochimaru gestured toward a nearby cabinet, indicating that Zhen should help himself. Who would have thought that Zhen would deceive his own clansmen for experiments? Such audacity ignites a fervor within me. As Uchiha Zhen extracted blood samples, he nonsensically remarked, No, I was merely sparring with him at Lord Orochimaru's estate. After obtaining the samples, he pried open Uchiha Zhen's eyelids, swabbing them before placing the samples into a vial. He gazed longingly at Uchiha Zhen's body, contemplating surgery but refraining, nearly drooling in anticipation. Orochimaru, witnessing his fervor, shook his head. What a madman. Yet, a madness I find delightful. Lord Orochimaru, are you interested in Byakugan? Uchiha Zhen sought to divert attention from his own cravings. Oh, you possess it? Orochimaru's interest piqued. Today, the Hyuga delivered some items, which I consider a tribute to you, my esteemed teacher. Uchiha Zhen produced a scroll and presented it to Orochimaru. Hee, Lord Orochimaru, may I take a small sample of Hyuga tissue? Just a tiny bit. From the third warehouse. Orochimaru noticed Uchiha Zhen's intense gaze, which showed no signs of departure, and his eyelid twitched. If you desire more, seek it yourself. I also seek information regarding sealing techniques. The cultivation of the Sharingan would not yield results immediately, but carrying such a substantial pouch of ninja tools was cumbersome. Sealing techniques? I have too many items to store. Here are some materials, but you might want to consult Kushina, Watergate's girlfriend. She's from the Uzumaki clan. If you merely wish to store items, you can inscribe sealing formulas upon yourself. Orochimaru revealed a portion of his forearm, adorned with tattoo-like techniques coiling around his lower arm. To be honest, Uchiha Zhen coveted the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, as well as the chakra of the Nine Tails. His chakra was currently insufficient. Dreaming of defeating a shadow-level expert was futile. The disparity between a Jonin and a shadow-level ninja was akin to that between an average adult and Tyson. I shall seek out Watergate for advice. First, I will acquire a small sample from the Hyuga. Uchiha Zhen located the third warehouse, which housed Hinata's living branch family member. The subject appeared to be in good condition. The surgical knife he had purchased in the Land of Rice finally proved useful as he carefully placed Hinata on the operating table, administering anesthesia before meticulously extracting a tissue sample. Observing the scene, Orochimaru noted, indeed, just a little. Such frugality suggests you are quite poor. He was willing to invest as long as it aided his research. You can take more, divide it into several groups for separate experiments. With Orochimaru's support, Uchiha Zhen felt emboldened. Although he bore no grudge against this Hyuga, he recalled a mission years prior where he had harmed an innocent girl, leading her family to perish at the hands of bandits outside the Land of Fire. Atone for your sins. Uchiha Zhen held deep disdain for such individuals, who abused their status to oppress the common folk, deserving of the harshest punishment. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. and he mercilessly inflicted a few more incisions upon the body. However, what piqued his interest most about the Hyuga branch was the caged bird, seemingly a form of sealing technique with a legacy spanning millennia. Yet, to study the caged bird, one would need to dissect the brain. Uchiha Zhen glanced at Orochimaru, tentatively asking, "Lord Orochimaru, do you have any further use for a living Hyuga?" It is said that the three great ocular techniques trace back to the Sage of Six Paths. I wish to explore their connections. Orochimaru set aside his experiment and approached Zhen, eager to understand the true extent of the Sharingan's power. Uchiha Zhen, torn between ethics and ambition, pondered, "Can I exchange one Byakugan for him?" Chapter 47. Following the strong is the path of the Uchiha. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes narrowed. He realized that the disappearance of the Hyuga clan member was orchestrated by his beloved disciple. However, he was curious how Zhen managed to instigate a conflict between the Sand Ninja and the Hyuga for his own gain. Of course, but I am more intrigued by how you managed to prevent the Yamanaka clan from gathering intelligence. The Yamanaka clan could read memories through neural connections to the hippocampus. But Zhen had disrupted their neural pathways, rendering them incapable of extracting memories. In terms of technique, Uchiha Zhen took great pride. No one understood the human body better than he did. He had once attempted to reconstruct the brainstem, but had touched upon a forbidden line, forcing him to study in secrecy. Truly terrifying, such thoughts at such a young age, Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile, sowing distrust among the factions, ultimately pinning all blame on Danzo. How unfortunate. Uchiha Zhen shrugged, innocently gazing at Orochimaru. "It's not my fault. They sought to kill me first. What of the corpses?" Orochimaru was more concerned about the eyes of the clan than the means by which Uchiha Zhen acquired them, questioning whether the village's ninja were involved. Boring. They are mere mad scientists. A line of grasshoppers, incapable of snitching. Uchiha Zhen rummaged through a pile of scrolls, uncovering another scroll, from which he extracted an unassuming document. After several attempts, countless scrolls tumbled to the ground in Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru, sweating, remarked, "I am not stealing from you. Is it necessary to be so excessive? How do you possess so many sealing scrolls?" While sealing scrolls were not particularly expensive, it was unusual for one to handle them in such abundance. "I found these on the battlefield, along with some from the Sand Ninja." Uchiha Zhen felt no shame in claiming his findings as his own. "Eureka!" Orochimaru exclaimed as Uchiha Zhen unsealed a scroll, revealing the corpse of a Hyuga, indeed the one he sought. Uchiha Zhen created a shadow clone to lift the body onto the surgical table, placing it alongside another Hyuga, to preserve the nerves around the eyes. Orochimaru and Uchiha Zhen worked together to extract both eyes, placing them into separate containers, one for Orochimaru and the other on his workstation. Activating the surgical lamp, Uchiha Zhen commenced the dissection of both Hyuga brains, aiming to compare the differences between the brain of a Hyuga with a caged bird and one without. Before long, Orochimaru stood behind Uchiha Zhen, diligently taking notes without interrupting him, merely standing alongside his clone and continuously recording. When Zhen felt utterly fatigued and wished to rest, Orochimaru would insert a soldier pill into his mouth, urging him to persist. "You've worked hard." After Uchiha Zhen sutured the brain of a branch member from the Hyuga clan, the shadow clone promptly dissipated from the sheer exertion. "Lord Orochimaru, not even a donkey in a production team is forced to work like this. You truly do not regard me as human." Uchiha Zhen lay motionless on the ground, casting a glance at Uchiha Yen, relieved to see no signs of awakening. "Please establish a venous pathway for Hinata Shinji and provide some oxygen. His vital signs have not ceased. Perhaps he can still survive." Survive? Initially, Orochimaru thought that stitching them all together was a futile endeavor, perhaps stemming from some peculiar obsession, but he did not anticipate that it was to prolong life. It was indeed remarkable to remain alive after such a mutilation. "Zhen, your claim that your understanding of the human body is inferior to Tsunade's was excessively modest. Tsunade could not achieve such a feat." Orochimaru praised him, summoning his dark guards to carry Uchiha Zhen and Uchiha Yen out of the laboratory and into a resting chamber. The interior of Orochimaru's home leaned towards a traditional Japanese style, and the thick layer of dust indicated that it had not been inhabited for quite some time. It seemed he must spend most of his time in the underground laboratory when at home. They slept soundly until the following evening, as Uchiha Zhen had not issued any hypnotic commands, and thus remained in slumber. "I shall return to Uchiha," Uchiha Zhen said to the air, aware that dark guards were certainly concealed in places unseen. He then snapped his fingers beside Uchiha Zhen, who, previously in deep sleep, stirred awake. Upon realizing he was in an unfamiliar location, he became cautious. "You're awake? If you can walk, return home. It has been a day and a night since you left." Uchiha Zhen changed out of his heavily disinfected clothing. "My Lord Zhen, where are we?" Uchiha Zhen asked in confusion, feeling as though he had suddenly found himself here. "Your resistance to Genjutsu is woefully inadequate. It took you a full day and night to emerge." Uchiha Zhen unabashedly criticized Uchiha Zhen. To compensate for his contributions to science, he tossed some fire-style ninjutsu insights and techniques he had scavenged from the battlefield to him. "Here, take this." Uchiha Zhen looked at the 7 or 8 scrolls, all pertaining to his specialty in fire techniques, rendered momentarily speechless. Such items were invaluable to a ninja. No one would willingly share them, let alone give them away, even among clansmen with whom he had little connection. "My Lord Zhen, these are far too precious. I cannot accept them." "Precious? Are they truly that valuable? I scavenged many on the battlefield, but have yet to organize them. They are yours. If you do not wish to keep them, you may discard them." To Uchiha Zhen, these items were not particularly precious, even less so compared to what Nara Shikamaru possessed. "Thank you, my Lord Zhen." At that moment, Uchiha Zhen had firmly planted the seed of loyalty to Uchiha Zhen in his heart, willing to sacrifice his life for him. The two returned to the Uchiha clan, each going home to their respective families. Upon returning home, Uchiha Zhen was immediately scolded by Uchiha Hachi for having gone missing for a day and night. "Have you grown so bold? Are you unaware that the Uchiha Sharingan is under scrutiny? How dare you venture out alone?" Uchiha Zhen was young and harbored no ambitions for political power, yet Uchiha Zhen's strength instilled in him an unwavering desire to follow. The Uchiha possess an innate superiority. Following a strong leader is the best choice. "Uncle Hachi, why did we not follow that esteemed individual back then?" Uchiha Hachi's pupils suddenly manifested the 3 tomo, and after a prolonged silence, he secured the windows and doors, gazing at the child he had raised with complexity. That esteemed individual was a taboo within the Uchiha clan. But Uchiha Zhen did not understand why such a powerful ninja had been abandoned by his clansmen. Wasn't it the Uchiha's philosophy to follow the strong? Uchiha Hachi's demeanor turned somber and serious. "Where have you been these past few days?" "I accompanied Lord Zhen to Lord Orochimaru's residence and practiced with him. I fell under Genjutsu and only awoke after a day and night. I do not even recall when I was ensnared by it." Chapter 48. The Secrets of the Uchiha. Uchiha Zhen possessed a naturally strong resistance to Genjutsu, yet to remain trapped for a day and night was truly astonishing. "Zhen, what exactly do you wish to convey?" Uchiha Hachi sensed something amiss. Uchiha Zhen produced the 7 or 8 scrolls, stating, "These were given to me by Lord Zhen, and I bear no reluctance in accepting them. Ever since that night of the massacre, my eyes have changed, allowing me to see my true desires. I wish to follow a powerful individual like Lord Zhen, not merely the formidable Uchiha." As Uchiha Zhen's eyes transformed, the 3 tomo locked gazes with Uchiha Hachi's. "Zhen, you inquire why the Uchiha did not follow that esteemed individual. I can tell you unequivocally that it was not that individual who betrayed the Uchiha, but rather the Uchiha who betrayed him." Uchiha Hachi's eyes swiftly turned, ensnaring Uchiha Zhen within his Genjutsu. This was the answer. Returning home, Uchiha Zhen was not in a better predicament. "Zhen, I apologize, mother. My tasks were numerous, and I will notify you in advance next time." Uchiha Zhen preemptively responded, changing out of his ninja attire into the everyday kimono of the Uchiha clan, only to find no sign of Uchiha Huai. "Mother, where is father?" Uchiha Reina hesitated, ultimately steeling herself. "Zhen, come with me." Uchiha Zhen felt an unsettling premonition as he was led by Uchiha Reina to their dilapidated woodshed, a place typically used for storing miscellaneous items, seldom attracting attention. "Step inside. Your father is waiting for you." Uchiha Zhen apprehensively entered the shabby room, which was as chaotic and dilapidated as the outside, thick webs of cobwebs draping across the corners. Uchiha Huai turned to face him as he entered. "Zhen, come here." Uchiha Zhen failed to notice the turmoil in Uchiha Huai's eyes and followed him. Before a pile of dry wood, Uchiha Huai formed hand seals, and the scene before them instantaneously transformed. "A space!" Uchiha Zhen exclaimed in astonishment, never having imagined they possessed such a realm within their home. "Zhen, kneel." Uchiha Zhen obediently knelt, and Uchiha Huai, limping slightly, drew back the curtain, revealing an altar that stirred a tempest within his chest. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Kwana, Uchiha Kaguya. Uchiha Zhen raised his head to see his father kneeling alongside him, then bowing several times. "Father, why are there these altars?" Uchiha Zhen's voice trembled. Even without being told, he could surmise that this was the ancestral shrine of their family. "Zhen, I had hoped you could lead a tranquil life. But it seems that is no longer possible." Uchiha Huai's voice quivered slightly. "Your grandfather, Uchiha Kaguya, is the son of Uchiha Kwana. However, few are aware of this matter. Even Uchiha Madara, who was the clan leader at the time, was unaware. This is why we have been able to remain within the Uchiha to this day. Why? Shouldn't Uchiha Madara cherish his only brother even more, valuing his bloodline?" Uchiha Zhen questioned, now thoroughly confused. According to the narrative of the Hokage, both Madara and Kwana were supposed to be single. Perhaps it was a matter of shame. In his grandfather's eyes, only his elder brother existed, a man as cold as ice. However, he also left behind a shadow guard to protect his lineage. Uchiha Zhen gradually accepted this, though he found Uzumaki Izumi to be rather endearing, somewhat tsundere and clingy, albeit this was solely in relation to Uchiha Madara. There was no indication of his feelings towards anyone else outside of Uchiha Madara. "It must be Uncle Hakadai." Uchiha Zhen blurted out without hesitation. "Do you know?" Uchiha Huai narrowed his eyes, for he had revealed nothing. Since childhood, Uncle Hakadai had always found reasons to quarrel, yet each time he did so, he would also provide compensation to their family. Why did father tell me all this today? This was what puzzled Uchiha Zhen. The Uchiha could not retain you, nor could the village. Your resistance would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ill intentions. As a father, I hope for your safety. Since you cannot live a peaceful life, strive to become a formidable force, like our ancestors, feared by all, to protect yourself. Uchiha Huai gazed at the memorial tablets and bowed several times. In that moment, Uchiha Zhen felt as though his soul had melded with his body once more, allowing him to accept everything here, including the person before him, his father. From beneath the memorial tablets, Uchiha Huai retrieved a wooden box. "Zhen, this may prove useful to you." Along with this small space, the 30 square meter area was indeed quite practical, far more so than a scroll. If only he could seal this space within himself. "Father, can you seal this space onto my person?" Uchiha Huai hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, an expression of guilt on his face. "I'm sorry, I cannot. It has taken all my effort to keep this place undiscovered. Then I shall study sealing techniques. Perhaps this space is closely related to our bloodline. Do you know where our great-grandfather was buried? Since it was something left behind by Uzumaki Izumi, it was best to inquire directly from him. After all, Orochimaru was a brilliant scientist who perfected the impure world reincarnation. He was buried by our ancestors, and only he knows the location." Uchiha Zhen's eyes gleamed momentarily. They say the second Hokage was a strategist. In his view, Uzumaki Izumi was the true master of schemes, intertwining his bloodline with ordinary Uchiha clansmen, allowing his legacy to continue under the very noses of his adversaries. Everything he left behind was likely no mere coincidence. After the two emerged, they restored the woodshed to its original state. Upon returning to his room, Uchiha Zhen began perusing the materials Orochimaru had given him. At times, he could not help but admire Orochimaru's understanding of techniques, which often surpassed even that of their creators. Uchiha Zhen attempted to draw sealing symbols himself. After 250 failed attempts, he finally succeeded in creating a seal capable of binding objects. It was rather crude, suggesting he should seek an opportunity to consult Kushina. Uchiha Zhen dispatched a shadow clone. "What is it?" "You shall reside at Orochimaru's place." Upon receiving the command, the shadow clone transformed into an inconspicuous mud dog and swaggered into Orochimaru's estate. "Zhen, a shadow clone." Upon noticing an intruder, Orochimaru did not immediately strike, but instead observed who dared to enter his domain, only to discover the mud dog was actually Uchiha Zhen. After dispelling the transformation technique, Uchiha Zhen respectfully said, "Lord Orochimaru, I have come to stay, and here is the sealing technique my body has drawn. I kindly request your review." The shadow clone presented the successfully drawn sealing technique to Orochimaru, feeling somewhat apprehensive as it was rather rudimentary. During wartime, mass production posed no issue, yet it was still inadequate. Orochimaru casually added a few strokes to the sealing technique, enhancing the entire document's value. Chapter 49. Time makes one wise, some rejoice, while others despair. The entire Hyuga clan was bustling about due to the illness of the elder clan leader. Brother, what should we do? Nakaira felt anxious. The family's pillar could not afford to falter. I will go to Uchiha Zhen and ask for the item back. Claiming it was delivered by mistake, our father must not suffer. Nichiji had become considerably more composed in recent days, regretting his hasty foolishness. Brother, the item has already been sent out. It would be difficult to retrieve. Nakaira believed this was entirely unfeasible. Not only was Uchiha Zhen's status a hindrance, but even for an ordinary person, it would be unreasonable. Nichiji certainly understood the impracticality, yet with the elder clan leader fainting from blood pressure. If he were to awaken and face further distress, it would spell disaster. Although he felt embarrassed, it was not out of the question to exchange other items. A naive Uchiha could be dealt with by offering some money. Brother, perhaps we should wait until our father awakens to discuss this. Cough, cough. Father, father. The elder Hyuga leader weakly raised his trembling hands, his pale complexion alarming. He could hear the words of his two sons. If he did not awaken, the entire Hyuga clan might be consumed. What could the mighty Senju accomplish if they had vanished? Meanwhile, the unremarkable Sarutobi clan had seized control of the Leaf Village. Help me up. We must go to the Hokage office. Prepare 300 million. I must personally meet with Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Zhen. These two foolish sons were unreliable. During his lifetime, he needed to maintain some connections to ensure the Hyuga's endurance. But father, your health. Nichiji, you will accompany me, only to listen. Do not speak a word. You will inevitably interact with the Hokage and other clans. The elder Hyuga leader did not wish for his foolish son to approach the Uchiha for assistance. The Hyuga had a legacy of 1,000 years and could not afford to lose face. You have greatly disappointed me in handling matters concerning the Uchiha. At the Hokage office, the third Hokage was reviewing recent reports from various villages and issues regarding the exchange of captives and reparations. Hokage-sama, the elder Hyuga leader has fallen ill due to overexertion after the new clan leader returned from the Uchiha. He has awakened and is on his way here. The Uchiha have heard that their elder was injured in an explosion. When the Hyuga went to negotiate reparations, they were met with harsh rebuke. An Umbu agent knelt in the Hokage's office, keeping watch over the movements of the Hyuga and Uchiha. I understand. It seems the reparations between the Hyuga and Uchiha have not been settled. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, having warned Danzo. Yet he never anticipated that he would send someone to attack the Uchiha, igniting a feud between the two clans. Since the Uchiha had stormed the Hyuga's doorstep, he had been too busy to return home, and now he had to balance the issues between the clans. How vexing. Once the Umbu departed, the elder Hyuga leader and Nichiji arrived at the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, you must arbitrate on behalf of the Hyuga. The elder Hyuga leader, supported, exclaimed. The Uchiha have gone too far. They made outrageous demands and humiliated us. At my age, how can I swallow such humiliation? Seeing the elder Hyuga leader's pale face, the third Hokage realized he had indeed been angered by the Uchiha and quickly reassured him. Elder, do not be agitated. We can discuss matters amicably. Someone, please summon the Uchiha clan leader and tell him the elder Hyuga has come personally to discuss reparations. Furthermore, I must have words with Uchiha Zhen regarding the damages. How dare he? Nichiji hastily assisted the elder leader with his back. Observing this, the third Hokage shook his head, fearing the elder leader's time was short, and quickly calmed him. Elder, please remain composed. We will wait for them in the conference room. Having stayed awake all night, Uchiha Zhen had just fallen asleep when Uchiha Fugaku personally came to his home and roused him. Jinjuan, I apologize, but Lord Hokage has summoned us. Uchiha Zhen wore a disgruntled expression, having received a sealing technique from Orochimaru via summoning the previous day. Although the changes were minimal, the technique was significantly enhanced. After a night of intense study, he finally reached a conclusion and addressed his shortcomings. Just as he was beginning to feel the warmth of his bed, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at his door. What could be so urgent? Uchiha Fugaku, sensing his dissatisfaction, expressed his own innocence. He explained that the Hyuga clan was dissatisfied with the compensation and had escalated the matter to the Hokage building. Zhen stifled a yawn. His discontent was not with the compensation, but rather with the choice of clan leader. What do you mean by that? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, having not delved deeply into the specifics of the compensation discussed with Zhen. However, given the effort his clansmen were putting into this charade, as long as the funds were sufficient for repairing clan facilities, it would suffice. The old Hyuga patriarch was cunning. dispatching Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi under the pretense of assessing damages, merely to gauge the Uchiha's stance. Uchiha Zhen had not changed out of his ninja attire. He merely tidied his hair and secured his sword at his back. Their stance had been made abundantly clear. Yet useful information had not reached the ears of that old fox. They sought to meet the Uchiha through the Hokage once more. Uchiha Fugaku had an epiphany. He pondered whether Uchiha Zhen had been possessed by the old monster. It was terrifying for a mere 7-year-old to exhibit such cunning. Zhen's intellect rivaled that of the old Hyuga patriarch. No, what I possess is logical deduction, while he is merely wily, Zhen earnestly explained to Fugaku, emphasizing that they now formed a community of interests with no need for concealment. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, an Umbu escorted them to the conference room. The Hokage, alongside the old Hyuga patriarch and Hizashi, appeared to be expressing their grievances against the Uchiha. Lord Hokage, Fugaku, Zhen, please have a seat. The third Hokage greeted them with a beaming smile. The old Hyuga patriarch and Hizashi, however, offered only cold huffs of disdain. Today, let us speak plainly. It is my failure as a guardian. We accept the compensation, but what do you mean by taking advantage of the situation? The old patriarch slammed his hand on the table, demanding if they expected the Hyuga to assist in rebuilding Uchiha facilities. His words were grave. The Uchiha resided on the outskirts of Konoha, and the sounds of explosions had stirred the Umbu. Did they perceive this as merely ordinary losses? The leg of their elder had been broken. It was uncertain if he would survive the winter. Uchiha Fugaku was no fool. He recognized the contradictions, ensuring the Hokage could not discern their true sentiments. Indeed, there are also several clansmen with injured backs. The Hyuga clearly intend for us, Uchiha, to face extinction, Jin interjected, nearly pushing the Hokage past his limits. Were it not for his decades of experience at the pinnacle of power, he might have lost composure, though the twitching of his facial muscles betrayed him. Hizashi glared daggers at Uchiha Zhen, wishing he could tear him apart. Zhen slammed his hand on the table, exuding an air of arrogance. What of it? If you were to stab your own back, we might consider stepping back. Chapter 50. The calculations strike loudly the old Hyuga patriarch, fuming, reprimanded, disrespectful. Lord Hokage, look at me. Ahem. The third Hokage, seeking to mediate, noted the significant contributions made by Uchiha Zhen and expressed satisfaction with the child's brazen demeanor. This was the Uchiha he could control. A genius was not to be feared, but a meticulous genius was indeed terrifying. Zhen was perfectly suited to the impetuousness of youth, and with the right guidance, he would surely become a pillar of the village. Forgive me, my father's surname is Uchiha, my mother's surname is Uchiha, and my uncle's surname is also Uchiha. I am unaware of any esteemed elders with the surname Hyuga. Zhen's words bore an insincere apology, yet his defiant attitude remained unyielding. The third Hokage, increasingly pleased, preferred a simple-minded Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku pondered. When had Zhen acquired an uncle? Did his family not consist solely of 3 members? Since entering the Hokage's office, Zhen had been uncharacteristically arrogant, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Had the Hyuga provoked him? Fugaku sensed the need to shift the atmosphere, promptly redirecting the conversation. Old Patriarch, let us return to the matter of compensation. Indeed, the old Patriarch had already expressed sincere intentions that day, and the Hyuga had assessed the damage to the Uchiha. I wonder if the 2 clan leaders have yet to coordinate? The third Hokage wore a benevolent expression, satisfied with the fierce rivalry between the 2 clans, ensuring neither would dominate, especially given the Hyuga's apparent overreach in the recent conflict. As Hokage, I am willing to contribute 10% of the losses to ease tensions. Old Patriarch, please do not rush. We can discuss this at length. The Uchiha have no objections. It all depends on the Hyuga now, Fugaku nodded, understanding that who bore the financial burden was inconsequential as long as the Hokage was willing to contribute. Disregarding the 3 million ryo that the Hokage is covering for you, you only need to pay 7 billion ryo. Jin casually glanced at the Hokage, noting his generous nature. The third Hokage, having just sipped tea, nearly choked as the words reached his throat. Fugaku coughed a few times, aware that Zhen would demand a steep price, yet he had not anticipated such an exorbitant sum. This was not a lioness share. It was akin to a mythical beast. His highest estimate had been 1 million ryo, perhaps 5 or 800,000 ryo, but this was utterly embarrassing. The third Hokage nearly gasped. Is the Uchiha clan driven to poverty? 3 billion? Are you planning to rob us? Noticing the Hokage's scrutinizing gaze, Fugaku masked his embarrassment with a stoic expression, finally managing to mutter, "Negotiations are still possible. That is good. Negotiations are good." The third Hokage visibly sighed with relief. 3 million Ryo, regardless of how affluent, would still carve into his reserves. Lord Hokage, listen to this. The Uchiha are nothing but bandits. The old patriarch trembled, appearing on the brink of collapse, while the third Hokage refrained from speaking further, fearing his words might send the elder into shock. No wonder Hizashi and Hayashi returned to report the old patriarch had suffered a stroke. It seemed the Uchiha had truly exasperated him. With this, the third Hokage felt more assured about the two clans, and the next phase would be pricing. 3 million, not a penny more. Hizashi ground his teeth in frustration. The old Hyuga patriarch shot him a sharp glance. Hizashi suddenly remembered not to speak during their visit. Yet, his frustration was palpable. After 2 days of reflection, he began to question if the old patriarch had spoken too much. Was 1 million the intended figure? The third Hokage nodded. This range was acceptable. Are you beggars? Uchiha Zhen dismissed their concerns. Launching into negotiations, we utilized 772 explosive tags, valued at 4,000 Ryo each. Let us round it to 770 tags, totaling 308 million. The facade of the Hokage finally crumbled, as he audaciously remarked about the trivial amount owed. Uchiha Fugaku was intently observing the incessant movement of Uchiha Zen's lips as he calculated the costs. Were there truly 772 talismans? The entire Uchiha clan had scarcely 1,000 in stock. He distinctly recalled that the 2 explosions that fateful night had only consumed about 30 talismans. Of course, if you wish to avoid financial compensation, returning the explosive talismans would suffice. We, the Uchiha, have thoroughly searched even the depths of our boxes. Uchiha Zhen deliberately articulated this, fully aware that the third Hokage would never allow the Uchiha to possess such a surplus of explosive talismans. Financial compensation was inevitable. The Hyuga clan would be liable for this monetary loss. The third Hokage finally spoke, leaving the Hyuga no room for further negotiation. Uchiha Zhen resumed his calculations. The number of injured Uchiha had reached 141, encompassing medical expenses, nutritional needs, post-treatment care, compensation for bereavement, and disability assessments. Especially concerning the elder, who may not survive the year, funeral expenses must also be included, calculating 1 million per individual. Offering a friendly price for 140 individuals amounts to 1 billion. Furthermore, there was property damage. Half of the Uchiha clan had been obliterated, forcing everyone to sleep under the open sky, uncertain of their safety. Is it unreasonable to estimate repair costs at 100 million? Lastly, there was a claim for emotional distress. Many unmarried youths were left terrified by this ambush, undoubtedly affecting the Uchiha's population in the coming decade. Warranting a loss of 50 million, surely that is not excessive. As Uchiha Zhen presented his calculations, Uchiha Fugaku nodded repeatedly, feeling the total was still lacking. All funeral expenses should be accounted for, not merely those of the elder. Even the old patriarch of the Hyuga, who had been prepared, almost gasped in disbelief. He had intended to offer 300 million as compensation, yet the Uchiha had meticulously calculated their needs, leaving no room for negotiation. The Hokage was reluctant. He could not concede the explosive talismans, nor could he suppress medical costs, and thus could only negotiate the repair and emotional distress fees. Regrettably, he had placed the Uchiha at the farthest reach of the village, unable to ascertain the true extent of the damage. When the Umbu arrived, the devastation was palpable, yet it could not be attributed solely to the Uchiha's own actions. After completing his calculations, Uchiha Zhen exchanged a knowing glance with Uchiha Fugaku, recognizing that it was time for the clan leader to assert his influence. We have been quite reasonable. Those young individuals, despite their grievous wounds, have not demanded a higher price. We are all victims here and wish to avoid further conflict. Please, do not hesitate to provide the funds. Did not the Hokage promise to assist you with 30 million? That is a bargain. Uchiha Zhen twirled his fingers playfully, resembling an innocent child devoid of care. The old patriarch of the Hyuga hesitated before responding. Allow me to deliberate. Uchiha Fugaku smirked. Take your time, old patriarch. Should there be any uncertainties, we can provide a detailed account. You are welcome to visit the Uchiha and verify if there is any suspicion of inflated claims. I have made my decision. The previous amount you calculated, 300 million and 380,000. Let us round it down to a flat 300 million. the old patriarch of the Hyuga decisively proclaimed. Eager to make the Hokage bleed financially, they were the true victims. With that, he turned to the third Hokage, apologetically stating, "Hokage-sama, I regret the expense incurred." Hyuga Hizashi was taken aback and thought, was I not supposed to refrain from speaking? Has 300 million been so easily conceded to them? Although they could afford it, no one wished to be the fool in this transaction. The old patriarch of the Hyuga, if unable to provide such a sum at once, would need to consider the implications. It was not merely the Hyuga and Uchiha at stake, but the third Hokage himself, who was genuinely compelled to produce 30 million. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhen and the old patriarch of the Hyuga had reached a silent agreement. No need, the old patriarch declared resolutely. I, Hyuga, wish to sever all ties with the Uchiha. Humph. He coldly glanced at Uchiha Zhen, who was tapping his fingers on the table, and continued. The war has only just concluded. We cannot produce such an amount in one go. We will need to provide it in 3 installments over the next 2 months, after which we shall no longer interfere with each other. Then let us draft a written agreement? Uchiha Fugaku queried incredulously, accepting this proposition. Was he under a genjutsu? At this moment, he failed to realize that the true recipient of the funds would only be the Hokage. Let us formalize an agreement, then. Can Hokage-sama's 10% be settled in one lump sum? Or shall we arrange for installments at an interest rate of 0.3? Uchiha Zhen inquired amicably. The third Hokage felt as if he were on the verge of losing his mind, regretting his decision to speak further. No need. I will ensure the funds reach the Uchiha swiftly, so your clansmen have homes to reside in. Look how accommodating Hokage-sama is. And you so miserly. No wonder the elder rebukes you. Uchiha Zhen teased, raising an eyebrow, deriding Hizashi. The contrast between him and the old patriarch of the Hyuga was stark. The latter appeared to be a simpleton. You, return what belongs to the Hyuga. Hizashi could no longer contain his fury, fixated on the items he had previously relinquished. At this declaration, everyone fell silent, even Uchiha Zhen, who was taken aback by such an absurdity. The Hokage was still present. The old patriarch of the Hyuga nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation, his breathing heavy as he attempted to salvage the situation. Previously, Hyuga had wrongfully accused you of seeking compensation. My subordinate was careless and delivered the wrong items. We will send another set shortly. Yet he struggled to articulate the words return it, having witnessed the prosperity of Konoha through war, never anticipating he would be reduced to such a humiliating state in his twilight years. Everyone tacitly accepted that the previous items were merely a hush money payment to Uchiha Zhen, but to suggest retrieving them was another matter entirely. The Hokage shook his head, deciding it was unnecessary to press the Hyuga further. Even Hizashi would not cause any more trouble. He could serve as a mere mascot. My apologies, but I cannot return them. I have gifted them to Orochimaru-sensei, who has diligently instructed me these past few days. I believe what the Hyuga provided was not lacking in quality and thus deemed fitting as a tribute. Uchiha Zhen scoffed. I have no desire for it. Yet how could you request a return of hush money? Hizashi glared with his large, white eyes, astonished that the items had been given away so easily. The old patriarch of the Hyuga's expression soured. If Uchiha Zhen divulged the secrets to countering the Byakugan to Orochimaru, along with the accompanying materials, the Hyuga clan would face ruin. The third Hokage's expression turned peculiar. You are a disciple of Orochimaru? He was more intrigued by the fact that Orochimaru had taken on such a pupil. Konoha boasted numerous talents, and Orochimaru seldom paid attention to them. Yet he had chosen to mentor you. Was it due to your youth, or your Uchiha lineage? Indeed, one could argue that I am also a grand disciple of Hokage-sama. Uchiha Zhen paused. The third Hokage assumed he would refuse the offer, his face a mask of anticipation. Oh, but I must insist you expedite the funds, as my home is still missing half a roof. In an instant, the third Hokage's smile froze, caught between laughter and despair. Summon Orochimaru. In the laboratory, Orochimaru, engrossed in recording data, heard the report from the Umbu and left the lab, entrusting his clone to continue the work. As he stepped out, Jiraiya and Minato were just preparing to knock on the door. Orochimaru, you look rather pale. Have you been working all night? Jiraiya remarked, offering a knowing glance and slinging an arm over his shoulder. Be quiet, fool. What are you doing here? Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he confirmed that he bore no trace of the laboratory's scent. Come find me. Where is your little disciple? Jiraiya teased, elongating the word playfully. I need to have a word with the old man. You carry on. Orochimaru shrugged off Jiraiya's hand on his shoulder. Minato, standing aside, discreetly tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve, hoping to facilitate an encounter between his precious student and that young boy, and thus followed along. "Oh dear, the old man truly is something. I'll accompany you. I can speak on behalf of your disciple." Shortly after stepping out the door, they encountered Kakashi and Shikaku. "Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato, what brings you here?" Kakashi seemed to have been significantly shaken during their last encounter. His speech was filled with odd sounds, causing Jiraiya to suspect Kakashi's sanity. He contemplated visiting Orochimaru to see if he might run into Uchiha Itachi. As part of the third Hokage's faction, his presence among the Uchiha was rather inappropriate. The Hokage had summoned Orochimaru's disciple, and Orochimaru was there to support him. Care to join? Jiraiya, always one for drama, especially enjoyed Orochimaru's antics. Shikaku remained silent, his demeanor speaking volumes. The most prestigious figures of Konoha had arrived at the Hokage's office. "Old man, what do you need me for?" The third Hokage nearly dropped his jaw upon seeing the crowd. "I summoned you alone. Why have you brought so many?" Clearing his throat, the third Hokage continued. "I hear that Itachi has prepared a gift for you." Orochimaru glanced at the smiling Itachi, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. He licked his lips. "Indeed. He is a good child. I hear this is a form of compensation. He brought it to me unopened." Chapter 52. Hizashi, did you hear that? Upon hearing this, Hinata's face turned pale. Orochimaru was the most favored disciple of the Hokage and could very well be the next Hokage. Did he not fear retribution from the third Hokage? Jiraiya cast a resentful glance towards his own disciple Minato, lamenting never having received gifts from him. Minato, sensing Jiraiya's gaze, shrugged apologetically and feigned ignorance. Meanwhile, Itachi appeared troubled, torn in indecision. "Orochimaru-sensei, the Hinata clan leader wishes to return the gifts. Would it suffice if I compensated them? The true value lies in the sentiment of the disciple." Orochimaru remarked dismissively, glancing at the third Hokage with no semblance of respect. "Since we've stirred up the attention of Sarutobi-sensei, I shall give the Hinata clan leader 500 ryo for those books, priced at 50 ryo each. 500 ryo for a few worthless books." Hinata's clan leader, with such a frugal nature, dared to demand a return. 500 ryo. Even an ungraduated student could muster that amount. How could they bear such a request? The Hokage felt his pride somewhat wounded, reminiscing about Danzo and wishing for his presence. "Orochimaru-sensei, I have the funds. The Hokage has offered 30 million as compensation for the Uchiha. My reparations will soon be at hand." Itachi, though small and innocent, was in a precarious situation. The Hinata's 27 billion would take 2 months to arrive, but the Hokage assured promptness. Indeed, the Hokage is a good person. Orochimaru cast a sympathetic glance at the pale third Hokage, instantly grasping that his dear mentor had been caught in a bind. The tension in the room was palpable, as all present gasped in disbelief. Such audacity in the demands of the Uchiha. "Hinata clan leader, how about this? Give me 3 days, and I shall deliver 500 ryo to you then," Itachi said, flashing a congenial smile. It was utterly humiliating. He had never faced such social disgrace before so many esteemed individuals. The elderly Hinata clan leader, seasoned and wise, coughed a few times, feigning unconsciousness. This was a clear pretext for being carried away to Konoha Hospital, wasn't he it? Just as everyone was preparing to exit the Hokage office, the Umbu reported that emissaries from Sunagakure and Awagakure had arrived. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, almost forgetting this matter. "Old man, I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave." Jiraiya vanished in an instant. Even Minato was left behind. "Old man, I too am quite busy." Orochimaru licked his lips. Finding the task of receiving the emissaries both troublesome and time-consuming, he would rather not partake. The third Hokage scrutinized the remaining individuals, dismissing the Uchiha from consideration, ultimately locking his gaze on Minato. "Minato, the task of receiving the emissaries falls to you." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Minato accepted the assignment dutifully. Despite Uchiha Fugaku maintaining the dignity of a clan leader, his anxious demeanor betrayed his composure. His mind was preoccupied with 300 million. 300 million. After a few left, the third Hokage made his way to his old friend Danzo's route. "Hokage-sama, what brings you to this unlit place?" Danzo's sardonic tone emerged upon seeing the third Hokage. The Hokage understood this childhood companion well. He was deeply devoted to the village. The Hokage represented the sunlit leaves, while Danzo remained buried in shadow. His methods were merely extreme. "Danzo, the Uchiha and Hinata have become thorns in each other's sides. Are you satisfied now? The third Hokage, devoid of his usual gentleness, spoke sternly. I warned you. They are both ninjas of the village. The war has just ended. We cannot afford internal strife. Humph. Have you two been swayed by the nefarious Uchiha? My two squads were annihilated at Itachi's hands. Do you plan to wait until he matures? Danzo shouted, nearly pressing his face against the Hokage's. Eradicating Itachi was not yet timely. He was still Orochimaru's disciple, and that did not justify an attack on the Hinata. The third Hokage remained unfazed by Danzo's disrespect, his eyes gleaming with determination. I have stated that the Hinata are not my doing. Their grievances stem from their own actions. And who knows whom they may have offended on the battlefield? Danzo scoffed, feeling no compulsion to lie before the third Hokage, opting instead for silence. However, the Hinata have begun to suspect you, and this situation has escalated too far for a quiet resolution. Humph. What concern is it of mine if the Uchiha and Hinata quarrel? Besides, didn't the Hinata agree to compensation? The third Hokage paused before stating nonchalantly, you should offer 30 million to the Uchiha as restitution. After all, you instigated this turmoil. What? Danzo's voice distorted in disbelief, unable to fathom the Hokage's words. You must be insane. Danzo, this is the most harmonious resolution available. Emissaries from Sunagakure and Iwagakure will arrive shortly. Be mindful. The third Hokage himself was uncertain how much wealth Danzo possessed, but if necessary, he could contribute. He awaited the final batch of ninjas to return from the battlefield, intending to sell ninja tools to replenish the village's treasury, which needed to be accounted for to the daimyo. There was no room for error. He felt pained parting with funds. But given that this debacle was of Danzo's making, he bore no grudge against him. Sometimes, it was better to part with wealth to avert disaster, ensuring mutual benefit. He firmly believed that with sufficient pressure, Danzo would not refuse. Moreover, it is now common knowledge that the perpetrator behind the assassination of Uchiha Zhen is Danzo. For the time being, refrain from uttering that name. What do you mean? Danzo's facial muscles trembled uncontrollably in anger. To forbid him from being called Danzo was akin to calling him a monkey. This was an attempt to obliterate his legacy in Konoha, his accomplishments, his contributions. For the sake of one Uchiha, you would seek to erase me. The third Hokage remained unfazed by Danzo's tumultuous outburst. It was not for Uchiha's sake, but for the village. You must obey. After all, I am the Hokage now. The title of Hokage pierced him deeply. A moment's hesitation had cost him the opportunity to ascend to that position. Why, for what purpose, had Danzo endured such hardship and unpopularity? To protect the village. To become Hokage. To keep Sarutobi Hiruzen beneath him. To demonstrate that wherever Danzo stood, Sarutobi would always be second. The third Hokage, unwilling to endure Danzo's ever-changing visage of rage any longer, turned to leave, stating, remember to prepare 30 million ryo. I will come to collect. Danzo abruptly realized that the 30 million was of paramount importance. Why did he require such an amount? Connecting the dots with his old friend's peculiar tastes, his expression darkened, becoming even more ominous. Hiruzen, are you having an affair? Chapter 53. Choose between Danzo and Tuan. Just as he stepped out the door, he stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. The third Hokage coughed violently. This was not something to be gossiped about, lest the villagers learn that he had squandered money on tobacco. This reaction only solidified Danzo's suspicions of Hiruzen's infidelity. Frustrated, he exclaimed, do you remember the 3 ninja prohibitions? As Hokage, if you cannot set an example, you should hastily step down. At this moment, Danzo teetered on the brink of volcanic eruption. He would revel in Hiruzen's scandal. But the Hokage's private life must remain irreproachable. The Hokage represented the entire village. Should he be toppled for such a reason, Danzo's ascension would be tainted. Subject to whispers behind his back. Danzo, it is not as you perceive. The third Hokage wished to employ all his ninja abilities to rectify Danzo's misconceptions, but ironically, the more he protested, the more Danzo believed him to be guilty. It seemed he would need an opportunity to discuss matters with Hiruzen and the villagers. Compensation was necessary, yet it would not be his own burden to bear. Danzo gritted his teeth, mentally cursing the third Hokage in a loop. 30 million, is it? I will deliver it in 3 days. Very well, I shall await your arrival, Danzo. A smile returned to the third Hokage's face, as long as the money was forthcoming. Let misunderstandings linger. You get out. Leave the route. A cane was hurled toward the third Hokage, who was truly insufferable. You cannot accept Danzo. Must you call me Tuan? Regardless, you cannot call me Danzo now. The third Hokage evaded the various projectiles while explaining. Watching the third Hokage flee in disarray, Danzo's face darkened to a shade that could drip water, his ominous voice echoing, "Bring in Koharu and Midokado." As the group exited the Hokage building, each returned home, except for Hatake Tsukumo, who wandered aimlessly with Kakashi through the streets of Konoha. "Father, shall we still seek out Uchiha Zhen?" Kakashi had remained silent since their departure, observing his father circle a spot several times before finally speaking up. Kakashi, you're still here." Hatake Tsukumo realized he had momentarily forgotten his son, who had accompanied him in pursuit of Uchiha Zhen to show Kakashi the mind techniques. The incessant sounds from the yard at dawn had nearly driven him mad. If necessary, he would pay Uchiha Zhen to teach Kakashi this jutsu. He simply could not endure hearing those sounds any longer. Let us go fishing." Hatake Tsukumo sighed. "Do you not have a Uchiha classmate? Invite him along, and let him bring Uchiha Zhen. They should know each other, yes?" Kakashi's eyes lit up. Truly, his father was wise. Visiting a classmate's home was perfectly reasonable. Inviting family members was entirely fitting. Wouldn't that lead to a meeting? "All right, father. Let us go fishing by the river next to the Uchiha compound." Kakashi first sought out Rin, asking her to contact Obito to invite Uchiha Zhen. Naturally, Rin, who harbored feelings for Kakashi, readily agreed, eager to help strengthen their bond and meet the esteemed Uchiha. The two arrived at the Uchiha compound, gazing at the dilapidated houses with a sense of nostalgia, wondering if Obito had suffered from missing school these past few days. After all, the news about the Uchiha incident had spread throughout the village. They approached Obito's home, which was not in the best condition, constructed from aging wood. "Obito, are you there?" Rin called cheerfully through the window. Moments later, a head peeked out. "Rin? Obito, we are going fishing. Would you like to join?" Due to the clan leader's orders, Uchiha clansmen were prohibited from leaving the compound, so he had not attended school and had been missing Rin when she unexpectedly arrived. This must have been Rin sensing his longing. Without a moment to change, he jumped out the window, only to find that he was not alone. The insufferable Kakashi was also present. "You are here too?" Obito crossed his arms, smirking. "Does a genius not require training?" Kakashi remained unperturbed by Obito's mockery, casting a glance at Rin. "Obito, could you please invite Jin-sama as well? I heard he is of similar age to us. Surely you must know him." Rin gazed at Obito with hopeful eyes, her shimmering admiration making it hard for him to refuse. Yes, we are all clansmen." Obito found himself in a predicament. He could not let Rin down. However, he truly did not know Uchiha Zhen. He had only heard rumors lately, limited to hearsay, and they had yet to meet face to face. The Uchiha clan was not particularly small, and locating Uchiha Zhen would not be an easy feat. Even if he could find Jin's home, would he be present? Would he even be listening? Reporting to the clan leader would lead to severe consequences. Yet, seeing Rin's adoring gaze, he gritted his teeth. "I will take you to his house, but I cannot guarantee he will be there, for we are not well acquainted." Obito led Kakashi and Rin in circles around the Uchiha compound, inquiring with many individuals, yet they still could not locate Uchiha Zhen's residence. Kakashi grew impatient. "Hey, can you even do this? As a man of the Uchiha clan, how could he be deemed incapable?" Infuriated, Obito glared back at Kakashi. "You idiot. Who are you calling incapable? If you are so skilled, why not find him yourself? Our proud Uchiha clan is vast. A few extra steps should not make a genius falter. Fool, clearly, you are the one who cannot find the way. Enough. Please, stop arguing." Rin intervened, exasperated. Standing between the two, after several inquiries from Obito, they finally located Uchiha Zhen's home. Before them stood a dilapidated and cramped traditional Japanese building. And even Rin felt uncertain now. "Obito, are you sure Jin-sama resides here?" In Kakashi's mind, Uchiha Zhen should have lived in a residence comparable to that of Orochimaru's. Surely, even if not of such grandeur, it should not be this. Thud. A wooden plank fell from the eaves, narrowly missing the heads of the group. It should be, right? As Obito stepped inside, he observed an individual chopping wood and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, is this the Uchiha residence? We wish to invite Uchiha Izumi for a fishing trip. If not, could you kindly direct us to his home?" Uchiha Hei looked up at the trio and asked, "Are you here to see Izumi? He just fell asleep. Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Uchiha Rin, hearing the commotion from within, emerged to find a group of children and became particularly enthusiastic, hoping her son would make more friends. "You must be Obito. Are you here for Izumi? Please come in for some tea while I fetch him." "Yes, Ma'am, this is my dear friend Rin and my classmate Kakashi. We want to invite Uchiha Izumi to go fishing, Obito replied, his extroverted nature shining through. Let us wait outside. Chapter 54. The invitation from the White Fang of Konoha. Uchiha Hate, being a man of few words, harbored no ill will towards the children. But his trademark icy demeanor gave off an air of aloofness. Uncle, are you chopping wood? May I assist you? In typical extroverted fashion, Obito, unbothered by awkwardness, drew out a kunai he had saved for a year and began to chop the wood beside Uchiha Hate. Kakashi, feeling compelled not to merely watch, drew his katana from behind and joined in, unable to resist the urge to help. When Uchiha Izumi was finally pulled from his blankets, his expression was dark enough to rival ink. All he wanted was a peaceful nap. Why couldn't he have that? With a glare at the sight of Obito and Kakashi chopping wood in the yard, Izumi squinted. What are you doing here? The fatigue weighed upon him like a tightening curse, and he feared that pushing through any longer might lead to dire consequences. Upon seeing Uchiha Izumi, Rin's face lit up with admiration, but Izumi, wearing a sullen expression, chose to ignore her. We want to invite you to go fishing, Obito stammered. Unwilling to appear foolish in front of his crush, Rin, Kakashi, with a deadpan expression, remarked, My father is waiting for you by the river near the Uchiha territory. Please inform Lord Tsukumo that I shall visit another day, Izumi replied curtly, turning to retreat back to his slumber. Rin caught hold of his collar. Izumi, they came to invite you to play. Don't be so rude. Izumi's expression darkened further, and as he grabbed his katana, a chilling aura surrounded him, causing the three to feel a sense of dread. Did I offend him in some way? It's nearly noon. He can't possibly be sleeping in. Obito, bewildered, felt a chill run down his spine from that one glance. By the riverside in the Uchiha territory, Tsukumo waited patiently for nearly 2 hours. Yet there was no sign of Izumi or even Kakashi. Sitting by the riverbank, his fishing rod trembled slightly as he reeled in a catch, muttering to himself. Kakashi wouldn't he have gone off to some deserted spot to fish, would he? Lord Tsukumo, did you summon me merely for fishing? Izumi stood perched on a tree branch, his expression grim. Huh, Izumi? Where are Kakashi and the others? Tsukumo, taken aback, realized he had overlooked Izumi's presence right behind him. Too slow. Tsukumo was perplexed. He had observed Izumi's vibrant demeanor at the Hokage office, yet he now bore a completely different countenance. Moments later, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin arrived, panting and exhausted, collapsing onto the grass. I'm utterly spent. Obito gasped, greedily inhaling the air. Kakashi, also slightly breathless, teased, Is the gap between the Uchihas really this vast? Foolish Kakashi. Once I unlock my Sharingan, I shall be the next Hokage, Obito exclaimed, leaping up to confront Kakashi, ready for a brawl. Observing their ruckus, Izumi furrowed his brow. Tsukumo is here. Is this really appropriate? Kakashi recalled losing Obito during the Third Great Ninja War, feeling as if he had lost his soul. The emergence of Guy had sparked a bit of life in him, but the thought sent a shiver down his spine. It was truly terrifying. He, a straightforward man, could not accept such events. I should keep my distance from them. Casting a glance at Tsukumo, who was focused on fishing, Izumi asked, Lord Tsukumo, does their behavior bother you? Huh. Tsukumo, not grasping Izumi's implication, tilted his head in confusion. They might end up single. Single? Tsukumo contemplated, wondering if Kakashi was truly that foolish. Realizing the truth, Tsukumo nodded. Indeed, it was somewhat absurd. Lord Tsukumo. Rin approached, her excitement palpable as she beheld the legendary White Fang of Konoha. As a student who hadn't graduated from the Ninja Academy, meeting two prominent figures at once left her stammering. Obito, witnessing this scene, felt discontent. Once he activated his Sharingan, he too could garner the admiration of the legendary Sannin. How infuriating. They're stealing my thunder. Obito grumbled, tugging at his sleeve, his frustration palpable. Tsukumo and Izumi sat in serene silence by the river, fishing. As a fish tugged on the line, Tsukumo skillfully reeled it in, placing the plump catch into his bucket. Observing Izumi's tranquil demeanor beside him, Tsukumo marveled at how rare it was to find a young person capable of such calmness. Hey, kid, could you possibly sell me that unique ninjutsu of yours? Tsukumo asked, feeling slightly embarrassed for requesting a technique from a junior. Yet, for Kakashi's sake, he was willing to make any offer within his power. Kakashi, already impatient, was taken aback by his father's request, unable to believe that his esteemed father would ask a junior for a technique. Father, I refuse. Kakashi's outburst startled Izumi, who had nearly drifted off to sleep. With a sidelong glance at Tsukumo, he asked, "Lord Tsukumo, what did you say?" Tsukumo's eye twitched. Perhaps he had misinterpreted the situation. Izumi had merely dozed off. How dull must fishing be to fall asleep while doing it? I was wondering about your original ninjutsu. Tsukumo began, finding it challenging to broach the subject. Do you want the 1,000 years of pain technique? Or perhaps the lightning cutter? Izumi tilted his head, beginning to understand Kakashi's intentions. You wish to acquire the lightning cutter for Kakashi, don't you? You may propose any condition. I can fulfill it as long as it lies within my capabilities. In truth, the lightning cutter was originally Kakashi's creation, so granting it posed no significant issue. However, now that Tsukumo had asked, things had become complicated. To be candid, he sought the 8 Gates formation, confident that, with his enhancements, a complete set would manifest within him. Thus, Izumi once again engaged in a negotiation akin to haggling with market vendors, calmly asserting, "Lord Tsukumo, the lightning cutter is not suitable for him." On the surface, the lightning cutter appeared to be a concentrated attack, combining both destructive power and speed. However, its excessive speed hindered the user's ability to perceive counterattacks, rendering it a technique fraught with significant flaws. My ability to wield it stems solely from the compensatory advantages of my Sharingan. Chapter 55. Teaching Kakashi the Raikiri. Kakashi Hatake fell into deep contemplation. Uchiha Zhen's analysis was utterly accurate. The pros and cons of this ninjutsu were exceedingly extreme, and it was ill-suited for assassination. A ninja is not a samurai. Direct confrontation is required, and even if Kakashi mastered it, what use would it be? He could shout on the battlefield, daring his opponent to face him head-on. Yet, his foolish son seemed particularly obsessed with it. Alas, I do not expect him to excel. I merely hope he does not act foolishly. Uchiha Zhen continued with difficulty. Moreover, this technique is merely a basic framework I constructed during my leisure. It cannot be considered a complete jutsu. He cast a furtive glance at Kakashi, inwardly urging him to negotiate with me. I have already determined my bottom line. At this revelation, Kakashi was taken aback. The technique he yearned to learn was merely a framework developed in someone's idle moments, not a complete technique. I understand everything you have said. For the past few days, Kakashi has been at home, making a fuss. And I still wish to acquire this technique to quiet him down. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo, shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He realized something significant. Uchiha Zhen was not entirely clear about the principles of ninjutsu. Such crackling and popping sounds could surely be explained in layman's terms. I desire the 8 Gates of the body technique and the blade techniques from the Warring States period. Uchiha Zhen directly stated his conditions, with his primary goal being the 8 Gates, while the blade techniques were merely supplementary. Should the other party refuse, he would forego the blade techniques. Very well. In a few days, I shall have Kakashi deliver them to Uchiha. Tsukumo readily agreed. The 8 Gates of the body technique, though perilous, was a high-level martial skill, and Uchiha Zhen was a prudent individual who would not take unnecessary risks. As for the blade techniques from the Warring States period, he had plenty at home and would organize them to send along, considering that few ninjas currently wielded blades. Setting aside his fishing rod, Uchiha Zhen lazily waved at Kakashi. His dark eyes transformed into the crimson tomo of the Sharingan, and with a crackle of thunder, he concentrated chakra into a single point. With a swift thrust, he cleaved through the water, and as the water slowly closed again, countless fish floated belly up on the river's surface. Impressive, exclaimed Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, all equally astonished. In their understanding, water was something that could not be severed. It is that simple, Uchiha Zhen remarked, retracting his Sharingan and speaking leisurely. As long as one possesses lightning attribute chakra, one can master this technique after a few repetitions. Tsukumo was relieved he hadn't elaborated on the crackling and popping sounds for Kakashi's benefit. Can I learn it too? Obito suddenly interjected, looking hopeful. Absolutely not. Uchiha Zhen promptly shattered Obito's delusions. Are there not enough fire-style techniques for you to learn from the Uchiha clan? Hearing this, Obito wilted. He knew he lagged behind. Although he bristled at being called the tail end of the crane, he understood deep down that he was not as talented as Kakashi. He wished to grow stronger and earn others' recognition. Hence his desire to become Hokage. However, he had not considered that as long as he was an Uchiha, attaining the position of Hokage was an impossibility. This was no longer about strength, but rather the political suppression of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi gripped one wrist with the other, focusing lightning attribute chakra to a single point, causing a thunderous crack. However, he failed to control the released chakra, resulting in a violent recoil. Your chakra control is insufficient. Both Uchiha Zhen and Tsukumo remarked in unison. Breathless, Kakashi raised his injured hand, now numb from the lightning attribute chakra. Uchiha Zhen approached Kakashi, lifting his hand, a verdant glow emanating from his palm. The visible wound began to heal, and sensation gradually returned. First, practice controlling your chakra. In truth, Kakashi's chakra control had significantly improved since his days among the Konoha 12. Yet in this war-torn era, it was still insufficient. Perhaps due to his relatively mature soul, he understood that while powerful ninjutsu was indeed vital, it was paramount that it suited one's abilities. The ability to maximize a technique's advantages to survive against an enemy was fundamental, rather than merely showcasing extravagant jutsu in a duel. Tsukumo observed Kakashi, who remained oblivious to the most crucial aspect of being a ninja. Rising to dust himself off, he said, "Zhen, let me see how much you have grown since returning from the front lines." With that, Tsukumo unsheathed the white fang and vanished in a flash, while Uchiha Zhen similarly drew his katana and disappeared in an instant before the trio. The two engaged in a contest of sheer strength, unaware that they were not merely gauging the hardness of one another's fists. Hidden in the shadows, they continuously assessed the information available to them to predict each other's next moves, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. Uchiha Zhen created a shadow clone that transformed into a monkey, bouncing through the forest. As it passed a large tree, it suddenly exploded. The two figures exchanged swift blows, their cold flashes colliding. The confrontation involved not only the impact of their blades, but also traps and ninjutsu support, utilizing the terrain to safeguard themselves while placing their opponent at a disadvantage. In a mere minute, they had clashed dozens of times. What remarkable combat instincts, Tsukumo thought, observing how each initial move had revealed the opponent's mindset, devoid of any unnecessary actions. No wonder they returned unscathed from the battlefield. Tsukumo, concealed behind a tree trunk, contemplated how to subdue Uchiha Zhen without inflicting harm. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck, followed by the sensation of a wooden branch splitting in two. A shadow disappeared once more into the forest. Goodness, were it anyone else, they would have already met their demise at Uchiha Zhen's hands. Uchiha Zhen had no intention of sparing Tsukumo. He aimed to instill discipline in his son. How could he allow him to be disappointed? Uchiha Zhen manipulated every tree trunk he passed, knowing he could not overpower Tsukumo directly. However, this did not mean he could not retaliate against someone stronger than himself. If Tsukumo were to attempt to kill him, success was uncertain, yet if he were to pursue Tsukumo, victory was assured. The incident where Tsukumo was accused of suicide after rescuing his teammates from a mission illustrated his integrity. He could not bear the weight of false accusations and chose to end his life. Yet, if the situation had involved Orochimaru, those slanderous voices would have been inconsequential. With a louder outcry, he would have dragged them all into his laboratory. Meanwhile, Tsukumo was not idle, swiftly searching for Uchiha Zhen's position. Initially intent on practical training to educate Kakashi, he now found himself intrigued. The ability to accurately gauge another's actions stemmed from countless experiences that cultivate such mental reflexes. Konoha had many prodigies, but few possessed the experience and skill to truly stand out. As soon as Uchiha Zhen finished speaking, Tsukumo stepped onto a branch that suddenly snapped beneath his weight, causing him to lean back and glimpse the grinning Uchiha Zhen before him, accompanied by a monkey holding an explosive tag. Chapter 56. Can I, Uchiha Zhen, confront you head-on? Lord Tsukumo, you have grown careless. As an experienced ninja, he immediately reacted, evading Uchiha Zhen's slicing attack. Simultaneously, the point of impact was located at a distance from both the monkey clutching the explosive tag and Uchiha Zhen. Earth release, decapitation technique. The form of Hitaki Tsukumo was reduced to nothing but a head. Impossible. Kakashi could hardly believe his eyes. That was his revered father. How could he possibly fail? It must be a deception, surely. Uchiha Zhen smirked, transforming into a cloud of smoke. What? Shadow clone. Subsequently, the head of Hitaki Tsukumo also dissipated into a puff of smoke. Another shadow clone. Obito watched their battle with his mouth agape, feeling more anxious than during his own exams. The two figures danced around each other, their movements creating flashes of cold light under the sun. With a clash, their blades met, and the recoil forced both warriors to retreat. Now, their silhouettes appeared clearly within the sight of the three youngsters. In the next moment, the two figures closed in at lightning speed, intertwining as their blades shifted unpredictably in their hands. They clashed, intersected, separated, and clashed again. Amidst this exchange, Uchiha Zhen gradually adapted to Hatake Tsukumo's speed. His mastery of swordsmanship was unparalleled in the ninja world. It was precisely through experiencing Tsukumo's techniques that Uchiha Zhen discovered his own unique sword style. Night Blaze. The blade shimmered with fiery sparks, as Uchiha Zhen wielded his sword like a reaper dancing amongst the fallen. Hatake Tsukumo leaped back, sensing something was amiss beneath his feet. Suddenly, a monkey dashed past, tongue lolling and drool flying. Oh no! Boom! An explosion erupted. In that fleeting moment of relief, a sense of foreboding resurfaced. He had stepped on the explosive tag multiple times. Damn brat! Hatake Tsukumo cursed Uchiha Zhen through gritted teeth, yet he couldn't help but admire the boy's flawless calculations, leaving no room for error. Then it struck him. The fleeing monkey. Could it be Lord Tsukumo? You underestimated your opponent. A bug on the tree silently transformed into Uchiha Zhen, placing a blade at Hatake Tsukumo's throat. I concede. Tsukumo shrugged. He had indeed underestimated Uchiha Zhen. However, a minute passed, and Uchiha Zhen had yet to withdraw his blade. Tsukumo furrowed his brow. He had already admitted defeat. What more did he want? Boom. Behind him, Uchiha Zhen transformed again into a cloud of smoke. Another shadow clone. Tsukumo couldn't help but admire Zhen's exquisite use of shadow clone and transformation jutsu. Forgive me, Lord Tsukumo. I cannot let my guard down simply because my opponent concedes, especially since you are far superior to me. Uchiha Zhen emerged from behind a large tree, weariness and a smile adorning his face. You are truly remarkable. A paragon of combat thinking, Tsukumo stated, devoid of exaggeration. Among all the ninjas he knew, Uchiha Zhen possessed the keenest self-awareness. He understood his capabilities without arrogance, knowing precisely when to act in his favor. Their contest, though only half an hour long, had seen Zhen transition from unprepared to ensnaring his opponent in a series of traps, even anticipating his enemy's movements. Step by step, he had drawn his adversary into his own snare, maintaining vigilance despite ultimately conceding. Uchiha Zhen shook his head, offering a wry smile. Your praise is unwarranted, Lord Tsukumo. Merely a small trick. If you wish to kill me, I fear I would not last 3 minutes in your presence. There are many talented ninjas, but few possess true wisdom. Hatake Tsukumo never hesitated to praise his juniors, yet he found himself puzzled. In their direct confrontation, the shadow clones and the real body had intertwined. Failing to notice this was a grave oversight. Where is your true body hidden? I am concealed underground. Uchiha Zhen indicated his feet. After all, Lord Tsukumo, you are far too formidable, necessitating caution for my own survival. Tsukumo's icy demeanor twitched at the corners of his mouth, internally exclaiming, this is Konoha, in the village. I could truly take your life. He had not anticipated such a tactic. Had it been any other ninja, perhaps they would not have dared question him. Was this Uchiha truly so grounded? The three onlookers stood dumbfounded for an extended moment. Hatake Tsukumo, observing his son's foolishness, shook his head, hoping the boy would glean wisdom from this battle, for strength is not cultivated overnight. Zhen, how did your parents raise you to be so astute? Tsukumo prepared the fish he had caught for the children. Uchiha Zhen rolled his eyes, glancing at the fish as he casually replied, eat what you wish to enhance, more brain food, walnuts. Tsukumo found some merit in this. However, Kakashi was taken aback by how this simple statement altered his fate, as he now found himself cracking walnuts daily and incorporating brain matter into every meal. The four gathered together, exchanging laughter, as Uchiha Zhen observed this future architect of the fourth great ninja war. Chaotic, lacking in strength and logic, why would Uchiha Madara choose him? Was it for revenge against Kaguya? Truthfully, transforming such a bronze-level combatant into a king was no simple feat, with Obito's temperament. He would likely shorten his own lifespan by decades. Had Kaguya offended Uchiha Madara? Or was it merely the delusions of a lunatic? Uchiha Zhen pondered deeply, eventually arriving at this conclusion. The Uchiha clan's inherent genetic afflictions are closely tied to their introverted nature, making them particularly difficult to remedy. Medically speaking, it is a genetic defect. As long as one keeps their eyes closed, life remains relatively untroubled. However, once one opens their eyes, the condition only worsens. Not only does the madness intensify, but prolonged exposure can also lead to blindness. Foolish Kakashi, when I awaken my Sharingan, I will surely defeat you. Obito's shout interrupted Uchiha Zhen's musings. Were there truly others eager to succumb to madness? The strength of the Uchiha comes from within, not merely from the Sharingan. Rather than relying on a pair of eyes, it is far more practical to enhance one's physical abilities through diligent training. Uchiha Zhen's words perplexed Obito. You possess the Sharingan. How can you speak so nonchalantly? Without it, could you be this strong? Yet, his words struck a chord with Hitaki Tsukumo. The Hitaki clan, too, had descended from the Warring States period. Although not as formidable as the Senju or Uchiha, they understood the essence of being a ninja. Thus, amidst the shifting times, their clan had not abandoned the practice of swordsmanship. The strength of ninjas in the past was not derived from ninjutsu, but from the ninjas themselves. All bloodline abilities were mere tools to assist their own prowess, unlike the current state of affairs where means and ends have been inverted. Chapter 57. A reunion with Nara Shikaku. In the darkest corner of Konoha, Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Minju gathered around a table, embroiled in a heated debate that had lasted 2 days and nights. Danzo, we cannot allocate these funds. If we do, it would imply our endorsement of Hisashi's infidelity. He must be taught a lesson. As a woman, Tsunade vehemently opposed the notion of infidelity, refusing to use her own money to absolve him. You make a valid point. Yet I find myself compelled to assist him. Danzo inhaled deeply, concealing all malice within. He could not allow anyone to tarnish the name of Hokage, for it would bring shame upon the title. However, this did threaten the dignity of the Hokage, and time was of the essence. Hisashi had always possessed this flaw. I thought he merely had the heart of a thief without the skills. Yet as he matured, he indeed showed progress. Mito Minyan's teasing tone irked Tsunade, leading her to declare that no man could be trusted. I refuse to accept any monetary compensation. This matter should be resolved by Hisashi alone. Count me out. Tsunade, please remain calm, Mito urged, grasping her arm. If she left now, the funds would fall solely to him and Danzo. Regardless of Hisashi's shortcomings, he was still the Hokage, and Danzo was right. The Hokage's reputation must remain untarnished. Yes, you are merely asking for some money. Yet I would have to change my very name, Danzo retorted, unwilling to see Tsunade depart. Whatever amount they could gather, he would take the lioness share. After all, he aspired to be Hokage. Tsunade had not lost her composure. They were all working for the village, and on this they could find common ground. Change what name, Danzo? Mito was taken aback by the Hokage's unyielding stance. The wrinkles on Danzo's face deepened, a shadowy demeanor reflecting the tumult within his veins. It was acceptable to call him Danzo, but the most vexing was that insufferable monkey referring to him as Danzu or Tuan Tuan. A deliberate affront he endured for the sake of becoming Hokage. I will only offer 500,000, but this must be known to Lake Biwa. Otherwise, I will not part with a single coin. Tsunade felt a twinge of sympathy for Danzo. At least he had remained single for decades, without a hint of scandal, which lent him a certain reliability. As for the remaining 25 million, I shall contribute 13 million, and the rest is yours, Mito. Danzo immediately made the decision. He intended to discuss this matter with Lake Biwa, for the Hokage was not akin to a mere clan leader. Mito nodded begrudgingly, thinking, damn it, you're treating this as if you've paid in full for a mere 50,000 more. Thus, after a final round of insults directed at the third Hokage, they managed to gather 30 million. Minato escorted the Sand Village envoy to the Hokage's office for discussions, arranging their accommodations while keeping a watchful eye on their actions. Meanwhile, the Hokage was engaged in discussions with Nara Shikaku regarding compensation. Hokage-sama, the war has only just concluded. A substantial sum may be beyond their means, potentially hindering negotiations. Nara Shikaku expressed his concerns. I understand. The Second Great Ninja War lasted far too long. No one wishes for it to continue. Even in the past year, the resources left on the battlefield are scarce, and I fear that the supply of ninja tools in every village may not sustain further conflict. The third Hokage calmly analyzed. In previous years, there would be some ninja tools recovered from the battlefield, but this year, the collection of second-hand tools fell short of a quarter of past amounts. It seemed that everyone was on the brink of collapse. I see, Hokage-sama, Nara Shikaku replied solemnly, recognizing the gravity of the situation for the village's interests. Thank you for your hard work, Shikaku. I just thought of Uchiha Zen's meticulous accounting habits. Bring him along to discuss the compensation issue. Nara Shikaku was momentarily taken aback. You mean that Uchiha Zhen who has been making waves? Yes. Inform him that he can receive 1% of the compensation for this task, the third Hokage said with a warm smile to the sand and rock ninjas. I hope your hearts are strong. Upon receiving this news, Uchiha Zhen scoffed, recognizing the third Hokage's cunning. It was well known that those who engaged in negotiations were primarily intellectual aides to the Hokage, seldom tasked with field missions, and often the most detested. Sending an Uchiha to negotiate was a double-edged sword. If successful, he would be assigned another task, but if the opposing side caught him alone, they would undoubtedly unleash their ire upon him. It was a means to bestow prestige while simultaneously suppressing him through another's hands, an operation that kept the Hokage's hands clean while achieving two objectives. Truly, the Hokage was shrewd. Indeed, the third Hokage is the most formidable, Uchiha Zhen mused with a cold smirk, a gentle blade, yet lethal in every strike. Remarkable. Uchiha Zhen promptly donned his attire and prepared to depart. Noticing his preparations, Uchiha Reina inquired, Zhen, are you heading out? Would you like me to save some food for you? No, mother. I'm off to see Nara Shikaku to express my gratitude for his care towards our family. Uchiha Zhen fabricated an excuse, not wanting to cause unnecessary worry at home, even if they did not voice their concerns. He could feel their apprehension as they anticipated his pursuit of the Hokage's path. Very well, do extend your gratitude to Shikaku-kun. I have prepared a gift for you to take along. Do invite him over for dinner when you have the chance. Uchiha Reina thoughtfully handed him a wrapped package, though he paid little attention to its contents. It had been a while since he returned. It was time to reconnect with an old friend. After much inquiry, Uchiha Zhen finally located Nara Shikaku's residence in a remote and dilapidated area. Knock, knock, knock. Nara Shikaku responded cautiously to the sound at the door. Who is it? It's me. Hearing Uchiha Zhen's voice, Nara Shikaku remained on guard, opening the door to see Zhen in casual attire, but he did not invite him in, instead asking, what brings you here? In truth, he had envisioned numerous scenarios in which Uchiha Zhen confronted him about past grievances. While he could not guarantee that Zhen would discover his small deceit, he was prepared for the worst. Not inviting me in, good teammate? Uchiha Zhen tossed the gift he held into Nara Shikaku's arms. Nara Shikaku narrowed his eyes, subtly shifting to allow him entry. Uchiha Zhen felt no hesitation before this old comrade, casually seating himself on the tatami mat as he observed Nara Shikaku, slowly stating, Thank you for your care towards my family. Regardless of Nara Shikaku's motives, he felt compelled to express gratitude for the assistance rendered. Without the 100,000 ryo he provided, his family might have truly gone hungry. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Zhen was enveloped in shadows. For whatever reason, I shall not hold past grievances against you. He placed 100,000 ryo on the table, asserting, as long as you do not overstep your bounds with me, I shall consider our past transgressions non-existent. Nara Shikaku reclined slightly, propping himself against the tatami with one arm resting on his knee, a knowing expression on his face. You've indeed found out. What do you intend to do now? I hardly believe you would let Hyuga Hanabi off so easily. After all, he still owes me a pair of Byakugan. Consider this my life insurance. It must be repaid. Uchiha Zhen was unfazed, aware of his teammate's difficult situation. He was surprised by how dire it was. Perhaps they could collaborate in the future. Are you interested in teaming up with me? I find your shadow techniques fascinating. What are you joking about? Nara Shikaku could hardly believe his ears. Uchiha Zhen's blatant desire for his clan's secret techniques was audacious. Yet it was typical of him. I am not jesting. You care little for family honor, do you? All you seek is to survive, yet as a ninja. Do you truly believe you have a chance to work in a clerical position beside the Hokage? Uchiha Zhen's fingers rhythmically tapped against the tabletop, as he awaited Nara Shikahisa's most primal reaction. Nara, suppressing the struggle in his eyes, retorted, You are quite right. But I could become a teacher at the academy and lead a tranquil life. However, you are too perilous. Never mind. Take your time to ponder. Uchiha had already gleaned the answer he sought, rising with a smile. My mother invites you to dine at our home, at your convenience. Seeing him prepare to depart, Nara also stood, crossing his arms in confusion. Did you come to the Nara clan solely to discuss this? The Hokage has assigned me to negotiate compensation with the envoy. A cloud of displeasure quickly darkened Uchiha Zhen's face at the mention of this matter, which made his teeth grit. As far as I know, this should be the responsibility of the Nara clan's leader. Aren't you afraid of messing it up? A glimmer of amusement appeared in Nara's eyes. He had no faith that Uchiha Zhen would easily acquiesce. Uchiha Zhen cast him a sidelong glance, conceiving a scheme that would annoy the Hokage while remaining unassailable. Are you interested in making some profit? I could offer you a 3/7 split. Are you trying to drag me into this? Absolutely not. Nara's eyes widened as he quickly distanced himself from Uchiha Zhen, recalling his instincts about this individual. Though he had gained considerable benefits on the battlefield, he could not openly squander them in Konoha. Uchiha Zhen, with a radiant smile, gently coaxed, "Have you never considered leaving this place to explore elsewhere?" In that moment, Nara hesitated. He truly did not wish to remain any longer, yet as long as he was in Konoha, he had to belong to the Nara clan. He longed to work beside the daimyo of the Fire Country, but given his status, he felt unworthy. "What do you want me to do?" Nara capitulated, believing that with sufficient funds, he could thrive anywhere. "All you need to do is follow me, without any obligations." "Would you truly be so generous? To give me 30% of the commission for doing nothing?" Nara could hardly believe Uchiha Zhen's words. "Of course, who else could I offer it to but a Nara?" Uchiha Zhen's smile was dazzling. Upon hearing Nara, an unsettling realization struck him. He understood that all Uchiha Zhen desired was to exploit the Nara name, requiring him merely to take the blame. "No, 30% is insufficient. I demand 40%, or we have nothing to discuss." On the other side, Nara Shikaku, who awaited Uchiha Zhen, felt somewhat restless. Bringing an Uchiha to negotiate compensation with the envoy while relinquishing a portion of the profits was troubling. Yet how could the Hokage assure that Uchiha would secure a favorable outcome? Clan leader, Uchiha Zhen and Nara Shikahiza have arrived. Nara Shikahiza? Greetings, clan leader Shikaku. Clan leader. Observing the two enter, Nara Shikaku lazily acknowledged them. He recognized Uchiha Zhen, who had caused quite a stir during the Hyuga incident. While Nara Shikahiza left him with no impression, perhaps due to his recent ascension as clan leader. Following clan leader Shikaku's gaze, Uchiha Zhen elucidated, on the battlefield. "Shikahiza was my comrade. He came to the Nara clan to visit, and the mission did not prohibit seeking assistance." This came as an unexpected revelation. Nara Shikaku stroked his chin, reasoning that there should be no issue with his clansmen, especially given their teamwork. Nevertheless, for precaution, he decided to inform the Hokage. "This matter is not within my purview, but it should not pose a significant problem." "Then that is acceptable. I will handle it myself. I fear that any delays may disrupt our relations with foreign nations, and I will require Shikahiza to persuade me." Uchiha Zhen smiled innocently. Yet Nara Shikaku felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that something uncontrollable was about to transpire. Clearing his throat, Nara Shikaku abruptly transitioned to the matter at hand. "We have captured 73 Sand ninjas, 3 of whom are Jonin, 39 are Chunin and Elite Chunin, and 31 are Genin. We have also captured 121 rock ninjas, including 1 elite Jonin, 18 Jonin, and the remainder are Genin. Why are there Genin among the captives?" Uchiha Zhen inquired, perplexed. Nara Shikaku, slightly embarrassed, explained, "After the war, the village requires retraining, and the loss of a Genin is far less significant than that of a Jonin." Uchiha Zhen nodded, unconvinced that captives would be treated with kindness. "What is the ransom?" 50 million for an elite Jonin, 30 million for a Jonin, 10 million for both elite Chunin, and 500,000 for a Genin. In total, the Sand Ninjas demand 635 billion, while the Rock Ninjas demand 1,115 billion, plus 10 billion from each village to cover war damages. As Nara Shikaku continued, his brow furrowed deeper. He found the demands unreasonable. If pressured too hard, retaliation was likely, or they might refuse to negotiate altogether. Is this calculated by clan leader Shikaku or by Lord Hokage? Uchiha Zhen sipped tea, feeling as though the proposal was sheer folly. He understood better than anyone how little the Sand Ninjas could afford. "It is Lord Hokage," Nara Shikaku contemplated, suddenly struck by a thought. "Do you have any insights, Jinkuin?" Chapter 59, Double-Dipping Clan Leader Shikaku. "You jest. What insights could I possibly have? I merely find it amusing." Uchiha Zhen scoffed at the Hokage's actions, asserting that should the mission fail, the village would compensate. Failing to achieve results meant incompetence. "Want money? Not a chance. Shouldn't you be grateful for not being punished?" Did Lord Hokage mention any bottom line? After all, 1% of that sum is quite enticing. Nara Shikaku shook his head, recognizing this as the most troublesome aspect. Nara Shikahiza, who had remained silent throughout, looked positively grim. He finally understood why Uchiha Zhen, known for his miserly ways, was willing to offer him such a substantial share. Uchiha Zhen had no intention of settling for a mere commission. He intended to reap profits from both sides, declaring himself a good comrade. He was merely using his teammate to secure a comfortable future, perhaps even a life of ease in Konoha's prison. However, the other side would undoubtedly select certain ninjas as sacrificial pawns. Nara Shikaku stroked his chin, lost in thought. Let us express our sincerity to the envoy. Then consult with Lord Hokage regarding the bottom line. Uchiha Zhen had a commendable suggestion, yet Nara Shikaku's brow remained furrowed, clearly troubled. Ultimately, he bore the primary responsibility for this matter. Indeed, we should discuss it first. I am uncertain whether Jinkuin intends to accompany me or visit the envoy first. Clan leader Shikaku may first consult with Lord Hokage. I will handle the envoy. We shall reunite later. Uchiha Zhen and Nara Shikahiza first visited Ichiraku Ramen. Hey, what are your plans? Nara Shikahiza asked, head down as he ate, inquiring about the strategy. I do not wish to spend the rest of my life in Konoha's prison. The price is too steep, they cannot afford it. Uchiha Zhen leisurely sipped his soup. Rest assured, you are safe. The next war will not take long to commence. Nara Shikahiza paused, realizing that the war had just ended. How could it return so swiftly? At the very least, 2 years of recuperation were necessary. However, he did not doubt Uchiha Zhen's foresight, which had spared them from many dangers on the battlefield. They are targeting you. Nara Shikahiza was certain. His intelligence was not so extensive, but he could glean enough from mere hints. Is it because of the Hyuga? No, it is because I am Uchiha. Uchiha Zhen set down the bowl after savoring the final sip of soup, settling the bill for both himself and his companion. Shall we see what the delegation is researching? Zhen inquired. Have you just finished eating? Just as they exited the Ichiraku Ramen, they encountered Minato, who was accompanied by a girl with crimson hair, presumably Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails. Minato, aren't you supposed to be with the delegation? Uchiha Zhen was taken aback to find Minato and his girlfriend here, as he expected Minato to be preoccupied at this hour. You must be Uchiha Zhen. Aside from being somewhat handsome, you don't seem that impressive, Kushina remarked, scrutinizing him closely. Given that she often heard her boyfriend speak of Zhen, she expected someone more formidable. Suddenly, the Nine Tails within Kushina stirred restlessly, whispering malevolently, Kill him. Kill him. Silence, you foul fox. Minato noticed Kushina's unusual demeanor and asked with concern, Kushina, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Uchiha Zhen took a step back, followed by Nara Shikahiza, who instinctively retreated as well, though he was unaware of the cause. Throughout the encounter, Zhen displayed no hint of hostility, which intrigued Kushina. The Nine Tails could sense malice, yet it failed to detect any from Zhen, causing its agitation. Apologies, we must take our leave. Minato said apologetically as he bid farewell to Uchiha Zhen. I've mastered a technique that surpasses your speed. Perhaps we can spar another time. As they watched Minato's retreating figure, Nara Shikahiza furrowed his brow and asked, Is there something off about that woman? Yes, keep your distance from her, Zhen replied, catching sight of some umbu trailing them. It appeared he had drawn attention. Henceforth, he would need to exercise greater caution. The duo arrived at the inn where the delegation was housed, ideally situated in the heart of the Hidden Leaf village. Who are you? Before they could approach, the umbu dispatched to ensure the delegation's safety intervened. I am Uchiha Zhen, sent by the Hokage to discuss compensation with the delegation. Once inside, the representatives from both nations regarded them with disdain. Is there no one left in the leaf? Forgive me, but I am Uchiha Zhen, sent by the Hokage to negotiate compensation. If you too wish to abstain from discussion, that is your prerogative. For it is not our ninjas who were captured. Zhen remained unfazed by their provocations, clearly articulating his intent. The sand has captured 73 of our ninjas, including 3 jonin, 39 chunin and elite chunin, and 31 genin. The rock has taken 121 ninjas, including 1 elite jonin, 18 jonin, and the remainder being genin. As he continued, their expressions grew increasingly grim, their faces contorting in dismay. Zhen could almost envision them cursing his ancestors in their minds. Considering the losses from the battle, our Hokage demands that you Sand provide 113.5 billion, and the rock 161.5 billion, along with the return of all your captured ninjas. Hold your horses. Don't be too hasty with your insults. This is the Hokage's decree. Zhen raised an eyebrow, continuing, I am merely here to oversee this negotiation. The amount ultimately depends on your village's capabilities. I cannot allow your leaders to beg for the return of their people. The Sand and Rock envoys exchanged glances, their enmity palpable. Yet they understood the futility of resisting the current reality. They could not afford further conflict. What are your thoughts on this? Zhen narrowed his eyes, eagerly awaiting their response about their financial situation. Our losses are severe. We've encountered bandits and cannot summon such funds. Do not push us too far, one envoy protested. The rock village lacks the means as well. If the leaf does not demonstrate good faith, there may be little left to discuss, the other added. Take your time to deliberate. After all, your delegation can stay in the leaf for some time. I shall inform those captured ninjas that there is hope for their rescue. Zhen declared, departing with Nara Shikahisa before they could respond. What does he mean by that? The sand envoy queried, turning to the rock representative. He seemed to have ulterior motives, indicating that he would take charge of the compensation negotiations, seeking to gauge their sincerity. Such matters were not something the delegations would disclose to the Hokage. For them, discord within the leaf was a cause for celebration. With a shared understanding, the representatives exchanged smiles, agreeing to reconvene the next day to continue discussions on compensation. In the Hokage's office, Nara Shikahisa entered to find the Hokage engrossed in the crystal ball, smiling with an air of springtime cheer. He felt he might have arrived at an inopportune moment. Caught between a rock and a hard place, and cleared his throat gently. Ah, Shikahisa, how did the talks with the delegation go? The third Hokage inquired, unperturbed, as he discreetly stowed away the crystal ball. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Zhen is seeking a bottom line. In his pursuit of a baseline, Zhen was more interested in coaxing the third Hokage to relent. With a single statement from the third, relinquishing control of the matter to him, he could orchestrate a satisfactory resolution for both parties. The Second Great Ninja War had dragged on for too long, draining not only the village but also the families. He was not only the Hokage's advisor but also the leader of the Nara clan, bearing the dual burdens of village welfare and family responsibility. The third Hokage sensed Shikahisa's resolve regarding the issue and sighed, explaining, the leaf's current economic situation is dire. We have not received supplies from the daimyo in months. If we cannot secure compensation, the pensions for our war heroes remain uncertain. Shikahisa's eyelids flickered. The third's implication was clear. The leaf was impoverished and unable to produce such funds without increasing the tax burden on the families. They could not afford to purchase all the captives, likely opting for a compromise instead. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, the weariness of his 40 years etched upon his face, prompting Nara Shikahisa to frown, his mind racing with worst-case scenarios. He could only hope that Uchiha Zhen would not resort to any further tricks. Shikahisa, compensation for losses is essential. After all, we did not instigate this war. As for captives, money can be exchanged, but for those that cannot, funds are still required. When Nara Shikahisa exited the Hokage's office, his expression was solemn. The Hokage had provided no leeway. The three clans, Julu Die, were intertwined, and he could not allow Akimichi and Yamanaka clans to suffer. Beyond their alliance, he shared close friendships with Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza. The dawn's light struggled through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Uchiha Zhen's face. Since his return, he had developed an affinity for sleeping in, often staying up late, with training squeezed into any spare moments or through shadow clones. Yet, the fatigue that washed over him upon dispelling the clones was increasingly uncomfortable. Zhen, Kakashi is looking for you, came the voice of Uchiha Reina from outside the door. Uchiha Zhen buried his head beneath the covers, feigning ignorance. Zhen, rise and shine. Although Uchiha Reina felt concern for her son, she did not want him to cultivate the habit of staying up all night and sleeping all day. She opened the door, prepared to pull him out of bed. Uchiha Reina tugged at the covers several times, yet Uchiha Zhen remained ensconced within. Kakashi, who entered behind her, bore a look of exasperation, refusing to admit that he was powerless against such stubbornness. He placed a scroll beside the recalcitrant Uchiha Zhen. This is from your father. Hearing Kakashi's voice, Zhen finally peeked out. So early? I have class to attend. Farewell. After Kakashi's departure, Rin Uchiha took a full half-hour to educate Uchiha Zhen, ultimately escaping under the pretext of a mission. As Zhen walked along Uchiha Street, he was invited to the clan leader's residence by Uchiha Fugaku's shadow guards. Zhen, would you care for some tea? Uchiha Fugaku asked, somewhat awkwardly. His mind was preoccupied with the pressing matter of when the money would arrive. He had scarcely slept at home for several days, feeling as though he were caught in a dream, albeit one involving 300 million. Yet, he felt too embarrassed to directly ask for it, which is why he thought of Uchiha Zhen. Please, just tell me what you want, Uchiha Zhen replied. not wishing to engage in roundabout conversation. He was eager to visit Orochimaru's laboratory to check on the progress of the Sharingan he had been cultivating. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Fugaku inquired, "Has the 300 million not arrived yet?" Uchiha Zhen pondered for a moment before responding. "It has been 3 days, hasn't it?" Cough, indeed. "If we don't ask for it soon, interest will accrue. The elders are pressing for it," Fugaku admitted. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zhen cast a sharp gaze toward Uchiha Fugaku, coldly stating, "Leader Fugaku, whether it be a country, a village, or a clan, one ruler suffices. If after so many days you have yet to clean up these individuals, are you wary of me or merely soft-hearted?" Uchiha Fugaku trembled slightly, as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. In truth, he was grappling with both dilemmas. He was unable to control Uchiha Zhen, nor could he eliminate the elders, caught as he was in a web of mutual restraint. "You jest, Zhen. How could I possibly be wary of you? It's just that these elders are all the elders of our fathers. It's quite challenging," Fugaku quickly added with a nervous laugh. Uchiha Zhen was disheartened. While he recognized Fugaku's formidable strength, he lamented that he was ensnared in the pursuit of power, fixated on a coup, ultimately to be thwarted by his own son. "Do as you wish. Have Uchiha Zhen summon a team to collect the debt." Before long, Uchiha Zhen was brought to the clan leader's residence. Upon seeing Uchiha Zhen, a spark reignited in his eyes. After learning certain secrets from Uchiha Hakudai, he had been feeling downcast for days. His current mission was to secretly protect Uchiha Zhen, yet he felt inadequate in strength. "Leader, Zhen," Uchiha Zhen stammered, uncertain and troubled. He feared that Zhen might have discovered the blood extraction incident, but quickly dismissed the thought. His actions had been covert. As long as Orochimaru remained silent, it would not be revealed. "I sought you out because the Hyuga and Hokage owe money that has yet to be repaid. Bring a dozen people with you to collect the debt, and make it a spectacle. Bring drums and gongs. First, we'll go to the Hokage building, then to the Hyuga clan," Uchiha Zhen instructed, patting his backside as he turned to Uchiha Fugaku, asking, "How much of a commission will I receive for the money I collect?" "Commission?" Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, and the shadow guards lurking in the darkness shared his bewilderment. "Is there a commission for this?" Uchiha Zhen narrowed his eyes and asked earnestly, "Are you expecting to acquire 300 million without any effort?" "No, I will offer you 10% as a reward," Uchiha Fugaku decisively replied. Uchiha Zhen was not a person Fugaku could control, yet he could be maneuvered through incentives, which was far easier than dealing with someone who sought fame and fortune without any strings attached. 10%. I will simply deduct the 30 million from the Hokage's share," Uchiha Zhen concluded, leaving the clan leader's residence with Uchiha Zhen, who appeared rather bewildered. "Leader, Uchiha Zhen is becoming rather arrogant. Should we not suppress his audacity?" Uchiha Ryuho suggested to Uchiha Fugaku, frowning. "Compared to 27 billion, 30 million is but a trifling sum." Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the departing figures, though vexed. He had to admit that without Uchiha Zen's 30 million, he would have been at a loss. Chapter 61. The debt collection team. When Uchiha Zhen was dragged out of the clan leader's residence by Uchiha Zhen, he felt utterly dazed. 30 million. To deduct 30 million from the clan leader's coffers. He couldn't even ascertain whether the Uchiha clan's treasury contained such an amount. "Go find someone. I will wait for you at the Uchiha gate. If I get meat, I can share some broth with you." Uchiha Zhen was not one to exaggerate. While he alone would consume the meat, he could indeed spare some broth. "All right, I shall find someone right away," Uchiha Zhen exclaimed. His spirits lifted as if he were a simpleton. He would willingly work for a taste of broth, and the prospect of sharing even a sip further fueled his enthusiasm as he quickly vanished to seek assistance. Uchiha Zhen moved swiftly, and within minutes returned with a full 10 individuals, some wielding gongs while others carried drums, and he himself brandished a trumpet. "Lord Zhen, we are ready." Uchiha Zhen led the procession of Uchiha members, striking gongs and beating drums as they marched boisterously down the streets of Konoha. A few onlookers, eager for excitement, joined the procession toward the Hokage office, transforming a small group of 10 into a throng of over 100 by the time they reached their destination. Uchiha Zhen signaled to Uchiha Zhen, who immediately understood and snapped his fingers. The Uchiha clan members began with a resounding beat of drums. Then Uchiha Zhen, trumpet in hand, announced rhythmically toward the Hokage building, "Esteemed Hokage, we are the Uchiha debt collection team. May we inquire if you have prepared the funds owed to the Hyuga? Many of our clan members are awaiting their meals. Our clan leader's resources have been exhausted, We are unable to sustain ourselves." With that, the clang of gongs followed suit. "Oh, how magnificent our Hokage is, to have repaid a portion of the Hyuga's debt. Indeed, why hasn't the Uchiha received their share? They are on the brink of starvation." The villagers, witnessing the spectacle, felt a twinge of sympathy, their disdain for the Uchiha softening. Especially as Lord Zhen personally led the charge for the debt. Surely, they must be struggling after that explosion, which had shaken their very homes. The villagers fervently engaged in gossip at the Hokage office's entrance. The penchant for excitement and intrigue was not limited to the villagers. Envoys among the crowd observed the unfolding drama. The debt collection scene continued, commencing with the beat of drums and concluding with the sound of gongs. After all, the primary reason for the failure to reclaim funds was typically a matter of pride. Thus, Uchiha Zen's brazen approach was akin to a form of intimidation in the eyes of those indebted. If one were unashamed, there was no debt that could not be recovered. At that moment, Uchiha Zhen seized the trumpet from Uchiha On's hands and, in a tone both weak and pitiable, called out, "Ancestral Master, are you busy? I wouldn't want to trouble you to deliver this personally, so I've come to collect myself. If you are occupied, I can return this afternoon." How polite Lord Zhen is. Indeed, it's a shame he was born a boy. He would have made a splendid match. The Uchiha clan intermarried, and even if one were to bear a daughter, there would be no opportunity for such unions. Inside the Hokage office, the third Hokage felt a vain throb on his forehead. He had not anticipated Uchiha Zhen would come beating drums to collect debts. "Someone, go inquire with Danzo if the preparations are ready." Upon witnessing the commotion outside, Uchiha Zhen gestured to Uchiha En. Uchiha En turned to the clan members behind him and announced, "The Hokage is busy and unavailable. We shall return this afternoon. Now, let us proceed to the Hyuga." With that, another resounding clang echoed. Just as everyone was preparing to follow along to witness the spectacle, the door to the Hokage building swung open. The third Hokage emerged, looking weary, yet made no mention of the money. "Ah, Zen, were you not discussing post-war reparations with Jiraiya?" Uchiha Zhen wore a smile that did not quite reach his eyes as he respectfully replied, "Lord Hokage, I am indeed discussing compensation with clan head Riku. But the delegation also requires time for consideration. Since we have already entered a ceasefire, let the delegates witness the hospitality and warmth of our Konoha, so that they may be more receptive." The third Hokage, bewildered by the ramblings of this Uchiha, pondered the significance of the matter at hand. "You are a disciple of Orochimaru, and I see potential in you." "Thank you, Grandmaster. Might it be possible to receive a portion of the funds up front? After all, we have yet to have breakfast this morning." With a deft shift in conversation, Uchiha Zhen redirected the discussion towards monetary matters, asserting that irrespective of one's identity, insults were permissible, but withholding payment was not. This was the most tangible of interests. The third Hokage's expression stiffened, and he replied, "I have prepared the funds, but I have been too busy to deliver them. I understand the demands on your time, Lord Hokage, which is why I have come personally to collect." At this, Uchiha Yen, standing beside Jun, produced a tray from seemingly nowhere and presented it respectfully before the Hokage. "Your preparations are truly thorough." The third Hokage was utterly taken aback by how Uchiha Zhen managed to ask for money so nonchalantly in front of so many people. "Shall I accompany you to collect it, Grandmaster?" Uchiha Zhen quickly added, aware that the Hokage was a rather naive figure, especially considering his leniency towards Danzo. At that moment, an Umbu emerged from the Hokage's office, presenting 3 scrolls before the Hokage. Reluctantly, the third Hokage placed the 30 million Ryo scrolls onto the tray held by Uchiha Yen, saying stiffly, "They have long been prepared. I must return to my duties." "Thank you, Lord Hokage." The members of the Uchiha team chorused their thanks, their voices echoing loudly. With a dramatic flourish, Uchiha Yen handed all the scrolls to Uchiha Zhen, exclaiming, "To the Hyuga." The Hokage Tower was not far from the Hyuga clan, and aside from the villagers, many ninjas had also gathered to witness the spectacle. The elderly head of the Hyuga clan had already caught wind of the situation and promptly placed 300 million Ryo before him. Hinata Hayashi's face darkened as he stood beside the elder. They were not lacking in funds, so such a public display was quite unbecoming. "The Uchiha are shameless, and we Hyuga deserve better. Father, Uchiha Zhen is going too far. He is humiliating us," Hayashi protested. The elder merely sipped his freshly brewed tea and shook his head, recognizing his son's youthful impetuosity. "You are too young, too impulsive, and too easily manipulated." Faced with such a situation, Hayashi, What would you do? Hayashi was taken aback, unsure of why his father was asking. He believed it best to simply throw the money at them and send them away. Yet, his father's tone hinted at deeper meaning. Given their previous discussions with the Hokage regarding payments in installments, perhaps this was a ploy to further vex the Uchiha. Father, I will ensure the payments are made in several installments, Hayashi declared, feeling a surge of understanding. The elder's eyes brightened at his son's realization, urging him to continue. I intend to use the funds to humiliate them. The elder Hyuga immediately spat his tea at Hayashi's face. Indeed, one should not have high hopes. Hayashi, in this world, there are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. This time, the elder refrained from harsh rebuke, knowing that scolding would yield no results and only serve to aggravate himself. Yes, father. Hayashi let the water trickle down his face, lowering his gaze in anticipation of reprimand, or perhaps he had already resigned himself to his fate. As the head of a clan, you must broaden your perspective. The elder Hyuga's voice grew weary. When you, as a Hyuga, injure someone on the street, it is viewed differently than if a commoner were to do so. Hayashi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the elder's wisdom, and assured, as the leader of the Hyuga clan, I will never act in a manner unbefitting my station. The elder suppressed his anger and patiently explained, the former will be subject to malicious speculation and exaggerated scrutiny, while the latter will merely be seen as a trivial altercation. Do you not understand? If he did not grasp such a simple truth, the elder would be compelled to bow to their ancestors in apology. Father, I understand. Whether he truly did or not was irrelevant. He feared the elder's wrath if he were to claim ignorance. The Uchiha are nearing. Have someone welcome them in. Outside the Hyuga estate, Uchiha Zhen led a group of Uchiha debt collectors, ringing bells and shouting. Initially, the Uchiha felt a sense of embarrassment, but after their encounter at the Hokage Tower, they grew increasingly adept at the art of asking for funds. It turned out that collecting money was a rather simple affair. Now, the Uchiha were among the poorest clans in the village. Although they appeared glamorous, their holdings were scant, as their once magnificent assets had all but vanished into the hands of Konoha. Apart from receiving minimal annual compensation, most of their earnings came from undertaking tasks that highlighted their striking appearances. Nobles preferred to hire attractive Uchiha, as they were both competent and visually appealing, rather than be seen with brutish figures. Ultimately, their downfall stemmed from their own timidity. They were too embarrassed to refuse, all the while wishing to maintain an upper hand. As the gates of the Hyuga estate slowly opened, Hayashi greeted the Uchiha with utmost decorum, inviting them inside rather than allowing them to continue their raucous display outside. Lord Zhen, esteemed members of the Uchiha clan, please follow me. Hayashi treated them with the courtesy befitting honored guests, striking a balance between warmth and politeness. Lord Zhen, my father and the clan had wished to see you in the inner chamber, sincerely apologizing for the previous incident, Hayashi conveyed. Internally anxious about the possibility of Uchiha Zhen rejecting the invitation. This was what his father had instructed. Yet he had not been briefed on how to respond if they declined. Given the earnestness of the elder and the clan head, Uchiha Zhen felt it improper to refuse and instructed Uchiha Yen, please wait for me here. The elder Hyuga sought a private audience, employing this method to avoid suspicion and ensure no incriminating evidence was left behind. Truly a cunning old fox. Father, clan head. Hayashi ushered Uchiha Zhen into the inner chamber before stepping back and closing the door. The two men knelt on the tatami mat, one exuding authority while the other sat tense and watchful. Elder, clan head, time is of the essence. Please state your business quickly. Uchiha Zhen disregarded the elder's scrutiny and cut straight to the point. The elder, having gone to great lengths to arrange this private meeting, had motives beyond merely silencing him. If only you were a Hyuga, how splendid that would be, he mused, producing 2 scrolls. This is 300 million. One of the scrolls is already placed before you. This 30 million signifies my sincerity as an elder. Elder, does the method to break the seal truly hold the value of 30 million and a heap of trivial Hyuga discussions? Uchiha Zhen was unreserved, taking one of the scrolls to examine. Certainly not. This is merely my goodwill. Previously, I failed in raising my son properly. The elder Hyuga shot a glance at the visibly shaken Hayashi. As you can see, I am aging, and my son cannot bear the weight of our clan's responsibilities. This 30 million is simply a gesture of goodwill towards forming a bond with the Uchiha. Elder, I am Uchiha. Uchiha Zhen found the situation rather amusing. The elder of the Hyuga clan had actually suggested that he, an Uchiha, should protect the Hyuga. In this world, Where can one find eternal enemies? What do our two clans gain from our endless strife beyond mere titles? The elder continued, if you believe that cooperation between us is feasible, I am willing to bestow upon the Uchiha, no, upon you, Uchiha Zhen, the three mines located at the border of the land of rice and the land of fire. 3 mines. Truly, the Hyuga clan possesses considerable wealth. Perhaps even the Hokage is unaware of this. The elder was right. There are no eternal enemies. I believe the Hyuga elder is straightforward and sincere, and it is not impossible for us to become good friends. A smile adorned Uchiha Zhen's face. With those 3 mines, he could establish a laboratory more opulent than Orochimaru's, equipped with even more advanced instruments. Even without undertaking missions, those 3 mines could ensure a comfortable life for him and his parents for the rest of their days. Hyuga Hizashi knelt quietly to the side, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed his impulse to strike Uchiha Zhen. Ha! With you, the Uchiha, how can we not grow strong? If you were a Hyuga, I would surely invest all my efforts in nurturing you. The elder shot a warning glare at Hizashi while lavishly praising Uchiha Zhen, whose demeanor belied his youth with an unexpected maturity. As long as he promised not to act against the Hyuga under his guidance, the future of the Hyuga clan would be free from the threat of annihilation. The elder seemed to jest, but Uchiha Zhen, with a smile that masked his true feelings, inquired, how can you be so certain that I will protect the Hyuga? I am, after all, an Uchiha. You do not resemble an Uchiha at all. The elder of the Hyuga clan pondered for a moment before continuing, I have never misjudged a person. The achievements you will attain will surpass the control of any clan or nation. I do not require you to devise strategies for the Hyuga. I merely hope that when the Hyuga encounter peril, you will lend your protection. A smirk played on Uchiha Zhen's lips. He could not help but admire the elder's foresight. For the sake of his clan's prosperity, he even planned for matters beyond his own demise. Even if the future harbors risks, the elder of the Hyuga clan is indeed a competent and noble leader. However, I require not merely your sincerity, elder, but the collective sincerity of the entire Hyuga clan. The elder of the Hyuga clan immediately grasped Uchiha Zhen's meaning. What good were his eloquent words if he were to perish, leaving behind promises that no one would uphold? You are quite perceptive, the elder remarked, casting a glance at his eldest son, Hizashi, whose face had turned a shade of green. Father. Hizashi bit his lip, unable to believe that his father was yielding to an Uchiha and placing the future of their clan in the hands of their sworn enemy. Was he not fit to be the clan leader? Swear it. The elder commanded, his tone bordering on authoritative. Hizashi glared at Uchiha Zhen, wishing he could devour him whole, his teeth grinding in frustration as he raised his finger to swear. I, Hyuga Hizashi, vow that I shall never be an enemy of Uchiha Zhen, and we shall share both honor and disgrace. After uttering his oath, he seemed utterly drained of energy. The elder of the Hyuga clan shook his head in disappointment, lamenting, the leader I have chosen is utterly perplexing. This makes it all too easy for others to seize upon our weaknesses. As long as the Hyuga distance themselves from the center of power in Konoha and maintain a low profile, Hizashi must learn to conceal his emotions. Much like our esteemed clan leader Fugaku, this advice seemed to ignite a spark of hope in the elder's murky, aged eyes. How could I have overlooked such a fundamental point? Indeed, I am growing old. Uchiha Zhen shrugged, surprised to witness the once stern Hizashi transform in such a manner. Hizashi, go fetch the deeds for the 3 mines. Without hesitation, the elder of the Hyuga clan decisively relinquished the 3 lucrative mines, deeming this minor sacrifice a worthwhile investment for the future of the Hyuga. Despite Hizashi's reluctance, he dared not contest his father's wishes, watching helplessly as the 3 mines were handed over to Uchiha Zhen. Yet, in the near future, he would be immensely grateful for his father's decision and relieved that he had refrained from acting rashly against Uchiha Zhen. After departing from the Hyuga estate, Uchiha Zhen deliberately created the illusion of difficulty in acquiring funds and suggested that the remaining money would be personally delivered to the Uchiha by the Hyuga. Lord Zhen, the Hyuga were so accommodating in providing the funds. Do tell me how you managed to extract such money from that old fellow. They are notoriously stingy, Uchiha N, curious as a child, inquired of Uchiha Zhen about the process of obtaining the funds. If they were not miserly, where would such vast wealth come from? Are they trying to puff themselves up before the Hokage like the Uchihas? As he spoke, Uchiha Zhen extracted 3 million from the 30 million, allocating 300,000 to Uchiha N and 100,000 to the others who had accompanied him. The remainder is your reward. My reward? Uchiha Zhen stammered, his tongue tripping over the words as he beheld the 300,000 in his hands. He had toiled for 2 years on the battlefield, narrowly escaping death multiple times to complete missions, yet had never seen such wealth. All right, you will distribute that 100,000, and the 200,000 is yours. Do not make me repeat myself a third time. Uchiha Zhen's expression darkened. How could a proud Uchiha behave as if he had never seen money before? Uchiha Zhen hurriedly tucked the money into his pocket, feeling the urge to touch it repeatedly, as though fearing it might vanish. In his life, he had never seen such a sum. Although the Uchiha were a prominent clan, he was not among their upper echelons and had always considered himself fortunate to possess a few tens of thousands. He had expected to receive only a few thousand for this venture, yet unexpectedly walked away with 200,000. Such generosity was extraordinary. Even a clan leader would not be so lavish. Ah, Lord Zhen, you truly have a grand vision. Finding a discreet corner, Uchiha Zhen gleefully distributed the money to the others, relishing their astonished expressions, emphasizing that this bounty was provided by Lord Zhen. None of those who had accompanied him to collect the debts had anticipated receiving any compensation. They thought it was merely a routine errand, given their amicable relations with Uchiha Zhen and the clan's matters. When each of them received 100,000, they could scarcely believe their luck, never dreaming that Uchiha Zhen would bestow such generosity upon them. With wealth, one can achieve great things. Now, these Uchihas, far from fearing the specter of death, would dare to confront it head-on. Brother Zhen, did Lord Zhen truly instruct you to distribute this money to us? It's not something you secretly pilfered from the funds? The speaker was a young girl, Uchiha Kage, the daughter of the 8th Uchiha and his adopted sister, brought along to bolster their numbers on the way to school. Of course, it is from Lord Zhen. Do you think I would engage in such underhanded dealings? Uchiha uncrossed his arms, lifting his chin defiantly. He had begun as a proud Uchiha, yet 200,000 was indeed a substantial sum. Long live Lord Zhen. Lord Zhen is a true man. This is what we call vision. You lot wouldn't understand a thing. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Zhen, his mere act of fairly distributing rewards had elevated the ordinary act of salary payment to a level of grandeur in their eyes. So you mean to say that we Uchihas do not receive payment for our tasks? In reality, it was quite rare for Uchiha clan members to receive compensation for tasks undertaken for their clan, and when they did, it was hardly ever substantial. On the other side, Danzo was infuriated upon learning that the 3rd Hokage had given money to the Uchiha clan. In his rage, he smashed everything within his reach while cursing Uchiha Itachi and berating the 3rd Hokage. He muttered to himself that giving money to the Uchiha was no better than engaging in an affair. The commotion surrounding Uchiha Itachi's demand for money prompted the envoys to devise new plans, leading them to seek a private conversation with him. However, lacking an opportunity, they began to wander around Konoha, creating chances for themselves. Meanwhile, Minato, responsible for hosting the envoys, wore a weary expression, trailing after them from dawn until dusk. As a ninja, the physical and mental exertion from battles could lead to personal growth, but accompanying the envoys on their shopping excursions offered no such benefits. And he even feared developing blisters on his feet. The envoys were no better off, as they scoured Konoha in search of Uchiha Itachi. Yet he was nowhere to be found, forcing them to abandon this approach and instead instruct Minato to convey their desire to continue discussions on compensation. Upon receiving this message, Minato finally breathed a sigh of relief and promptly relayed it to Narashikaku, who was responsible for handling the matter, silently praying for the swift departure of these envoys. If they did not leave soon, he feared he might be the one to depart. As one of the key negotiators, Uchiha Itachi was in no hurry. He was waiting to see who would succumb first. Indeed, upon receiving the message, he gleefully made his way to Orochimaru's residence. Upon entering, a startling scene greeted him. Orochimaru was not in the laboratory, but rather practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Yes, practicing. Tai Chi, to be precise. Uchiha Itachi rubbed his eyes in astonishment and asked, Lord Orochimaru, what are you doing? Chapter 64. You haven't stayed up all night, Itachi. This is the incomplete physical techniques from the Hyuga clan. I have refined them, Orochimaru replied, not pausing in his movements as he grew increasingly vigorous. Uchiha Itachi began to lose his composure. This was the refined form of traditional Tai Chi. How could he have derived such a thing from those two obscure illustrations? Struck dumb, he thought, is this what genius looks like? His initially vacant gaze began to ignite with fervor. Lord Orochimaru, how does it feel? At first, I felt nothing, but after a few repetitions, my entire body felt invigorated, a special energy flowing continuously within me. After completing a set, Orochimaru turned to Itachi and said, Itachi, let's try it together. Suddenly, Jiraiya tumbled down from the wall, clutching a large bag of unknown items, stammering as he spoke. What the Orochimaru, why are you here? Seeing Jiraiya interrupt his newfound technique, Orochimaru's expression darkened. Jiraiya dusted himself off, ensuring the package was intact, and mysteriously announced, Orochimaru, I had someone bring this back from the land of rice. Try it, and see if it works. The pungent scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air, reaching Uchiha Itachi's nose and raising his suspicions. Orochimaru dabbled in traditional medicine. What on earth is this? Keep that away from me. Orochimaru scooted aside, repulsed by the odor. The kidney restoration recipe. It's all the rage in the land of rice. A man without goods is no real man. Uchiha Itachi felt a foreboding sensation. This was the prescription he had provided to the feudal lords during his last visit to the land of rice. As Jiraiya became increasingly animated, he remained oblivious to the fury brewing on Orochimaru's face. I didn't hear anything. Itachi turned away, mimicking Tai Chi movements. Jiraiya, you shall pay. Don't feel embarrassed. I'm only doing this for your benefit. You need treatment for your weakness. Jiraiya tossed down a large bag of kidney herbs and fled, shouting to ensure everyone heard him. Shadow snake hands. Thousands of snakes formation. Help. The cacophony of noise from Orochimaru's residence mixed with Jiraiya's cries for help. Yet no one dared approach, deterred by the sounds of distress. Uchiha Itachi attempted to slip away from this chaotic scene, allowing this pair of friends to engage in their tumultuous antics, but reality had other plans. Jiraiya is escaping. Uchiha Itachi lamented, what am I supposed to do now? The entire residence was now only occupied by Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, who was plastered against the wall with an odd expression and a bag of kidney restoration herbs. Lord Orochimaru, I forgot my knife at the border of the land of fire. I'll be right back. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Itachi decided that fleeing was the best course of action. Stop. Orochimaru's low, raspy voice halted him. Lord Orochimaru, I didn't hear anything. Uchiha Itachi was distressed. This was beyond his comprehension. How could he stumble upon Orochimaru's private matters regarding his health? If Orochimaru discovered that this medicine had originated from him, he would surely face dire consequences. Uchiha Itachi felt unnerved under the intense gaze of Orochimaru's golden slit pupils, swallowing nervously as he attempted to remain calm. I'm too young to understand. I don't know anything. Orochimaru's eyebrow twitched slightly. What had he done to frighten this kid so? Did he fear snakes? With a dismissive wave, Orochimaru dispelled the few remaining snakes from his ninjutsu, saying, Come here, let us try the refined Hyuga techniques together. Huh. Uchiha Itachi blinked. Feeling the sudden shift in the conversation was rather abrupt. However, he obediently moved to stand beside Orochimaru. Following his lead in practicing Tai Chi initially, this technique seemed ineffective, hardly qualifying as usable, but after several repetitions, he began to sense changes within his body. Lord Orochimaru, I feel warmth in my body. Have you named this technique? No. What do you think it should be called? Orochimaru paused, inquiring. How about calling it Tai Chi? Uchiha Itachi suggested as he continued his movements. Tai Chi is the ultimate form of motion, where movement and stillness coexist, balancing yin and yang. Good. Orochimaru smiled broadly, clapping his hands in approval. Uchiha Itachi had perfectly captured his intention. This technique would henceforth be known as Tai Chi. Itachi, you're here. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Itachi's shadow clone had emerged from the laboratory. My shadow clone. Just as the words left his mouth, the clone dissipated. As Uchiha Itachi absorbed the memories of his clone, he also inherited its exhaustion, stumbling unsteadily. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he retched several times. Lord Orochimaru, was my shadow clone up all night? Orochimaru pulled Uchiha Itachi back up, calmly stating, You have never stayed up all night. Really? Uchiha Itachi was incredulous. Always all night. Before Orochimaru could finish, Uchiha Itachi succumbed to sleep uncontrollably. The little one is truly capable. The days ahead will undoubtedly be filled with joy. Upon returning home after work, the third Hokage was taken aback to find not only his wife, Lake Biwa, but also other voices in his abode. Koharu? Hamura? Upon seeing the three of them, An ominous premonition washed over the third Hokage, prompting him to turn and flee. I forgot about the unfinished tasks. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The sight of the kitchen knife in Biwa's hand and her singed hair rendered the third Hokage's legs weak. He was not afraid of his wife. Rather, he held her in deep respect and love. Ahem, we wouldn't want to intrude. Realizing the dire situation, Koharu initiated a retreat. This was a domestic violence scene for the Hokage, and they would not involve themselves. Hey, what on earth did you say? Help! As he crawled halfway out of the porch, he was dragged back in, each scream echoing through the courtyard, startling the birds into flight. The following day, the third Hokage, sporting a bruised and battered face, sought out Danzo at the root to settle the score. Danzo, you have gone too far this time, slandering me in my own home. Who is being unreasonable? You actually gave money to the Uchiha. He now has the audacity to demand funds openly. Do you think he is simple-minded? Danzo's hair was falling out in clumps from anger. His money had slipped into the hands of the Uchiha, a bitter pill for him to swallow. Calm yourself, Danzo. Shin. As long as he is around, he can extract money from both the Hyuga and me. He will show no mercy. The third Hokage's methods were more tempered compared to Danzo's, knowing how to maximize a person's potential. Uchiha Shin was a disciple of Orochimaru. What was Orochimaru up to lately? It was rumored that Kakashi had been getting close to that nefarious Uchiha. Were they plotting rebellion? Danzo became agitated at the mere mention of the Uchiha. Like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, ready to lash out. Kakashi and Uchiha Shin were of similar age. It was quite normal for them to associate. Especially since Kakashi was also a prodigy. The third Hokage frowned, the pain preventing him from displaying any further expression. It's too dangerous. Once Shin departs, Uchiha Shin, you are forbidden from intervening again, or you will repay me. Danzo's tone was laced with threats. The third Hokage left the route without either accepting or declining the proposal. During the negotiations, Uchiha Shin went missing. Nara Shikaku scoured Konoha for him, ultimately discovering that he was at Orochimaru's residence. He paced back and forth at the entrance of Orochimaru's abode, lacking the courage to knock. His intellect was sharp, yet Orochimaru was perilous. Although he was a disciple of the third, the chilling sensation he experienced upon each encounter with Orochimaru had never waned. Since the onset of his anxiety, he had never felt so despondent. Ultimately, Nara Shikaku also lacked the audacity to knock and request the return of Uchiha Shin. To remedy this, he roamed various hot springs, resembling a lecherous figure in search of Jiraiya's presence. Fortune favored the diligent, and he found Jiraiya lurking in the bushes by a natural waterfall, peeping. Lord Jiraiya, I am Nara Shikaku. For the harmony and well-being of our village, I hope you can assist me in borrowing Uchiha Shin from Lord Orochimaru for a day, or even half a day. Nara Shikaku, donning a leaf hat, leaned beside Jiraiya and whispered his request. If you wish to find Orochimaru, go yourself. I certainly won't. He's reached a critical point in his temperament and is exceedingly fierce. I advise against it. Jiraiya rubbed his bitten arm, reflecting that if it weren't for their camaraderie, he would have surely been bettered for days. Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage has tasked me with negotiating compensation with Uchiha Shin, yet now that Shin has proposed a time, he remains holed up in Lord Orochimaru's residence. Oh, that complicates matters. Jiraiya's brows furrowed, seriousness overtaking him. He was quite invested in village affairs. I shall accompany you. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Nara Shikaku felt immense gratitude. Why did Uchiha Shin choose to acknowledge Orochimaru as his master? Was he not afraid? My gratitude shall be shown through action. I shall establish more hot springs in the village. Jiraiya grinned lecherously, striding boldly to Orochimaru's estate. Orochimaru, I have returned. Jiraiya stood outside, neither knocking nor entering. Lord Jiraiya, should we not knock first? Nara Shikaku felt he might have stumbled into a predicament. Was it not customary to knock and greet before standing at the door shouting? Would Orochimaru even acknowledge them? Little did he know. Jiraiya had just endured Orochimaru's wrath and was not keen on provoking him further. Within the estate, Orochimaru sat upon a tatami mat, contemplating how to rouse the Uchiha Shin, who had been asleep for an entire day and night. The experiments must continue, and he could not afford to waste time. Upon hearing Jiraiya's voice, all of Orochimaru's goodwill evaporated, and he muttered to the air, "Tell Jiraiya to leave." A moment later, a shadowy figure appeared before them. You are Orochimaru's subordinate. Does he wish to invite me in? Jiraiya inquired with unwarranted confidence. Nara Shikaku, elated at the prospect of finally entering to share the burden with Uchiha Shin, was dismayed when the dark figure retreated a step and respectfully stated, "Lord Jiraiya, Orochimaru says for you to leave." In that instant, Nara Shikaku felt frozen in place. As the shadowy figure withdrew, Jiraiya seized him, demanding, "What does he mean? I, the sage of the toads, come to see him, and he treats me like this? Ridiculous. Is it really that severe just because of a little weakness? Where is that brat Uchiha Zhen?" Nara Shikaku nearly choked on his own saliva, hastily covering his ears. "What on earth? I can't hear anything." The dark figure replied respectfully, "Lord Jiraiya, you should heed Lord Orochimaru's wishes. Please leave. I know nothing else. Step aside." "Come on, Shikaku." Jiraiya forcefully advanced into Orochimaru's estate, only to be confronted by a dozen shadowy figures blocking his path. "Stand down." Orochimaru, clad in a kimono, with his long hair blown across his face by the wind, displayed no intention of inviting them inside. "Orochimaru, Orochimaru." The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Nara Shikaku felt a chill creeping up from his feet, the pressure from the two formidable figures making it difficult to breathe. "Orochimaru, I apologize for the intrusion. The Hokage has tasked me and Shin to coordinate the compensation with you, but he is currently unavailable." Orochimaru swiftly rejected Nara Shikaku's plea on behalf of Uchiha Zhen. Having been the third's disciple for over 20 years, he was well aware of the old man's intentions. Initially, he had ignored the matter because Uchiha Zhen had a shadow clone assisting him with experiments. However, just days later, the clone had reached its limit and self-destructed. From any angle, using Uchiha Zhen for negotiations was unsuitable. He had no intention of sending his prized possession to bear the brunt of the negotiations. "Orochimaru, this puts me in a difficult position." Nara Shikaku's expression reflected his concern. This was not favorable. Orochimaru's gaze turned dangerously towards Nara Shikaku, his raspy voice chillingly cold. "What concern is it of mine? Do you wish to take someone from me? If so, you may try." "No, I do not wish to." Nara Shikaku looked to Jiraiya for help. "Orochimaru, where is Uchiha Zhen?" "Asleep." Orochimaru was reluctant to squander time with them, preoccupied with devising a method to summon Uchiha Zhen to assist him with his experiments. He threatened Jiraiya, "You fool, if you dare to wake him, you'll be doomed." In an instant, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. This was all material for him. He embraced Nara Shikaku, dragging him towards the door, laughing, "Ah. Ha ha ha, Shikaku, let us return tomorrow. Just inform the delegation, say, ha ha ha." Chapter 66. I am too weak upon awakening. Several days had elapsed. Uchiha Zhen, noticing Orochimaru napping beside him, gently draped a blanket over him and stealthily slipped into the laboratory. Since the last time he cultivated the Sharingan, he had been too occupied to return. After a deep slumber that allowed him to process all memories, he discovered that his attempt to cultivate the Sharingan had ultimately failed. Had it not been for Orochimaru's timely intervention, he might have squandered such valuable experimental material. Not to mention the effort it would take to deceive Uchiha into coming over. Following a series of trials under Orochimaru's guidance, not only had he preserved the experimental materials, but the culture medium also began to exhibit signs of vitality. Truly, Orochimaru was remarkable. It seemed that he had applied knowledge from middle school through university in such a short time. How enviable. Back in his own youth, he had wasted countless brain cells to grasp these subjects. Uchiha Zhen retrieved the data Orochimaru had recorded about the Hinata clan's caged birds dissection. Upon comparison, he found that the caged birds of the branch family underwent a transformation of their cerebral nerves, intricately reorganizing them. Should a person lose their life while executing the technique, severing even a single nerve would result in the complete rupture of all nerves. To interact with the caged bird, one would need to reconstruct all the cerebral nerves. A procedure necessitating absolute mental and physical strength, as well as an exquisite understanding of the human body. Of course, he had no intention of delving into these matters, as he harbored no desire to assist the branch family in breaking free from the caged bird seal. Now he was a man of wealth, not someone who could be easily swayed by a trifling sum. It appeared he needed to cultivate some trusted aides to manage the mines. In Orochimaru's laboratory, a rare moment of tranquility ensued. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly reviewed the ninjutsu bestowed upon him by his father, as well as the 8 gates technique brought by Kakashi. He urgently needed to master the 8 gates, for his age was stunting his growth, should war erupt again. He certainly would not be as fortunate as he was at the end of the Second War. Uchiha Zhen conjured 2 shadow clones. One would assist him in practicing the 8 gates, while the other would remain in Orochimaru's laboratory to conduct experiments and support the training of the 8 gates. The 8 gates bore a semblance to unlocking the Rin and Du meridians. What he sought was permanence, not a one-time technique that would harm the body. This 8 gates technique required refinement. After instructing the 2 shadow clones to engage in Tai Chi with Orochimaru for physical conditioning, he departed the laboratory. As he passed through the courtyard, he observed Orochimaru seated alone on a tatami mat, one arm resting on his propped knee, gazing contemplatively at an empty teacup that had long since gone cold. In this moment, Orochimaru appeared gentle, devoid of the coldness and sinister aura that typically surrounded him. "Lord Orochimaru, you are awake?" "Yes, your cultivation of the Sharingan nearly failed," Orochimaru replied, turning his face slightly. From Uchiha Zhen's perspective, Orochimaru, without his forehead protector, looked surprisingly handsome. "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, for your timely intervention. The culture medium now shows cellular vitality, and I believe it won't be long before a pair of Sharingan emerges." Regaining his composure, Uchiha Zhen approached the tea table opposite Orochimaru, boiling water for tea, which he poured into a cup for Orochimaru, continuing, "I have made no progress with the sealing techniques. I cannot create a complete sealing formula. I still have a space at home that I need to find a way to seal. If you wish to have the sealing technique inscribed upon yourself, I can assist you," Orochimaru said, sipping his tea, revealing a smile imbued with serpentine charm. "I am curious as to why you have such an interest in the Sharingan, considering your time of awakening was brief." Uchiha Zhen's expression shifted, and after a long pause, he replied, "I once researched it before going to war." Oh, Orochimaru's interest was piqued. At that time, Uchiha Zhen was merely a commoner not yet enrolled in school. "My father was also an Uchiha." Indeed, prior to entering the battlefield, he had studied his father's Sharingan extensively, questioning him daily about the reasons behind his awakening and the experiences that followed. Uchiha Huai nearly believed his son had become obsessed with the Sharingan, comforting him for days. Oh, Uchiha Zhen raised the teapot again to refill Orochimaru's cup, which he then drained in one gulp. "You are truly your father's good child." Uchiha Zhen discovered that Orochimaru was exceedingly lax in his daily life. If he did not pour his own tea, he would not drink, even for tasks easily within reach. He should not take on disciples, but rather hire a caretaker. "The Nara clan leader has come looking for you." Orochimaru initially intended to directly delegate the matter to someone else, yet he sought Uchiha's opinion, given the substantial reward at stake. After all, who would turn down money, especially this money-obsessed disciple? This year, the battlefield had yielded little in terms of second-hand goods, and it was estimated that 90% of it would end up in his hands. While others fought valiantly against the enemy, he had hidden behind, desperately scavenging corpses. While it could not be denied that Uchiha Zhen was a genius, blessed with excellent ninjutsu to learn from at home, the brutality of war was no game. Surviving on intellect alone was also a form of strength. It seemed that the envoys from the sand and rock villages were becoming restless. "Lord Orochimaru, I need to meet with them," Uchiha Zhen declared, preparing to rise. Suddenly recalling Orochimaru's indifference to pouring himself tea, he inquired, "Lord Orochimaru, what do you eat at home daily? The laboratory has military rations. Do you want some?" Uchiha Zhen's lips twitched at the absurdity of the question. "Do you eat military rations every day?" Orochimaru shot him a look that seemed to say, "Do you think I have the time to dine out? Fine. Just consider this as me talking too much." He extended his arm. "What? You don't wish to inscribe a sealing technique upon yourself?" No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Zhen knelt beside Orochimaru, an arm presented before him. Orochimaru's demeanor was exceedingly casual, while Uchiha Zhen felt a surge of anxiety. Should Orochimaru's drawing skills prove inadequate, he would have to find a tattoo parlor to cover it up. All done, Orochimaru rose, leaving only his silhouette as he vanished into the courtyard. On his forearm, a circular pattern reminiscent of a kaleidoscope emerged, adorned with 3 tomo, undeniably aesthetically pleasing. Truly, Lord Orochimaru was a figure at the forefront of the shinobi world. The aesthetic sense was indeed unique. Uchiha Zhen left Orochimaru's residence, content, and passed by a ramen shop, where he fortuitously encountered Nara Shikaho, who was enjoying a bowl of noodles. "You finally decided to emerge from your shell?" Nara Shikaho had not slept a single peaceful night in recent days, fearing that Uchiha Zhen might suddenly appear to place all blame upon him. He had packed his belongings, ready to flee to some secluded place to quietly spend the rest of his life. Uchiha Zhen slurped his noodles, coldly stating, "If you have the capability, say that in front of Lord Orochimaru." Chapter 67. The Yin-Yang contract. This statement left Nara Shikaho momentarily speechless. Say that in front of Lord Orochimaru. Had he lost his mind? Or was he tired of living? What do you plan to do? Our clan leader is already losing his temper. Nara Uchiha deftly shifted the topic, sharing the recent developments with Uchiha Zhen. This evening, we shall meet with the members of the delegation. The night is dark and foreboding, an opportune moment for treachery and deceit. Behind Uchiha Zhen and Nara Uchiha, a shadowy, ominous figure emerged, blending seamlessly into the night, save for a pair of piercing eyes. The audacity of such a shameless being from the Uchiha clan was unexpected. It was conceivable that with a clever mind, one might resurrect a mother ahead of schedule. Kurozetsu, the entity responsible for extracting Uchiha Madara's heart during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Uchiha Zhen sensed an unseen presence monitoring him. After scanning his surroundings without success, he gestured to Nara Uchiha. In an instant, Nara Uchiha fell back, only to have dozens of shuriken fly towards his position from all directions. The Umbu of Konoha, upon realizing the threat, intervened to shield Uchiha Zhen from the onslaught. Uchiha Zhen, attacking allies. A dark, humanoid figure materialized from the ground, its head surfacing. Had it been detected? It seemed necessary to report Uchiha's new circumstances to Madara. Step aside. You're in the way. Both Uchiha Zhen and Nara Uchiha regarded the Umbu with disdain, watching as Kurozetsu slipped away right beneath their noses. What is that creature? One of the Umbu inquired. Are you asking me? If it weren't for you, would it have escaped so swiftly? A frigid glint flickered in Uchiha Zen's eyes, revealing his displeasure with the Umbu's actions. We must report this to the Hokage. Ugh, what a bother, Nara Uchiha echoed, feeling equally vexed. Who knew whether that shadowy mass was fixated on him or Uchiha Zhen? While he secretly hoped it was the latter, such a stealthy entity would have eluded his detection without Uchiha Zen's alert. What precisely was it? Perhaps a specter? Uchiha Zhen pondered, unsure how to articulate it, dismissing the notion of it being the offspring of Sage of Six Paths. Instead, attributing it to a ghost seemed more plausible, especially since Kurozetsu could possess and manipulate others' bodies. Such reasoning was entirely reasonable. Shall we proceed? Nara Uchiha asked, feeling that this night would stretch into an insomniac ordeal. Of course. For the benefit of Konoha, we must go. Uchiha Zen's demeanor exuded selflessness, yet the cunning and malevolence lurking in his narrowed eyes were unmistakable. Nara Uchiha maintained a cautious distance of a meter, sensing the peril. Uchiha Zhen felt akin to a venomous serpent concealed within the grass, poised to strike the enemy at the slightest opportunity. Moreover, his skills in erasing traces surpassed even those of the professional Umbu. Ever since his return, he had feared that the Hyuga matter might come to light. Yet, as time passed without anyone mentioning it, it appeared that even the Hyuga had tacitly accepted the situation. After all, he was a member of the Hyuga main family. Did they not fear the potential exposure of their Byakugan? Yet, it was evident that Uchiha Zhen had successfully deceived everyone, even managing to extract a considerable fortune from the Hyuga clan. He certainly did not believe in the need for fanfare. He simply desired riches. During battles, he could survive if the mission allowed. If not, he would either hide beside a superior or feign death to save himself. If it weren't for Hinata's foolishness, fixated on merits and missions, their safety could have been significantly enhanced. It was baffling that a branch member like Hinata would concern himself with achievements, as if it would lead to becoming the clan leader or liberating himself from captivity. However, he could not discern these matters clearly. In pursuit of an unlikely future, he ultimately found himself in vain. Upon arriving at the delegation's quarters, Uchiha Zhen memorized the layout, including the movements, expressions, and habits of those present. Delegates, my sincerest apologies for the delay these past days. I suspect you have been searching for me with great difficulty. Uchiha Zhen seized the opportunity, denying his counterparts a chance for derision, much like the Konoha Umbu, who were likely preoccupied with hunting Kurozetsu, leaving no time for his situation. Clan leader Kaju has visited, and the message is clear. The Hokage will not relent, but funds are lacking. The IWA Ninja envoy stated. The proposition you mentioned, exchanging prisoners, is acceptable. Yet the depletion of resources affects us as well. If we provide compensation, who shall compensate us? The Sand Ninja envoy, losing patience, interjected. The Konoha captives were nearly poisoned. Who would generously offer them an antidote? They scarcely held any Konoha shinobi. Extracting prisoners would be a significant expense, given the village's dire economic condition. State clearly what you can offer. Present a price I can accept. Uchiha Zhen directed his gaze towards the IWA envoy, harboring little hope for the Sand Ninja, hoping merely for 5 billion. However, how that sum would be delivered remained a point of contention. IWA can offer 6 billion. The IWA envoy gritted his teeth, proposing a figure that slashed 10 billion off their initial offer. This elicited a laugh from Uchiha Zhen. Not even a market vendor would negotiate so poorly. Do you truly believe that is feasible? He countered with a smile, knowing that while it might seem impossible to others, he could make it a reality if he desired. I am willing to offer 10 million as a token of gratitude. The IWA envoy seemed to believe he had Uchiha Zhen's measure, interpreting this as an overture of goodwill. I, too, am willing to offer 10 million as a token of appreciation. The Sand envoy chimed in. Uchiha Zhen rhythmically tapped the table, a sly smile gracing his face. Are you aware of the customary compensation for my negotiations? Apologies, but it amounts to 27 million. If you lack sincerity, we may as well resume hostilities. The Sand and IWA envoys gasped, realizing the magnitude of Konoha's generosity. An S-rank mission barely warranted a few million. Furthermore, the Hokage had granted him authority to inflate the price as he saw fit. The more he demanded from them, the more he would receive. What say you, gentlemen? Are you not concerned that we will report your actions to your Hokage? The Sand envoy, losing composure, slammed the table, glaring intently. In the eyes of the envoy, Uchiha Zhen resembled a wolf, his appetite likely exceeding even that of the Hokage. Do you truly think the Hokage would believe such a trivial sum could compel me to betray Konoha? I am Uchiha, a shinobi from the esteemed Uchiha clan. Now, Uchiha Zhen found himself in possession of riches. He dismissed small amounts, but recognized the value of mining expenses as the future stretched long ahead. I can authorize 2 billion for you, though compensation to Konoha cannot exceed 6 billion. The IWA envoy made a slight concession. I, too, can offer 2 billion. But compensation must not surpass 3 billion. The two envoys exchanged glances, questioning, but how can we trust you? Contracts, 2 copies, one for Konoha and one for me. Uchiha Zhen presented 2 pre-prepared contracts before them. However, I require cash up front. Otherwise, the negotiation is off. This sum is exorbitant. I am a negotiator, not a treasury. The IWA envoy struggled to suppress the urge to eliminate Uchiha Zhen, intending to buy time and engage in subterfuge to incite discord within Konoha for profit. If you lack sincerity, we shall conduct formal proceedings at tomorrow's negotiation meeting. Uchiha Zhen retracted the contracts, sneering, "Gentlemen, I bid you farewell." With that, he departed from their quarters before they could reconsider. Meanwhile, the Hokage summoned all high-ranking officials for an emergency meeting upon learning of the mysterious creature's intrusion into the village. Tuanzong was meticulously contemplating how to manipulate Orochimaru, pondering the most advantageous means to incite him against Uchiha Zhen, without arousing suspicion or squandering the value of a pair of Sharingan. It had been far too long since he had fostered connections with the roots. Perhaps he had forgotten his own identity. What are your thoughts on the matter of the unidentified entity's invasion? The third Hokage inquired with solemnity, prompting the previously carefree individuals to take the matter seriously. The invasion was only detected by Uchiha Zhen, which seemed far too coincidental, an elaborate conspiracy, regardless of evidence. Any association with the Uchiha was deemed a plot by Tuanzong. Furthermore, Nara Uchiha had also detected the enemy alongside Zhen and was preparing tactics to apprehend them. But the process was interrupted by the Umbu, resulting in the enemy's escape. Kakashi frowned, displeased with Tuanzang's nonsensical assertions, and held no fondness for this higher-up. Indeed, it was those 2 children who made the discovery, the third Hokage slowly stated, seeking the opinion of Nara Lukyu beside him. What do you think, Lukyu? Called upon. Lukyu was jolted back to reality. What was his perspective? Was the third Hokage inquiring about the credibility of Nara Uchiha or the identity of the invader? Neither aspect was easy to ascertain. He had recently looked into Nara Uchiha's situation and could not guarantee his absolute loyalty to the Nara clan. Yet he lacked the audacity to act against the interests of Konoha. Over the past 2 years on the battlefield, he had performed adequately, but none of his teammates, except for Uchiha Zhen and Hinata Yuan, had survived. He could not ensure that this fact bore no relation to him, yet he could not overtly suspect his own kin. As for the invaders, he was even less informed. According to the Umbu's description, they were a dark mass with 2 eyes, resembling mud, that vanished underground. A tale more fantastical than a dream. The village dispatched several Earth-style and sensory ninjas, yet despite digging 3 feet into the areas indicated, they found no clues. Not even a trace of the technique employed. Lord Hokage, the enemy is concealed while we are exposed. Since Uchiha Zhen was the one to detect them, perhaps we should summon him to inquire how he made the discovery and his perspective on this matter. Nara Lukyu suggested, harboring a desire to converse with Uchiha Zhen after the meeting concluded to discern his intentions. In recent days, he had engaged in numerous negotiations with the envoy, who had shown no inclination to relent, adopting a stance of kill us, and we shall continue the war. Indeed, summon that child Uchiha as well. The third Hokage concurred with Nara Lukyu's proposal, for it was Uchiha Zhen who had made the discovery, while the specifics of how he did so remained unclear. The fact that their attempt to capture the enemy failed due to Umbu interference was undeniable. Lord Hokage, since Uchiha is adept in Jinjutsu, how can you be certain they were not ensnared by an illusion? This could very well be the Uchiha's conspiracy, Tuanzong interjected vehemently, casting furtive glances at Orochimaru. Uchiha Zhen's Jinjutsu was unremarkable. He was a versatile ninja. Orochimaru propped his chin, tactfully downplaying the situation with a few remarks. Wishing he could seal Uchiha Zhen in his laboratory for experimentation, away from prying eyes. Kakashi was the first to glance at Orochimaru. Intrigued by the notion of a versatile ninja. Being a comprehensive ninja implied proficiency in all areas without mastery in any particular skill, which could also be interpreted as being well-rounded, rendering it difficult to pinpoint the best attribute. Kakashi agreed with this sentiment, favoring the latter interpretation. Indeed, Uchiha Zhen was a versatile ninja. No one disputed Kakashi's assertion. He was regarded as the most impartial, and his integrity was beyond reproach. Ensuring no one doubted he would intentionally favor Uchiha Zhen. When Uchiha Zhen and Nara Uchiha arrived at the conference room, half of the higher-ups were in a commotion, while the other half seemed lost in thought. Lord Hokage, esteemed dignitaries, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Kakashi, Lord Jiraiya, and all other distinguished guests. Jiraiya chuckled, recognizing the antics that Uchiha Zhen would inevitably bring, reveling in the pride of being named. You should be aware of the purpose of your presence here. The third Hokage stated gravely, as this matter concerned the safety of Konoha, and he was willing to set aside prejudices to hear Uchiha Zhen's account. Yes, you wish to know how I detected the presence of unidentified individuals. I, too, wish to understand why Umbu ninjas suddenly obstructed our efforts to apprehend the enemy. Are they spies? After all, those who came for me last time were associated with Tuanzong. Uchiha Zhen surveyed everyone present, deliberately lingering his gaze on Tuanzong for a moment, then feigning a pitiful demeanor. It's simply because I lack education and strength. If I were like Lord Orochimaru, I could have captured the invaders even with the Umbu's interference. Kakashi remarked, I suspect you are insinuating that my dear Kakashi is worthless. Kakashi, Orochimaru, and Nara Lukyu stifled their laughter, while only Jiraiya could not contain himself, erupting in laughter, only to be silenced by a glare from the third Hokage. Uchiha Zhen, I suspect you are colluding with unidentified invaders to undermine Konoha, Tuanzong declared angrily, his hands trembling. Why do you suspect me? May I ask your esteemed name? Uchiha Zhen feigned confusion, pretending not to know who he was. Seeing this, the third Hokage, fearing someone might inadvertently reveal too much, interjected. This is the head of the Shimura clan, Shimura Zongzong. He is an old classmate of mine and is understandably agitated for the sake of Konoha. Oh, Lord Zongzong, what grounds do you have to suspect me? I have led a sheltered life, lacking wealth and education, with only Chihakuin and Hinata Yuan as friends. How could I conspire with unidentified invaders? Moreover, I suffer from social anxiety. Uchiha Zhen slumped into a chair beside Orochimaru, feeling an immense admiration for the third Hokage and Tuanzong, marveling at their audacity. This was truly remarkable. Even their names had been altered. Another round of laughter ensued. Although Orochimaru maintained a stoic facade, his trembling hands beneath the table betrayed his inner turmoil. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead, bemused at how he had been led astray. As his old friend began to exude a murderous aura, he quickly intervened. Zongzong-kun, I am aware of your overexertion affecting your health. Perhaps you should take a rest. I will seek you out shortly. Chapter 69. I am ill. I cannot work. Zhen, do share how you made your discovery. Kakashi interjected at an opportune moment. Sensing the situation was turning dire, Typically, such matters would be addressed by the third disciples, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, yet both were more interested in the spectacle. Not only did they fail to mediate, but they also added fuel to the fire. How did I discover it? How could one possibly miss the gaze of a pair of eyes fixed upon oneself? Even if uncertain of their humanity, one would seek a shaman to burn paper money to ward off malevolent spirits. Explaining this was rather complex. It was not feasible to directly label that dark, unseemly figure as the son of the sage of six paths. Presently, within our ancestral lineage, the Uchiha clan, there exists a consciousness manifesting to seek out kindred spirits. After much contemplation, he suddenly had a brilliant idea and, with a hint of hesitation, posed the question, "Have you all heard of the sixth sense?" Noting the silence in the room, he elaborated, "When a man strays, his wife invariably senses it first. This is the astute sixth sense. It does not belong to the realm of logic nor to that of perception, yet it is an instinct that exists within the unseen." Esteemed adults present, those of you who have established families, upon your clandestine escapades, do you not find yourselves often interrupted upon returning home by your wives? Ahem. The third Hokage interjected, halting Uchiha Zhen's elaborate discourse. "Zhen, there is no need for such detail. I comprehend your meaning. You wish to convey that you, too, are perplexed by the intrusion. Yet your instincts inform you that someone lurks nearby." Uchiha Zhen's metaphor resonated deeply with him. Each time he indulged in a furtive glance before returning home, he felt as though Lake Biwa had discerned something, her expression foreboding. Could it be that intuition possesses such formidable prowess? An innate talent, perhaps? If the Hokage understands, how could the rest of us claim ignorance? The challenge, however, is that only the Hokage and Kakashi Hitaki among us are encumbered by familial ties. Kakashi, with his orderly private life, naturally faces no such tribulations. Zhen, you seem rather well-versed in matters of clandestine rendezvous. Orochimaru's remark sparked a glimmer of recognition in the Hokage's eyes. Might he be a kindred spirit? Yet, he is still quite youthful. Nevertheless, this does not preclude him from possessing the heart of a mature man. Indeed, many of our Uchiha sisters, fair-skinned and leggy, have inflicted considerable punishment upon their boyfriends. Uchiha Zhen speaks without a script, and no one dares to investigate which Uchiha man has strayed. Since we are discussing intuition, might we delve into even more absurd notions? This matter cannot rest solely upon your account. Narashika, what say you? The previously silent Mito gate and spoke up, insisting upon a comprehensive consideration of the situation. Given its implications for the village's safety, Zhen and I have long established a silent understanding on the battlefield. When he glanced my way, it conveyed a sense of danger, prompting us to formulate an apprehension plan, which was abruptly thwarted by the sudden appearance of the Umbu. Narashika recounted the events in detail, emphasizing that it was the Umbu's unexpected arrival that allowed the intruder to escape. The intruder's flight is a failure of the Umbu, not of the two of them. Narashika's account closely mirrored that of the Umbu report, and given Uchiha Zhen's perceptive intuition regarding the intruder, it seems there should be no significant issues. The paramount concern now is to locate this individual and eliminate the threat. Understood. I shall immediately issue a village-wide alert. The third side, issuing commands. Reinforce the personnel at the envoy. The war has only just concluded, particularly with the lower ninjas nearing graduation. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents. Zhen, I appoint you as a special jonin to assist in the investigation. The third Hokage proclaimed, preparing to enlist the intuitively adept Uchiha Zhen in the search for this intruder. No, Hokage-sama. I cannot accept this appointment. I am merely a genin and lack the qualifications for such a position. Furthermore, I have just returned from the battlefield and require time to recuperate. Goodness, is he attempting to take advantage of him? Becoming a special jonin entails responsibilities. And not only is the pay meager, but there are also dangers involved. Presently, he does not lack for money. Living as a commoner for a few years and eventually inheriting Orochimaru's legacy sounds far more appealing. The assembly was abuzz with astonishment. He had actually declined the offer. Could he truly be unwell? Seeking funds from the Hokage and then from the Hyuga is hardly indicative of someone in psychological distress. Do you not wish to contribute to Konoha? The third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically, exuding an aura of strength. I am eager to contribute to Konoha. But this is not a ploy to solicit funds from the envoy. I genuinely have ailments. Uchiha Zhen, undeterred, slyly glanced at Narashika. As he spoke, Uchiha Zhen's countenance abruptly changed. He appeared pale and feeble, lips pressed tightly together, pupils constricting, clutching his heart while grasping at Orochimaru's pant leg. Orochimaru, you, Kakashi Hatake, is this for real? Narashika, you truly can act. It would be a waste not to send you into enemy territory as a spy. Hokage-sama. Whenever Jinkuin becomes agitated, he exhibits convulsions, rendering him weak and his mind unclear. Narashika had never found speech so challenging. He was at a loss for words. For Uchiha Zhen's performance was so convincing that he had to force himself to continue. All present were utterly bewildered by Uchiha Zhen's antics, whether genuine or not. It appeared remarkably authentic. Elder, I shall take my leave. Orochimaru seized Uchiha Zhen and vanished in an instant from the Hokage's office. I shall accompany you. Narashika hurried after him, eager to inquire how Uchiha Zhen intended to procure funds, for it seemed implausible that he could extract 300 million from the Hyuga. Leaving Narashika in a state of confusion, this situation was utterly perplexing. Hokage-sama, esteemed adults, I, too, shall take my leave. Orochimaru's residence. Cease the pretense. Uchiha Zhen was unceremoniously tossed onto a bed, and the raspy, magnetic voice of Orochimaru reached his ears. The individual who had previously appeared pale and on the verge of death opened one eye, ensuring no one was present, and his pallor faded. He sat upright on the operating table, stretched, and muttered, "What an exhausting charade. How did you manage to portray such a near-death state so convincingly?" Orochimaru's curiosity regarding his reluctance to assume the role of special jonin paled in comparison to this. After all, he had never encountered anyone so audacious as to admit to being unwell. Even Jiraiya had never left him so speechless. How did you discern that I was feigning? Uchiha Zhen believed he had left no trace of his deception. How had Orochimaru perceived it? Logically, only Narashika should have understood his circumstances. Although you deceived everyone, your collapse was too contrived. Your first instinct should have been to grasp my clothing, not the floor. Orochimaru reclined on a chair, legs crossed, chin resting on his hand, greedily observing him. Furthermore, your comrades are nearing the end of their ability to concoct excuses. Was it truly so clumsy? Uchiha Zhen initially brimmed with confidence. But upon reflection, after Orochimaru pointed out the flaws, he recognized the gaps in his ruse. However, he quickly donned a congenial and compliant smile, asserting, "But did not Orochimaru-sama assist me in circumventing scrutiny?" Chapter 70. Everyone is ill. Orochimaru gazed at Uchiha Zhen with a dangerous intensity, feeling as if he had not merely taken on a disciple but had acquired a repository of secrets, uncertain of the surprises that would emerge upon unlocking it. It is not that your performance was poor, rather, your shortcomings stemmed from the human element. Too few had to be eliminated. Uchiha Zhen fell silent. How terrifying. To possess the ability to see through the essence of things at a glance. He even began to suspect that Orochimaru could read his thoughts. This was no mere mastery of scientific frontiers. It extended into realms of psychology that were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. He had once thought that Orochimaru's abduction of talent was an apex of skill, yet he now truly comprehended the sensation of having one's thoughts laid bare. Indeed, he was the most fitting individual to be his mentor. What he required was efficiency, not the fleeting joy that accompanied multiple attempts to discover a method. In this moment, Uchiha Zhen's blood surged with fervor. This was the cold Lord Orochimaru, a ninja who had solidified his reputation as one of the legendary three upon the backs of countless corpses. The world revered Jiraiya, the sage of the flames, for his indomitable spirit, and Tsunade for her life-saving prowess on the battlefield. Yet when it came to Orochimaru, the prevailing sentiment was one of fear and danger. In the absence of threats to his own interests, one could approach this master with respect. Orochimaru-sama, what must I do? I had intended to recommend you for training in Danzo's roots, but I have since changed my mind. Orochimaru licked his lips, confident that Uchiha Zhen would not disappoint him. I have decided to personally mentor you, shaping you into someone capable of stirring the winds of change in the ninja world. Uchiha Zhen did not conceal the fighting spirit in his eyes. The excitement and fervor within him exuded a sense of madness. I shall not disappoint you, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Zhen replied with a smile, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, but what do you mean by Danzo and Root? The little one. Shifting the blame for the Hyuga incident onto Danzo, and attributing the destruction of a small Root team to the Hyuga clan, aimed to sow seeds of distrust between them and the village. As a fellow victim of the ocular clans, he secretly allied with the Hyuga. Dare you claim you did not benefit from this? You were aware from the very beginning that Danzo was a high-ranking official in Konoha, and you deliberately revealed it in front of everyone. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Zhen's eyes darted about, humming a carefree tune, and when Orochimaru finished speaking, Zhen wore an expression of admiration, truly worthy of Lord Orochimaru. I know nothing, but it sounds impressive coming from you. Pretending to be oblivious is not a skill exclusive to you. Orochimaru, looking disdainful, retorted, stop feigning ignorance. Help me dissect the Hyuga. I suspect his genes have a connection to the Uchiha. Meanwhile, upon learning that Uchiha Zhen was suffering from a psychological disorder, which had even manifested during a meeting in the Hokage's office, Uchiha Reina was filled with concern. Do not worry. Did I not mention that Zhen is under Lord Orochimaru's care? Uchiha Huai reassured his wife, feeling no genuine anxiety himself. Under normal circumstances, such afflictions would require a hospital visit. It was unlikely that Orochimaru would merely take him away, for he was not a medical ninja. How can you say that? Are you not concerned for Zhen's safety? He returned from the battlefield afflicted, and as parents, we failed to notice. Uchiha Reina lamented, tears streaming down her face, causing Uchiha Huai to feel helpless, scolding Uchiha Zhen in his heart for causing his wife distress. His wife was his, while his son seemed a burden, destined to one day leave with his spouse. What appeared to be a calm facade belied the undercurrents of power struggles beginning to brew. The Uchiha Guard was blamed for lax scrutiny following the incursion of an unknown entity. Uchiha Fugaku, still savoring the recent windfall of 300 million, found his expression clouded with worry as the Hokage placed the blame for the Umbu's failures squarely upon him. What sort of nonsense is this? If I were to become a central figure in the village's power dynamics, would such incidents still occur? Who dares to lay such blame upon me? This issue had been uncovered by the Uchiha themselves, and not only were there no rewards, but a crisis had also erupted in the Hokage's office. It is easy to speak. Who does not wish for ailments to manifest at a more opportune time? Uchiha Fugaku muttered impassively. Could it be that Uchiha Zhen has discovered something, signaling us not to meddle? Contemplating this possibility, and with the weight of clan leadership upon him, including the balance and distribution of power within the clan, he found himself overwhelmed. He regretted not heeding Uchiha Zhen's advice to send all the elders to the shrine for retirement. Liuhua, go inform the Hokage that I am deeply pained by Zhen's sudden illness, which has likely exacerbated his old ailments. As Uchiha Fugaku's concerns escalated, the Uchiha began to manifest psychological issues in succession, transforming the guard's duties into mere side tasks. The one most delighted by this news was none other than Hyuga Hate. Ever since Uchiha Zhen had publicly humiliated him, he had suffered excruciating pain whenever he attempted to utilize chakra. Uchiha Zhen, old man Hyuga, I will not let you off easily. Now, Hyuga Hate found himself utterly incapacitated. Even as an elite chunin, he could no longer harness chakra, despite enduring the pain. He examined his body with the Byakugan and found no apparent issues. After several visits to Konoha Hospital yielded no answers, he remained undeterred. Ultimately, the doctor offered two suggestions: to explore potential psychological problems or to seek assistance from Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. The latter was clearly out of the question, confirming his psychological affliction. Upon hearing of Uchiha Zhen's breakdown in the Hokage's office, he laughed for hours on end, parading his joy on the streets. Oh, Narashikahiza, you seem rather idle. He could not resist mocking his former teammate. In a small squad, no one truly saw eye to eye. Hyuga Hate, I heard you two have had a psychological episode. What brings you out for fresh air? With Uchiha Zhen's psychological struggles making headlines, the Uchiha clan seemed to succumb to a wave of similar afflictions. According to the doctors, Hyuga Hate claimed he could not utilize chakra, insisting he had been cursed. After repeated visits, the doctors concluded it was indeed a psychological issue, advising him to relax and avoid overthinking, or to consider Jinjutsu therapy for restful sleep. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hate became furious, knowing Narashikahiza, like Uchiha Zhen, was no better, a coward afraid of death. What did you say? Get lost. I meant to ask when you plan to recover from your psychological issues. Narashikahiza shrugged, contemplating whether to feign a psychological disorder himself, claiming it was contagious. Who has a disorder? Narashikahiza shook his head, exasperated by Hyuga Hate's inability to comprehend simple words, thinking, brains are a precious gift, not everyone possesses them. Chapter 71. The Teachings of Orochimaru. Forget it. Why bicker with the dying? Nothing much. Why haven't you been executing missions since your return? Narashikahisa inquired. Knowing Hyuga Hayate's character did not align with idleness at home. Speaking of which, it irks me. I returned heavily injured and after a recovery period. Was yet again outmaneuvered by Uchiha Zhen, rendering me utterly incapable of using chakra, let alone taking on missions. Uchiha Zhen is a scoundrel. Narashikahisa, seeing the reaction, understood Hyuga Hayate's predicament. It was clear that Uchiha Zhen had sabotaged him during their encounter, leaving him unable to accept tasks. In essence, he is no different from a cripple. Indeed, you are correct. He truly is a scoundrel. He brought me to the Hokage's office only to feign illness and flee, leaving everyone staring at him. Has he considered how mortifying that is? Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhen, who bore the brunt of the insults, was not faring much better, as Orochimaru took on the responsibility of personally instructing him. Each day brought varying degrees of injury, and had it not been for Orochimaru's leniency due to their teacher-student bond, he might have found himself in dire straits. Orochimaru's tutelage was akin to the closest brush with death he had ever experienced. Injuries ranged from broken limbs to the risk of untimely demise. Upon awakening, he often found himself on Orochimaru's experimental table, surrounded by an array of devices. The moment he opened his eyes, Orochimaru would whisk him away for yet another round of exclusive training. He had completely entrusted his body to Orochimaru. For no matter the severity of his injuries, as long as he opened his eyes, he emerged unscathed. Moreover, with Orochimaru's intervention, he achieved the permanent opening of the first gate of the 8 gates, rendering him impervious to fear in the face of Orochimaru's menacing aura. However, throughout these days of training, his respect for Orochimaru had morphed into a desire to eventually transform him into a delicacy for his own household. Lord Orochimaru, if I can endure for just a quarter of an hour under your guidance today, will I avoid humiliation? Uchiha Zhen could not propose any requests more advantageous to himself. The only hope he harbored was to escape without injury. The wounds on his body bore no scars, yet the injuries to his face remained untreated. Even a man who did not place great importance on his appearance, as an Uchiha, did not wish to diminish the clan's overall aesthetic through his own misfortunes. Orochimaru desires an exponential enhancement of his power within a short span, indifferent to the cost of his appearance. He seeks to unleash his strength while remaining unscathed. Amidst the dense forest, the fierce battle between the two gradually attracted the attention of Hatake Tsukumo, who was training with Kakashi. Father, shall we take a look? Kakashi observed his father's gaze fixed on the distant fray, noting the lack of any defensive preparation, leading him to conclude it was a familiar confrontation. Let us go, Tsukumo declared, and Kakashi found himself struggling to keep pace, feeling as though he were dragging behind. Dark night, dimming sun, wind release, great breakthrough. The destruction wrought upon the forest exceeded all expectations. Had it not been for the surrounding barrier, it would have surely drawn the attention of other shinobi. They were not idle. Every moment was hard-won or fiercely contested. It is Orochimaru and Uchiha Zhen, Kakashi remarked, his expression one of astonishment. In just a few days, Zhen had grown stronger, exuding an aura reminiscent of his father's. Kakashi, observed closely, the duel between powerful foes will impart invaluable lessons, Tsukumo instructed, positioning himself and Kakashi atop a gnarled tree outside the barrier. His intention was simple, to enable Kakashi to comprehend that the clash of titans does not necessitate ostentatious ninjutsu. While Orochimaru's application of a C-rank technique differed greatly from that of a seasoned jonin, this was precisely why Tsukumo held high hopes for Uchiha Zhen. He did not seek overpowering jutsu, but rather techniques that suited him. Were Zhen not an Uchiha, Tsukumo would gladly accept him as an adopted son, sharing all he knew, regretting only the scarcity of sons. Within the barrier, Uchiha Zhen, with the 8 gates of liberation permanently open, found his battle against Orochimaru markedly different from before, at least managing to protect his face from harm. Lord Orochimaru, I've endured for 15 minutes under your command. We agreed not to strike the face. Zhen gasped, having deflected Orochimaru's wind release technique. Orochimaru frowned slightly. He saw no issue with striking the face, but upon witnessing Zhen's insistence, he refrained from targeting it. Zhen felt puzzled as to why Orochimaru was not employing his snake-based techniques, which were his most formidable. Lord Orochimaru, why do you not utilize your own ninjutsu? Orochimaru initially dismissed the thought, believing that Zhen's fear of snakes hindered his performance. If Zhen wished to conquer his psychological barriers, so be it. Serpent Ray, Countless snakes surged forth like a tidal wave towards Zhen. Just moments ago questioning whether Orochimaru underestimated him, Zhen now felt compelled to exclaim, "I." Dark Night, flowing wave. With a swift strike, Zhen cleaved through the writhing mass of serpents, yet a number still found their way to inflict wounds upon him. In the original narrative, Orochimaru's serpents appeared trivial, easily dispatched by the protagonists. Such assumptions were folly. One could hardly fathom the tenacity of these serpents, biting indiscriminately, with some even intent on ensuring his demise. "Zhen, is this your attitude when confronting an adversary?" Orochimaru's voice was cold and gravelly, his dissatisfaction with Zen's strategic choices palpable. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The combination of techniques showcased the pinnacle of fire ninjutsu. Zen leaped back, incinerating the serpents beneath him to ashes in an instant. This was a miscalculation. While he could employ minor tactics against Tsukumo, they bore no weight against Orochimaru, whose analytical prowess and strategic acumen far surpassed his own. "Zen, how long do you believe your taijutsu can withstand my might?" In that fleeting instant, as he sensed a chill against his neck, Zen's blade was thrust backward, the figure behind him transforming into a mere wooden fragment. The figure he had perceived as solid had morphed into half a log, several meters away, in the blink of an eye. Excellent. Instantly, a murderous intent enveloped Orochimaru. Zen gripped his blade tightly, his Sharingan fixed intently on Orochimaru's next move. Outside the barrier, Kakashi shivered, paralyzed by the suffocating aura of death emanating from Orochimaru. Tsukumo merely cast a glance, unperturbed, and continued observing the training between Orochimaru and Zen. "Kakashi, if you were of Zen's age, could you face Orochimaru head-on with equal strength?" Chapter 72. Do you wish to call me brother? In that moment, Kakashi fell into silence. He yearned to assert that he could, unwilling to disappoint his father. Yet, witnessing Zen's utter disregard for the terrifying and frigid aura radiating from Orochimaru, he realized he could not do so, even if forced into a confrontation with Orochimaru. The oppressive pressure rendered him immobile. Zen was merely 2 years his senior. How had he achieved such prowess? "You cannot." Tsukumo's words pierced through Kakashi's thoughts, reminding him that before venturing onto the battlefield, Zen had scarcely been a chunin, yet he survived not by mere luck. "What sort of shinobi do you believe him to be?" Tsukumo drew Kakashi closer, shielding him from Orochimaru's lethal intent. The moment the oppressive aura dissipated, Kakashi inhaled deeply. "Father, I do not know. He differs from the other Uchihas. He possesses strength, yet does not flaunt it. But I am certain that one day I will catch up to him." "Oh, with your clumsy ninjutsu, you believe you can match him? What you see as a treasure is merely a rudimentary framework of his techniques. Do you truly think you can catch up?" Tsukumo's words cut deep, as sharp as his blade. Kakashi fell silent, bowing his head, silently vowing to match Zen's pace. "Do you know your strengths?" Tsukumo inquired calmly. "Do you truly believe being the top of your class equates to genius? I lack a rival, a formidable opponent to spur my growth. I will regard Uchiha Zhen as my rival and train alongside him." Kakashi recognized his shortcomings. There were indeed greater talents beyond the confines of his school's teachings, and he needed to graduate swiftly. Tsukumo turned to Kakashi, delivering an even more piercing remark. "Do you believe you are worthy of training alongside him? Or do you think Zen would squander his time mentoring a child?" He recently declined the Hokage's offer for a special jonin position. Kakashi found himself engulfed in confusion. What was he to do? Did his father truly see him as inadequate? While talent was undeniably significant, what truly set Uchiha Zhen apart was his understanding of his own desires and aspirations. Tsukumo believed that his guidance would illuminate Kakashi's path, laying a foundation for his future endeavors. As the barrier dissipated, Orochimaru emerged, dragging a barely conscious Uchiha Zhen, and exchanged a few pleasantries with Tsukumo. "Lord Orochimaru, might I borrow your disciple for a couple of days? I believe he could elevate his swordsmanship to another level." Tsukumo held great admiration for Zen's potential in swordplay and aspired to cultivate a genius. A dangerous glimmer flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he decisively rejected the request. No, he did not oppose Zen's growth, but at this stage, he sought experience rather than the mere accumulation of techniques. Orochimaru cast a glance at Kakashi and retorted, "Do you not have a son?" Indeed, he had a son, yet the boy spent his days clumsily practicing an incomplete technique, leading Orochimaru to believe that the swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan would likely perish with him. Why not switch things up? Would you assist in educating my son? Orochimaru swept his gaze over Kakashi dismissively. Although Kakashi was a prodigy, Orochimaru had previously noted his talents, yet in comparison to Uchiha Zhen, he found no interest in such a commonplace genius. I disdain wasting time. Wasting time. Was teaching him considered a waste of time in Orochimaru's eyes? Kakashi's pupils involuntarily contracted, unable to fathom that Orochimaru viewed teaching him as a trivial pursuit. If even Minato does not catch your eye, it seems I must find a teacher for Kakashi. Hatake Tsukumo contemplated asking Orochimaru if he would take on a subordinate, particularly with a new batch of genin arriving. But Kakashi's graduation was assured. This year, Orochimaru would undoubtedly be assigned students, and paired with Uchiha Zhen. If possible, he wished to include Kakashi, for having a strong mentor would undoubtedly enhance his growth and perspective. However, it appeared that Orochimaru had no interest in Kakashi whatsoever, even deeming it a waste of time to instruct him. Alas, what a pity. You are to mentor genin this year, correct? What kind of companions do you intend to find for this rascal? Upon hearing Tsukumo's words, the weary Uchiha Zhen recalled that Orochimaru had a student named Akado. Deep down, Uchiha Zhen rejected the idea. Having another person join would complicate matters. After all, he and Orochimaru were already colluding in mischief. Master, am I not your only disciple? Do you wish to take on more students? Are they more to your liking than I? Uchiha Zhen's three-pointed questions left everyone with beads of sweat on their foreheads. Orochimaru understood his implication. He did not wish for anyone to waste time on experiments. However, he had no intention of mentoring genin, as it was a hassle and could lead to swift demise. Kakashi is about to graduate? Is Minato also to take on genin? How enviable, Uchiha Zhen remarked, tauntingly suggesting to Tsukumo to hand his son over to Minato. Do not harbor hopes of Orochimaru. Here, death comes quickly, and you may not even leave behind a corpse for reuse in the laboratory. If you wish to mentor genin, that is entirely acceptable. I can grant you a slot. Such troublesome matters as teaching students should only be considered if they are as easygoing as Uchiha Zhen. Otherwise, do not even think about it. For survival rates are low under my tutelage. Ah, forget it. What a hassle. The accounts for the mission have yet to arrive. As long as I am able today, I will confer with the clan leader, Nara Shikaku, regarding the details of the payments. What a joke. To have him mentor students? It's as if he is volunteering. He is not like Minato, that sunny, warm-hearted boy. In my previous life, I mentored 2 forensic interns, and it nearly gave me a heart attack. They were utterly incompetent. Yet they wept and whined as if they were the best. Since then, he vowed never to take on students again. It was far too exhausting. Uchiha Zhen's words struck Kakashi like a dagger to the heart, rendering him motionless, akin to a gray backdrop. How troublesome. Even Uchiha Zhen found him a burden. He had not even begun to negotiate. Uchiha Zhen, I must defeat you. Kakashi swore, vowing to overcome Uchiha Zhen at any cost. Smack. Tsukumo delivered a sharp slap to the back of Kakashi's head. How can you be so oblivious? Your seniority is all out of whack. Address me as senpai. The legendary Sannin would undoubtedly not take on Kakashi. Uchiha Zhen was correct. Minato was an excellent choice, a formidable and emerging jonin, and importantly, a disciple of Jiraiya, thus part of the Hokage lineage. Seeing Kakashi stubbornly clutching the back of his head, frowning, Tsukumo asked, Do you still wish to call me brother? Chapter 73. Summoned by Madara. One should not fear the foolish, but rather the serious when they jest. Tsukumo's words sent Uchiha Zhen into fits of laughter, rolling on the ground in mirth. His mind was filled with the image of Kakashi earnestly calling Tsukumo brother. I grant you a brief respite. Resolve those troublesome matters swiftly, for my time to instruct you is limited. Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Zhen with a hint of disdain, reminiscent of Jiraiya's foolishness. At the negotiation meeting, Uchiha Zhen arrived with a face marred by dark bruises and greeted the delegation. Nara Shikaku's immediate reaction upon seeing Uchiha Zhen was, Who is this ghastly creature? When Uchiha Zhen waved, he realized it was indeed Uchiha Zhen and lowered his voice to ask, Jinkuen, what happened to your face? Oh, just a little accident. Uchiha Zhen felt embarrassed to admit he had been tormented by Orochimaru, and his injuries had not been treated. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, noticing the 2 puncture wounds at the corners of Uchiha Zhen's mouth, clearly bite marks. So, those holes on your mouth were also from the fall? Ugh, that makes me angry. Those were from Orochimaru's snake-style ninjutsu, biting wherever it pleased. Yes, I fell on a wolf-tooth club. Such clumsy lies were evidently unconvincing. Yet Shikaku was not concerned about such private matters. The focus remained on the negotiations of the day. The envoys from both nations had been seeking Uchiha Zhen for days, but could not locate him, leading to rumors of sudden illness, suggesting he had offended someone and was too embarrassed to show his face. Look at that once handsome visage, now a cyclops with a painted face, and 2 holes in his mouth. How can he speak without leaking air? Esteemed envoys, I have prepared a comprehensive list. Please examine it for any objections. If there are none, let us negotiate the compensation. Uchiha Zhen produced a lengthy, meter-long list and distributed it to the 2 envoys, as well as to Nara Shikaku. Upon viewing the densely packed figures, the Sand Ninja envoy coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in a fit of rage. Quick! Someone fetch a medical ninja. Hurry, a medical ninja. Nara Shikaku's expression was equally grim. It was not just the envoy who was aghast. Even he felt dizzy after perusing the list. After the medical ninja's intervention, the Sand Ninja envoy regained consciousness, though his face remained pale as a ghost. Uchiha Zhen, what is the meaning of this? 1 billion for mental distress, 30 million for medical treatment, 5 billion for psychological counseling, 10 million for nutritional expenses, 20 million for lost work, 5 million for transportation, 5 million for accommodation, 12 million for meal expenses, and 70 million for funeral expenses. What is this absurdity? The Rock Ninja envoy's eyes turned crimson, his hand trembling as he clutched the compensation list. They had previously agreed to pay 200 million. Though no formal agreement had been established, they intended to stall for time and then expose this incident to incite internal discord. Yet, they never anticipated that Uchiha Zhen would double the compensation. Was he devoid of shame? Such demands were laughable. Oh, your ninjas perished during transport, despite our differing stances. Heroes deserve a dignified burial, and this cost cannot be dismissed. Uchiha Zhen felt no sense of impropriety. In his impoverished days, he had self-studied law, sold insurance, and even once argued for 3 hours over 2 bowls of pickled cabbage noodles with a supermarket cashier. Money, at times, was treated as refuse when lacking it. Even a foul-smelling substance could seem fragrant. Previously, there had only been provisions for material losses and ninja ransom, but now, were they not exhibiting a lack of sincerity? Or did they wish to continue the war? The envoy from the Sand Village, suppressing the impulse to tear Uchiha Zhen apart, spoke with a trembling voice. You are correct. It is as the Hokage has said. Shall we proceed accordingly? The rest can be disregarded. What do you all think? Uchiha Zhen shrugged, leaning back in his chair nonchalantly, confident that they had no means to wage war. He had gathered considerable intelligence from Orochimaru, particularly regarding the economic conditions of various ninja villages, which he prioritized. Nara Shikaku had considered this approach, but lacked the audacity to act as brazenly as Uchiha Zhen, who openly played the rogue. Suddenly, he recalled his father's dying words. One must not be overly concerned about face, especially when dining in the presence of the Hokage. Their family thrived on intellect, not appearances. Nara Shikaku set aside the list in his hands, cleared his throat, and realized he could not lag behind. Uchiha Zhen had initiated the conversation, and they must continue. We can negotiate, engage in a give-and-take dialogue. Indeed, as clan leader Shikaku says, if you refuse my list, then let us adhere to what the Hokage has stipulated. Hurry and pay, and take your ninjas back. I must charge for lodging and meals if you linger in Konoha. Uchiha Zhen raised an eyebrow. They must be sent away today. If not, clan leader Shikaku might very well send him away instead, for that ferocious, resentful gaze upon their first meeting had been most intimidating. I expect you to personally sign the compensation agreement tonight. With that parting remark, the envoy from the Rock Village left in a huff. One could easily envision the extent of their fury. Jinkuin, how did you compile this list? Nara Shikaku humbly inquired, curious about the audacity behind the figures. Aren't you worried they might backtrack? Oh, this, not including the air filtration fee, is already quite generous. After all, it's negotiation. One must not fear wolves in front and tigers behind. As for the risks, that is not within our purview. Uchiha Zhen stretched, reveling in the joy of resting upon a chair. In the dark cavern, a shadowy creature intertwined with a pale entity, merging into one. Discovered, they called him Uchiha Zhen, aged 7, who had entered the battlefield at 6 without formal ninja training and awakened the 3 Tomo, an exceptional talent. An elder, akin to a yin-yang master, recommended this outstanding Uchiha, believing that once he joined them, they could swiftly rescue his mother from the moon. Uchiha Zhen, At such a tender age, awakening the three Tomo. It wouldn't be long before he could grasp a higher echelon of power. Although the elder was aged, the sharpness in his tone and the aura of authority he exuded brooked no dissent. They must find a way for him to touch the power of the kaleidoscope. Lord Madara, this is quite challenging. He has discovered me. Black Zetsu remarked, to which White Zetsu added, we can grasp his lifeline. The seeds of suffering had already taken root within him. Uchiha Madara calmly inquired, what is most important to him? Eliminate it. Black and White Zetsu fell silent. Uchiha Madara slightly raised his head, revealing a crimson Sharingan. White Zetsu's whimsical voice echoed in the cavern. It's money, Lord Madara? What matters most to Uchiha Zhen is money. According to my investigations, all his battles this year have been for the sake of looting corpses, even awakening his Sharingan in the process. The Sand Village's missions have turned into a scavenging spree, plundering half the village's wealth. Chapter 74. Running away from home upon returning home, Uchiha Reina embraced Uchiha Zhen and cried for quite some time. After casting numerous desperate glances at her taciturn father, he finally understood and stepped forward to offer comfort. Father, mother, I am truly fine. I have simply been too busy lately and dozed off during the Hokage's meeting. Look at my face. I fell. Uchiha Zhen presented his face to Uchiha Reina, fabricating an explanation. Yet, upon seeing the two wounds on his mouth, Uchiha Reina could not help but worry. I heard you were taken away by Lord Orochimaru. I am concerned. Lord Orochimaru is quite amiable. He merely seems difficult to approach due to his shyness, Uchiha Zhen replied, his words flowing effortlessly while internally he fervently recited, Orochimaru, O Orochimaru. Do not take my insincere words to heart. Enough. Zhen has just returned. Let us eat, and then pay respects to our ancestors. Uchiha Hai, clearly skeptical of his son's tale, knew Orochimaru from past encounters and recognized the danger that man posed. How could his son describe him as approachable? Their relationship was certainly not merely that of teacher and student. In the small shrine of the dilapidated shed, Uchiha Hai knelt before several memorial tablets, bowing his head before rising to address Uchiha Zhen. Zhen, Lord Orochimaru is very dangerous. Yes, I know. I too wish to become that dangerous. Uchiha Zhen pursed his lips, aware from his shadow clone's reports that without Orochimaru's timely intervention, he would have almost failed in both the cultivation of his Sharingan and the research on the Byakugan. In the ninja world, possessing core black technology was indeed perilous. Something he aspired to, yet could not achieve. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth was clear. He was inferior to Orochimaru in this regard. Acknowledging one's shortcomings is not shameful. It is far more disgraceful to be aware of one's inadequacies, yet shy away from confronting them. Uchiha Hai remarked, what kind of mind-altering concoction have you been fed? Father, I believe I might have a way to help restore your leg. Uchiha Zhen suddenly recalled something significant. If Hinata's head could be split open, surely a leg would pose no problem. He had refrained from action previously due to a lack of venue and equipment, but with Orochimaru's laboratory at his disposal, using it for personal purposes should not be too excessive, right? Uchiha Hai shook his head slowly, responding, being crippled means no missions or battles. Uchiha Zhen was taken aback, surprised that Uchiha Hai harbored such a pragmatic mindset at such a young age. He was not yet 30. To contemplate a life of ease at such a young age, was this the state of the Uchiha? Shouldn't they strive for careers, aspiring to penetrate the core of power and pursue high-paying positions within the Yambu? Father, you don't intend to live off your wife, do you? Presently, only Uchiha Reina had a job. Although he possessed wealth, he could not afford to be ostentatious in Konoha. Uchiha Hai glanced down at him, declaring with conviction, I live off the skills to enjoy my wife's support. If you have the ability, go find yourself a wife and enjoy the same. What? This is living off soft rice. I am still young. I have yet to reach the point of soft rice. Uchiha Zhen felt exceedingly awkward. His usually taciturn father was now a man living off his wife. What had become of the Uchiha clan? Wasn't he a descendant of Uchiha Kwana? Uchiha Kwana's brother was Madara Uchiha, proud and dignified. I can enjoy my wife, but you must find a way to solve your own food issues. If you cannot, then roll up your things and go to Lord Orochimaru. Once a disciple, always a father, it is not unfair for me to support you. Uchiha Hai held a lingering resentment toward his son, who had caused his wife so much worry, and the new clan leader seemed particularly eager for power. He did not wish for Uchiha Zhen to become entangled in such matters. Perhaps at Orochimaru's, he could avoid unnecessary troubles. Are you sending me away? Uchiha Zhen could hardly believe it. He had just returned, and now he was being asked to pack his things and leave? This was his own father. More ruthless than Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Shursui only exchanges a few barbs and remains unfettered. Alas, how shall I convey this to them? The distance from home to Orochimaru's residence is considerable, and making the round trip is a sheer waste of time. Being cast out from home would save me one journey. Uchiha, why? You aren't going to resist at all. No need to return often. It disrupts our couple's world. Uchiha Zhen, so I'm interrupting your little escapades. Fine, having a brother is quite nice. I must prove to Uchiha that being a brother's keeper is impossible. Uchiha Zhen gathered all the memorial tablets from the table and placed them into the seal that Orochimaru had drawn for him. Father, these relics are far too perilous to keep at home. As for this space, Uchiha Zhen furrowed his brows, pondering how to carry this space with him. Got it. Uchiha Huai said nothing, but with a knowing glance remarked on the 2 holes in Zhen's mouth, asking if he had a girlfriend. Damn it, why bring that up now? Father, I fell onto a wolf fang mace. Do you believe that? Uchiha Zhen felt awkward, knowing a girlfriend was out of the question. Yet he couldn't disclose being bitten by a snake. Who knows what others might think he did to it? Uchiha Huai crossed his arms, his expression clearly doubting. A man must take responsibility. If you have a girlfriend, don't keep her hidden. It will only make her feel insecure. Father, I truly don't have a girlfriend. It's impossible in this lifetime. Uchiha Zhen was at a loss for words, but upon uttering this, Uchiha Huai's expression shifted to something peculiar. His ancestors, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara, were inseparable. Surely, such a trait isn't hereditary. Hiss, Zhen, as long as you're happy. Uchiha Zhen was left bewildered by this remark. What does he mean? Is his father experiencing an early midlife crisis? However, upon reflection, perhaps not being around his parents could be a form of protection. If they ever threatened him, he doubted his ability to face an enemy calmly. Well, I'll inform mother before I leave. That evening, Uchiha Zhen packed his belongings, stopped by the market to buy some groceries, and also brought a bowl of Ichiraku ramen for Orochimaru. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. Now, I am not only taking but also depending on him. I feel as though I am at a loss everywhere. Lord Orochimaru, I have run away from home. May I stay with you for a while? Uchiha Zhen placed a bag of ramen beside Orochimaru, who was engrossed in his experiments, possibly for an extended stay. Chapter 75. Interrogation of the team leader. You have returned. Take a look at this. Orochimaru removed his gloves and handed Uchiha Zhen a set of experimental data, then turned to eat the ramen on the table. Lord Orochimaru, this revelation astonished Uchiha Zhen, who activated his Sharingan to record all the experimental data. He hadn't anticipated that Orochimaru had already made a deal with Danzo. Such active cells, you mean? Huh. Observing Orochimaru leisurely eating, Uchiha Zhen was taken aback. Orochimaru actually eats? The cells of the first Hokage, Orochimaru stated. To avoid arousing suspicion, Zhen feigned astonishment and asked, did you disturb the first grave? Cough, cough, cough. No, it was a transaction. Uchiha Zhen, holding onto a sliver of the first S cells, felt a deep dissatisfaction with Danzo's stingy behavior. I thought you had disturbed the first Hokage's grave and wondered if you could help me locate my Uchiha family's burial site as well. Cough, cough, cough. Orochimaru nearly choked on his noodles. His disciple truly is devoted. The first to worry about his ancestors' graves. Is that all? You didn't extract everything? Uchiha Zhen sensed that Orochimaru had indeed been shortchanged. This mere fragment would not suffice for the two of them. Should there be any experimental loss, Danzo would be getting away with a mere trifling. Little did he know, Danzo felt the same way, believing he had been shortchanged. The cells of the first Hokage are precious, Orochimaru explained. Did he not realize that this fragment was insufficient? Danzo wouldn't simply hand it over. Shouldn't you request more in the name of a failed experiment? This time, take me along. Uchiha Zhen conceived a meticulous plan to swap and seize, aligning perfectly with Orochimaru's thoughts. Since obtaining it openly is futile, unconventional methods must be employed. He is a shinobi, not a samurai. Do you know who you are negotiating with? Danzo, the one who seeks your life. Orochimaru said with a smile, leisurely gauging how Uchiha Zhen would choose in such circumstances. Is Danzo's life more important than the first cells? Uchiha Zhen gazed at Orochimaru with hopeful eyes. He must take him along, for those are experimental materials. What is an old man like Danzo's life worth? Surely, He wouldn't dirty his hands. Lord Orochimaru, I am clear on what matters. Please take me with you. I assure you, I will seize all the first S cells, no, trade for them. Were it not for his current inability to unearth Madara's lair, who would care for such trifles? Madara's cave contains thousands of white zetsu. Orochimaru scrutinized Uchiha Zhen. Danzo had offered him a substantial value, exchanging Uchiha Zhen for the right to conduct legitimate experiments and even providing materials for free. Frankly, this temptation was considerable, enough to make him abandon Uchiha Zhen. Lord Orochimaru? Uchiha Zhen noticed Orochimaru staring at him ominously in silence, prompting him to call out. You already possess the strength of a Jonin. Even elite Jonin would find it challenging to survive against you. The village does not support idlers. Does Lord Orochimaru mean that I must undertake missions now? Uchiha Zhen frowned. This was not the outcome he desired. With the impending onset of the Third Great Ninja War, he aimed to elevate his survival rate to above 70%. My deal with Danzo includes you. Orochimaru licked his lips, his golden eyes narrowing dangerously, while also recommending you to the Hokage for the position of captain of the Umbu Interrogation Division, under the guise of being my disciple. Uchiha Zhen lowered his gaze, quickly grasping the reasoning, the hidden malice simmering beneath the surface. As long as he is in Konoha, there is no freedom to be had. Lacking strength renders one expendable. Possessing strength merely elevates one to a higher echelon of expendability. To maintain balance, Orochimaru pushed him into the Hokage's camp, allowing the Hokage and Danzo to mutually restrain one another, reducing their focus on him. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Your foresight is commendable. The Konoha Interrogation Division, no problem. Absolutely no problem. Entering as a captain might provoke dissent or even lead to exclusion. Orochimaru had considered this. He initially intended for Zhen to eliminate the current Interrogation Division chief, allowing him to enter Umbu with a higher status. However, such a crude method would raise suspicions. Yet he could not allow his disciple to be subject to others' whims. He could trade him, but he would not permit others to trample on his face. Although he was mentally prepared, Uchiha Zhen's quick acceptance of the essence behind being used as a bargaining chip brought him immense relief. Having a clever disciple is truly a blessing. I hope you can achieve the position of Interrogation Division Chief. The chief possesses the authority to interrogate prisoners and handle corpses, while the captain's authority is considerably limited. Yet, he believed in Uchiha Zhen's capabilities, regardless of whether he could attain that position. He would not let any valuable corpses slip through his fingers, and he could even evade suspicion flawlessly. I comprehend, Lord Orochimaru. However, Uchiha Zhen understands why Orochimaru has assigned him such a position. Beyond the interests of Danzo, he also seeks to legitimately borrow some experimental subjects from him. Could I perhaps obtain just a minuscule amount of the first Hokage's cells? Just a tiny fraction. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands to indicate the minuscule amount. Not enough. Orochimaru decisively rejected the request. That miserly old man Danzo would not part with such a small quantity, and furthermore, he expects him to research the Sharingan. Where in the world could one find such a bargain? However, I can take you to report the progress of the experiments to Danzo. Uchiha Zhen's eyes brightened instantly, as that was precisely what he had been waiting for. In the Sand Village, Chiyo, upon receiving the handwritten message regarding the peace envoy to Konoha, erupted in anger. Konoha has already killed my son and now seeks to impoverish my Sand Village. I, Chiyo, shall not stand for this. Orochimaru sighed, shaking his head in an attempt to persuade her. Sister, acquiescing to Uchiha's demands may at least save a portion, regardless of his methods. As long as we can weather this storm, the economic condition of the Sand Village has regressed to a state of 2 decades past. Uchiha Zhen, the white fang of Konoha. Chiyo gritted her teeth, trembling with rage. 200 million is no small sum. There is no choice now, with taxes failing to yield, and insufficient funds. The ninja refused to accept missions. Let them take 200 million from me. Orochimaru was willing to dig into his own pockets rather than continue the battle, for their Sand Village could not endure further turmoil. A similar scene unfolded in the Rock Village. The Tsuchikage smashed one table after another in his office. Old man, I believe we should agree to Uchiha Zhen's demands. Huang Tu analyzed the intelligence from the envoy, stating that once the event transpires, we could use it as leverage to unite with other ninja villages and incite the Third Shinobi World War against Konoha. After all, it is merely 200 million. Chapter 76. The Art of Deception. Uchiha Zhen, as promised, returned with the compensation agreement to the envoy's residence. Gentlemen, I wonder how the funds are prepared. My patience is limited. Uchiha Zhen tossed the previous contract aside, crossing his arms and looking down upon them. This is your only opportunity. We, the Wind Shadow, have already consented, the Sand Envoy said through gritted teeth, placing a scroll on the table. Our Tsuchikage also agrees to your demands. The Rock Village Envoy was equally irate. Had it not been in Konoha, he might have entertained thoughts of eliminating Uchiha Zhen. Very well, let us sign the two agreements. Uchiha Zhen received the scrolls and secured them in the seal on his arm, watching as the two signed the agreements. According to the Hokage's orders, the amount you owe cannot be reduced. However, it is not stipulated that it must be paid in full at once. I have divided it into 3 payments, and you need only remit the first. Uchiha Zhen elucidated the contract's contents. The envoys exchanged glances, instantly grasping Uchiha Zhen's intent. This granted them a year's grace. Should you prove obstinate, the remaining 2 years need not be paid, and the only way to avoid payment would be to sever ties and resume warfare. In this tumultuous era, when you acknowledge it, it is a contract. When you deny it, it is merely a worthless piece of paper. Truly, the esteemed Uchiha lineage commands respect. The Rock Envoy nearly spat through clenched teeth. Yet, aside from this method, they could conceive no better alternatives. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it became for them. No matter, a pleasant collaboration. As long as you remit the initial payment, I will personally deliver those ninja to you. Orochimaru had pushed him into the interrogation division. Those captives would certainly pass through his hands, making it an opportune moment to insert some spies into the rock and sand villages. I wonder if you possess any Uchiha captives. Uchiha Zhen's sudden inquiry left the 2 envoys baffled, and they shook their heads. They indeed had no captives from the Uchiha or Hyuga clans. Had they existed, they could have demanded exorbitant prices. That is good. I wish to state that if you had any, I would offer 20 taels for your assistance in eliminating them. Rock Envoy, we Uchiha have only fallen warriors, not cowardly captives. Uchiha Zhen said calmly, allowing both envoys to feel relieved. The Uchiha, after all, were too proud. Do they not understand that living is preferable to dying in vain? After departing, a peculiar smile graced Uchiha Zhen's face. Forming a hand seal with one hand, he watched as a copy of the agreement was swiftly consumed by a black curse and turned to ash. He had long since tampered with the 2 contracts. Although his sealing techniques were not particularly exceptional, he discovered a new application for them, which he now employed. Even if the envoy dared to confront the Hokage, they would present no evidence. The agreement was destroyed. Could mere words clarify everything? Uchiha Zhen counted the 400 million in Orochimaru's laboratory, ensuring there was not a single tael missing before putting it away. After mashing a piece of pork he had purchased from the market into a ball and soaking it in a modified hormone solution, he rubbed his hands together and followed closely behind Orochimaru, inquiring, Lord Orochimaru, now that the night is quiet, shall we report the progress of the experiments to Lord Danzo? Indeed, it was time to report the experimental progress, especially since the subjects had all perished. Orochimaru removed his gloves, donned a new outfit, and placed his forehead protector on. Turning to him, are you prepared to go like this? Uchiha Zhen formed seals, transforming into a small white snake that coiled around Orochimaru's wrist. Orochimaru raised his wrist, observing the small snake that flicked its tongue, noting the absence of any chakra fluctuations, and curiously asked, transformations usually exhibit chakra fluctuations. How did you accomplish this without any? Lord Orochimaru, illusions can be employed not only against foes, but also upon oneself. With that single statement, Orochimaru understood the matter. Such a cunning maneuver could only originate from Uchiha Zhen. In the root, Orochimaru, have you considered my proposal? Are you prepared to hand Uchiha Zhen over to me? Danzo sat in the central chair, flanked by 2 ninja guards. The experimental materials are insufficient. The first Hokage cells are exceedingly domineering, and typical subjects cannot endure complete consumption. Orochimaru disregarded Danzo's words, directly stating his intent. This answer left Danzo without rebuttal. Indeed, the first Hokage cells were not something ordinary individuals could manage. It seemed necessary to recruit some bloodline ninja for cultivation. As long as he could secure a wood-release ninja, he would have no trouble surpassing Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, progress was quite smooth. More experimental subjects were all that was needed. Orochimaru licked his lips, aware of what Danzo desired. But he still required a portion of the first Hokage's cells. Take him to retrieve it. Danzo issued a command, and the nearby ninja gestured for Orochimaru to proceed. Uchiha Zhen secretly peered out, memorizing the route to the root. The root ninja dispelled the seals at a door covered in seals and led them inside. Upon witnessing the plethora of collections, Uchiha Zhen's eyes nearly glazed over. The root had certainly engaged in countless acts of arson and pillaging. Uchiha ninjutsu, Senju ninjutsu, and a multitude of techniques from various clans were present. Orochimaru sensed Uchiha Zhen's restlessness on his wrist, tapping his finger on his head to signal him to behave and not forget the primary task at hand. Once Uchiha Zhen had calmed down, he began to contemplate the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu. While he held a degree of disdain for the current Uchiha, he could not allow others to tarnish his heritage. Lord Orochimaru, please, this way. The root ninja escorted Orochimaru into a special chamber, where the experimental apparatus and materials were scarcely inferior to those of Orochimaru himself. Uchiha Zhen silently vowed that one day he would dismantle this place. Orochimaru raised his wrist, and a snake slithered out, swallowing a chunk of first Hokage cells, roughly the size of a piece of pork. The root ninja's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated such an occurrence, and drew his blade, intent on severing the small white snake. This was utterly audacious. Orochimaru swiftly intervened, preventing the snake from acting further, and deftly retrieved the first Hokage cells from its mouth, returning them to the Umbu ninja. After a thorough examination, the Umbu sighed in relief and stated, "No issues." Unbeknownst to them, Orochimaru wore a triumphant smile. Upon their return to the laboratory, Uchiha Zhen immediately dispelled his transformation technique, supporting himself on the table as he retched, expelling a pallid, fleshy substance from his mouth. It was utterly revolting. Chapter 77. No need for pretense. Orochimaru found it perplexing that after retching for over half an hour, Uchiha Zhen, having secured what he sought, was now being so finicky. "It's disgusting. My mouth is filled with the taste of rotting flesh." Speaking of this, Uchiha Zhen felt another wave of nausea. Leaning against the table, "If you must vomit, do it outside. Do not disturb my experiments here." Unable to endure any longer, Orochimaru expelled him from the room. "Please, leave me a bit. I am of use." He did not forget to remind Orochimaru that the first Hokage cells should not be consumed entirely by one person, for he had sacrificed too much to obtain them. Meanwhile, the third Hokage pondered over the compensation agreement laid out before him. "Kakashi, what are your thoughts on Uchiha Zhen?" Nara Kakashi contemplated, attempting to find a way to embellish Uchiha Zhen's actions, but ultimately could not find suitable words. Young yet shameless. The third Hokage picked up Orochimaru's letter of recommendation and, in a remarkably calm tone, remarked, "Shamelessness does not equate to incompetence. His ability to secure this agreement between two nations speaks for itself. What sort of individual do you believe is suitable for the position of Interrogation Division Leader?" The first name that came to Nara Kakashi's mind was Orochimaru, cold, dangerous, and ruthless. But then reflecting on the Hokage's words, he replied, "Uchiha Zhen. At present, he is the most fitting candidate. Do you truly believe this young fellow is capable?" Though framed as a question, the third Hokage's tone was already affirmative. "Indeed, I am confident that he can extract information that others cannot," Nara Shikamaru affirmed, though he harbored some concerns. He was uncertain how Uchiha Zhen managed to compel the envoys to yield, and his unease lingered in his heart. "Hokage-sama, Uchiha Zhen has arrived to report to the Hokage building." After retching at Orochimaru's residence, he was summoned by an Umbu to the Hokage's office, fully aware that it was regarding the appointment of the Interrogation Division Leader. "Uchiha Zhen, you are a hero on the battlefield, and it has been a while since your return. If I do not arrange a position for you, I fear that clan leader Fugaku may have objections." The third Hokage paused and inquired, "What position do you believe you are suited for?" "Orochimaru-sama has recommended me for the Interrogation Division," Uchiha Zhen replied hoarsely, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. "I believe I am well suited for the position of Division Leader. After all, my master is Lord Orochimaru. A lower position would not align with my status as a disciple of the legendary three ninjas," Uchiha Zhen explained. Nara Kakashi's jaw dropped, rendered speechless, his entire demeanor petrified. "Could you at least be a bit more tactful?" The third Hokage cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. He had merely asked casually to gauge Uchiha Zhen's thirst for power. Now he wished he could retract his previous words. Uchiha Zhen was shameless. "Did Orochimaru not inform you of what position you could handle?" The third Hokage found himself in a rather awkward conversation. "Orochimaru-sama directed me towards the Interrogation Division." but I personally feel that anything below the rank of division leader does not suit my identity. What do you think, Hokage-sama? Uchiha Zhen's unabashed remarks left Nara Kakashi gasping for breath, wondering how Orochimaru had managed to cultivate such a disciple. Seeing the Hokage's displeasure, he quickly attempted to mediate. Jinkun, you could start from the position of subdivision leader to gather merit. After all, the role of division leader requires not only experience, but also sufficient accomplishments to lead others. I certainly have experience, and as for accomplishments, isn't inheriting my master Orochimaru-sama's enough? Uchiha Zhen was on the verge of breaking down, feeling as though he was being forced into an interview for a job he already deserved. What about my dignity? Uchiha Zhen, where's your dignity? The third Hokage felt somewhat cornered. Initially, he had only intended to ask a few questions, expecting Uchiha Zhen to play modest. Now, it seemed he believed he could claim the position of division leader, citing his master's accomplishments to bolster his case. Hokage-sama, if you feel my master's accomplishments are insufficient, I can always seek additional endorsements from Lord Shikaku. Uchiha Zhen continued to stoke the flames, testing the Hokage's patience. Huh? You think the rivalry between the Hokage and Danzo does not involve you? Starting as a subdivision leader, you will need ample experience. Once there, Minister Mori will guide you well. The third Hokage interjected, knowing he had to finalize the matter before Uchiha Zhen assumed he could become Hokage himself. Subdivision leader? Wouldn't that embarrass my master? Uchiha Zhen narrowed his eyes, pouting. What is the salary? How long until promotion? Are there any additional benefits? Uchiha Zhen's barrage of inquiries regarding his employment directly furrowed the third Hokage's brow. It was all about money, money, money. Was he truly that obsessed? Minister Mori, take him away. A burly man appeared in the Hokage's office, glancing down at Uchiha Zhen, immediately perceiving him as a troublesome subordinate. Uchiha Zhen raised an eyebrow, realizing that his previous remarks had been overheard. But so what? After all, he was a well-connected individual, with such advantageous resources at his disposal. He intended to exploit them fully. Orochimaru was his shield. Those who dared to challenge him would first have to consult Orochimaru. Hello, Minister, I am Uchiha Zhen. I look forward to working with you. You may criticize my actions, but do not accuse me of lacking manners, or I shall have my guardian, Lord Orochimaru, speak with you. Greetings. Minister Mori's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He was undoubtedly irritated, but would refrain from any petty retribution, opting to first assess the young man's capabilities. By the way, Hokage-sama, when will my compensation be settled? Just as he was about to exit, Uchiha Zhen seemed to remember the remuneration for the compensation task that had yet to be delivered. Come along, you won't be shortchanged, the third Hokage thought to himself. Wishing he could avoid Uchiha Zhen for the rest of his life, he was simply exasperating. Minister Mori escorted him to the interrogation division, provided him with attire and a forehead protector, explained the division's rules, and gathered his team. A subdivision leader oversees 4 teams, each consisting of 4 members. Yet only 3 had appeared, leaving a deficit of 13 individuals. Uchiha Zhen furrowed his brow and inquired, Minister, in the event of insufficient personnel in my subdivision, am I permitted to recruit independently? Indeed, subdivision leaders do possess the authority to recruit, though it must pass my approval. It was evident that he had deliberately assigned this barebones team to observe how this subordinate would manage. I have completed my task of reporting several individuals, Naratomo, Uchiha In, Uchiha Huai, Uchiha Hakadai, and Uchiha Zhen. Aside from the first, the rest are all Uchiha, comprising either the frail or those with familial ties. Minister Mori's expression twisted gradually. Uchiha Zhen, do you presume that the interrogation department is your Uchiha clan's domain? In Chapter 78, the lone commander, Uchiha Zhen, with a fringe framing his pair of Sharingan, gazed at him with an unsettling intensity. Minister Mori's body stiffened abruptly, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Well, Minister, you did say we could recruit freely, did you not? Or is the division leader of the interrogation department merely a solitary commander? Faced with Uchiha Zhen's ambiguous smile, he felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light reminiscent of that esteemed individual. He pondered within, when confronted with interrogation under such pressure. Could he maintain his integrity? You may recommend familiar ninjas, but they cannot all be Uchiha. Minister Mori retreated a step, realizing that if the entire interrogation division were to become Uchiha, he would find himself in dire straits with the Hokage. Let us bring Naratomo to work first. I shall recruit others myself. Uchiha Zhen did not press the matter, for he had no intention of summoning more Uchiha. He surmised that should he entertain such thoughts, the Hokage and Danzo would unite against him. The recruitment for your 4th division cannot be rushed, yet it must not remain idle. Several spies lurking within the village have been apprehended, and a few stubborn ones refuse to speak. Your task is to extract every morsel of information from their minds. Isn't this the work of the Yamanaka clan? Uchiha Zhen raised an eyebrow, a hint of provocation in his demeanor. As a connected individual, he relished in wielding his influence. If one found him displeasing, they could either dismiss him or engage Orochimaru in philosophical discussions. Minister Mori felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "Whatever I say, you will do." Acknowledging your connections does not warrant such blatant shirking of responsibility, especially with personnel scarce post-war. Uchiha Zhen shrugged, resignedly sighed, "Very well. Provide me the materials, I shall commence my work. These are urgent, with only 3 days at our disposal." Never had Minister Mori experienced such vexation. It felt akin to striking a fist against cotton. In all his time in this position, no one had ever been as infuriatingly contradictory as Uchiha Zhen, who seemed to advance when others retreated. Prickly, astute, worldly, and troublesome. After Minister Mori departed, Uchiha Zhen scrutinized the documents in silence. The 3 team members exchanged glances. Neither prompted to introduce themselves nor instructed on their tasks. Upon completing his review, Uchiha Zhen noticed the trio remained and, momentarily taken aback, apologized. "My apologies. I assumed you had followed the minister. I am Uchiha Zhen, captain of the 4th Interrogation Division. Subordinate Sarutobi Han, subordinate Shimura Taichi, subordinate Kateda Daisuke." They introduced themselves, only to be enveloped by an abrupt chill, their bodies growing icy at Uchiha Zhen's penetrating gaze. "Captain, shall we recruit individuals or interrogate the spies?" Sarutobi Han, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, gathered his courage to inquire. Uchiha Zhen remained composed, fixated on the trio, silent. Remarkable. One from the Hokage, one from Danzo, and another fawning over a major. What a spectacle. This captain truly was a solitary commander. "No rush. Take me to see those spies. We will arrange matters once your leader arrives," Uchiha Zhen replied coolly, recognizing that with Sarutobi and Shimura present, Naratomo must be assigned to them. "Captain, please." The 3 were somewhat disgruntled, feeling discontent at being assigned leadership roles before even settling in. Uchiha Zhen smirked, casually remarking as he passed them, "It would be wise to keep your thoughts concealed, lest they manifest on your faces. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you will have time for other endeavors." In an instant, his crimson Sharingan seemed to imprint fear upon their souls. Even on the battlefield, facing foes far stronger had not elicited such terror. His words resonated not as threats, but as relentless curses echoing in their ears. Upon reaching the prison where the captured spies were held, they scrutinized him with disdain, smirking as they queried, "What? Is Konoha devoid of manpower?" Indeed, not only was Konoha lacking, but so too was my squad. Uchiha Zhen commanded that the individuals be extracted, their arms secured in a cruciform position, perfectly aligned with their necks, ropes coiling around them to bind their bodies and thighs to the chairs, declaring, "I shall personally interrogate you." Upon finishing, neither the spies nor the 3 subordinates took him seriously, as the members of their 4th division were notoriously resilient, having withstood the previous squad's interrogations. "Captain, these individuals must not die," Sarutobi Han reminded, indicating that they were to refrain from violently extracting information, as their silence was of value. Should they remain tight-lipped, they effectively retained another life. Uchiha Zhen, unhurried, settled in a nearby chair, seemingly indifferent towards the spy, and inquired nonchalantly, "The armory owner, Honda Ichiryu, enlighten me. What path do you tread?" The 3 subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, while Honda Ichiryu remained silent. Bewildered? "Should you choose silence, I shall interpret it as a refusal to answer." Uchiha Zhen instructed Kateda Daisuke, "Fetch 2 bricks. Elevate his feet, and tighten the rope around his neck a notch." Once this was accomplished, Honda Ichiryu became wary, questioning what punishment this might be, whether torture or jinjutsu. He had endured it all, and the current punishment posed no physical threat, yet an ominous premonition settled over him. Uchiha Zhen then drew forth a katana, severing a leg from the table, and while whittling it down, asked, "What is your mission?" The 3 remained perplexed, deeming this interrogation futile, and grew increasingly dismissive of Uchiha Zhen. Add 2 more bricks beneath his feet. Kateda Daisuke complied with Uchiha Zhen's directive, placing an additional 2 bricks under Honda Ichiryu's feet. Subsequently, Uchiha Zhen blew gently on the rounded table leg, clearing the debris, and remarked coolly, "Did you know? In a certain historical dynasty, there existed a punishment known as riding the wooden donkey, specifically designed for unfaithful women." Uchiha Zhen approached Honda Ichiryu, waving the whittled table leg, suddenly thrusting it beneath the chair with a devilish voice resonating in his ears. "You wouldn't prefer men, would you?" Honda Ichiryu's pupils dilated as realization dawned. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, and he trembled. What do you intend to do? How long have you been lurking?" Without granting him a moment to respond, Uchiha Zhen seized the rope encircling his neck, thrusting the table leg upward an inch, and add 2 more bricks. Kateda Daisuke mechanically obeyed Uchiha Zhen's orders. Crack! With the sound of bones fracturing, Uchiha Zhen pressed the table leg further up. After days of interrogation, the previously obstinate Honda Ichiryu's face contorted with terror, his bound body writhing in desperation. As his mental state teetered on the brink of collapse, Uchiha Zhen cupped his chin, his voice dripping with a sinister allure. "Your legs are now broken. I believe you might find it quite compelling to witness your legs bending backward while riding the wooden donkey." "No, please, I insist. I have much to say." Honda Ichiru trembled, his body stiffened, eyes wide with terror, lips pale as he gazed at Uchiha Zhen, as if he had encountered a demon. He felt the chair leg, brutally forced beneath him, firmly pressed against the sensitive spot he had been warned not to reveal. "Now that's a good boy." Uchiha Zhen patted his head, slightly tilting his head towards Sarutobi Hamura and Shimura Taichi, who stood frozen in place. Within mere moments, Honda Ichiru recounted every detail from his initiation into the ranks of ninjas to his capture, even divulging the number of girlfriends he had concurrently dated and his preferred colors of undergarments with clarity. "Is there anything else unaccounted for?" Uchiha Zhen rhythmically tapped the table. The atmosphere in the room so tense that no one dared to breathe, each person fearing they might be the next to find themselves on the torture seat. "I've told you everything. I beg you for a swift resolution," Honda Ichiru pleaded, his lips repeating the same desperate phrase. As Sarutobi Hamura handed over the recorded intelligence to Uchiha Zhen, his hands trembled slightly. "Captain, please take a look." Uchiha Zhen glanced over it, confirmed its accuracy, and signed off, instructing, "Find a medical ninja to reattach his leg and send him back." "Yes," the 3 responded in unison. When Uchiha Zhen tossed the thick dossier before Minister Marino, the latter's expression was one of skepticism. "A list of suspects? Intelligence?" Uchiha Zhen replied coolly. "What?" Minister Marino flipped through the pages rapidly, disbelief washing over him. "You killed him?" "No, he is perfectly fine. If there are no issues, I'm off work," Uchiha Zhen said with an air of indifference, appearing disinterested in the task at hand. As Minister Marino reached the final page, his heart raced inexplicably. This individual, who had remained silent under various forms of interrogation for days, had divulged everything to Uchiha Zhen in merely half an hour. It felt surreal. "How did you achieve this?" He was quite cooperative. There was no time wasted. Uchiha Zhen replied nonchalantly. Only 2 of the top 10 tortures were needed to break him. "I'd say that's cooperation." Though he had employed a bit of psychological suggestion and subtle inducement, it was not particularly complicated. "I, Marino Izumi, have spent over 10 days interrogating this man without extracting a single word, and you claim he was cooperative?" "Minister Marino, unless there are further issues, I'm off work." Uchiha Zhen shot him a disdainful look, adding, "I will deliver the remaining intelligence within 3 days." Minister Marino waved dismissively, recognizing his subordinate's lack of enthusiasm for the job. He needed to confirm this and report back to the Hokage. Exiting the interrogation department, Uchiha Zhen pondered where to find 12 ninjas for his interrogation team. He could recruit Uchiha in, but he wondered if Hyuga might be interested. Uchiha Zhen. Upon hearing his name, he turned to see Kakashi, Obito, and Rin waving at him from a distance. "Is there something you need?" Uchiha Zhen inquired coolly, seeming to have little rapport with them. "Would you like to train together?" Kakashi suggested, aware of the gap between him and Uchiha Zhen, but understanding that challenging stronger opponents could lead to his own improvement, especially with graduation approaching and his father unavailable for training. I'm busy. The interrogation department is short-staffed. If only Kakashi's father, Sakumo, were here, he could join in, at least lending someone to converse with. Being with a bunch of kids made him a bit anxious. "You've joined the interrogation department." Kakashi's tone was tinged with envy. "But you're not off work yet." Indeed, my team needs personnel. I can't play right now. Uchiha Zhen remarked while giving Kakashi a light pat on the head as he passed. What kind of personnel do you need? We could help. Obito chimed in. Though not intimately acquainted with Uchiha Zhen, he felt a sense of pride for him being able to enter the interrogation department. Wait, you mean your team? You're the captain of the interrogation division now. Kakashi's pupils dilated in disbelief. Yes, it's quite busy. Uchiha Zhen rubbed his temples, thinking he couldn't just go door to door asking. Captain. Obito's eyes widened, swallowing hard. I can help you, as long as you tell me how to activate the Sharingan. Ding. Uchiha Zhen abruptly turned, formulating a plan in his mind. He need not ask everyone personally. With 3 errand runners, they could distribute flyers. Looking at the trio now seemed rather endearing. There must be many children from prominent clans in your class, right? Uchiha Zhen suggested, enticing Kakashi. Help me spread the word that Uchiha Zhen, captain of the 4th division of the interrogation department, is looking for recruits, and I'll train with you for an afternoon. Really? Kakashi was skeptical. He had already given up on training with Uchiha Zhen upon learning of his new role, knowing he was currently busy, just as his father was. Indeed, you can notify the various clans. The outcome is not crucial, simply relay the message. Then, shout a few words in the streets. Uchiha Zhen had no intention of recruiting civilian ninjas. Their street cries were merely for show. When will you train with me? Kakashi pressed, fearing Uchiha Zhen might backtrack. You can find me at Lord Orochimaru's estate. Aren't you home? Obito pointed out the inconsistency. I've run away from home. Uchiha Zhen shrugged, currently residing with my master, Lord Orochimaru. All right, Kakashi, I want to lose to you. Obito declared enthusiastically, ready for a challenge. By the way, Obito, you know all the Uchiha, right? Tell Uchiha and to come to the 4th division of the interrogation department tomorrow. And you must personally inform the Nara clan. Tell my good teammate Nara Shikahisa to join me at the 4th division of the interrogation department tomorrow. Chapter 80. Parents come knocking for accountability after relaying all this. Uchiha Zhen hummed a tune as he entered the market. Upon returning to Lord Orochimaru's estate, he greeted the shadow guards and headed into the kitchen when Kakashi arrived. The kitchen at Orochimaru's was pristine, almost new. As someone with a soul from Huaxia, he found it difficult to stomach sushi, salad, dumplings, or rice. He preferred spicy dishes, stir-fried delights, and a steaming bowl of soup. Thus, upon entering the kitchen, he began preparing a feast fit for dozens, sealing portions in scrolls for convenience. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the hidden shadow guards to peek out, salivating at the sight of the kitchen. I didn't know you could cook? At some point, Orochimaru had taken a seat at the dining table, resting his chin on his hand, fixated on Uchiha Zhen as he sealed the food in the scrolls. Isn't using a scroll like this a bit wasteful? Lord Orochimaru, when did you arrive? Would you like to join me for a bite? Uchiha Zhen had not even noticed the additional presence in the room. Orochimaru made himself comfortable at the table. You said you didn't have time to eat? As Uchiha Zhen presented the Kung Pao chicken, fish fragrant shredded pork, spicy potatoes, dry-fried squid tentacles, cold tomato salad, and broth-soaked baby cabbage onto the table. The hidden shadow guards' stomachs grumbled in unison. Uchiha Zhen cast an awkward glance at Orochimaru, contemplating whether to invite him along. Orochimaru glanced towards the shadow guards and turned his head to say, "He is not hungry." Uchiha Zhen replied, "His drool is about to fall from the rafters." Orochimaru, my esteemed lord, my squad consists of 3 members, 1 Sarutobi Hiruzen, 1 Shimura Tanichi, and 1 who is sycophantically eager for your recent experimental materials. Are they sufficient? While eating, Uchiha Zhen casually recounted the day's events, as if engaged in familial banter. If you require personnel, I can send some your way. As for experimental materials, the more, the merrier. Orochimaru realized that Uchiha Zhen's intention to interrogate would undoubtedly cause some unrest, and he was taken aback by the challenge presented. Although he was indifferent, it was rather embarrassing for Uchiha Zhen, whom he had personally recommended, to act in such a way. No need for personnel. I have already instructed Kakashi and the others to drum up support by knocking on doors, announcing the recruitment for the 4th division of the interrogation department. I expect we will have a full team within 2 days. Orochimaru suddenly smiled, finding the impending chaos amusing. Now the Hokage and Danzo will have a headache. Do not laugh so heartily while eating, it could lead to choking. Uchiha Zhen placed a bowl of soup before Orochimaru. Orochimaru-kun, your fine apprentice, Are you two enjoying your meal? You wouldn't mind an extra pair of chopsticks, would you? Shikamaru, upon hearing of Kakashi's door-to-door campaign, immediately set aside his tasks to join in. Upon inquiry, he discovered that his foolish son had once again been ensnared by that mischievous brat. As he prepared to voice his displeasure to Orochimaru, he found it was mealtime. Shikamaru took a seat without hesitation, requesting Kakashi to serve him food and fetch chopsticks. Uchiha Zhen noticed Kakashi was frozen in place, so he took it upon himself to add 2 more sets of bowls and chopsticks, offering them to Kakashi before extending his hand. "Shikamaru, are you truly this idle?" Orochimaru swiftly consumed the dishes on the table. While he didn't mind sharing a plate with Uchiha Zhen, the addition of 2 more individuals triggered his cleanliness obsession. "It's not my son's fault. He sent Kakashi to knock on doors across clans, proclaiming the 4th Division of the Interrogation Department is recruiting." Shikamaru lamented while eating. "How embarrassing. This is quite delicious. Did you make it?" Orochimaru set down his utensils, took a sip of soup, and with a smirk remarked, so Kakashi followed through. This remark, tinged with sarcasm, left Shikamaru in a predicament. Swallowing his food was difficult, yet he couldn't say anything about his son's foolishness. Uchiha Zhen felt no discomfort in the situation. After all, everyone had their needs. Had he not promised to train with him for half a day? "Why aren't you eating?" Uchiha Zhen asked, noticing Kakashi remained motionless with his chopsticks. "Not used to it. Not that I'm unaccustomed," Kakashi thought, feeling the piercing gaze of Orochimaru upon them, making conversation difficult, let alone eating under such a terrifying stare. "No, a bit. Have you been beaten?" Uchiha Zhen assumed it was a case of a mischievous child caught and punished by their parent. No. The more Kakashi denied it, the more Uchiha Zhen believed he had been reprimanded by Shikamaru. "It's all right. If you were beaten, you could run away from home." Uchiha Zhen raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance to Shikamaru's warning gaze, acting as if he and Kakashi were the best of friends. Consequently, Kakashi felt even more endangered, mentally urging Uchiha Zhen to keep his distance, sensing the room growing colder. "Do not lead Kakashi astray. It was your idea for him to knock on doors across the clans. Indeed, as a squad leader, I cannot interrogate alone without assistance. I reviewed the intelligence you extracted. Honda Ikaru, originally Chalon, was sent by the Cloud Village and had deeply infiltrated us. After numerous rounds of interrogation, he still refused to utter a word. How did you manage it?" Shikamaru's words astonished Orochimaru, as he had not heard of this. "Oh, I am quite intrigued. Perhaps I did not conduct a thorough interrogation. He was quite cooperative and confessed in under 10 minutes. I only employed 2 of the 10 major torture methods, with only 1 actually inflicted upon him. Who knew he would break so easily?" Uchiha Zhen did not regard the criminal seriously. He merely broke 2 legs and intimidated him with a wooden horse, never even mentioning more severe methods like dismemberment or slow slicing. "Torture? Did you devise that?" Shikamaru inquired. "Not exactly. The 10 major tortures are not my invention, but I may be the only one capable of employing them here, which makes it reasonable to claim as such. Regardless, I find this work quite satisfactory. It is easy. Once my squad is fully assembled, I will only need to attend once a week." Uchiha Zhen spoke of his covert activities as if they were routine, fearing anyone might discover his interest in work. Only by portraying himself as a slacker could he assure the Hokage and gain protection from Danzo's ire. Perhaps this step had already been facilitated by Minister Marino. "So you have Kakashi assist you in recruiting while you merely accompany him for half a day of training?" Shikamaru said earnestly, outlining conditions. 2 hours daily before the Chunin exams. Assisting him with childcare was out of the question. Their pursuits were inherently different, destined to diverge. "Lord Shikamaru, do you not realize that both the Umbu and the Interrogation Department, as well as the ninjas, are exceedingly busy?" Chapter 81. Invitation to Dinner. Can bring people along. Kakashi and his companions moved swiftly. Even when Shikamaru intercepted them midway, Obito and Rin were unwilling to fall behind. Actively spreading the word of the recruitment for the 4th Division of the Interrogation Department throughout Konoha, the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency immediately garnered the favor of countless individuals. Many ordinary ninjas, who had previously lacked opportunities, began to consider giving it a shot, believing they had nothing to lose. Upon hearing the news, Danzo rushed into the Hokage's office with great urgency. "Hokage-sama, I have previously stated that the nefarious Uchiha Zhen must not be allowed to remain. This is for the sake of the village. Hokage-sama, Lord Shimura, I shall take my leave." Marino Izumo felt it was best not to linger. He had already reported Uchiha Zhen's situation to the Hokage. As for the subsequent plans, he left it to the two to discuss amongst themselves. Take a look. The Hokage tossed the intelligence gathered by Uchiha Zhen to Danzo. Explain why your name appears here. Hizashi, everything I do is for the village. Danzo's face flushed with indignation as he struggled to defend himself. I will spare no effort. The third Hokage shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. I understand your intentions, but that does not grant you the authority to collude with outside villages. Collude? Danzo raised his voice, desperately suppressing his pent-up rage. Humph. Hokage-sama. Without my collusion, where would Konoha be now? Is it your wish to muddle through everything? Enough. Do not meddle in this matter. The third Hokage did not wish to continue the argument with Danzo. Sometimes, he turned a blind eye to Danzo's actions, but that did not mean he could act independently. I warn you, do not think I am unaware of your dealings with Orochimaru. It would be wise for you to rein it in. You are investigating me? An ominous fury surged within Danzo. Very well, very well. It is no surprise coming from the Hokage. Do you think you are the only one capable of placing spies within my umbu? The third Hokage's gaze held a mysterious depth as it rested upon Danzo. You cannot truly believe that I would think Orochimaru's decision to take Uchiha Zhen as a disciple is merely a matter of finding him aesthetically pleasing. Orochimaru is my disciple. I know him well. Hizashi, take heed. Tuanzong returned from the Hokage's office, feeling thoroughly humiliated. Upon returning to the root, a cacophony of enraged shouts echoed incessantly. It would be disingenuous to claim that the various clans in the village were unaffected. Several clan leaders found themselves drawn together at the barbecue restaurant owned by the Akimichi clan. Ah, everyone is here, greeted the leader of the Akimichi clan. Each time political turbulence arose in the village, the clan leaders would convene here to gauge one another's sentiments. I hope everyone enjoys the meal. However, enjoyment seemed a distant hope. With so many clans in Konohagakure and only a handful of slots available, contingent upon Uchiha Zen's preferences, an unspoken agreement had emerged among the clans over the years to send one representative each. Leader Nara, I hear one of your clan members is a teammate of the current squad leader. Why not have him coax Uchiha Zen out for a chat? Proposed Inuzuka. Unable to contain himself as the discussion meandered. If we know what type of individual Uchiha Zen desires, we can simply send a suitable representative. The suggestion struck a chord with the clan leaders, who turned their attention toward Nara Shikaku. Among them, Shikaku felt the least apprehensive. Having already learned that Uchiha Zen specifically requested Nara Shikaku's son, regardless of what unfolded, his family's slot was secured. The torture department, though distinct from the umbu, was closest to the seat of power and renowned for its swift intelligence gathering, endowed with unique privileges. Trouble indeed arrives from above. Nara Shikaharu felt a foreboding sense since Kakashi had informed him that Uchiha Zen wanted him in the torture department. It seemed that Uchiha Zen was preparing to pin the blame on him, and now he was to be summoned. On the battlefield, he could remain vigilant. But in the village, he felt constrained, lacking the prowess of Uchiha Zen and the backing of one of the legendary Sannin. Given Uchiha Zen's nature, he would undoubtedly exploit Orochimaru's support to the fullest. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The leader requests you to invite Uchiha Zen for barbecue. The expenses will be covered by the leader. Shikaku anticipated some turbulence, but he did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. May I bring someone along? He inquired amiably, thinking it best to share the burden of trouble. He found it hard to believe that Uchiha Zen would attend alone. It would be preferable if he brought Orochimaru along to ensure no one enjoyed the meal fully. Of course, the messenger presumed he meant to bring Hinata since they were teammates, which would make for a more conventional gathering. After the messenger departed, Nara Shikaharu ventured to Orochimaru's residence. Hesitating at the entrance before calling out, "Is Uchiha Zen here? I am Nara Shikaharu, and my clan leader has asked me to invite him for barbecue. He may bring guests." Nara Shikaharu made no effort to conceal his intentions. After all, he was merely speaking the truth. Upon entering Orochimaru's residence, the dark guards led him to Uchiha Zen, who was not alone. Orochimaru, Kakashi, and Shikaku were also present. The empty plates on the table made him feel somewhat awkward. Clearly, they had just finished their meal. However, he was confident they understood his purpose. He did not believe Uchiha Zen could misinterpret his intentions. "Can we bring others? How many? Is takeout an option?" he asked. "Not specified." "Lord Orochimaru, Lord Shikaku, do you partake in barbecue?" The earnest and respectful gaze from Uchiha Zen sent a chill down Nara Shikaharu's spine, making him hope his clan leader's wallet would remain intact. This implied not only wanting to bring guests, but also wishing to take food home. Wasting time, Orochimaru declared as he stood and vanished from the dining area. Though disappointed by Orochimaru's departure, Nara Shikaharu had faith that Uchiha Zhen would not let him down. I shall also refrain from joining. I have work to attend to. Shikaku declined the invitation. Then, Lord Shikaku, could you lend me Kakashi? I promised to train him for 2 hours daily. Uchiha Zen's gaze shifted to Kakashi. Can you contact Obito? Have him summon as many clan members as possible to Uchiha. Certainly, I have my Ninken. Kakashi summoned his Ninken to find Obito and relay the message. Moments later, a lineup of Uchiha members, including Obito and Rin, stood outside Orochimaru's residence. You all wait here. I will borrow some scrolls from Lord Orochimaru for takeout. Share some with me. In Chapter 82, Good Teammates, Good Friends, Nara Shikaharu was unreserved. As he and Kakashi often benefited from their spoils on the battlefield, leaving the less desirable picks for Hinata. Uchiha Zhen borrowed some sealing scrolls from Orochimaru before stepping outside. Nara Shikaharu bore no resentment towards Kakashi. After all, it did not adversely affect him, and as a good teammate, he was supportive of Kakashi's endeavors. However, this maneuver, while harmless, had significant implications. The fate of leader Nara's wallet depended on the combat prowess of the Uchiha clan. While barbecue was not as extravagant as sushi, it was certainly not inexpensive. Lord Zhen, are we going to collect debts from someone? Uchiha In inquired, eager to join the debt collection team. Since shedding his proud demeanor, he had fully embraced his newfound freedom. Have you eaten? Uchiha Zhen asked, concerned that if they had dined, their fighting spirit would diminish. Not yet. Uchiha In sheepishly scratched his head. Typically, he had 2 meals daily, one at 9 in the morning and another at 4 in the afternoon, allowing him to skip a meal. Many clan members adopted this practice. Perfect. I shall take you for barbecue. Leader Nara is treating. Please do not let me down. Nara Shikaharu cautioned, anxious they might misunderstand. Everyone, eat to your heart's content. Do not hold back. Really, are you treating us to barbecue? Obito asked. Isn't that too much trouble? Rin inquired. It is no trouble. Opportunities for barbecue are rare. Obito, to open your eyes, you must eat more meat, Uchiha Zhen urged. Leading the way, Uchiha Zhen and Nara Shikaharu entered the barbecue restaurant with a large group in tow. Upon spotting leader Nara and the other clan leaders, Uchiha Zhen donned a broad smile. Leader Nara, our relationship is strong enough for us to dine at home. This is too lavish, especially since you invited friends along. Leader Nara's jaw dropped, rendered speechless upon seeing Uchiha Zhen bring in a dozen guests. This was indeed the captain of the torture department, young and accomplished. Likely the youngest squad leader in Konohagakure. Some clan leaders found the spectacle somewhat exaggerated, yet since it was not their expense, they offered a few courteous remarks. Oh, is that not a gathering of esteemed clan leaders? What an honor it is to meet you all today. It is my privilege, as Uchiha Zhen. His words were insincere, a testament to his current demeanor. Since his arrival, aside from seating his entourage, he had engaged in flattery without uttering a single earnest statement, slipping through conversations like an eel. Prior to this, many clan ninjas had prepared to present beautiful female ninjas to Uchiha Zhen for entry into the torture department. But upon seeing the crowd he brought, they realized they needed to reconsider their approach. The aesthetic appeal of the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly unquestionable. Nara Shikaku, a male of ordinary appearance, has been summoned to the interrogation department. Yet the Nara clan prides itself on its intellect, a sentiment they readily acknowledge. The others seem to be mere footnotes in this narrative. One is the sole progeny of Kakashi Hitaki, and the other a commoner girl, rendering it difficult for the clan leaders to discern Shikaku's preferences. What sort of individuals does Captain Uchiha Zhen seek to recruit for the interrogation department? Woof woof. Inquisitively, Inuzuka clan leader has once again voiced the collective curiosity. As the captain of this faction, I require all manners of talent, but it must be conducted with fairness, justice, and transparency. Otherwise, Lord Hokage might summon me for a conversation. Uchiha Zhen languidly reclined on a cushion, offering not a single word of value. Nevertheless, the clan leaders grasped his implication. Any excessive measures would provoke Hokage's intervention. In truth, I sought a ninja from the Yamenka clan. But the Ino-Shikicho trio and my teammates are somewhat incompatible, and I am uncertain if they can collaborate effectively. As soon as Uchiha Zen's words fell, Nara Shikaku was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this matter would be candidly addressed before the clan leaders, stirring a myriad of emotions within him. Although he was aware of Zen's ulterior motives, Over the years, many matters had been tacitly understood, and never had anyone come to his aid. At this moment, even knowing that Uchiha Zhen intended to exploit him, he harbored no resentment, feeling an inexplicable sense of gratitude. Reflecting on this emotion, he found it somewhat absurd. The Immortality trio, being allies, could share intelligence, yet he held little hope of integrating his clansmen. Uchiha Zhen's blatant proposal clearly indicated a desire for a member from the Yamenka clan, contingent upon whether they could coexist with Nara Shikaku. In other words, they were all aware of Shikaku's situation, merely turning a blind eye until Uchiha Zhen presented him with an option. A spot for the Yamenka clan was available, but it depended on their attitude, whether this was an act of solidarity for Nara Shikaku or had ulterior motives. Even Shikaku was uncertain about this. Based on Uchiha Zhen's demeanor, he possessed an unusual level of insight and cunning for his age, rendering the notion of advocating for his teammates implausible. Yamenka Hayashi glanced awkwardly at Shikaku. Having recently ascended to clan leader, he was unsure how to navigate such matters. How could this be? The Immortality trio has always shared a bond of camaraderie. Oh, so the threats against my fine comrades from the Yamenka and Akimichi clans on the battlefield were mere fabrications. Uchiha Zhen languidly shifted his position. Yet the coldness in his gaze sent chills down the spines of Yamenka Hayashi and Akimichi Choji. Perhaps I misjudged the situation. Zhen's words rendered all clan leaders cautious, preparing to investigate whether anyone had offended Uchiha Zhen or his comrades on the battlefield. Should such a situation arise, I shall promptly ascertain the truth and provide an explanation to Shikaku. Yamenka Hayashi expressed his stance. Their clan operated within the intelligence department. Yet the interrogation department's intelligence differed significantly, as they primarily engaged in clerical work. The interrogation department, on the other hand, could even determine the fate of criminals without Hokage's intervention, merely requiring a reasonable report. No one could guarantee that their clansmen wouldn't err, and if caught uttering careless words, it could implicate the entire clan. The least composed among them was Nara Shikaku, who had never anticipated the emergence of such accountability. He continued to heap chili on his grilled meat, concealing his slightly reddened nose, fearing that someone might call attention to his quivering voice. What Uchiha Zhen desired was not the truth, but rather to ensure that his fine teammates willingly allowed him to exploit their potential. Casting a glance at the effortful Nara Shikaku, he smiled lightly. No need for investigation. After all, they are all deceased. Otherwise, how could I have the opportunity to become good teammates with Shikaku? Chapter 83. Where to supplement none of the clan leaders were fools. Uchiha Zhen's statement raised questions regarding whether the teammates paired with Nara Shikaku had truly perished in battle or if it was a matter of personal vendetta. The leaders regarded the Immortality trio with a newfound scrutiny, their perceptions of the young Captain Uchiha Zhen deepening. Initially, they may have sought to placate him, but now they pondered more profoundly. Did sending individuals into the interrogation department imply a stance? Currently, the three Sannin and Konoha White Fang stood on equal footing. And as a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, was it truly that simple for Uchiha Zhen to garner support? Did it signify that during the fourth Hokage selection, he subtly indicated that his clan backed Orochimaru? Orochimaru, a favored disciple of the third Hokage, had Uchiha Zhen as his sole apprentice. Every action he took carried significant implications, a detail they had previously overlooked. It now appeared that securing a position was no trivial endeavor, and the urgency presented by Uchiha Zhen left them little time for contemplation. Whose machinations were at play here? Orochimaru, or the third Hokage? Perhaps it was all part of Uchiha Zhen's scheme. Danzo, seeking to eliminate the Uchiha and undermine the Hokage, intended to covertly meet with the rock ninja envoy before their departure. Initially, he aimed to manipulate the situation to pressure the Hokage, but unexpectedly, he was met with a scathing rebuke from the rock ninja envoy. Get out of here. Not a single one of you Konoha scoundrels, from old to young, is worth a damn. Having held a high position for so long, Danzo had never encountered such disrespect outside the Hokage's office. He was seething with rage. The rock ninja envoy's arrogance was intolerable. Konoha was still standing. A multitude of root ninjas surrounded the rock ninja envoy. What do you intend to do? Naturally, to negotiate. I wish to discuss matters with you. Just as Danzo finished speaking, the rock ninja envoy retorted sharply. Haven't you Konoha had enough? The payment has already been made, and the first portion of reparations will arrive shortly. What audacity do you have to keep demanding more? The envoy's tirade left Danzo bewildered. Blackmailed? Payment made? Konoha had never received any reparations from you. Nonsense. Do you have no shame? First, the Hokage extorted us. Then you send a Uchiha to raise the price. Not only did you swindle us out of 2 billion, but now you, an old relic, have the audacity to show up. As the envoy grew increasingly agitated, Danzo pieced together from the fragmented information that Uchiha Zhen had secretly extorted money from the Rock Ninja. What nefarious purpose could the Uchiha have for such funds? I know nothing of what you speak. I approached you with sincere intentions for cooperation. Danzo and the Rock Ninja envoy conversed for an entire afternoon, and of course, such matters did not escape the Hokage's notice. Simultaneously, the Sand Ninja envoy privately met with the Hokage. The third Hokage stood by the window, smoking a pipe. Gazing at the villagers outside who were filled with laughter and joy, his expression inscrutable. He then turned back to his desk, picking up a document and meticulously reviewing it. In contrast to the Rock Ninja's volatility, the exchange with the Sand Ninja was far more straightforward. The Sand Ninja offered 20 years of peace in exchange for the life of Kakashi Hitaki and was willing to provide Konoha with 1/3 of the compensation for all tasks annually. The third Hokage wavered, the life of Kakashi Hitaki in exchange for 2 decades of tranquility. While termed compensation, it was more accurately described as tribute. As the Sand Ninja would become a vassal of Konoha. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office was forcefully kicked open by Danzo, his face contorted with anger, ready to recount the deeds of Uchiha Zhen to this old friend. However, upon seeing him seated at a desk cluttered with documents, seemingly preoccupied with thoughts of his own, he restrained himself. Nijan, Uchiha Zhen embezzled funds meant for our clan. We must not show weakness in this matter. The third Hokage remained silent for a long moment, contemplating. I have advised you to remain calm and refrain from unnecessary actions. It appears you have disregarded my words. Do not forget, I am the Hokage. I act solely for the village. Danzo gritted his teeth, gripping his cane tightly. You are aware of Zen's recruitment efforts within the village, are you not? His actions clearly indicate an attempt to form factions. What schemes have you been concocting with the Rock Village envoy? The third Hokage skillfully sidestepped Danzo's inquiry, choosing instead to shift the conversation. At this moment, he could afford to turn a blind eye to Uchiha Zen's transgressions. What? We were merely discussing when the compensation would be delivered. Danzo thought to keep his intentions regarding the Uchiha hidden from the Hokage. We are both aging, and it is time to cultivate the fourth Hokage. Please refrain from engaging in futile endeavors. The mention of Hokage caused a flicker of unease to pass over Danzo's face. Everything he did was for the village, with the ambition to ascend to the position of Hokage. A moment of hesitation in the past had cost him that title, and the fourth Hokage must be his. Danzo stole a glance at the semi-obscured crystal ball on the desk and replied in a low voice. I can establish additional hot springs in Konoha. The third Hokage, who had initially intended to strip Danzo of his power, instinctively asked, Where? Cough, cough. We will address Uchiha Zhen later, Danzo said before departing, assigning the task of sending the Rock Village envoy home to the village and specifically requesting Uchiha Zhen to undertake it. Unbeknownst to him, this task was suppressed by the Hokage, who instructed the Umbu to assign it to Kakashi Hitaki. The barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan remained bustling with activity in the evening. The clan leaders showed no intentions of leaving, nor did the individuals accompanying Uchiha Zhen, who incessantly called for more meat. The only unfortunate soul was Nara Shikaku, who had already sent someone home thrice to fetch money, depleting his savings. He never anticipated witnessing the Uchiha devouring so much food since their arrival. Waitress, bring us another 100 plates of wagyu. With Uchiha-on's loud call, Shikaku's heart twitched, a cold sensation enveloping him, as if he were suffocating. Such behavior will lead the clan leaders to believe the Uchiha lack table manners, Uchiha Zhen chided, his face devoid of any remorse as he shouted, My apologies, waitress, we do not require 100 plates of wagyu. Upon hearing this, Shikaku nearly burst into tears, awed by the composure of someone from a prestigious family. Bring us 66 plates of wagyu, 66 of tender pork belly, 66 of diced meat, 66 of tenderloin, 66 of short ribs, 66 of ham, and 66 of bacon. May our recruitment efforts go smoothly. After Uchiha Zhen concluded, Shikaku's vision blurred, and had it not been for Yamamoto's support beside him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Recalling that Orochimaru was still in the laboratory, dinner would surely consist of military rations. He ordered 2 additional plates of kidneys, charging them to his account. Chapter 84. I will cover the cost of the kidneys. This is for Orochimaru to take back. Whatever is eaten must be replenished. This gesture can be seen as filial piety from a disciple. He also intended to have Orochimaru slice a small portion of the first Hokage's cells for research, hoping to unearth the secrets of immortality. The mere thought of the first Hokage's cells reminded him of the flesh of the deceased in his mouth. As he gazed at the barbecue before him, Uchiha Zen's retching elicited astonishment from everyone. The esteemed Uchiha interrogating a squad leader, and yet succumbing to overindulgence at a barbecue. The expressions of those present grew peculiar. Even Nara Shikaku turned his face away, unwilling to acknowledge him. What an embarrassment. My apologies, this meat seems problematic. I shall return it to feed the snakes. Uchiha Zen was well aware of their thoughts. He quickly formed hand seals and utilized the fire style, mini dragon flame technique. Two little fire dragons seemed to have eyes of their own, perfectly roasting all the meat until it was crisp and aromatic. Fire style can be used in such a manner. This display left everyone astounded. Soon after, a stack of scrolls appeared on the table. Uchiha Zen swiftly sealed all the roasted meat and sauces within the scrolls, along with 2 kidneys. My apologies, esteemed guests. Please continue. We have matters to attend to. Uchiha Zen maintained a composed demeanor, expressing gratitude for Shikaku's hospitality. I will cover the cost of the kidneys. After departing the barbecue establishment, each member of the group was so full that they could hardly stand straight. Lord Zen, the clan leader requests your return. Uchiha N recalled the message entrusted to him by Uchiha Fugaku. He had forgotten until now, and whether Uchiha Zen returned was of no concern to him. After all, he was allied with Uchiha Zen, inheriting the legacy of the Uchiha's 8th generation of guardian dark ninjas. The clan leader's multitude of followers would not be affected by his absence. Understood. Kakashi, Rin, you two may return first, Uchiha Zen instructed. Kakashi, wait for me by the river where we last fished after school each day. I shall also be leaving. Nara Shikaku, understanding that Uchiha Zen had matters to attend to, waved his hand and turned to depart, satisfied with his accomplishments for the day. Hey, Uchiha Zen called out to him. Several scrolls were tossed from behind him. Here is your share. Uchiha Zen crossed his arms, his chin slightly raised, wearing an expression that exuded camaraderie. Thank you, Nara Shikaku replied. His back turned to Uchiha Zen in the night, uncertain whether it was gratitude for standing up for him today or for the benefits he had received. However, these concerns were no longer significant to him. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, how have my parents been recently? Upon arriving at the Uchiha compound, everyone returned to their respective homes, except for Uchiha N, who remained by his side. They are quite well. The clan leader is very considerate, and I often visit the 8th generation uncle. Aside from the last incident, no one has been monitoring us. I likely won't be in the Uchiha for a long time. Please look after them for me. Uchiha Zen's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. Tomorrow, you will take on the role of the 2nd group leader in the interrogation division. Identify those you find suitable and instruct Nara Shikaku to remain. Yes, my lord. Uchiha N respectfully replied, sensing that the current Uchiha Zen was the true embodiment of the clan, just as he had been that night. Regardless of how many times he had seen him, whether negotiating with clan leaders, pressuring for debts, or displaying obedience at home, none represented the true him. Only now, upon arriving at Uchiha Fugaku's clan residence, he was greeted by Uchiha Ryoho, while the clan leader Fugaku paced restlessly within the room. Lord Fugaku, Zenkuin, you have finally returned. If this pertains to the interrogation division, do not worry. I have already arranged for Uchiha on. Uchiha Zen did not engage in banter with Uchiha Fugaku. He could sense the yearning for power in his eyes. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Although Uchiha and was also an Uchiha, he was somewhat lacking in decorum. While his strength was unquestionable, he always felt there was something amiss. Zenkuin, can't we appoint someone else? Uchiha N grimaced. He was still present. This clan leader was utterly intolerable. He mentally cursed Uchiha Fugaku with many unfit remarks. Who would you prefer to replace him? Uchiha Zhen understood all too well that he intended to replace him with his own trusted confidant, which, in essence, was a form of division. The mutual benefits between them had shifted, and Uchiha Fugaku was now wary of him. What do you think of Lu Hua? Uchiha Fugaku directly recommended his own shadow guard, an elite jonin, with the 3-tomo Sharingan, calm and, most importantly, loyal. Oh, Zhen cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Lu Hua, who stood beside Uchiha Fugaku, his gaze lowered and body leaning back, lazily inquiring, "What can he do?" Lu Hua was an elite ninja of the Uchiha clan, skilled in Jinjutsu, ready to assist you. Can he collect debts? Can he curse without using vulgarities? Can he throw a tantrum? Does he know when to be shameless? Uchiha Zhen's 4 rapid-fire questions darkened the expressions of both Uchiha Fugaku and Lu Hua. They were Uchiha. How could they engage in such behavior? Uchiha Yin rolled his eyes, casting a resentful glance at Uchiha Zhen. "No, what do I need him for? I'm looking for someone to help me resolve issues, not to act as a mere doorman." Sensing the head of the clan's gaze, Uchiha Yin directly rolled his eyes. "What are you looking at?" It seemed that Zhen had his own plans. What arrangements were being made in other clans? Although Uchiha Fugaku was reluctant, he had no choice but to concede. "I've delegated the recruitment to Narashikahiza. If the numbers are insufficient, we can draw a few from Lord Orochimaru's shadow guards." Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor stiffened as he grasped the implication. He was appointed as the interrogation squad leader by virtue of his ties to Orochimaru, not as an Uchiha. However, his mind became cautious, pondering the extent of his loyalty to the Uchiha clan. "My apologies for being abrupt. Clan leader, if there's nothing further, I must return to deliver food to Lord Orochimaru." Watching Uchiha Zhen depart, Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes and sighed. "Clan leader, does he not regard you at all?" After a long moment, Uchiha Fugaku reflected and replied, "No, it is you he does not regard." After leaving the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Yin asked, "Lord Zhen, are you heading home?" "No, accompany me to the Hyuga clan, and we shall stay at your home for the night." After speaking, he created a shadow clone, handing over a scroll with instructions. "Deliver this to Lord Orochimaru and remind him to replenish his strength." The clone vanished into the night. Soon, they arrived at the Hyuga clan grounds. "It has been a long time. Clan leader Hinata, I came to check on your health." Hizashi wore a stern expression, lacking his usual mirth, a stark contrast to before. "I did not expect you still thought of this old man." Cough, cough. The elder Hyuga, supported by Hizashi, emerged from the tatami room, sounding considerably weaker than before. "Elder, clan leader Hinata, I apologize for the late intrusion. I am now the interrogation squad leader and would like to know if your clan has any interest in serving in the interrogation department." "Haha, your presence suggests you had this planned. Whom do you desire?" The elder Hyuga exhaled laboriously, indicating his frail condition. "That depends on the elder and clan leader Hinata's preferences." Uchiha Zhen did not specify anyone in particular, merely seeking a Hyuga with Byakugan. "Hizashi, who do you think would be most suitable?" The elder Hyuga directed the question towards Hizashi, who had matured into a more fitting clan leader, no longer uttering foolish remarks. "Let the squad leader decide." Hizashi, with a stoic expression, passed the decision back to Uchiha Zhen, suggesting he could choose anyone, even summoning all the clan members for selection. The hint of disappointment in the elder Hyuga's eyes did not escape Uchiha Zhen's notice. "Hizashi, you shall go." "Yes, father." Hizashi then respectfully bowed to Uchiha Zhen, stating, "Captain, I look forward to your guidance. You will arrive at the interrogation department tomorrow." Uchiha Zhen rose, indicating he did not intend to linger. "Elder, clan leader Hinata, I must see if my teammate is still upset, so I shall take my leave." The elder Hyuga waved dismissively. Hizashi gestured for him to follow. "Lord, I shall guide you." They arrived at Hyuga Toru's modest traditional home, a style evidently favored by the Hyuga clan. "You may return. I will just check on him and then leave." Uchiha Zhen pushed open the door, where a furious voice erupted. "Who is it? Who dares to step on the floor and make you pay?" "It is I." Uchiha Zhen assessed Hyuga Toru, half kneeling on the tatami, his clothes drenched in sweat. For someone who should have been sent to play chess with the Grim Reaper long ago, his continued existence was now considered. He still had a modicum of utility. "Uchiha Zhen, it's you? I'll take you down with me." Hyuga Toru sprang up, clumsily wielding a low table from the tatami towards Uchiha Zhen, his movements resembling that of a zombie, limbs uncoordinated. Uchiha Yin quickly positioned himself in front of Uchiha Zhen, kicking the table to pieces and sending Hyuga Toru sprawling from one side of the room to the other. Observing his former teammate, once so eager to claim credit, now struggling to move, a smirk appeared on his lips. "If he had smashed that table on us, we would not have escaped unscathed." Uchiha Zhen approached Hyuga Toru, passing by Uchiha Yin, casually remarking, "Ah?" Uchiha Yin stood frozen in place. Indeed, the Uchiha clan does not require compensation for injuries inflicted upon the Hyuga. "What do you intend to do?" Hyuga Toru's anger was palpable. Since being beaten by Uchiha Zhen, he had become incapacitated, gradually losing the ability to function normally. Neither medical examination nor Byakugan could uncover the underlying issue. Yet he firmly believed it was Uchiha Zhen's doing, having maliciously struck him in public without any evidence. Uchiha Zhen crouched beside him, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Do you know why I have kept you around? This is Konoha. You wish to kill me. Ha ha ha. As long as I remain in the village, you cannot lay a finger on me. Hyuga Toru laughed maniacally, tears brimming in his eyes, desperately attempting to prove something. I am now a cripple. I cannot even leave the village for a mission. You will never claim my life. Keeping you around is merely because you serve as an excellent living vessel. As Uchiha Zhen whispered the words living vessel into Hyuga Toru's ear, his pupils dilated. He had finally grasped Uchiha Zhen's intentions. Though impulsive, he was not entirely foolish, simply unwilling to engage with the convoluted implications. On the battlefield, he had sought achievements to one day extricate himself from the Hyuga clan's constraints and align with the Hokage's direct lineage for a brighter future, instilling a sense of caution in the main family. I will not kill you, but word around town is that you've gone mad. Uchiha Zhen's voice echoed like a spell, for a madman could do anything without suspicion. Hee, Toru-kun, what do you think? The light in Hyuga Toru's eyes extinguished completely. From the very beginning, this had all been part of Uchiha Zhen's scheme. Whether it was to spare his life during his capture or to provoke him into action in public, it had all been meticulously planned. Ha ha. Uchiha Zhen's laughter, though seemingly joyful, concealed an icy chill that sent shivers down his spine. You are a demon. He considered himself no less capable than anyone from the clan, fighting valiantly on the battlefield only to escape the mire of the Hyuga family, yet he found himself ensnared in a deeper abyss. Uchiha Zhen would not let him escape, and revealing the truth would not spare him from the Hyuga's wrath either. Every step he took was meticulously orchestrated, including his inevitable fate. Uchiha Zhen, with a kunai dangling from his middle finger, waved it back and forth before Hinata Yuan's eyes, bidding a tender farewell as Yuan gradually lost consciousness. Yuan-kun. Everything will be all right. There's no need to rush. After leaving the Hyuga, Uchiha Zhen advised the bewildered Uchiha Yen, keep an eye on him for the next few days. If he exhibits any reckless behavior, discreetly bring him to Orochimaru's residence. All right. Uchiha Yen suddenly hesitated, then swallowed his words. No one will obstruct you. Just as those words left his lips, Uchiha Zhen's complexion changed dramatically, and he drew his katana from behind to brace himself against the ground, preventing his body from collapsing. My lord, you. Uchiha Yen, unsure of the situation, immediately became vigilant. It's nothing. Just help me a little. Uchiha Zhen's voice trembled, gasping for breath. His clothes soaked with sweat, hair clinging to the side of his face. Barely recovering for less than a minute, another wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Seeing this state, the passers-by began to offer suggestions. Isn't that Lord Zhen? He seems unwell. We should hurry him to the hospital. Yes. My sworn brother's cousin's son works in the Umbu and heard that Lord Zhen, while valiantly fighting against the enemy, developed a mental illness, and this is how it manifests. You're also an Uchiha. Stop dawdling. I'll lend you my card. Hurry and take him to the hospital. The villagers urged emphatically. Thank you. Uchiha Yen tossed 10 ryu to the villager who lent him the card and loaded Uchiha Zhen, along with his sword, onto it, sprinting with all his might. Lord Zhen, hold on. We are taking you to the hospital. Uchiha Yen was terrified, afraid of any mishap, and he ran with all the grace of a clumsy hayski. Uchiha Zhen felt as though his insides had shifted, as if he were being tortured, every inch of his skin aflame with pain, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. Another round of the national essence. Uchiha Zhen was on the verge of fainting. My lord, please say something. Don't scare me. We'll be at the hospital soon. Just give me a sign. Uchiha Yen babbled incessantly as he pulled the card, unsure if he was comforting Uchiha Zhen or himself. Uchiha Zhen clutched his abdomen, weakly but kindly reminding, you've taken the wrong direction. This is not the way to the hospital. Chapter 86. The thoughts of Konoha's white-fanged Uchiha Yen looked around in confusion, realizing they were lost. Return to Uchiha. Uchiha Zhen's face turned a ghostly pale. All his shadow clones had been obliterated by Orochimaru. Reports from the remaining clones indicated that it was all due to those roasted kidneys. Orochimaru was merciless, shoving soldier pills into the clones' mouths to prolong their torment rather than allowing them to be obliterated instantly. One clone was not enough to sate his wrath. He brought out the second and third, personally annihilating each one in his residence. Although they were not his main body, the pain was undeniably real, pushing him to the brink of humanity. Orochimaru, just wait. One day you will beg for mercy. Uchiha Zhen cursed. Are you all right? I'm lost. Uchiha Yen was on the verge of tears. In his panic, his mind became a chaotic mess, stripping him of his sense of direction, and without that, he couldn't find home. Usually, he remained calm, except when overwhelmed. Moreover, he had never experienced this issue since becoming a ninja. This was his first time. And now he bore not only the risk of being lost, but also the pride of being a guardian of the Uchiha's 8th lineage. Uchiha Zhen rubbed his temples, wondering why all the Uchihas he knew lacked sanity. Just keep moving. Uchiha Yen pulled Uchiha Zhen back home in a small cart, bursting through the door and calling out for Uchiha Hakadai, collapsing at the entrance. Uncle Hakadai, hurry, hurry. Lord Zhen is in dire straits, and I can't take it anymore. Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha Ing, upon seeing Uchiha Zhen clutching his face, stuck in a cart, while Uchiha Yen fumbled with the wheels. Both wore equally pale expressions. Brother, did you go to the latrine? What happened to you? The first to recover from shock was Uchiha Ing. Having never seen Uchiha Yen so weakened, he went to the latrine. Uchiha Zhen's voice was barely audible, squeezed out through gritted teeth. Yen, my lord. Uchiha Hakadai's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to laugh, but struggled to suppress it, causing his face to ache. What happened to him? Uchiha Zhen stepped down from the cart, leaning against the wall, casting a disdainful glance at Uchiha Yen, who was panting heavily. Could it be a side effect of the Sharingan? Yen gets like this when he panics, but he hasn't experienced it since becoming a ninja. Uchiha Hakadai helped both of them up and led them into the house, perplexed about what had transpired to cause such a state. Uchiha Zhen, Uchiha Ing, with her beautiful eyes, glanced between Uchiha Yen and Uchiha Zhen, then at her father, whose complexion was equally unusual. Lord Zhen, what is the matter? Are you injured? Although Uchiha Hakadai doubted anyone in Konoha would dare to openly attack an Uchiha, he could not rule out the possibility of such an incident, especially after the last event revealed the true nature of Konoha's higher-ups. No, it was a backlash from my shadow clones. Uchiha Zhen refrained from mentioning that he had been beaten by Orochimaru and imploded. May I stay here for the night? Of course, I will arrange a room for you. Uchiha Hakadai didn't understand why he wouldn't return home and didn't press further. It appeared that the one they needed to protect this generation was different, perhaps capable of reviving the Uchiha's most glorious era. Xiaoying, you go sleep with your brother. Clear the room for him. Uchiha Zhen was speechless, wondering if the current Uchihas had any reliability left. Uchiha Ing, being a girl, was treated like a pet. Uncle Hakadai, there's no need to go to such trouble. Yen and I can manage for one night. Uchiha Zhen didn't want to take the girl's room, as it was merely for sleeping, and it mattered not where he rested. Lord Zhen, don't be so polite. Just sleep in Xiaoying's room. She's not that particular. Uchiha Hakadai, fearing Uchiha Zhen might misinterpret him as overly indulgent towards the child, explained deliberately. Uchiha Ing, though not opposed, pouted at the table, wearing an expression of someone who was selling themselves for favors. Lord Zhen, if you prefer company, the four of us can sleep together. After all, Uncle Hakadai is a bachelor. Uchiha Yen's recovery was interrupted by this remark, causing Uchiha Zhen to nearly choke on his own saliva. You should be quiet. Kakashi, clutching his stomach, returned home and dashed to the restroom, violently vomiting. He swore he would never eat roasted meat again. Kakashi, did someone beat you up? Hatake Sakumo teased his son from the restroom door. Although he was unclear about how Uchiha Zhen would discipline Kakashi, he knew it would involve some physical discomfort. Yet it was better than suffering at the hands of an enemy. Though it pained him slightly, he still hoped Kakashi could learn even a fraction of Uchiha Zhen's prowess. On the battlefield, no one would care who you were. Father, aside from strength, what do you truly value in Uchiha Zhen? After finishing his meal, Kakashi rose to question. Believing that a powerful individual should emulate his father, aspiring to become such a formidable figure himself. Under the halo of genius, he relentlessly pursued this goal, acknowledging Uchiha Zhen's prowess, yet struggling to accept his demeanor. Shumo Hatake subdued his teasing expression towards his son and, with a grave tone, replied, Are you inquiring what you lack compared to him, aside from strength? Kakashi remained silent, tacitly accepting this answer. Strength, perhaps within a few years. You could catch up to his current level, Shumo Hatake said, facing Kakashi as they sat down for a rare heart-to-heart. However, you will never reach his level of thinking. Though I am loath to admit the vast gap that exists among peers, I do not expect you to attain such heights. I merely hope you can learn even a fraction of it. Since receiving the special task from the Hokage, Shumo Hatake harbored an ominous premonition, a feeling cultivated over years of being a ninja. He wished for his son to engage more with Uchiha Zhen and become friends, providing a semblance of assurance should he one day be absent. This urgency also fueled his desire for Kakashi to have a distinguished mentor before graduation. But why does Kakashi fail to comprehend this? Were he not an Uchiha, I would adopt him as my son, allowing him to inherit the Hatake clan. This is no jest. Kakashi. Shumo Hatake's expression was stern, disregarding Kakashi's dissatisfaction. Father, Uchiha Zhen's character is questionable, Kakashi finally managed to utter. He had intended to label Uchiha Zhen as shameless and unscrupulous, but, not wanting to undermine his father's dignity, he tactfully recounted Zhen's recent misdeeds. As Shumo Hatake fell silent, Kakashi believed he had finally made his father see Uchiha Zhen's true nature. Yet, Shumo Hatake firmly stated, Kakashi, consider this. If you were the captain of a detachment and on your first day discovered you were merely a figurehead, what would you do? Chapter 87. The sun shines brightly, no escape from bed. Kakashi opened his mouth, wanting to argue that such a scenario could never occur. Yet, Uchiha Zhen's current predicament was precisely that. Report to Lord Hokage, recruit people, Shumo Hatake instructed. Kakashi looked at his father, puzzled. His father's face darkened as he asked, do you think a detachment captain can bypass the interrogation department chief to seek out the Hokage? Uchiha Zhen's insistence on proclaiming fairness and justice in public was not merely for entertainment. It served a purpose. Kakashi remained silent, internally agreeing but still following through with the actions. He seeks the people's support. I have a premonition that he will form a team so formidable that even the Hokage would hesitate to challenge it. I may have been short-sighted, but Uchiha Zhen's method of recruiting was akin to taking advantage of others. Kakashi recognized his error but remained unconvinced of Uchiha Zhen's character. If you possess the ability to take advantage of others, I doubt I would need to tell you this. Shumo Hatake paused, continuing, to some extent. Even I do not comprehend things as clearly as he does. I am a ninja. Missions come with the risk of not returning. You cannot live perpetually under my protection. Father, how could a ninja as powerful as you fail to complete a task? Kakashi expressed disbelief, unable to fathom his father's limitations. Nothing is impossible, just like Uchiha Zhen. A year ago, no one knew his name, and now he has captured the attention of clan leaders and high-ranking officials. Moreover, Orochimaru had never taken a disciple. His previous student was Senju Rashu, the grandson of the first Hokage, and only due to Tsunade's influence. Do you not see the disparity between you? Kakashi bowed his head. Silent. I worry that the Hatake clan may perish under your stewardship, Shumo Hatake said, rising to gaze out at the cold moonlight, a hint of sorrow in his expression. The Hatake clan, though reclusive and sparse in numbers, still existed. He merely wished to keep his kin away from the struggles for power. Yet they required a leader capable of safeguarding them for their survival. What good is a powerful Senju if only one remains alive? Father, I will become an exceptional ninja, just like you. Shumo Hatake offered a bittersweet smile. He desired not merely a skilled ninja, but a leader of the Hatake clan capable of protecting his people. Perhaps you will surpass me as a ninja, but merely being an exceptional ninja is not enough. The sun shone brightly in the sky, and Uchiha Zhen buried his face in the covers, ignoring Uchiha Yan's incessant calls to get up. Lord Zhen, we must head to the interrogation department. Isn't today the recruitment day? You go ahead. Once you arrive, find Nara Shikaku and let him handle things. I will join you shortly, Uchiha Zhen said, turning over, showing no intention of rising. After finally falling asleep, he was disturbed by a child's cries. Just as the child settled, he found himself wide awake again, the cycle repeating until morning, coupled with the information received from his shadow clone, particularly regarding the 8 gates technique, a technique that sacrifices life to lift the body's chakra restrictions and release excess energy. He felt compelled to combine his research to achieve a permanent activation rather than a flawed, limited technique. The opening of the first gate corresponded to the Ren Meridian, and since he last opened it, he had remained silent. Now, with the potential results of his research at hand, he felt a desire to test the limits of the Du Meridian, also known as the opening of the Rest Gate. While he envisioned great success, upon arriving at the interrogation department, Nara Shikaku was informed of Uchiha Zhen's orders by Uchiha Yen, leading to an earth-shattering wail that frightened away half the applicants. Some even speculated that to join the 4th Division of the interrogation department one must first endure the captain's torturous trials. Even those forcibly sent by their families began to waver. When Nara Shikaku emerged, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his expression akin to a disgruntled father. Applicants, come forth to register. Hondalongma, proficient in illusion techniques. All else is blank. This name piqued Nara Shikaku's interest. Most were ninjas sent by their families, while half were commoner ninjas. Uchiha Zhen's grand proclamations were aimed at ensuring fairness and transparency, as the absence of commoner ninjas would undoubtedly lead to skepticism. Thus, he marked this name and instructed Uchiha Yen to ensure he remained. As a result, Uchiha Zhen's reputation among commoners improved. Look, the clan ninjas had been eliminated, yet the commoner ninjas entered first. This realization soothed the hearts of many eliminated commoners, who initially suspected foul play but now recognized their inadequacies, igniting their fighting spirit instead. Following this, Uchiha Yen assisted Nara Shikaku in filtering through the clan ninjas, initially reviewing their credentials but soon resorting to superficial judgment, rejecting those deemed too ugly, too old, or too overweight. Nara team leader, when will the captain arrive? We still have several spies to interrogate. Sarutobi Hong expressed significant discontent towards Nara Shikaku, who had recently joined and was now placed above him. After all, he belonged to the Hokage family, and to be subordinate to another was unacceptable, especially since the Nara clan served the Hokage. When Nara Tamahira laid eyes on his team, he immediately sensed that Uchiha Shinto harbored ill intentions. Naturally, he had no kind words for them, coldly remarking, "Does everyone in the interrogation department share your fervor for work? You've taken it upon yourself to handle matters that should concern the captain." Just as Sarutobi Hiro was about to explode with anger, he was restrained by Shimizu Taichi, who subdued his frustration and said, "My apologies. I overstepped. May I ask, group leader, what are we to do now?" Shimizu Taichi's somber expression suggested he was not to be trifled with, yet he remained courteous. Observing their demeanor, Nara Tamahira swiftly deduced that Uchiha Shinto had tasked him with leading a team to discreetly eliminate them. That treacherous Uchiha Shinto, always entangling him in mischief. Do what must be done. How could I possibly know what to do? I've only just arrived this morning, and Uchiha Shinto has divulged nothing to me. The three retreated, humiliated. Upon hearing about the recruitment for the 4th Division, Minister Morinai Izumi came to inspect, fearing that the 4th Division might turn into a branch of the Uchiha clan. He was somewhat taken aback to find Nara Tamahira there. Should it not have been Uchiha Shinto overseeing the recruitment? Minister Morinai, Uchiha En and Nara Tamahira greeted him. Have you finalized your selections? I apologize, Minister Morinai, but the specifics of the candidates must be confirmed by the captain. I cannot overstep my authority to provide you with the list. Minister Morinai nodded in understanding. Although Nara Tamahira was a teammate of Uchiha Shinto, the current dynamics were hierarchical, making such considerations reasonable. He glanced at Uchiha En and, not yet satisfied, inquired, "How many Uchiha are there?" He was genuinely concerned that Uchiha Shinto might bring in the clan's elderly and infirm to feed off the resources. "Only one," Uchiha En retorted, indignant. "Who do you think we Uchiha are? Even if we desire to join, it must align with our patriarch's wishes." Upon hearing there was only one Uchiha, Minister Morinai departed, relieved. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hakadai was increasingly worried about Uchiha Shinto still being in bed at noon and rushed to his home to summon Uchiha Reina. "Shinto, how rude of you. Not only do you neglect to return home, but you also laze about here." Uchiha Shinto was unceremoniously yanked from his bed by his mother. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Uchiha Hakadai vanished in an instant, believing that as long as he moved swiftly, he could distance himself from the matter. "Mother, I was wrong. Please let go. Last night there were cries of a baby that frightened me awake." Uchiha Shinto desperately fabricated excuses, attempting to quell Uchiha Reina's wrath. "A baby? Are you referring to Shursui? He is well-behaved and wouldn't cry. Don't speak nonsense." Uchiha Shinto's voice rose. "You mean Shursui? Uchiha Shursui. Good heavens. I always thought he was born around the same time as Itachi. May I go see him?" Uchiha Shinto pleaded with a pitiful gaze at Uchiha Reina. "Stop changing the subject. Why did you not return home?" "It's not that I didn't want to," Uchiha Shinto replied, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Father said he wanted to have another child, claiming I was a nuisance at home, and sent me to stay with Lord Orochimaru. The clan leader summoned me yesterday, and it was too late to return home." Uchiha Shinto's voice dwindled, placing the blame squarely on his father, which only fueled Uchiha Reina's anger. Seizing the moment, he swiftly retrieved 2 scrolls from his pocket and thrust them into Uchiha Reina's arms. "Mother, this is roasted meat. I will be back shortly. You can have it while I won't be returning." Seeing her son so pitiful, too afraid to return home, Uchiha Reina felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Uchiha Hisui. "Shinto, come home with me." "Hisui, just wait until I deal with you." "Mother, I have many tasks to attend to in the interrogation department, and I must assist Kakashi and the others with their training this afternoon. I shall take my leave now." Uchiha Shinto departed from Uchiha Hakadai's residence, glancing back multiple times. Once outside, he immediately activated his Shunshin to check on the interrogation department, only to inadvertently collide with Uchiha Hakadai. The two stared at each other for a prolonged moment. "Uncle Hakadai, thank you for your hospitality last night. I shall return home this evening." He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of what else to say, especially as his uncle wore a serious expression akin to that of a stern teacher. Upon entering the interrogation department, he overheard discussions about candidates being too overweight, unattractive, or too short. Uchiha Shinto eyed Uchiha In and Nara Tamahira with suspicion. "What are you two up to? Are you selecting brides or reading fortunes?" "Lord Shinto." "Captain." Nara Tamahira's exaggerated tone of address was somewhat mocking, yet as long as he performed his duties, his attitude could be forgiven. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. Uchiha Shinto took the list and declared, Hinata is on the list. He is a definite pick." Nara Tamahira marked Hinata's name with a check. The conversation transitioned from 2 individuals to 3, analyzing which candidates appeared amiable and which seemed trustworthy. After reviewing a batch of candidates, Nara Tamahira felt he had acquired the ability to read faces and could potentially open a business in the future. "All right, we will train these individuals as they arrive. But first, let us complete today's tasks." Uchiha Shinto stretched and instructed a shadow clone to deliver the names to Minister Morinai. Upon receiving the list, Minister Morinai found it peculiar. The number of candidates was insufficient to form 4 teams, yet they all bore striking features, and there was only one Uchiha among them. He signed his name, which indicated that these individuals would become members of the 4th Division. Upon arriving at the prison, Uchiha Shinto instructed Colonel Kamita to bring someone at random and asked Shimizu Taichi to prepare a large pot and sauce. When the spy was brought in, he was not bound to a torture chair but laid flat on a bench. Uchiha Shinto said nothing, instructing Sarutobi Hiro to boil water. He approached the spy and introduced Valen, 42 years old, a disabled retired ninja. "Why should you treat me this way? Why do you believe I am a spy for another country? I have lived in Konohagakure for over 30 years. Valen shouted, vehemently denying his identity as a spy. Sarutobi Hiro, add some chili to the water. Uchiha Shinto then ordered the kneeling colonel, strip him of his clothes. Fortunately, the interrogation room was occupied solely by men. Though puzzled, they did not question the order. "To be honest, I have no interest in where you come from or your motives for coming to Konohagakure," Uchiha Shinto remarked, holding the sauce while circling Valen. "I recently acquired a snake that only consumes meat, and since I hold the authority to determine the fates of criminals here in the interrogation department." He began applying the sauce to Valen's body, starting from the head and working his way down, as if marinating meat. "What are you doing? I am a native of Konohagakure. Stop this. I have accomplished great deeds," Valen exclaimed, catching sight of the pot steaming with white vapor, recalling that chili had been added. The thought propelled him to struggle. Uchiha Shinto remained undeterred, brushing sauce onto Valen while commenting on his physique. "This part is fatty. This muscle looks good. An. How are your knife skills?" Uchiha In hesitated but promptly nodded. "They're decent, quite quick." "Good. Slice this meat and throw it into the pot." Uchiha Zhen pointed at Varan's calf and remarked, "All right, I've slaughtered pigs before and have experience in butchering." Uchiha Yan's mind seemed to have suddenly cleared, immediately grasping Uchiha Zhen's intent. As he unsheathed his blade, he said, "Brother, bear with it. Your flesh is not quite akin to that of a pig, so it may require a few more slices." Uchiha Yan's knife moved with remarkable swiftness as it descended towards the calf. Nara Uchiha cooperatively held a plate to catch the remnants, slowly inquiring, "Captain, how does your snake prefer its meat cooked?" Chapter 89. Remember, your name is Hitaki Kakashi. As he prepared to make the second cut, Varan began to scream in desperation. Uchiha Zhen activated his Sharingan and cast an illusion on him. "I will speak. I will tell you everything. Please, grant me a swift end. That is of no consequence." Uchiha Zhen replied nonchalantly, "What are you hesitating for? Continue. This little bit won't satiate my pet. I am from the Sand Village, and my latest mission is to find an opportunity to eliminate the Leaf's white fang. I said it all. I divulged everything. Just give me a swift end." No sooner had he finished speaking than the ninja, known as Varan, succumbed, blood pouring from his 7 orifices as he perished. Off to play chess with the Grim Reaper? Such a pity. Uchiha Zhen lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. He was frightened to death without even a scratch on him. Uchiha completed the documentation and handed it to Uchiha Zhen, who signed it without even glancing. "You don't even look at it? You do your job, and I feel a tad more at ease. After all, wise individuals do not engage in foolishness. I'm even here teaching you how to interrogate prisoners. You should be grateful I haven't demanded a fee for the lesson. The water hasn't boiled yet. This time." Shimura Tetsu stammered. The pot hadn't even begun to boil when the confession was made. But this man cannot die. He had been placed under a seal. Who could have known he wouldn't withstand the questioning? Just as the Hokage was preparing to leave for the day, Marino Izumo arrived from the interrogation department with a document in hand. "Izumo, is it urgent enough for you to come in person?" "Hokage-sama. This is regarding one of the most troublesome spies we captured recently, who was interrogated by Uchiha Zhen." Marino Izumo spoke with a stutter upon seeing the document. His eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. He could scarcely believe it. Within 5 minutes, the individual had confessed everything, yet regrettably, the person had died. However, this was not Uchiha Zhen's fault. Who could have known he was under a seal? Once again, it was Uchiha Zhen. The 3rd Hokage quickly skimmed through the document, absorbing all the details. He is a capable young man. Isn't he supposed to be recruiting? How is that progressing? Many have applied, but none have gathered completely. There is only one member of the Uchiha clan. Marino Izumo hesitated to continue, but it seems Uchiha Zhen has a particular fondness for those of striking appearance. Here is the list. Marino Izumo presented the compiled names to the 3rd Hokage, seeking his signature for approval. Typically, he could have made such decisions independently. But given the Hokage's subtle caution regarding Uchiha Zhen, he had taken the time to organize the list. Upon hearing there was only one Uchiha among otherwise generally attractive candidates, the 3rd Hokage felt considerably relieved. It would be unwise to cling tightly to power, preventing the head of the interrogation department from making decisions regarding recruitment. "You are responsible for this matter." "Yes, I will handle their onboarding procedures tomorrow." With the 3rd Hokage's consent, Izumo felt a sense of reassurance. Recently, rumors had circulated within the village concerning Uchiha Zhen's severe psychological issues. Some civilians, upon seeing him on the streets, offered their condolences. Others began to speculate whether Uchiha Zhen's team had encountered some horrific events on the battlefield. Even Hinata had recently reported psychological troubles, declaring himself a failure. Uchiha and others did not escape unscathed, as they unfairly labeled him as possessing a brilliant mind yet suffering from mental inadequacy. Apart from Uchiha Zhen, the busiest among them was Uchiha Yen, who, in addition to working in the interrogation department, was keeping an eye on Hinata. During a task briefing, he noted Hinata's peculiar behavior. "Lord Zhen, recently, Hinata has been visiting Nanha River frequently, a very secluded area known to our clan, seldom recognized by others." "Nanha River?" Uchiha Zhen crossed his arms, resting his chin upon them, frowning. "How many times has he been there?" "Twice, both during the night. His movements seemed laborious and prolonged, so I dared not follow too closely." He had begun to suspect that Hinata might be attempting to set them up. If he fell into the ravine, he would find himself in deep trouble. Continue to observe him, lead him to another location, and ensure he remains unaware of any illusions you may use. Uchiha Zhen underestimated the capabilities of this reliable teammate. He anticipated that Yin would discover even Nanha River and attempt to trap him there. Having followed Uchiha Zhen for some time, Uchiha Yin had come to understand his modus operandi. There was no gain without effort, focusing solely on efficiency while ensuring his hands remained clean. Today, Uchiha Zhen arrived at the riverside unusually early, observing that the 3 had already begun their training. He chose not to interrupt, but rather to quietly contemplate what to do with them. In the battle at the Kamikaze Bridge, Lin would perish. Obito would be taken by Madara, and Kakashi would simply give up. Lin's capture was due to her negligence as a medical ninja, failing to prioritize her own safety and thus jeopardizing her teammates. As for Obito, he was consumed by his romantic notions, prioritizing love above all else. While his dedication was commendable, he should still consider his identity. In the realm of foolishness, Uchiha Zhen found each to have their own unique flaws. Kakashi was in a worse predicament. Despite being a descendant of the Hatake clan's sword techniques, he insisted on elevating the Uchiha Sharingan. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, especially concerning the unfortunate Shursui. Hey, can you run on the water yet? Of course. The first to leap forward was Obito, albeit alongside Lin. Uchiha Zhen crossed his arms, gesturing for them to walk on the water, and then slapped the surface of the river, causing the tranquil waters to surge violently. Obito was the first to fall into the water, while Kakashi and Lin only experienced a moment of panic before managing to stabilize themselves atop the water. Obito's control over his chakra was woefully inadequate. He needed another year of tree climbing and water treading. Lin was commendable. She could learn medical ninjutsu, but she must allocate double the time training both ninjutsu and physical techniques. Otherwise, she would become a burden, endangering both herself and others. As for Kakashi, he was doing well, but lacked direction. Did he wish to specialize in ninjutsu or swordsmanship? Hey, I will protect Lin, Obito shouted, surfacing from the water. Further aggravating Uchiha Zhen, who coldly retorted, "You can't even protect yourself, yet you dare boast about protecting others? Where's your dignity? Has the Uchiha clan lost all sense of shame?" Kakashi nearly voiced, "With you around, does Uchiha still have any dignity left?" However, reconsidering, he decided against it. After all, he wasn't the one being addressed. Obito was just being himself, and the Uchihas were hardly any better. Neither had room to criticize the other. Having finished with Obito, he turned to Kakashi and asked, "Have you made up your mind? What will you focus on? Does it matter? I can manage both without neglecting either." As a genius, Kakashi naturally harbored his own pride, confident that he could excel in both swordsmanship and ninjutsu with ease. Uchiha Zhen frowned. Kakashi's sense of family was weak. Although he wasn't particularly strong himself, the difference lay in the fact that Kakashi did not regard his family's legacy as crucial. While Uchiha Zhen aimed to fully utilize every useful aspect of the Uchiha clan. "What is your name?" Kakashi suddenly froze, looking at him with suspicion, as though he were witnessing a fool. "Kakashi, have you lost your mind? Remember, your name is Hatake Kakashi." Chapter 90. The Unique Flaws of Uchiha. Uchiha Zhen could not fathom how Hatake Tsukumo had failed to instill a sense of family values in Kakashi, allowing him to be raised in such a manner. Kakashi was an exceptionally skilled ninja in every regard, having inherited remarkable genes, yet he seemed overly indoctrinated by the will of fire. "Nevertheless, I will accompany you for your training today, and I shall escort you home in the evening." Kakashi promptly drew his kunai, ready to engage in a decisive battle with Uchiha Zhen, even if it meant being incapacitated, for he had promised to take himself home. The two exchanged blows, with Uchiha Zhen not employing much strategy, as Kakashi had no intention of defeating him given the vast disparity in their strengths. It was more a release of pent-up emotions. In his youth, Kakashi had been aptly described as a genius, his skills having vastly improved since his initial foray into battle. It was a pity that he possessed the resources of Hatake Tsukumo, yet failed to leverage them effectively. The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, culminating in a kick that sent Kakashi sprawling several meters away, breaking a few trees in the process. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito rushed over, their expressions filled with concern. What began as an exhilarating confrontation had devolved into a one-sided beating by Uchiha Zhen. They wished to assist, but felt helpless amidst Uchiha Zhen's relentless pace. "Lord Zhen, Kakashi is spitting blood." Uchiha Zhen merely glanced over, slightly tilting his head. "Come out." Suddenly, a head appeared from behind a rock. Uchiha stepped out without a hint of embarrassment, stating, "I was merely passing by. This path of yours seems rather lengthy. It's been half an hour. Hasn't he it?" Uchiha Zhen expressed no discontent, recognizing that this forest was not his domain. However, Uchiha Ing's actions were perilously reckless, had it been Nara Shikamaru. A single explosive tag could have resulted in severe consequences. Uchiha Zhen lifted Kakashi and employed medical ninjutsu to treat him, discovering broken ribs. Instead of hastily mending the injury, he inquired, "Does it hurt?" Kakashi's face was pale, rendering him speechless. "If you knew it hurt, you should remember not to confront an opponent when the disparity in strength is apparent. If I had exerted just a bit more force, you would have had no chance to feel pain." A green glow enveloped Kakashi's ribs, and upon observing his improved complexion, Uchiha Zhen hoisted him onto his shoulder. "And you, too, are far too reckless." Uchiha Ing pouted, having believed her cover to be adequate, only to be discovered right at the outset. I wish to train alongside you and graduate early. Uchiha Zhen shook his head, lamenting the ignorance of youth, as graduation signified the potential for war, where countless lives were lost amidst conflict. Suddenly, a splash echoed as something fell into the water, sending waves soaring several meters high. Uchiha Zhen leaped back to avoid the spray, while the other three were not as fortunate, becoming drenched. I think I saw someone fall in. Obito exclaimed, shielding Rin as he sat on the ground, droplets still beating on his goggles. Shouting, go take a look. A subtle smile crept across Uchiha Zhen's lips. Uchiha Ing drew a kunai and approached the riverbank, embodying the calm and elite demeanor characteristic of the Uchiha in battle. Uchiha Zhen narrowed his eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, the next generation of guardians was promising. Suddenly, Uchiha Ing shouted, fire style, great fireball technique. Kakashi tumbled off Uchiha Zhen's shoulder, unable to even cry out in pain as he was unceremoniously cast aside. Uchiha Zhen extended his neck, incredulously watching Uchiha Ing, struggling to comprehend her logic. What kind of reasoning is this? Are you not afraid of scalding your feet? Unfazed, Uchiha Ing pushed a log into the water, standing atop it to assess the situation below. Lord Zhen, there seems to be someone. They might be dead. Uchiha Zhen instantly appeared beside her on the log, feeling the heat emanating from the water. They won't drown, but will surely be scalded to death. Do you need me to tell you this? Go to the village and inform them to send help. Obito and Rin reacted first. We'll go find someone. Xiaoying, you should accompany them. Uchiha Zhen instructed. I will take Kakashi home. His injuries are severe. I will leave a shadow clone here to keep watch. Once everyone had departed, Uchiha Zhen lifted Kakashi and vanished into the woods in an instant. Hatake clan. I apologize, Tsukumo-sama. I inadvertently injured him while distracted, but he has been treated, albeit with lingering pain. Uchiha Zhen sincerely apologized as he entrusted Kakashi to Hatake Tsukumo. Tsukumo glanced at Kakashi, confirming he was unscathed, and replied, it's no concern. Which ninja hasn't he been injured? The important thing is he is still alive. Stay for dinner. I would like to discuss something with you. In the dining room, Uchiha Zhen and Hatake Tsukumo sat across from one another. The table was sparsely adorned with simple fare, a few fish, several fish heads, a plate of pig brain, some cold dishes, and a bowl of miso soup, none of which appealed to him. Zhen, what are your thoughts on Kakashi? Uncertain of which aspect Tsukumo was inquiring about, Uchiha Zhen almost remarked that Kakashi was his son, and surely he had some awareness of his character. Feel free to speak candidly. I simply wish to hear your opinion. Tsukumo added with a hint of self-deprecation. Confronted with questions about Kakashi, he resembled a concerned father, dismissing titles like Konoha White Fang and Genius Ninja as mere illusions when faced with the reality that his son had gone astray. As far as the talented Kakashi of Konoha was concerned, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja. However, as Hatake Kakashi, he fell drastically short, lacking direction, with ambitions too broad to grasp. Hatake Tsukumo nodded repeatedly. Uchiha Zhen could discern this issue, so how could he not? Uchiha Zhen rested his elbow on the table, propping his chin in hand, regarding Tsukumo with a bemused expression as he continued, regardless of which perspective one takes. Kakashi has yet to develop the fundamental combat mentality expected of a ninja. He boldly attacks an opponent he knows to be stronger without any caution. What do you think? Foolish, Hatake Tsukumo exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. If you believe this, why even ask me? Tsukumo sighed. Well, he is my son. I might as well scold him. It's not like this is the first time. Years spent on missions had led to Kakashi being neglected in terms of education. Uchiha Zhen calmly remarked. You initially wished for me to temper Kakashi's arrogance, believing that since I am of a similar age and he has few friends among the Uchiha, we could become cherished rivals and companions. Chapter 91. The Catastrophic Downfall of Nara Shikamaru. However, you did not consider the vast differences between individuals, hence your desire for Kakashi to learn from me. Hatake Tsukumo remained silent, offering no denial. Even if we were evenly matched, it would not lead to friendship, not because of any perceived superiority, but simply due to our differing values. Uchiha Zhen shifted his posture, casually continuing his discourse, remaining indifferent to Tsukumo's opinion of him. Every day, I dedicate 2 hours to training with Kakashi, which, in essence, feels like a frivolous expenditure of time. The results I could achieve for myself in those 2 hours would be far more significant. I promised him this training merely as a token of gratitude for your guidance in my swordsmanship. The room fell into a momentary silence. I pondered your values. Shikaku Hatake broke the stillness, revealing that what Uchiha Zhen exhibited was precisely what everyone wanted to see. To the common folk, he was the amiable, approachable Uchiha genius, always considering others. Yet, to the higher-ups, he was a corrupted Uchiha, avaricious and shameless, seemingly incapable of stirring any substantial waves, diverting attention away from other matters. To various clans, he was a figure of cunning and sophistication, compelling the clan leaders to engage with him with utmost vigilance. The interrogation unit's 4th Division would likely see many ninjas from Konoha's esteemed families, becoming an unassailable force even against the Hokage. It is a complex matter. For instance, what if you were compelled to abandon a mission to save a comrade, only to return and face betrayal and accusations from that very comrade? Yet unable to articulate your plight, Uchiha Zhen provided a tangible example, though he was uncertain when such an occurrence might transpire. This dilemma cast Shikaku Hatake into contemplation. With your integrity, you would likely prove your innocence at the cost of your life. Yet, how would Lord Orochimaru handle such a situation? What would Jiraiya do? Orochimaru would likely be indifferent, while Jiraiya would probably strive to demonstrate that comradeship supersedes missions. Unbeknownst to him, Shikaku Hatake had been led astray by Uchiha Zhen's rhythm. Uchiha Zhen, rubbing his temples, gazed at the untouched food before him, exhaling deeply. Perhaps this was the reason Lord Orochimaru chose me as his disciple. In truth, I am unfazed by others' opinions, as it does not diminish my worth. At this moment, Shikaku Hatake realized that although Uchiha Zhen was merely using metaphors, he spoke with unwavering seriousness. If it were Orochimaru, he would never choose to save a comrade over a mission. Was Uchiha Zhen aligned with that mindset? Shikaku Hatake's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Uchiha Zhen before him, pondering if he would make the same choice as Orochimaru. Feeling the intensity of Shikaku's gaze, Uchiha Zhen rose respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Shikaku. I will endeavor to make Kakashi aware of the harsh realities of being a ninja. But for everything else, I require your direct mentorship. I have a mission tomorrow, so I entrust Kakashi's care to you." Shikaku Hatake watched Uchiha Zhen depart, and a voice within him whispered that Uchiha Zhen might become the first to betray Konoha, a threat that should be eliminated early. Yet another voice cautioned him that if he were gone before Kakashi matured, Uchiha Zhen would be the sole individual willing to protect Kakashi, provided he had the necessary leverage. As Uchiha Zhen strolled through the streets, he admired the scenery of Konoha under the twilight. "Lord Zhen, how have you been? Have you been resting well? I truly am inadequate for not being able to join your team." Uchiha Zhen paused, recognizing the speaker as a Chunin-level ninja, who was awkwardly scratching his head in greeting. "I've been well. It's just that I've been exhausted lately. Health is the foundation of one's endeavors. Don't lose heart. There are many good positions in Konoha, such as being a school teacher. I shall try for that next time there's an opening. Lord Zhen is so kind. It's my responsibility. Yet I have exhausted myself to the point of illness. I also heard that Nara Shikaku has fallen ill, reportedly shouting at the heavens on his first day of duty, and they say he has lost his wits." Uchiha Zhen nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Nara Shikaku losing his wits? The Hokage would never lose such clarity. Yes, and Hyuga is also your teammate, Lord Zhen. They say he has gone mad, claiming to be unwell. Oh, I know of this. It's what my third aunt's son's friend said. All the tests showed no issues, yet he insists he is ill. What do you think they experienced on the battlefield? How could they be so unwell at such a young age? Uchiha Zhen maintained a stern expression, swiftly teleporting to Lord Orochimaru's residence, where he could no longer contain his laughter. Nara Shikaku, the fool, and Hyuga, the madman. Uchiha, squatting under a nearby tree, looked on in confusion, opening his mouth without uttering a sound. Uchiha Zhen stifled his laughter and asked, "Why are you still here?" Lord Orochimaru said I have an ailment and asked to examine me. He told me to wait while he fetched some medicine. Uchiha Zhen. Orochimaru claims you are ill, and you believe him? You dare consume what he gives you? The shadow of Orochimaru appeared in the corridor. Uchiha Zhen instinctively stepped back, sensing the coldness emanating from Orochimaru's golden reptilian eyes. You've already fought. You're still not satisfied? It's only 2 kidneys. Who hasn't had a moment of weakness? Here, take this and see how it works. Orochimaru handed Uchiha a round pill. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha accepted it and swallowed it whole. Uchiha Zhen's forehead twitched with disbelief as he suspected that the so-called medicine was merely colored military rations. Such rations were plentiful in the lab, enough to consume as if they were candy. I feel so much better. My chakra is replenished and flowing smoothly. Has my ailment vanished? Uchiha Zhen's exaggerated expression made Uchiha Zhen cover his face, unable to bear the sight. Was he truly so easily tricked by Orochimaru? Regular checkups and timely treatment are essential. Orochimaru advised kindly. Experience has taught me that while I spent so many words to bring someone in, Orochimaru managed to secure a long-term patron with just a few sentences. You're free to go now. The village will be quite restless in the coming days. After Uchiha Zhen left, only Uchiha Zhen and Orochimaru remained in the courtyard. Lord Orochimaru, are you still angry? I merely relayed what Lord Jiraiya said. At this moment, he decided to shift the blame elsewhere, regardless of who bore the consequences. Hyuga Zhen would surely end up in Orochimaru's hands, and he still wished to linger here, so a bit of submission wouldn't hurt. Isn't this my offering of goodwill to appease you? If you remain angry, I could toss a batch of medicine into the water supply, leaving all the male ninjas of Konoha impotent. How malicious! But I was coerced. Chapter 92, The Scavenger. Observing Uchiha Zhen feigning innocence, Orochimaru felt disdain for having taken on such a misfortunate apprentice. Yet the inquiries were indeed intriguing. What have you done this time? Sneaking a Hyuga here. I can only imagine the trouble you've caused for those old-timers outside. I did nothing at all. Uchiha Zhen exclaimed, raising his hands in innocent surrender. Our little team is currently afflicted. I have a heart condition, Nara's lost his mind, and Hyuga's gone mad. Who knows what kind of madness a madman might create? Hee. Zhen, I am honored to have such a disciple who respects the teachings. Hee. I am equally honored to have Lord Orochimaru as my mentor. Though the words were mutual compliments, they bore an air of collusion when spoken by the two. Meanwhile, with a shadow clone, Uchiha Zhen directed the others in their search for the individual who fell into the water. Upon learning it was a Hyuga, they too dispatched personnel to assist in the search. No, there is no one at the bottom of the water. We have searched several times. We indeed saw someone fall. Obito, undeterred, continued to explain. Team leader, do you think that's the case? One of the ninjas expressed skepticism towards Obito's words and instead inquired about Uchiha Zhen. I am not certain who fell. At that moment, I was preparing to take Kakashi back, facing away from the river. However, upon further inspection, it is true that someone did fall, and it is also possible they were swept away by the current. Nevertheless, I must admit my oversight. I forgot they are still students lacking experience and almost boiled the water with a fire technique. All the ninjas remarked. The only ones who would use fire techniques on the water are the two Uchiha, and everyone assumed it was Obito's thoughtless act. Considering he is known as the underachiever of the school, the river is still warm. If that person didn't perish, they should be cooked by now. Perhaps we should return and investigate the missing ninjas. Uchiha Zhen, noticing the fatigue among all the ninjas, suggested not to waste time there. After everyone withdrew, Uchiha Zhen took Uchiha Kage and Obito back to the Uchiha clan. All right, this matter is no longer your concern. You can all go home. Lord Zhen, I also wish to train with you. Then join Kakashi after school tomorrow. What about me? Obito, persistent, sensed that Uchiha Zhen did not wish to offer him much guidance. What you lack is a foundation. This is something no one can assist you with. You must put in the hard work to build a solid foundation. The Uchiha are born with a higher starting point than others. Your shortcomings stem from not contemplating your path. Your mind is filled with Rin. Upon hearing this, Obito's face flushed crimson, leaving him unable to retort. Liking someone is not inherently wrong, but as a man, you cannot rely on a girl to protect you during critical moments. If that is the case, do not claim to be an Uchiha. I will protect Rin. Watching Obito's retreating figure, I shrugged. I have a few questions for your father. Oh, actually, asking me is the same, what he knows. I also know. Spending time together, I felt that Uchiha Kage's personality resembled that of a boy, proud and occasionally foolish. He still couldn't comprehend why one would use fire techniques on water. Is that so? I wish to know where my great-grandfather's grave is. You should ask my father about that. It should be in the Uchiha clan's shrine. He should be able to help you find it. Uchiha Kage replied earnestly. Father, Lord Zhen is looking for you. Uchiha Hakadai was momentarily taken aback, then pointed at Uchiha Kage. Take little Kage to train. She has been skipping classes frequently. Only the two remained in the room. Uncle Hakadai, I want to know what mission Uchiha Azuna, my great-grandfather, assigned to you. Uchiha Zhen was direct. Since Uchiha Hakadai was a guardian of the dark operatives, they surely had missions and could not merely guard a lineage without purpose. In an instant, Uchiha Zhen was ensnared in a jinjutsu. You know everything. Uchiha Hakadai expressed a mix of shock and anticipation, along with a sense of relief. Yes, my father has already informed me, but the choice of which path to take lies with me. Right now, I only wish to understand the purpose of this planning. Calm, rational, and proud, yet with an approachable smile that exuded the authority of a leader. It is about protection. If the Senju were to harm our ancestor Uchiha Madara, we hope that our bloodline can undertake the great responsibility of the Uchiha clan. Under pressure, Uchiha Hakadai revealed secrets that had been kept for years, feeling considerably lighter. As the powerful ninja they had guarded for generations finally emerged, and their identity could finally be acknowledged. Uchiha Zhen narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked teasingly, "Protection? No, it is slaughter. It is about being a cleaner, able to conceal one's bloodline under the very nose of the enemy." What a grand strategy. And he succeeded. What protection nonsense. Uchiha Hakadai felt slightly awkward, yet the information his father left him was just that. That lord sacrificed his light for the future of the clan, becoming the cornerstone ninja of the Uchiha. He did it for his brother, Lord Madara. That lord entrusted a glimmer of hope to his brother, pinning the clan's tranquility in his eyes. It was purely for his brother, Lord Madara. Uchiha Hakadai sensed that communication had never been so effortless, as if this current master was privy to some truths, clarifying his identity. Uchiha Zhen remembered his most crucial mission and inquired, "Uncle Hakadai, do you know where my great-grandfather is buried?" "Huh. That lord was buried by our ancestor personally. No one knows where." Uchiha Hakadai felt a sense of foreboding. Surely he does not intend to dig up the grave. Are you asking this to pay respects? No. I merely wish to see if any inheritance remains. Uchiha Zhen brightly redirected the topic, not allowing him to know of his intention to excavate. Are there other dark operatives? Uchiha Hakadai's demeanor darkened, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Yes, but some have already defected, and others have lost their qualification to be dark operatives. Defection is quite normal. Who would wish to guard a future devoid of hope? As for those who lost their qualifications, I presume the previous generation chose to abandon their guardianship, wishing to live as ordinary Uchiha. The Jinjutsu was instantly dispelled, and the scene returned to normal. Uchiha Zhen reassured, "You have worked hard. I will handle matters from here on." Chapter 93. Seamless. Hearing these words, Uchiha Hakadai was moved to tears. The secret he had guarded so zealously was finally understood. Not at all. I am not weary in the slightest. Uchiha Hakadai spoke with a hint of a choke in his voice. If you wish to lead the Uchiha, I will support you in becoming the new clan leader. The Uchiha clan leader has a short lifespan. Wouldn't it be more intriguing to study how to achieve immortality than to be the clan leader? Outliving one is amusing. Watching them fume, yet feel helpless, is rather entertaining. Uchiha Zhen waved his hand dismissively. The child next door, named Shursui, right? I wish to have someone who can care for me in my old age. Could you inquire if I may take him as my disciple? Huh, sure. They would be willing. Uchiha Hakadai nodded. Even if they were unwilling, he would coerce them into relinquishing the child. Bring little Shursui to me tomorrow. Let him help take care of him. After relaying everything, he dispelled the shadow clone. As for Hinata's disappearance, the Hinata clan head soon reported the matter to the Hokage. The person who jumped into the river is likely Hinata from their branch family. Hokage, we indeed have a missing ninja named Hinata, but after thorough investigation, he has gone mad. Surely he. Hinata began to speak. But the old Hinata clan head interrupted him, advising him to only divulge half of what he was uncertain about, allowing others to speculate without concern for whether their guesses are correct. Mad. He went mad. The third Hokage did not believe a word, suspecting whether these clans were concocting some conspiracy. Yes, ever since he was publicly humiliated by the 4th Division captain, Uchiha Zhen, he has been unable to cope and has gone mad. Hinata did not care about Hinata's fate. After all, he was merely a branch family member. However, with so many people deployed, they had to provide the Hokage with an account. We will do our utmost to locate his body. If swept downstream and lost, then my condolences, Hinata clan head. The third Hokage concealed his doubts and offered an uncertain reply. Immediately thereafter, the Umbu dispatched agents to investigate the circumstances surrounding Hyuga Tobira. The findings corroborated Hyuga Hayashi's claims. Indeed, Hyuga Tobira had succumbed to madness, with records of his unstable condition dating back to his return from the hospital. Not only was the hospital aware, but the villagers had also begun to spread rumors, suggesting that Tobira's erratic behavior was no longer surprising. However, the third Hokage, having held his position for so long, could not shake his suspicions, yet he found no evidence to support them. Everyone could vouch for Tobira's actions. He had fallen into the river under the watchful gaze of several witnesses, and the only individuals present were a few children who had not yet become ninjas. Each coincidence appeared too perfectly orchestrated. The third Hokage scrutinized Tobira's performance and mission record since becoming a ninja, alongside feedback from teammates, finding him to be overly ambitious and disdainful of the Uchiha clan. Although he had faced public humiliation, there were no glaring issues to be found. Nevertheless, the Hokage felt an unsettling intuition that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Where were Uchiha Zhen and Narashika during the incident? Returning to Lord Hokage, Uchiha Zhen was training with Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, Rin Noira, and Uchiha Yagura, while Narashika was assisting Uchiha Zhen with document organization and personnel arrangements in the interrogation department. They were all teammates, the third Hokage mused, sensing that the crux of the issue lay here. Why was Tobira, a fellow comrade, assigned to the interrogation department? The Umbu respectfully reported their findings, stating that Uchiha Zhen had previously visited the Hyuga residence, where it was mentioned that Tobira was initially invited to join the interrogation department, but his health did not permit it. Uchiha Zhen felt disheartened and was then recommended by the elder clan leader, Hayashi, to allow Hyuga Hizashi to fill the position, taking all remaining responsibilities back with him. The third Hokage immediately shifted his gaze from Uchiha Zhen to the elder clan leader, suspecting he was attempting to secure a position for Hyuga Tobira in the interrogation department, something Uchiha Zhen readily accepted. Yet, something felt amiss to the Hokage, who questioned whether he was merely being paranoid. Upon returning to the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi recounted everything that transpired in the Hokage's office to the elder clan leader. Well done, Hayashi. I fear I may not have much time left. My only concern is for the Hyuga clan. Father, I will protect the Hyuga. However, I do not comprehend why you would go to such lengths to shield Uchiha Zhen. Hayashi voiced his confusion, recognizing that this act would leverage his credibility in the Hokage's eyes to assist Uchiha Zhen. My child, I have lived over 70 years and have never misjudged a person. Even if I do not assist him, he would still be safe. It is better to offer a favor now to pave the way for future needs. The elder clan leader's words left Hayashi incredulous. He was suggesting breaking clan traditions by raising a branch family child under his care. Should that child someday surpass his own, he would be compelled to designate them as the clan leader, rendering his own offspring subordinate to a branch family member. Yes, father, I will speak with Hizashi. Hayashi clenched his fists in silence, resolute that such a scenario could never come to pass. Meanwhile, Hizashi, engrossed in his work, remained blissfully unaware that his fate had been meticulously charted. He diligently completed the tasks assigned to him by Uchiha Zhen, even as the night deepened, unwilling to return home. Hizashi-kun, are you not heading back? Narashika, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of Uchiha Zhen, finished his work, finding the entire burden of the 4th Division resting on his shoulders. Shika-kun, you have not returned either. Shall we dine together? There is still much to do, and I do not plan to go home tonight. All right, your tolerance for the captain is remarkable. Shika rolled his eyes, recognizing that among his peers, apart from Hondo Ranmaru, Hizashi was the most diligent worker, as if he had been bewitched. Lord Zhen is a good person, Hizashi stated earnestly. Shika did not dispute this. He had known Uchiha Zhen for over a year and had been outsmarted during their first encounter, making him wary ever since. Those like them, sent out as cannon fodder, rarely emerged unscathed. Yet, in certain respects, Uchiha Zhen instilled a sense of security in him that surpassed that of so-called companions and clan members. Humans are peculiar beings. Even when faced with a villain, one finds it hard to resist labeling them as good when they extend a hand in times of need. Indeed, he is a decent person, Shika pondered, considering broaching the subject of overtime pay with Zhen the following day. With nearly 10 million ryo in his possession, he couldn't merely watch his wealth accumulate without enjoying it. Simultaneously, Uchiha Zhen, having been dismissed by Orochimaru, noted Hizashi and Shika walking together, feeling a twinge of curiosity. He waved to them from a distance. Hey, are you two just getting off work? Upon recognizing Uchiha Zhen, the two greeted him respectfully, though one bore an expression of displeasure. Ah, you've been working overtime? Uchiha Zhen remarked playfully, sizing up Shika. Wonderful, I can continue to exploit you. I will treat you to dinner. Tomorrow, we'll set a policy for overtime pay and triple pay on rest days. I'll even arrange employee dormitories. What do you think? Isn't your captain considerate of his subordinates? Are you planning to use us as tools on call 24 hours a day? Shika retorted. Noting that the interrogation department was now integrated with the prison, and with the war just concluded, there were countless prisoners and numerous tasks to handle. Which ninja isn't on standby 24 hours? At the very least, being with me comes with good benefits. You should be grateful. Uchiha Zhen raised an eyebrow knowingly. Shika wholeheartedly agreed. Although Uchiha Zhen was no saint, he ensured that those who worked alongside him were well compensated. It was hoped that he would channel his manipulative nature into securing benefits from the department head, as long as the finances were in order. He promised not to utter a single word of complaint. He would accept his fate without question. Moreover, his actions would alleviate his current predicament regarding the inability to spend his money. Truly, a commendable teammate. Let us eat ramen, Uchiha Zhen suggested. Is that all you can offer your subordinates? Shika scoffed, calculating the cost. A bowl of ramen was 70 ryo, totaling 210 ryo for 3 people. With so much wealth at his disposal, serving them this felt rather paltry. Unfortunately, I believe this is the only thing that can serve as a meal. Uchiha Zhen shrugged innocently, revealing his long-standing struggle to adapt to the local cuisine. 2 slices of meat do not constitute a dish. 2 rice balls for a meal? Especially with dumplings on the side? Who eats dumplings one at a time? Thank you for your generosity, Lord Zhen, Hizashi said nonchalantly. He had never tried it before, so experiencing it was worthwhile. Ugh, what a hassle. Upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, Uchiha Zen's face alone earned them an 8% discount from the owner. Boss, aside from our 3 bowls, please prepare as many as you can for me to take away and issue me a receipt at the original price. Narashika and Hyuga Hizashi exchanged glances. Feeling their gaze, Uchiha Zhen calmly stated, "What are you looking at? This is your supper, courtesy of the public funds. I will seek reimbursement from Minister Mori." After finishing their meal, Hizashi noticed that the two seemed to have more to discuss and took his leave first. The incident involving Hyuga Tobira was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? As 2 individuals strolled down the streets, their demeanor resembled that of old friends engaged in casual conversation, devoid of any superfluous expressions, unnoticed by the throngs around them. You first took in a member of the Zong family, and now you have Hyuga Kage. What are you truly up to? Nara Shizuka's inquiry was met with a realistic counter from Uchiha Zhen, who refrained from directly answering. That depends on whether you can consistently provide what I require, he stated firmly. However, Nara Shizuka was acutely aware that the sole means of securing his position was by aligning himself with Hyuga Kage. Of course, but I assure you, I am entirely innocent. Uchiha Zhen interjected, swiftly pivoting the conversation to inquire, how is Hinata Kage faring? Quite well, far more reliable than you. Though I sense he is somewhat reluctant to return to the Hyuga clan, Nara Shizuka mused thoughtfully. Presently, their interrogation unit's 4th division wielded considerable influence over the entirety of Konoha, and he suspected Uchiha Zhen was masterminding something much larger than anticipated. Now, this is intriguing. However, I need you to assist me with a task, Uchiha Zhen said, discreetly slipping a scroll into Nara Shizuka's ninja pouch. In due time, I will find an opportunity to send you out on a mission, and I expect you to return alone. Nara Shizuka cast a penetrating gaze at Uchiha Zhen. Knowing full well that this was no trivial matter, he recognized that only Uchiha Zhen possessed the audacity to involve even the Hokage's family in such affairs. Troublesome, but it certainly piques my interest. After parting ways, Uchiha Zhen returned once more to Orochimaru's lair, this time opting for a more clandestine entrance akin to Jiraiya's method of scaling walls. He was engrossed in the task of remedying Hinata Kage's severe burns when an undercover guard informed him of the arrival of the 3rd Hokage, prompting Orochimaru to expel him from the lab. "Hey, has the Hokage left?" Uchiha Zhen whispered to one of the guards. Upon receiving a nod, he leaped down from the wall with an exaggerated flourish, grumbling, "Honestly, it feels as if I returned to engage in an extramarital affair." "Lord Orochimaru, please," he said, presenting a bowl of ramen with utmost reverence, exuding an air of filial piety. This Hinata exhibits a weak life force primarily due to extensive burns," Orochimaru noted. Uchiha Zhen internally lamented the unforeseen turn of events. Who could have anticipated that a respectable Uchiha would incinerate the water before investigating its conditions? Perhaps he was in a moment of folly, he mused, casting a furtive glance at Orochimaru, who was relishing his ramen, and tentatively asked, "Did you not invite the Hokage for a meal, perhaps a drink, and an overnight stay?" Orochimaru saw through his probing. "He came to test me. And you along with him." Uchiha Zhen's chin fell onto the lab table, his expression one of exaggerated innocence as he implored, "I am entirely blameless." When Orochimaru posed his conditions, Zhen smirked, attempting to appear even more innocent. "I, too, am innocent." At that moment, Uchiha Zhen nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. "Oh dear. Orochimaru is feigning innocence. Is he intending to use me as a scapegoat, especially with Danzo still harboring his intentions? Are you questioning me?" Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, radiating a chilling glint. "Dare I? How could I ever question my master?" Zhen recoiled slightly, forcing a smile as he complied. Shifting the conversation, Uchiha Zhen inquired, "Surely, you possess some historical accounts of the Uchiha and Senju clans?" Orochimaru paused his examination of Hinata Kage's vitals, intrigued. "I do have some gossip, but tell me, are you interested in the romantic entanglements of Madara or the tumultuous love-hate saga between Hashirama and Madara?" "Goodness, Orochimaru, your collection of tales is quite audacious. This transcends mere history and veers into the realm of scandal. Master, you are quite knowledgeable about the Uchiha. I merely wish to uncover where Madara buried his brother." Jin replied. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "I am unaware, but are you truly uninterested in these tales? I have spent considerable time gathering them. They are quite captivating. Perhaps I was hoping to unearth some burial artifacts. Does that seem like a reasonable excuse?" Jin chuckled, realizing he might need to consult Uchiha Madara directly, as even the second Hokage had failed to locate his brother's resting place. Orochimaru showed no hesitation regarding his disciples' grave-robbing aspirations, deeming them a personal preference. While it might seem morally questionable, it was hardly out of character for him. "You seem to enjoy such intriguing pursuits, Uchiha. Do you aspire to become Hokage?" Jin blurted out, immediately regretting his words. Unsurprisingly, Orochimaru regarded him with a look of disbelief, as if questioning his sanity. "Let us pretend you did not say that," Jin said, approaching Hinata Kage's experimental bed, observing the numerous tubes affixed to his body, lamenting, "Lord Orochimaru, I wish to utilize his body to cultivate the Byakugan." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "An excellent notion. He belongs to the branch family. The caged bird seal will render a perfectly healthy Byakugan into an inferior form. Have you considered how to address this? Thus, I seek your assistance. During my last dissection of 2 Hinata clan members, I discovered variances in their cranial neural structures. I wish to attempt a surgical alteration of the meridian structure to eliminate the caged bird seal. Feel free to experiment. Should you fail, there is still Hinata Chiji. If necessary, I can provide you with additional materials." Orochimaru was visibly excited. If Uchiha Zhen could unravel the caged bird seal, it would signify a monumental breakthrough. Zhen reviewed his previous notes, recalling every detail before activating his Sharingan, donning gloves, and commencing the dissection of Hinata Kage's cranium. Orochimaru, as before, intermittently fed him soldier pills while documenting the process, occasionally providing guidance when Zhen encountered confusion. Particularly during the reconstruction of the cranial meridians, Zhen's eyes grew weary. Every nerve pathway required meticulous reconfiguration, with no margin for error, all while maintaining Hinata Kage's vital signs in a stable condition. The entire operation spanned 12 arduous hours, and when Zhen finally completed the reassembly of the skull, he collapsed in exhaustion. Dissecting the deceased is far simpler. Lord Orochimaru, this subject is rather uncooperative. I entrust him to your discretion, preferably with some form of sealing or jutsu. Zhen reclined on the laboratory table, succumbing to sleep, only to awaken the following day. "You are awake. Hinata Kage has recovered remarkably. Unexpectedly, upon the removal of his eyes, there was no damage, much like that of the clan head. I fear you will need a new live cultivation chamber." Orochimaru excavated a Byakugan from Hyuga's distant relative and placed it in a nurturing solution, attempting to let the original cells and the Byakugan engage in a struggle, thereby achieving a fusion effect. "Your idea is quite intriguing. Why not directly inject the original cells into Hyuga's body and see what happens?" Uchiha Zhen inquired, perplexed. "Isn't that akin to removing one's trousers to relieve oneself?" Orochimaru paused. Taken aback, "I thought you might have other purposes in mind." Uchiha Zhen, gazing intently at Orochimaru, acknowledged his teacher's meticulousness. "If you have other innovative ideas, feel free to explore them. I am not averse to delving deeper into the essence of life. What is your understanding of life? Orochimaru unceremoniously injected a small portion of the original cells into Hyuga's body, alongside another substance. Life is fragile. I wish to spend more time witnessing the world's transformations rather than seeking fleeting dominance and satisfying humanity's desires within a brief existence. Uchiha Zhen spoke earnestly. Having dissected countless corpses, each peculiar in its own right, he felt acutely the frailty of life. He yearned to live a bit longer to observe the uncertainties of this world. Lord Orochimaru, why are you so obsessed with life? Death holds no significance unless it can be exploited. Life itself is devoid of meaning. If it exists at all, it is only within the realm of eternal existence. Orochimaru seemed lost in reminiscence, recalling the many departures he had witnessed, including the persecution of his own parents. Had Konoha acted as decisively in the matter of his parents' demise as Uchiha Zhen did, perhaps he would not have perceived the shackles of the world so clearly. What would you do if your parents were persecuted, Zhen? Uchiha Zhen, taken aback, replied solemnly. I would ensure that those who harmed my parents would tremble at the mere mention of my name, meeting their demise in the most brutal manner, even if that person were the Hokage. Orochimaru suddenly laughed, seemingly having anticipated this response, his excitement akin to discovering a source of water in a desolate desert. Do you wish for a summoning beast? Indeed. Uchiha Zhen blinked. Possessing a summoning beast meant that with proper preparation, he could rely on reverse summoning to save his life in critical moments. Orochimaru unveiled a scroll, revealing numerous names, the last of which was his own. Sign your name. As Uchiha Zhen eagerly prepared to inscribe his name, he looked up at Orochimaru and stated, I desire something from Minato's girlfriend's body for my summoning beast. You have encountered Kushina. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips, seemingly concocting a scheme while sensing the presence of the Nine Tails. A surprising encounter. She can be rather fierce. Uchiha Zhen wrote his name and returned the scroll to Orochimaru, rambling, especially when she opens her mouth to utter the word evil Uchiha. What have I done to deserve this? I am but a law-abiding citizen. Save your excuses for someone else. Orochimaru was astonished that Uchiha Zhen could sense the Nine Tails' presence, recalling that his ancestor, Uchiha Madara, had once summoned the beast. For a fleeting moment, he considered whether binding his summoning to Zhen might be a disservice, pondering if he should bring forth the Nine Tails as his summoning beast instead. Do you believe your own words? Orochimaru smirked, revealing a wicked grin. What I say cannot be consumed as sustenance. Anyone who believes it is a fool. Thus, Uchiha Zhen candidly expressed his sentiments, realizing there was no turning back. To ease the tension, he hastily added, what I mean is, one shouldn't be overly pedantic. It is better to articulate more pleasing words. My current strength is insufficient to maintain a facade. I wish to live a few more years. Chapter 96. Brothers, it's time to collect debts. In the midst of this mortifying scene, a shadowy figure appeared, respectfully announcing, My lord, the interrogation department has summoned you several times. Uchiha Zhen frowned, with Nara Shikaku. There should not be any issues. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to have Orochimaru assist him in training, unblocking his chakra pathways. Do you know what the matter is? The candidate for the 4th division has not been approved. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zhen immediately grasped the underlying complications. It was likely stuck in the Hokage's hands. After all, their salaries came from the public coffers, not from the mission department's profits. Orochimaru scoffed. The old man is becoming increasingly unreliable. Lord Orochimaru, what do you think would happen if I were to suddenly pledge allegiance to Danzo? Uchiha Zhen's voice turned chilling. Yet his expression bore a cryptic smile, leaving others uncertain. The shadowy figure shuddered and swiftly vanished from the laboratory. He felt Uchiha Zhen becoming more akin to Lord Orochimaru. Especially when he smiled, it compelled them to treat him with utmost respect. Ha ha ha, you could try. I imagine it would be quite entertaining. Orochimaru, rather than being angered, found Zhen's actions amusing, as if he were relishing the spectacle, urging him to proceed. In the interrogation department, 4th division, Uchiha Zhen entered to find the room filled with people. Nara Shikaku sat atop the desk and tossed a list at him upon his arrival. Not approved. Uchiha Zhen quickly scanned the list and reassured, no worries, leave it to me. The family ninjas summoned today were seeing Uchiha Zhen for the first time. Their families had instructed them to speak little, listen more, observe, and work hard, avoiding any provocation of Uchiha Zhen. Even if they felt discontent, they were to suppress it, slapping themselves if necessary, for being sent back would yield no favorable outcomes. Your families have advised you on how to work here, haven't they? Uchiha Zhen raised his gaze to the family ninjas, noting that they had been working there for several days already. Technically, they did not need to come until the approval was finalized. However, once their families learned of their confirmation, they had instructed them to arrive early at the interrogation department. Everyone nodded in affirmation. Very well. Now, Hyuga Hizashi, Uchiha En, and Midokado Tsukasa? Upon seeing this name, Uchiha Zhen nearly laughed at what was supposed to be a serious matter. As the team leader, take your squad with me to collect the payment. At the mention of collecting payment, confusion spread across everyone's faces. Only Uchiha En suddenly understood, rummaging somewhere for gongs and drums to distribute among his comrades. They had been working in the interrogation department for several days without receiving payment. If you don't intend to keep them, why allow them to work here? The family ninjas appeared bewildered, imitating one another as some grabbed basins while others fashioned clappers, following Uchiha Zhen in a daze. Director Mori, may I ask what this means? Uchiha Zhen respectfully placed the unapproved list before Mori Izumi. Upon seeing the items in the hands of the 10 or so individuals, Mori Izumi felt an ominous premonition. This was a decision from above, and as a subordinate, his duty was to comply. Wasn't it within the purview of the interrogation department head to address such minor matters as filling vacancies? Uchiha Zhen looked at him, filled with confusion, indirectly questioning how a mere interrogation department head lacked the authority to fill vacancies while still instructing him to comply. Wasn't he no different from them? Mori Izumi's expression darkened. This situation indeed put him in a difficult position. When he initially submitted the list to the Hokage, he had expected to handle it himself. Now, after so many days, he had tacitly accepted that these individuals were already members of the 4th Division. Today, I reported to the finance department, but when they sought the Hokage's signature, they suppressed these individuals and did not allow them to pass the audit. Very well, if you do not possess this authority, we shall not hold it against you. However, these individuals have been working here for many days, and their efficiency is evident. It is unreasonable to dismiss them without settling their wages. At this moment, the clan ninjas realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, they had worked diligently for several days, not in vain. Sannin Izumi's forehead throbbed with tension. He knew that Uchiha Zhen was a formidable adversary. Had he come to confront him, there would have been grounds for expulsion, but now he was here for monetary compensation. Previously, the list they submitted contained merely a large photograph, alongside names that blended into the mix, eluding his notice. His attention had been entirely fixated on the 3 characters of Uchiha, oblivious to the fact that these individuals were from various clans of Konoha, including the most inconspicuous among them. If his squad concentrated a significant number of clan ninjas from Konoha, how could the Hokage possibly rest easy? Yet therein lay the dilemma. As the head of the interrogation department, he held the power to fill positions, signifying that he would inevitably offend all clans of Konoha. Uchiha Yan's eyes flickered with understanding, and he immediately grasped Uchiha Zhen's purpose for being there, adopting an expression of concern. Captain, perhaps we should reconsider. Let us return and explain the situation to the clan leader. They will understand your predicament. We cannot offend others for our sake. The ninjas from other clans echoed this sentiment, beginning to persuade him. Sir, you saved my life on the front lines. I willingly follow you, even without pay. The speaker was Honda Ranga, a civilian ninja. Uchiha Zhen turned, recognizing him from his features. You are from the Onma clan. His name is Honda Ranga. Do not misname him, Nara Shikahisa interjected, having discerned the exceptional qualities of this civilian ninja over the past few days. He was certainly more than an ordinary civilian. And recalling a vanished clan, he cautioned Uchiha Zhen when he mentioned Onma. My apologies. I have yet to memorize all your names, Uchiha Zhen replied apologetically. With one voice speaking up, others began to waver. Returning home without a satisfactory explanation would be difficult. If their clans were made aware of the current predicament, they would likely offer financial support, a win-win situation. As the master of interrogation, Sannin Izumi was acutely aware of their intentions, which indicated that Uchiha Zhen had the backing of a significant portion of Konoha's clans. Delving deeper, he pondered whether the Hokage would permit such matters to transpire, for if they did occur, the blame would rest upon him. Presently, he found himself caught in an uncomfortable position. Uchiha Zhen smirked. Having already sown discord between Sannin Izumi and the Hokage, the waters of Konoha's power dynamics were growing increasingly murky. Rest assured, with me, Uchiha Zhen, You shall not labor in vain. Even the Hokage must pay. Sannin Izumi's countenance turned ghastly. I will bring this matter to Lord Hokage's attention. Chapter 97. The advancing Lord Zongzong Uchiha Zhen feigned realization, exclaiming, "So, the filling of positions in the interrogation department requires the Hokage's approval. Had you mentioned this earlier, I would have sought Lord Hokage for funds." Sannin Izumi was at a loss for words. "I will report this matter and seek a resolution." "No need. I will approach the Hokage myself. After all, this is not my first time requesting funds." Uchiha Zhen waved dismissively, diverting the focus onto the matter of payment. However, to Sannin Izumi, it appeared futile. What use would his presence serve if he remained merely a messenger, powerless to make decisions? What pained him further was the irony that a mere head of the interrogation department, a direct subordinate of the Hokage Zanbu, was not granted trust. Uchiha Zhen offered him no opportunity for retort, turning and leading his group away. On the streets, he deliberately slowed his pace, creating a spectacle that drew numerous onlookers. By the time they reached the Hokage's office, the entrance was already besieged by a throng. "Hokage-sama, Uchiha Zhen. Oh, Lord Zongzong, you are here as well. As a high-ranking official of Konoha, your presence will facilitate resolving this issue, saving me from further errands." Uchiha Zhen had not anticipated encountering Danzo in the Hokage's office, which made matters more convenient. Let the Hokage and Danzo engage in their love-hate relationship. "What brings you here?" Danzo was taken aback by Uchiha Zhen's words, which seemed to imply support for him. Nevertheless, recalling Uchiha's identity, he maintained an unfriendly demeanor. "I did not wish to come. This pertains to filling vacancies in the 4th Division of the Interrogation Department. They have worked diligently for many days, only to be informed today that their applications were not approved. Minister Sannin lacks authority in this matter, so I have come to seek funds from the Hokage." He continued, "By the way, my 4th Division includes your clansmen, who are industrious and efficient. Not only were there Danzo's people involved, but also those of the Hokage." Uchiha Zhen deliberately mentioned Shimizu while omitting any reference to Sarutobi's clan, which greatly pleased Danzo, who wished to undermine the 3rd Hokage. "Ahem. I maintain high standards for my clansmen. Naturally, they are diligent in their work," Danzo remarked, casting a smug glance at the 3rd Hokage. "I mean no offense. I merely wish to inquire if their wages can be settled now, so they can return home. It cannot be allowed that word spreads of ninjas working overtime in the interrogation department without receiving compensation. Minister Sannin can attest to our squad's efficiency." The spark in Danzo's small eyes reflected his growing satisfaction. It must be known far and wide. If not, the 3rd Hokage's reputation would suffer. How could he remain Hokage? "Dazen, we cannot let others view this as a joke. You are the Hokage. How can you allow the ninja's wages to be delayed?" The 3rd Hokage's eyelids twitched. His old friend was faltering at a critical moment. Moreover, there was Uchiha Zhen. Was he acting intentionally or inadvertently? The list he presented contained a substantial number of clan ninjas. Their intentions were obvious, but did Uchiha Zhen's actions indicate complicity or a deliberate ploy? "Hokage-sama, you are acquainted with each other, I presume? Allow me to introduce you. This is Lord Shimura Danzo, a high-ranking official of Konoha. Please bow in greeting," Uchiha Zhen declared, prompting those present to follow suit, bowing in respect to Danzo. This gesture fulfilled Danzo's aspirations of becoming Hokage, as he yearned for the moment when he could command them to rise. "I was unaware that the filling of positions in the interrogation department required your report. I feel rather apologetic for having put Minister Sannin in a difficult position. Had I known earlier that filling positions required your input, it would have spared us this hassle." Uchiha Zhen continued, disregarding the increasingly displeased expression on the Hokage's face. "Considering everyone has worked so hard for many days, could we settle the payments now? Are you aware of who is being filled in your squad?" The 3rd Hokage inquired sternly. "Ninjas." Uchiha Zhen innocently turned to Nara Shikahiza. "You reported that they are all ninjas from Konoha, correct?" Nara Shikahiza's eyelids twitched, realizing he would bear the blame. "Yes, all are ninjas from Konoha. Selected based on their task history, age, height, weight, appearance, and birth date, carefully filtered to ensure quality. Our squad still has vacancies." "What nonsense. Is this a beauty contest?" Although he had heard about this matter from Sannin Izumi, it was not to this absurd extent. The 3rd Hokage scanned the room, noting that all present were of similar physique, relatively young, and none were unattractive. Had he been overly suspicious? The issue at hand is that the interrogation department's staffing is solely its own concern, and your interference is unwarranted. What would Sannin think of this? Danzo immediately leapt forth to challenge the third Hokage, seeking to assert his superiority as a leader over the Hokage, disregarding the Uchiha clan in the process. Lord Danzo is truly a commendable individual, he remarked, having previously felt targeted but now recognizing his fairness and consideration for his subordinates. Uchiha Zhen, fanning the flames, expressed his support for Danzo, declaring him to be a beacon of hope. Seeing their captain act this way, the subordinates naturally followed suit, casting their gazes toward Danzo, not entirely sure why, but trusting their captain's judgment. Danzo reveled in this admiration, feeling as though he had ascended to the position of Hokage himself. The third Hokage's expression darkened to an extreme. He was filled with an intense desire to silence Danzo and reprimand Uchiha Zhen. Just yesterday, Orochimaru had remarked on Uchiha Zhen's honesty and filial piety. Was this truly honesty? Filial piety? Who was he trying to impress? Meanwhile, there was little to no recourse for punishing his transgressions. Your teammate, Hinata, has gone missing after jumping into the river. Yet you still have the audacity to engage in such frivolities. Before he could finish, Uchiha Zhen was struck by shock. What? That's impossible. I had sought him out to join the interrogation department and even apologized for the prior incident. Yet who could have known he was ill, unable even to leave his bed, let alone jump into a river? It is true, my father, out of guilt, has sent me in place of Hinata to fulfill this role, said Nichi Zhen, confirming Uchiha Zhen's claims. The third Hokage furrowed his brows. He found Uchiha Zhen's consideration for his teammate commendable. Yet the fact that most of Konoha's ninja clans were congregating in his division seemed more than coincidental. Lord Hokage, may I inquire about the requirements for filling this position in the interrogation department? We have merely sought candidates based on our captain's preferences for appearance. As long as they are not too lacking, Nara Shikihiro addressed the Hokage. Uchiha Zhen feigned ignorance regarding the recruitment process, allowing the blame to fall solely on himself, and deftly shifted the focus to physical appearance, making it seem as if Uchiha Zhen was merely a superficial person. Chapter 98, Untitled. When Nara Shikihiro posed this question, Uchiha Zhen nearly lost his composure. Is this how one speaks? When have I ever directed that only the attractive be sought? He thought. This is slander. Outrageous slander. The third Hokage's gaze sharpened. Nara had always been the Hokage's intellect, and now Uchiha Zhen was leveraging the Nara clan for his own ends, his motives inscrutable. Filling vacancies in the interrogation department does not require the Hokage's approval. Anyone capable may assume the role. Danzo interjected, stepping in for the third Hokage, eager to seize this moment to shine as he had offended many ninjas and was under scrutiny from numerous onlookers. Danzo, the third Hokage rebuked sharply. His patience with his old friend stretched thin. This matter is mine to decide. Actually, Lord Hokage, if you prefer not to disperse funds, I can settle the remuneration from my own earnings. Uchiha Zhen recalled that his negotiation fees with the envoy had not yet been settled, and he could use his own funds to cover the expenses, though it paled in comparison to the wealth of 3 mines. Even the smallest of sums was still worth something. What remuneration? How can you delay payments to the ninjas? Danzo's voice rose, completely overlooking Uchiha Zhen's status, his volume escalating as if he feared the outside world would not hear him. Indeed, this is not solely the Hokage's fault. The war has just ended, and the village is in distress, which we all understand. Uchiha Zhen's apparent humility was either intentional or incidental, as he added, and Lord Danzo, please do not be too agitated. This payment must be made from my own resources, and everyone's wages must be distributed. Danzo, eager to display his own generosity, was willing to part with his funds, for money was abundant, but reputation was irreplaceable. Thank you, Lord Danzo. You are indeed a generous man. I shall report the accounts to you, and if all is in order, we can settle it today, allowing them to return home. Uchiha Zhen produced an abacus from somewhere, clacking it with precision. My remuneration is 27 million, the total for the 11 ninjas, based on a daily wage of 100,000 plus overtime, amounts to 8 million. I can cover this 8 million myself. Both Danzo and the third Hokage twitched at the prospect. Uchiha Zhen was shamelessly demanding payment, and from the envoy's demeanor, it was evident that this was a maneuver only he could execute without evidence to back it up. Lord Danzo, could we expedite the payment from the task department? I can arrange for the task department to lend you the funds, and these individuals have indeed passed scrutiny, but they are merely in a month-long probation period. Their salaries will be dispersed next month. The third Hokage's authority was unyielding. Allowing Uchiha Zhen to disburse salaries would effectively place the majority of the clan under his command. With the larger situation already determined, there was no room for negotiation. Clan ninjas would remain as such. The third Hokage, seeking stability for Konoha, opted for compromise. Yet this did not equate to absolving Uchiha Zhen's actions. I see now, it was merely a misunderstanding. If Minister Sannin had clarified, it would have sufficed. Our division boasts the highest efficiency in the entire interrogation department. Overtime and night shift allowances must be reimbursed, and I am keen to request apartment accommodations for them, to save time on their journeys home. Uchiha Zhen's proposal aligned with the third Hokage's thoughts, since there was no turning back. Minimizing contact with the clans and providing housing was a straightforward solution. As for the overtime and night allowances, those would not constitute a significant expense. Your foresight is commendable. I shall have arrangements made immediately. The third Hokage turned to the visibly displeased Danzo. Please settle Uchiha Zhen's remuneration. Yamanaka Nichi. Danzo gritted his teeth, his face ashen. 27 million was an attempt to usurp his financial authority in disguise. Yet, the words had been spoken, and for the sake of reputation. He begrudgingly handed Uchiha Zhen the 27 million. Thank you, Lord Danzo. You are far more generous than my ancestor. Should you have any tasks in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. As long as the funds are in place, I assure you I will complete the tasks, Uchiha Zhen beamed. Satisfied that the issue had been resolved, no longer wishing to witness the contentious dynamic between the two elder figures. As Uchiha Zhen exited the Hokage's office, a peculiar smile graced his lips. Meanwhile, the Hokage and Danzo engaged in an unprecedented and heated argument. Upon returning to the interrogation department, the already somber atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Occasional reprimands from Minister Sannin echoed from the next room, but Uchiha Zhen merely plugged his ears, feigning ignorance. He maintained strict standards for his subordinates, yet offered them far superior benefits compared to other divisions. Why did these ninjas live perilously? If not for the hope of more resources and a better life? Working in the 4th Division, there was no pretense. If one possessed the capability, they could challenge the captain. For instance, Nara Shikihiro often vocally confronted Uchiha Zhen about overtime, only to return to work afterward. Initially, they were apprehensive, fearing repercussions for Nara Shikihiro's boldness. However, they soon discovered that Uchiha Zhen's temperament fluctuated based on one's abilities. Before long, Uchiha Zhen's 4th Division had become the most formidable team within the interrogation department, much to the chagrin of the other divisions, who could do nothing to counter it. The vacant position in the 4th Division became the object of desire for all division members, with some captains even yearning to join the 4th Division as mere workers, drawn by its enticing benefits and the occasional rewards bestowed by the captain upon diligent employees. Originally tasked with surveillance, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, under the high intensity and generous benefits, began to take advantage of the situation, reporting only trivial matters to their families, who believed everything was proceeding as usual. Uchiha Kage, the captain, left a shadow clone as a mere decoration in the office, having grown so apathetic that he didn't even bother using shadow clones anymore, apart from Monday meetings. He spent his time idling. Yet, others found no evidence of wrongdoing, as his work efficiency remained commendable. Hatake Sakomo returned safely from his escort mission, and curiously, the news spread within a day. Villagers began to recount the illustrious deeds of Konoha's White Fang, overshadowing even the legendary Sannin, with rumors circulating that Hatake Sakomo might become the 4th Hokage. Naturally, Kakashi, as Sakomo's son, reaped the benefits of this newfound fame, as people gazed upon him as if he were the imminent second hero. Uchiha Zhen sensed an unusual atmosphere and promptly decided to keep the 4th Division under the radar for a while, hoping to divert attention away from them. Was this sudden quietude not too conspicuous? Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow and inquired, sensing the oddity, yet he reasoned that as long as they performed well, it mattered little to him. No, he understood the principle of not sticking out. This was an opportunity to fade from public scrutiny, Zen mused. Tapping his fingers on the table, instructing his subordinates to express gratitude for their hard work, assuring them that benefits would remain unchanged and workloads would be halved. Chapter 99. The scene of domestic violence. Danzo, who had already envisioned himself as the 4th Hokage, could hardly tolerate the sudden emergence of Hatake Sakomo, to the point where he wished to execute him. Root had been thoroughly dismantled by Danzo. especially after he realized he had foolishly conceded 2,700,000 to Uchiha Zhen, transforming the previously composed and seasoned schemer into a furious old bear. The third Hokage observed the unfolding events with an impassive demeanor, cautiously retrieving a document, reading it, and then carefully setting it aside. Tsukumo, truly an extraordinary ninja, he mused, before picking up his crystal ball to seek Kakashi's whereabouts, who at that moment was being thoroughly bested by Uchiha Zhen. Upon sensing that someone was watching him, Uchiha Zhen instinctively adopted the imposing demeanor characteristic of his clan, addressing Kakashi with disdain. With your meager skills, you are light years away from being able to confront me. Perhaps in your next life. Though somewhat perplexed by Zen's sudden transformation, Kakashi quickly resumed his offensive, having learned from prior encounters. Knowing he couldn't best Zen in a direct confrontation, he resorted to ambush tactics and traps, willing to do whatever it took to make Zen suffer. The third Hokage, observing through the crystal ball, witnessed precisely what he had anticipated: two youths sparring, one significantly stronger than the other, teasing him in their exchanges. From any perspective, both Kakashi and Zen were manageable entities. What news of the Uchiha? He inquired. Reporting to Lord Hokage, the Uchiha clan has recently been renovating their homes. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, has been spending his afternoons in the treasury, reportedly counting money. The third Hokage shook his head, noting that both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had become increasingly erratic since their new leaders took office. Once the feeling of being watched dissipated, Kakashi swiftly dismantled all of Zen's traps, breaking through two shadow clones before catching hold of his true body, delivering a sharp slap to his head. You still have the leisure to practice with me? Don't you realize the situation your father is in? Should I call you foolish or just oblivious? Kakashi sheathed his blade. Sensing something amiss, his father's escort mission had turned him into a hero. Many more perilous missions had come before, yet he couldn't fathom the reason, attributing his father's prowess to omnipotence. Could something have happened to my father? Kakashi pondered, suspecting that Zen might possess some insight. You ask me? Zen replied incredulously. He's your father, not mine. Never mind, I must take my leave. Disappointed by the lack of answers, Kakashi departed. As the graduation of the Genin approached, Uchiha Zhen remained busy, visiting Orochimaru's residence at his insistence, demanding that Orochimaru unleash his full power without reservation. The experiment was on the brink of yielding results, and he could not acquiesce to Zen's request. However, Zen was not one to back down, presenting his research on oxidative resistance, causing Orochimaru's steadfastness to crumble. Zen, are you prepared? A snake slithered from Orochimaru's shoulder, poised to strike at Zen. Indeed, I sense I am on the verge of breaking through. If I can unlock the rest point, both my chakra and strength will surely improve. Zen was utterly serious. He felt he had been delayed for too long, and without experiencing the life and death struggle among the strong, such an opportunity might never arise again. Orochimaru stood tall within the dense forest, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as barriers were set up to prevent excessive repercussions. Zen, what you require now is experience. An excessively rapid increase in power may not serve you well. At the moment Orochimaru vanished, Zen prepared himself. This battle was distinct from his previous sparring with Hitaki Tsukumo, as it involved a true struggle for survival. Even if he were to perish at Orochimaru's hands, he would harbor no grievances. Now, he must endure, exerting every ounce of his strength to evade death. Zen swallowed hard, feeling the overwhelming intent to kill coursing through his veins, his three-tomo Sharingan tirelessly scanning for Orochimaru's movements, anticipating his strikes. Each step was calculated, seeking opportunities to set traps. After several exchanges, the oppressive aura of murderous intent began to permeate the area, the chill palpable even beyond the barriers. Orochimaru, your true form is easy to locate. Zen's blade unhesitatingly aimed for Orochimaru's neck. Just as he made contact, the warmth of a human form dissipated into countless serpents, followed by a chilling, bloodthirsty laugh. The Umbu, sensing the powerful chakra fluctuations, rushed to investigate, immediately suspecting that Zen intended to betray his master. Yet, upon witnessing the duel unfolding amidst the flashing blades, their legs were rooted in place, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of death. Boss, what should we do? One Umbu ninja stammered, his gear drenched with sweat, struggling to comprehend how Zen could withstand such oppressive malice. Report to Lord Hokage. With that, none moved. Umbu, unable to move. What now? One Umbu, trembling, drew a kunai and stabbed it into his own thigh. the sharp pain jarring him from his fear. Without a moment's thought, he turned to flee, while the others shot him venomous glares, wishing to strike him down for his cowardice. Within the barriers, Zhen narrowly escaped death numerous times, yet managed to inflict only a few inconsequential wounds upon Orochimaru. In the realm of anime, witnessing Orochimaru being vanquished by this Uchiha, and that Uchiha is nothing but utter nonsense. When it comes to him, he is the one being subdued. Zhen, have you contemplated your demise? Orochimaru suddenly appeared before him, his shuriken piercing dangerously close to the heart. Here, 1,000 words of battle are omitted. At that moment, the body's meridians surged to life, chakra surged in abundance, and his speed multiplied several times, narrowly evading a lethal strike, though still sustaining considerable injury. Indeed, your objective has been achieved. Continuing this way may lead to dire consequences. Orochimaru licked the blood from his wound, casting a sidelong glance at the arriving Umbu and other familiar ninjas. Lord Orochimaru is not one to shy away from an unfavorable conclusion. Uchiha Zhen collapsed against a tree, gasping for breath, inwardly cursing Itachi for instilling the false impression that Orochimaru could be defeated by a mere illusion. When he was born, he would ensure that Itachi would call him father. The first to arrive, Jiraiya, stroked his chin, observing the scene with a knowing look, and remarked, "Oh, Orochimaru. A domestic dispute, huh? TSK, tisk, you've even managed to injure Orochimaru. Not bad, kid." Chapter 100. I understood. Yet I did not. If you had arrived a little later, Lord Orochimaru's wounds would have healed by now. I am the one who is injured. Uchiha Zhen began his own treatment, realizing that with this level of injury, he would be bettered in for at least 10 days to half a month. Internal injuries healed, but the external ones would remain as a reminder. Alas, I am gravely wounded. I cannot work for the time being. I must take a leave of absence. With that, Uchiha Zhen closed his eyes, his head drooping, and he fainted. All the ninjas who arrived stood in a state of bewilderment. Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and even the Hokage were frozen in place. Even Orochimaru's composure faltered. His performance was utterly unconvincing in front of so many witnesses. Lord Orochimaru, shall I take Zhen back to the Uchiha, or will you? Uchiha Fugaku, with a stiff demeanor, broke the awkward silence, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Had the Hokage not been present, he might have turned and walked away, pretending he had taken a wrong turn. Take him away. Orochimaru felt a tinge of embarrassment, surpassing even that of Jiraiya. Uchiha Fugaku bypassed Orochimaru, swiftly lifting Uchiha Zhen and departing the scene before the onlookers. Orochimaru, what is happening here? The third Hokage inwardly cursed Uchiha Zhen for being such a sly child, while simultaneously feeling perplexed about his most promising disciple. From the moment he took Uchiha Zhen as a student, he sensed that trouble was inevitable. Orochimaru surveyed the scene. The forest was somewhat barren. The terrain altered due to explosive tags, and fish had leaped out of the river. It had been too long since he had trained his disciples. Today, he had some time. A light remark silenced all. However, was that chilling, rampant killing intent truly just part of the training? At that moment, some began to feel sympathy for Uchiha Zhen, the unfortunate child burdened with such a master. As Orochimaru brushed past Jiraiya, he casually remarked, "Remember to collect the fish." With the two principal parties gone, the remaining ninjas exchanged glances, and after the Hokage waved his hand, they dispersed in unison. Upon returning to his estate, Orochimaru took out a bloodied shuriken, segmenting the blood into 10 portions and placing them into test tubes. It wasn't a futile endeavor. Back at the Uchiha, Uchiha Zhen immediately leaped down from Uchiha Fugaku's shoulder, revitalized. "I am exhausted, esteemed clan leader. You have worked hard. Zhen, are you all right?" Uchiha Fugaku questioned, somewhat doubtful, glancing at the injury on his chest, which was no light matter. How could I not be fine? After all, it was Lord Orochimaru who trained with the intent to kill me. Uchiha Fugaku was at a loss for words. Despite the blood, Zhen seemed perfectly fine. When he noticed the unfriendly gazes of passing Uchiha ninjas directed at Zhen, he cautioned, "I apologize, Zhen. Some clan members are displeased with the interrogation department, and I hope you can understand." "Oh, displeased?" Uchiha Zhen deliberately elongated his tone, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Let them stew in their grievances. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the condition of my kidneys." It was not merely the Uchiha ninjas who were dissatisfied, but rather the elder members of the Uchiha clan. Although he had allowed Uchiha ninjas to be part of the interrogation department's 4th division, That individual was Uchiha N, who belonged to no faction and acted like a fool. The elders sought to benefit from this, but missed their opportunity, fearing they had set their sights on the vacant position in the 4th division. He had previously advised Uchiha Fugaku to eliminate them, but since he chose to keep them, let him enjoy the pleasures of being pressured. Upon returning home, Uchiha Zhen let a drop of blood from the tip of his blade drip into a test tube he had snuck out of the laboratory, then sealed it within a scroll. He found research on intriguing subjects to be quite fascinating, especially since Orochimaru's physique was extraordinarily flexible, akin to a serpent. Unlike humans who could not extend their necks and arms to such lengths. Even with jutsu, there should be traces to follow. Stealing some of Orochimaru's blood for research might lead to extraordinary discoveries. Hiding in the wood shed, Uchiha Zhen occasionally emitted sinister laughter, while Uchiha Reina anxiously complained to Uchiha Huai, delving into issues of psychological disorders. "Mother, father, why do you stand there?" Uchiha Zhen asked, perplexed by their strange gazes. Had they discovered his research with Orochimaru? That seemed impossible. He had hidden it too well. "Zen, you've grown. You must exercise discretion in many matters," Uchiha Huai advised, glancing at Uchiha Reina, who wore a sorrowful expression, harboring some resentment. "Do not let your mother worry about you constantly." Though he felt Orochimaru was dangerous, he acknowledged that his child must have seen something worthwhile in him, as Zen had never enjoyed communicating with others since childhood. "Do not speak," Uchiha Reina elbowed Uchiha Huai, lowering her voice in a threatening manner. "If Zen has an episode because of you, you are doomed." Uchiha Huai merely shrugged. He knew his son was no easy task, and it was not as simple as just having an episode. Of course, he would not voice this. Uchiha Zhen lowered his gaze, hands clasped behind his back, placing the scroll into the ceiling space on his arm. Indeed, his father was aware of everything. "I am mindful, father." Upon returning, the elders of the Uchiha clan would certainly not let him rest. He had barely eaten before being summoned to the clan meeting. Although the invitation came under the guise of the clan leader, it felt odd to be called so soon after parting with Uchiha Fugaku. Why not mention any clan meetings then, instead of this absurd situation? Of course, Uchiha N was also among those invited. "Lord Zen, the visitors do not seem friendly. What shall we do?" Uchiha Zen's eyelids twitched. This was not merely unfriendly. It was akin to wolves entering a tiger's den. If they did not come, no one could do anything to them. It was just that life at home might not be too pleasant. "What should we do? Have we done anything wrong?" "We are merely attending a clan meeting," Uchiha Zen reminded them, asserting that they were not the ones who had come crying. If it were a struggle session, he would apologize, but he had just opened his meridians and had yet to assess the results. "Ah, I understand," Uchiha N exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. It was just like a tortoise reciting scriptures. If they did not want to listen, they need not. He was quite adept at navigating such situations. Uchiha Zen bestowed upon him an approving glance. Although sometimes unreliable, he could grasp the essence of matters at critical junctures. "We are currently in the Uchiha clan assembly, not a meeting of the 4th Interrogation Division," Uchiha Zen kindly reminded, harboring great expectations for Uchiha N, believing he could one day assist in mining the 3 mines belonging to the Hyuga clan. Chapter 101. The turmoil of the clan assembly. 1. Despite Uchiha N's daily demeanor resembling that of a carefree fool, his interrogations could be as lethal as a dagger, capable of inciting such fury that several criminals had suffered heart attacks under his relentless questioning. Uchiha Fugaku maintained a stern expression, surrounded by several elders, including the elder with a severed leg. The other ninjas present were elite jonin with their respective offspring. Uchiha Zen and Uchiha N casually selected a spot, producing a bowl of ramen and indulging in it. "Lord Zen, is there more? I wish to partake as well," Uchiha N implored eagerly, his desire unmistakable. Since aligning himself with Uchiha Zen, he had never denied himself the pleasures of food, even indulging in snacks while interrogating suspects. Uchiha Zen handed him another bowl, and the two began to eat the ramen amidst the gazes of their peers. Surrounding Uchiha ninjas displayed a mix of envy and dissatisfaction, while the elders giving impassioned speeches grew increasingly grim. Finally, someone could no longer contain their outrage, sternly rebuking Uchiha Zen. "Uchiha N, what do you think this clan assembly is? A farce?" Uchiha N, in a moment of confusion, mumbled a response, only to realize too late that his words could not be retracted. "I meant the elders are the ones who are rambling." This explanation only incited further outrage among the elders, who leapt to condemn Uchiha N. "Do you have no respect for the Uchiha?" What do you think the clan rules are for? Are you contemplating treachery against the Uchiha? Not at all. Just a mere ornament. Mind your words, or you might lose your tongue. He retorted before slurping down the last of the broth and belching audibly. The elder's expressions darkened further, perceiving Uchiha Zen's behavior as a blatant provocation, indicating a potential betrayal of the Uchiha. Uchiha Zen bit his lip, realizing that arguing with the third elder was akin to smashing one's face against a cactus, loud but ultimately ineffective. You, Uchiha Zen. Is there no Uchiha spirit left in you? The third elder redirected his ire toward Uchiha Zen, seemingly intent on venting his frustrations. My apologies, third elder. You may not believe me, but I am a good child who dislikes deceit. At your age, should you not be at home with your grandchildren rather than causing a ruckus? Worrying about hypertension, high cholesterol, and heart disease, which are all ailments that could lead to sudden demise. Uchiha Zen seized upon the essence of his words, inquiring audibly, are you implying that the third elder has but a few days left to live? Shall we perhaps start a coffin business? All present were elite ninjas. Even in low tones, the discussions were clear. The third elder, exasperated, clutched his heart, pointing accusingly at Uchiha Zen. Traitor, enforce the clan rules. Some Uchiha ninjas who harbored grievances against Uchiha Zen echoed their agreement, while others remained indifferent, more concerned with earning a living than grappling for power, and found Uchiha Zen's leadership favorable for their aspirations. Uchiha Fugaku, who had remained silent until now, intervened to mediate. Elders, it is warm. Let us not be hasty. His statement bore the weight of a clan leader, declaring it was indeed winter in late November. The elder who had previously been reprimanded by Uchiha Zen cleared his throat. Elder third, at your age, do not stoop to the level of the youth. He understood that Uchiha's might was not solely in strength, and with a sharp-tongued Uchiha in the mix, the situation could escalate dangerously. We convened to discuss issues, not to sow discord. The elder earnestly attempted to alleviate the tension, holding the Uchiha clan's supremacy above all. He was willing to make personal sacrifices for the clan's benefit, even to the extent of relinquishing his own interests, including his life. Ahem, the elder speaks wisely. We gather to deliberate on the vacancy within the 4th Interrogation Division. Uchiha Fugaku sensed that as long as Uchiha Zen was present, the assembly would be fraught with awkwardness, unlikely to conclude on a pleasant note. Uchiha Zen yawned, appearing lethargic. Uchiha Zen, ever more animated, cracked sunflower seeds and shared them with nearby Uchiha, turning the gathering into an audience for his antics. Unbelievable. Fugaku. Uchiha Zen and Uchiha Zen show utter disregard for clan rules and should be dealt with accordingly. What are you waiting for? The third elder glared furiously at the two, while some clansmen, dissatisfied with Uchiha Zen, fidgeted restlessly. Suddenly, Uchiha Zen sprang to his feet, spitting a seed shell at the third elder's face, his mouth a flurry of expletives. How can you be so dense? After living so long, perhaps you should consider accumulating some virtue. The elder might not be a saint, but he knows how to behave. Those familiar with Uchiha Zen observed him with admiration for his sharp tongue, while those wishing to retort found themselves unable to interject, stifled in their attempts. Especially the third elder, whose face turned crimson with humiliation. He had never endured such indignity. The elder, watching the third elder's expression, quietly reveled in the spectacle. After all, humiliation shouldn't befall only one elder. Uchiha Zen shielded half of his face, shifting seats to avoid attention, successfully slipping away unnoticed. Where are you going, Zen? Uchiha Fugaku called out, realizing he could not let him leave without Zen, who would clarify matters regarding the interrogation division. Where? To your grandmother's legs. Uchiha Zen retorted sharply, his earlier bravado faltering. Legs are numb, just taking a stroll. The third elder, now infuriated, had succumbed to faintness from Uchiha Zen's provocations. The elder nodded in satisfaction, recognizing this familiar scene, and instructed the nearby ninjas, quickly, take the third elder to rest. Chapter 102. The Art of High Corruption and the Blooming of Fish Offal. After the third elder was carried away, the remaining elders acknowledged that engaging physically with Uchiha Zen or verbally with Uchiha Zen was futile. They suppressed their anger, casting frantic glances at Uchiha Fugaku, signaling him to take action as the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku, understanding their intentions to use him as a pawn, feigned seriousness and inquired, Zen, the benefits of the interrogation division are quite appealing, don't you think? Do you believe I could secure a position for a stable income? The elders exchanged glances, incredulous. We meant for you to find a position for others, not for yourself. Uchiha Zhen. As the clan leader, you must not act recklessly. The elder kindly reminded Uchiha Fugaku to focus on securing positions for the offspring of the elders. Certainly. You may consult the Hokage since this matter ultimately rests in his hands. Uchiha Zhen shrugged, recognizing the ulterior motives of these old foxes. It was evident they sought to replace Uchiha Yen with their own candidates. The elder foxes, nearly choking on their indignation, were baffled that he would still engage in idle chatter instead of seeking the Hokage's counsel. Replace Uchiha Yen or personally recommend other Uchihas for the interrogation department, proposed the second elder, shamelessly uttering these words without a hint of embarrassment. Today, the elders of the Uchiha clan truly opened my eyes. Ancient tortoises, devoid of wisdom, spewing nonsensical rhetoric. Why not resign your elder position and let me take over? With such individuals among us, I find it hard to declare myself an Uchiha in public. Uchiha Zhen unleashed a scathing retort towards the elder, matching Uchiha Yen's disdain. As one ages, one becomes more foolish. Uchiha Yen was equally astonished, not expecting the elders of the Uchiha clan to exhibit such brazen audacity. Yen, do not waste your breath on trash. Let us depart. Uchiha Zhen had no interest in frivolous banter with them. Wouldn't it be far more pleasant to take a nap instead? With arms crossed, resembling a victorious peacock, Uchiha Yen followed Uchiha Zhen, casting a disdainful glance towards the elders and spitting contemptuously. Seize the traitors, Uchiha Zhen and Uchiha Yen, commanded the second elder. As a faction blocked Uchiha Zhen's path, while a few familiar ninjas stood by Uchiha Yen. Observing the situation unfold, Uchiha Fugaku refrained from intervening, furrowing his brow as he regarded the first elder. Uchiha Zhen halted, slightly turning his face, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke words that sent chills down the spine. Clan leader Fugaku. I have long asserted that these individuals are quite bothersome. It would be better to eliminate them sooner rather than later. The Uchiha clan members gasped in shock. This was a blatant act of treason. All the elders turned their gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku. Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, Uchiha Fugaku hastily interjected, Jinkuin, do not jest in such a manner. Let us discuss this amicably. Uchiha Zhen laughed mockingly. Uchiha Fugaku was by no means innocent, seeking to profit from the chaos without sullying his hands. Surely, the esteemed clan leader is joking. This must be a misunderstanding. As the leader, do you not wish to eliminate those who oppress you? What are you waiting for? Attack. The second elder, in contrast to the third elder, who was seething with rage, preferred to let actions speak louder than words. Since associating with Uchiha Zhen, Uchiha Yen had never endured such humiliation. He flung sunflower seeds mixed with shuriken towards the second elder, declaring, not a single one of you old fools is worth anything. Yen, stop them, commanded Uchiha Zhen, drawing his katana, chakra swirling around him, a murderous aura enveloping the entire shrine as he advanced, looking down upon the elders and Uchiha Fugaku. Second elder, you accuse us of treason, yet I contend that you are the true traitor. Who granted you the authority to massacre Uchiha elites during the clan assembly? Such potent chakra, such a fierce aura. Was he not gravely injured? I distinctly saw him being carried back by the clan leader. Is this the extent of our Uchiha power? Yen, my brother, do I have a chance to join you? I'll fetch your soup, and you can have my leftovers. A clansman named Uchiha Miao, who had grown up alongside Uchiha Yen, whispered. They were childhood friends, bonded through countless skirmishes, and during school days, when Uchiha Yen was bullied by the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Miao rallied the entire Uchiha schoolmates to retaliate, nearly blinding their adversary. Now, with the label of traitor cast upon Uchiha Yen, how could he not lend his support? Several Uchiha peers, having been made subordinates, naturally stood by their leader's side. Uchiha Miao, the sole survivor among the fourth elder's sons on the battlefield, had a peculiar personality, often clashing with the higher-ups of the Uchiha lineage, yet forged a close friendship with the eccentric Uchiha Yen. Fortunately, Uchiha Yen possessed considerable strength, albeit his mind often seemed unfocused, making control difficult. In light of our friendship, I permit you to lick my plate. Uchiha Yen, entangled with the approaching ninjas, couldn't help but jest with his good brother, feeling grateful for the assistance. Don't merely lick my plate. I'd let you lick my toes if you wanted. In the dim twilight, Uchiha was adept in ninjutsu. Although they might not match other elite ninjas in numbers, they held absolute confidence in their combat skills and strategies. Sage art. Uchiha Zhen elongated his voice, signaling to Uchiha Yin to flee. As the Uchiha clan members exhibited shock, he hurled countless spherical objects resembling bombs towards the upper echelons and opposing Uchihas. Senshui, retreat. A grand move is about to unfold. Uchiha Yin, using all his strength, pulled Uchiha Miao along as they dashed for the exit, their bewildered companions trailing behind. Just then, Uchiha Zhen bellowed, the grand corruption fish fillet technique. Boom. Before his words even faded, Uchiha Zhen had already vanished from the shrine, catching up with Uchiha Yin, teasing, quick on your feet. I'll reward you with an extra chicken leg upon our return. Inside the shrine, an unsettling sound erupted. Uchiha Miao, who should have been worried about the fourth elder, stared with his crimson Sharingan, eyes gleaming with desire, rubbing his hands together and inquiring, "My lord, did everyone inside perish? Will there be any remains? Though my father has his flaws, he never committed any heinous acts. But that is of little consequence. Can you teach me that sage art?" Chapter 103. Materials abound. Is the Uchiha clan's mindset truly this peculiar? Sage art. What's sage art? I merely tossed a few little cuties. Uchiha Zhen shrugged. Those elders certainly posed no threat. Since they couldn't kill him, exerting effort would be futile. Earlier, he discovered a flaw within his body, with the opening of his meridians. Chakra became somewhat uncontrollable, making precision difficult. As for that intimidating technique, during his last training session with Kakashi, numerous fish floated up under the lightning release, which he later repurposed into highly corrupt material. He had initially intended to savor it sporadically, but unexpectedly found it useful. Now, they could smell the rancid odor from afar. And those who came into close proximity shuddered. Uchiha Yin felt a chill. How terrifying. In matters of depravity, he willingly conceded to Uchiha Zhen. Uchiha Zhen, I shall slay you. The elite ninjas trailing behind glared at Uchiha Zhen with their Sharingan, seemingly intent on turning him into a mere scapegoat. Who could fathom what they had endured? Uchiha Yin could not suppress his gag reflex, retching as he ran. The stench was unbearable, far beyond human tolerance. Uchiha Miao fared no better. Contemplating that his father might share the same foul aroma, deciding against returning home. Yin, I shall stay at your place for a few days. Zhen, why are you so calm? Oh, one simply gets accustomed to it. Uchiha Zhen observed their ignorant demeanor with great amusement, humming a little tune as he made his way home. As for them, it seemed unlikely that the Uchiha clan would have any inclination to accuse them of treachery. The odor, while not lethal, was far from pleasant, and merely washing it with water would yield little relief. A nauseating stench lingered in the air above the Uchiha clan's territory. Meanwhile, the instigator had departed, leaving the Uchiha laboratory to double down on the repurposing of waste to cultivate a more convenient form of noxious gas. This weapon, though lacking in lethality, was profoundly insulting, and if deployed in large quantities on the battlefield, the peculiar and lecherous laughter of Uchiha Zhen echoed through the laboratory. You utilized these substances on the Uchiha? Orochimaru could hardly believe it. Initially, he had thought Jin's penchant for collecting peculiar specimens was merely a hobby. He never imagined it would culminate in the creation of biological weapons, and especially not to be employed against the Uchiha. The potency is commendable. I intend to mass-produce it. Lord Orochimaru, please provide me with your discarded experimental subjects. Uchiha Zhen rediscovered his enthusiasm and eagerly commenced his experiments, secretly extracting and cultivating Orochimaru's blood, conducting repeated trials to derive data for comparison against that of ordinary individuals. Recently, the Wagakure and Kumogakure had experienced friction during missions, resulting in substantial losses of ninja. Orochimaru licked his lips, the golden slits of his eyes glimmering with a profound significance. Are you seeking a batch of experimental materials? Uchiha Zhen set down the container for cultivating the Sharingan, which had been developed using Uchiha N's DNA. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. The last time Uchiha N had visited, Orochimaru had taken samples, resulting in the cultivation of over a dozen sample groups. Alongside those fused with Byakugan and the first-generation cells, dozens of vials were neatly arranged on the shelf. Zhen, I feel as though you are the only one in this world who truly understands me. He often sensed a barrier when communicating with others. Had it been Jiraiya, he would undoubtedly have believed that Konoha required his presence for intelligence gathering. Of course, we are magnificent researchers. Without researchers, the world would stagnate. We are the hope of the ninja world. Uchiha Zhen's grandiloquent words were met with incredulity. Orochimaru could hardly bear such unabashed arrogance and promptly interrupted his boasting. The experimental materials needed urgent resolution, or else the progress of the experiments would stall. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, clearly indicating that this task fell upon him. Very well. You are the master. I shall do as you say. Uchiha Zhen gritted his teeth in agreement, yet insisted, however, you must not neglect the progress of my Sharingan experiments. But before he could depart, there was one crucial matter he needed to clarify. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna were brothers, and as a descendant of Uchiha Azuna, could there be any hereditary factors at play in awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan? Previously, he had been subjected to various Naruto novels that painted a picture of protagonists with systems, achieving greatness effortlessly, while those without such systems struggled yet still managed to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After several years of living here, compounded by experiences following the conclusion of the Second Shinobi War, he had lost hope of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. The transition from a single tomo to 3 was merely a worsening of his mental state. The Mangekyo was purely a manifestation of psychological distortion to a psychiatrist. It would be deemed a severe mental illness, necessitating solitary confinement and constant supervision. If only there were some genetic factors at play, rather than relying on extreme stimuli. After all, he did not wish to find himself laughing maniacally, throwing his head back and joining the ranks of the crazed. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Zhen was not alone. He had brought Orochimaru with him. As they stepped into the Uchiha compound, the repulsive odors still lingered, albeit not entirely dissipated. Uchiha Zhen inhaled deeply, muttering to himself, "What a familiar scent." Orochimaru, however, paid little heed, his excitement directed towards each Uchiha, as if they were all his experimental subjects. "Ahem, Lord Orochimaru, they are all alive," Uchiha kindly warned, fearing that Orochimaru might impulsively attempt to capture a Uchiha walking down the street. As they approached the entrance, the sound of a baby's cries reached their ears, followed by Uchiha-on's voice. "This is Shursui, Lord Zhen's son, and thus your grandson. He has been crying incessantly, and with Uncle Hakadai absent, I lack the experience to soothe him." Uchiha Zhen's hand, poised to push open the door, froze midair as he felt Orochimaru's amused gaze upon him.